Chapter 808. Unyielding Spirit, More Soul-Searching. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Oh, you are so confident. Fang Yuan smiled. Dongfang Changfan's soul had already become his captive, and his life or death was held in Fang Yuan's hands, but he still had such confidence. Fang Yuan, however, was unconcerned and started soul-searching. For a moment, Danghun Palace was shrouded in darkness. Cold wind blew and ghostly cries could be heard lingering in one's ears. In the bleak and strange wind, Fang Yuan revealed his original appearance, a towering, immortal zombie body in a greenish-black color. A malevolent appearance, sharp fangs, blood-red eyes, 8 arms that stretched out with their sharp and large monstrous claws, one slowly moving towards Dongfang Changfan's soul. Dongfang Changfan's soul involuntarily wavered for a moment at Fang Yuan's vicious appearance, but it shortly calmed down and let Fang Yuan's claw grab it. A soul was not corporeal, but Fang Yuan's claws firmly grabbed onto Dongfang Changfan's soul. Afterwards, he activated certain goo worms in his immortal aperture. Soul Search. A formless force emitted from the monstrous claw to Dongfang Changfan's soul. Dongfang Changfan's soul immediately started trembling from the bursts of pain that were assaulting it. The soul search ended after a while. Fang Yuan pulled back his claw and let go of Dongfang Changfan's soul. He was able to plunder much information, but his brows furrowed slightly. There was a lot of information obtained by him, but none of it was of importance. Dongfang Changfan's soul turned dull and looser, no longer having the firm compactness and luster from before. However, it revealed a satisfied expression as it resonated, sending its message. In Fang Yuan's ears, he heard Dongfang Changfan's soul's snickering. Do you realize now? I might be a wisdom path goo immortal, but soul path and wisdom path are closely connected to each other. I have also delved into soul path, modifying my immortal soul. Your soul-searching method is only a mortal technique. That said, even if you had soul path immortal goo, I can conceal the information you want. After a brief pause, Dongfang Changfan continued. Right now, I don't have a physical body. My soul would not receive nourishment. The more you soul-search, the more my soul will be consumed. I have plenty of experiences. I can conceal the information up to the moment my soul completely disappears. You simply won't be able to plunder my wisdom path inheritance or my possession technique. He then changed the topic. But we can make a deal. I will give you my wisdom path inheritance, possession technique, and other information. You would assist in my rebirth by finding a physical body for me. Don't worry. I only need a mortal goo master. Since I lost to you, I have to admit my defeat. We can set up an oath. Fairy Li Shan fought together with you. If you don't believe me, you should believe in Mountain Pledge Goo, right? Fang Yuan smiled. Truly worthy of Dongfang Changfan. Even in this state, you still haven't given up and want to make a comeback. It's a pity that I have soul-strengthening method and can take all the time I need to slowly search your soul. Sooner or later, I will get what I want. Soul-strengthening method? Heh heh heh. Dongfang Changfan's soul chuckled. It seems that you don't have a great amount of understanding regarding soul path. I intentionally remodeled my soul for the possession. It increased my chances of succeeding in possession, but also led to normal methods being useless in nourishing and healing my soul, unless you use immortal healing methods. What I am saying is not a lie. You can try as much as you want. Oh? Is that so? The faint smile on Fang Yuan's face faded as he took out air sac goo. As far as Dongfang Changfan was concerned, since Fang Yuan's soul-searching method was only at mortal level, his soul-healing methods should also be ordinary. He was even more sure of his estimation when he saw Fang Yuan pull out a mortal goo. However, when Fang Yuan broke the air sac goo and also crumbled the guts goo contained within, Dongfang Changfan's soul immediately received nourishment. His soul regained part of its compactness and luster. What is this goo? It is only a mortal goo, but it can heal my soul. For a moment, Dongfang Changfan's soul intensely shook, showing an astonished look. Fang Yuan relaxed when he saw this and smiled. Guess. Dongfang Changfan was an extraordinary character, even if only his soul remained. His intelligence was still there. The soul calmed down before resonating shortly after. At the mortal level, there is only one thing that can influence my immortal soul. Dang Hun Mountain's guts goo. What you crushed just now should be air sac goo bought from Treasure Yellow Heaven. Astute, but you only got it half right. Air sac goo is my creation, and the guts goo business is also mine. What? It's you! Dongfang Changfan's soul blurted out, the cruel reality striking at it fiercely. The soul did not resonate anymore, sinking into deathly silence. Dongfang Changfan was filled with despair. He knew he was truly done for this time by landing in the hands of someone like Fang Yuan. He was like meat on the chopping block. Fang Yuan could butcher him whenever he wanted, and Dongfang Changfan's soul would not be able to change the situation even if he resisted. After using Guts Gu to heal Dongfang Changfan's soul completely, Fang Yuan continued to soul search. Dongfang Changfan resisted extremely hard, thus the information Fang Yuan obtained was useless for the most part. However, no matter how strong the resistance was, it could not withstand the increasing numbers of soul-searching attempts. Finally, valuable information was obtained by Fang Yuan bit by bit. After spending a long while, Fang Yuan put an end to the soul-searching and pieced together the valuable information among them, forming into detailed information about the resources in Jade Pool Blessed Land. Jade Pool Blessed Land contains 3 large goo breeding grounds. Regretful spiders are ranked at the second, while the one with the largest scale are large cave toads. Their numbers are 3 times that of the regretful spiders, with extremely large numbers of rank 5 large cave toad goo. But Dongfang tribe left them behind in order to induce the creation of an immortal level large cave toad goo. Truly a big ambition. In the far east of Jade Pool Blessed Land, there is a pool which looks ordinary but connects to deep underground. Inside lives a desolate beast horse, a rarely seen 10,000 Li Ji horse. This horse has vigorous life force and is extremely useful. Not only is every part of it immortal goo refinement material, if it is raised underground for a long time, its sweat after dropping on the ground will gradually grow into a Z forest. One 10,000 Li Ji horse can mean the endless creation of Z forests. Oh, there is this kind of salt bed as well. Amazing, using the ancient desolate beast gray life jellyfish to guard and condense the salinity, forming into a giant salt bed that can produce an immortal material, profound gray salt. A salt bed that specifically produces profound gray salt, truly a great move. Jade Pool Blessed Land also changes between day and night. After 3 days of a bright sky, there is a day of dark night. After the night descends, some areas of Jade Pool Blessed Land will crack and split, revealing 2 deep pools that were underground. One is a jade pool which, although not big, is filled with an immortal material, desolate jade. Another is Canine Pool, in which the walls and bottom are formed from the polished teeth of an immemorial desolate beast Keelin. Under moonlight, it will create moon fangs. This immortal material is like teeth but is as soft as water. Moonlight shines from its surface constantly, and it is extremely precious. Besides this, there is also an ancient desolate beast flying frost antelope, an immortal material hidden underground called Hidden Dragon Beard. The immortal material, wind-whistling bronze inside bronze pool. Dongfang Changfan was Dongfang tribe's first supreme elder, and naturally was extremely aware of the distribution of resources in Jade Pool Blessed Land. Fang Yuan was greatly moved as he browsed through these pieces of information, and had the impulse to make a trip to Jade Pool Blessed Land to plunder the goods. But he restrained this impulse. During this evening in Northern Plains, he had killed Dongfang Changfan and captured his soul before moving towards Jade Pool. Blessed Land to plunder it again. However, when he reached the Blessed Land, he discovered the fires of combat raging. Intense battles were everywhere around him. Dozens of righteous and demonic Path Gu immortals were plundering and fighting like they had gone mad. The situation was extremely heated. Fang Yuan had used up a lot of his immortal essence and also had to conceal himself. Add in that he was alone, with Fairy Li Shan and He Lu Lan chasing after Minuscule Mountain, and also had attracted Old Lord Kan Yang's suspicion. He sensibly chose to leave. A sharp light flashed past Fang Yuan's eyes. Jade Pool Blessed Land is like a piece of large, juicy meat right now, which is stirring all the Gu immortals up, luring them towards it. Forget it. I might have rank 7 battle strength, but my movement and defense aspects are rather inferior, and the situation is also not that good. Dongfang Changfan is still plotting against me, intentionally exposing this information to me to make me tread into the muddy water that is Jade Pool Blessed Land. Fang Yuan's situation was quite bad. It seemed that he was safe, but there were dangers lurking everywhere. He was the main culprit for the collapse of 88 True Yang Building and was being actively searched for by all forces. Sha Huang was a false identity of his, but it was exposed shortly after the auction. Dragon Commander Ye Cha had suffered losses from Feng Ju Gei's group and had started to investigate Sha Huang. Fang Yuan currently did not dare to go to Zombie Alliance. In this trip to seize the Wisdom Path inheritance, Fang Yuan had further exposed many things, giving more clues for his enemies to deduce. But this risk was necessary. If I just sit by passively, I will be exposed sooner or later. The only correct path is to fight vigorously and make every second count in order to strengthen myself. I was able to obtain a complete Wisdom Path inheritance in this trip. Ever since I connected luck, my luck has been rather good. I only need to seize the opportunities that come. When I grasp this Wisdom Path inheritance, I should be able to take precautions against Wisdom Path deductions. With this, I will be able to try to find a way out by arranging plans and greatly delay the time before I am exposed while continuing to hide. Fang Yuan resisted the temptation of Jade Pool Blessed Land and rested for a while. Soul searching could injure the target's soul, and the soul would need to be healed. But even to the user, soul searching could make their soul become extremely agitated, and this could not be healed by Guts Gu, but rather required rest and sleep to pacify the soul. After resting, Fang Yuan continued soul searching. Dongfang Changfan's soul felt an icy chill when he saw Fang Yuan was still here and was not tempted by Jade Pool Blessed Land. Fang Yuan's soul searching lasted for a long while this time. Dongfang Changfan's resisted even more intensely, while Fang Yuan's soul search was only a mortal method, increasing the difficulty sharply. However, Fang Yuan was very patient. If one time did not work, he would try 10 times, 100 times. After a long time spent soul-searching, Fang Yuan obtained the memory of Dongfang Changfan remodeling the immemorial ruin bat's corpse. Not only did he obtain the method of enslaving phantom beasts, but also the secret of turning a normal Gu formation into a phantom formation. No matter which piece of information, they all had enormous value. Chapter SO 809. Arranging 3 treasures, Earthly Calamity descends. Soon. Translator Atlas Studios Editor Atlas Studios Fang Yuan did not conceal the joy on his face. Making a Gu formation turn phantom is something that Dongfang Changfan himself deduced and polished from some ancient texts. His phantom path attainment should be at master level. He was able to remodel the immemorial ruin bat's corpse into a corpse mountain, which means his space path attainment was also at master level. He truly was not a simple character. Fang Yuan was especially interested in the method of controlling the Phantom Beast army. Several desolate-level Phantom Beasts, although they might only be at rank 6, but relying on their ability to turn into Phantom, they could pester a rank 7 Gu immortal. Fang Yuan could not help but think that if he had a group of phantom beasts, his battle strength was sure to rise by a large degree. After careful consideration, he discovered the method of controlling the phantom beast army did not have a wide range of applications. The main condition was to remodel the immemorial ruin bat's corpse into a corpse mountain. Afterwards, with the corpse mountain as the base, it needed to use the immemorial ruin bat's power to control this phantom beast army. Fang Yuan coldly snorted. This is Dongfang Changfan's attempt at trying to harm me again. He knows I can uproot mountains. Thus he wanted to west of the ruin bat corpse mountain to lure me to take a risk. The ruin bat corpse mountain was mostly destroyed by the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. With its aura gone, it would no longer deter beasts. That area should already be filled with many desolate and ancient desolate beasts feasting on the ruin bat's corpse. It would be a stupid move to use Pulling Mountain to snatch food from these desolate and ancient desolate beasts. Fang Yuan rested for a while before soul-searching Dongfang Changfan for the third time. Dongfang Changfan was filled with fury and hatred for Fang Yuan. It was this man that made all his schemes turn into nothing, destroying his grand plan of dominance and turning all his efforts into naught, as if they were a dream. Despite his foresight and wisdom, he had fallen so far that he had nothing to rely on now. The disparity between the two sides was too big. These two attempts he made were actually very crude, aiming at using the greed in human nature and luring Fang Yuan to make a mistake. Compared to the arrangements he made while alive, it was a difference like that of heaven and earth. However, Dongfang Changfan only had his soul remaining. It was understandable that his abilities had dropped greatly. Fang Yuan was not tricked, and after resting appropriately, his third soul search finally yielded him the thing he wanted the most: Dongfang Changfan's wisdom path inheritance. What Fang Yuan had not imagined was that Dongfang Changfan's wisdom path inheritance was actually somewhat connected to star constellation Immortal Venerable. Naturally, it was not an inheritance left behind by star constellation Immortal Venerable herself. If it was left behind by an Immortal Venerable, Dongfang Changfan would not have fallen into such a state. Originally, this inheritance was left behind in ancient times by a rank 8 star path Gu Immortal of Heavenly Court. He was adept in exploring secrets, and after obtaining some secrets of star constellation Immortal Venerable, he tried to analyze her abilities, thus creating this imitation. This Gu Immortal was a star path Gu Immortal, but his creation was of wisdom path. This wisdom path inheritance used star thought Gu as its foundation and was related very close to star path, as it entered into wisdom path via star path. Even the refinement of star thought Gu used starlight Gu as the main material. The more Fang Yuan comprehended, the greater his joy, as he felt this journey was truly worth it. This wisdom path inheritance did not have any specific strong points, other than being particularly good in making deductions. Dongfang Changfan relied on this to deduce the phantom formation, methods of controlling the phantom beast army, and so on. This wisdom path inheritance is so comprehensive that I have an urge to switch to wisdom path. Fang Yuan sighed. This harvest was truly extremely bountiful. A complete inheritance, regardless of which path, covered all aspects like attack, defense, healing, movement, investigation, and others. All of these aspects might not be too outstanding, but there was no shortcomings either, and would not be easily countered by others. Since Fang Yuan's rebirth, his cultivation and strength path was formed together from bits and pieces, or was modified by himself, and was not an inheritance of a predecessor. This wisdom path inheritance's true value was the same as the blood path true inheritance Fang Yuan obtained in his previous life. In Fang Yuan's previous life, it was because of this blood path true inheritance that he had a platform to make his rise. One can well imagine the value of this wisdom path inheritance from this. Blood Sea Ancestor was not even a rank 8 Gu Immortal, and also had divided his true inheritances into 7 parts. Thus, this wisdom path inheritance Fang Yuan obtained was even more valuable. A pity that I obtained this inheritance a bit late. I am already walking on strength path, even though I still have the first aperture. It died after I turned into an immortal zombie and cannot be cultivated. However, Fang Yuan reconsidered. If he had truly cultivated this wisdom path inheritance earlier, he might not have necessarily created the immortal killer move Myriad Self. The future prospects in strength provided by the immortal killer move Myriad Self was certainly greater than the future prospects in strength provided by this wisdom path inheritance. It is also because I cultivate strength path that I could kill Dongfang Changfan and seize this wisdom path inheritance. How could there be effect without cause? Fang Yuan shook his head, clearing up his disorganized thoughts. Regardless, this wisdom path inheritance came at an opportune time and was extremely suitable for Fang Yuan. Why was that? There was only one reason. That was rank 9 Wisdom Gu. Who immortal, blessed land was holding Wisdom Gu? Fang Yuan would get unlimited inspiration under the light of wisdom, deducing many immortal Gu recipes, immortal killer moves, and so on. But this had one large disadvantage. The thoughts in his mind were consumed extremely quickly. Previously, when he had delight in water and mountain immortal Gu, he had to spend precious green grape immortal essence for large amounts of joyful will to support this consumption. He sold delight in water and mountain immortal Gu in the auction, and although he earned good profits, malicious thought Gu and memory thought Gu both could not bear the intense consumption. Even though Fang Yuan created a stone nest particularly for large numbers of hairy men to refine Gu with almost no rest, having them supplied with the greatest speed, it still could not match a session of consumption under the light of wisdom. This was the largest obstacle restricting Fang Yuan from making deductions. But it was all right now. With this wisdom path inheritance, Fang Yuan could use a smaller price and have higher efficiency in deducing all kinds of things. Land Spirit, where are you? Fang Yuan lightly tapped his foot. Master, I am here. Little Hu Immortal appeared in front of Fang Yuan instantly. Her small face was flushed red, tender and plump. Her snow-white furry tail was wagging happily at Fang Yuan's summon. Fang Yuan spoke. Immediately stop the second stone nest's refinement of malicious thought Gu and change it to refining star thought Gu. This is the Gu recipe. Go make the arrangement. Understood, Master. Have you already made appropriate arrangements for the resources I brought? Fang Yuan asked. The moment he returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he had taken out all the resources from his immortal aperture and had them arranged in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. The concrete work was handed to Little Hu Immortal. His immortal aperture was filled with death energy. It was okay for temporarily storing these resources, but if they were stored for a long time, they would be pervaded by death energy, which could cause the value of most of the resources to drop by a large extent. Everything has been arranged, Master. The air bubble fish group has been placed in the east of the Blessed Land, together with the previous air bubble fish. There are a lot of air bubble fish, and the starlight firefly Gu are above them. In the future, the production of starlight firefly Gu will definitely increase greatly. As for that group of close to 1 million dragonfish, they are temporarily placed in other small lakes. After some time, we can send rockmen to dig a large lake and put the dragonfish group together. Their reproduction will increase even more this way. For literature carps, I specially dug a small pool to store them away from plain sight. Other than those that died, there are over 1,000 living eerie fire dragon pythons which have already been joined together with the few we had before. They have occupied a large territory in the southern part of the Blessed Land. Oh, there is also oil water and some other common resources which have been temporarily placed in Deng Hun Palace's storage rooms. The regretful spider group has been placed in the northern part of the Blessed Land, which has a long and narrow terrain. I spent a great deal of effort to make the proper arrangements. Little Hu Immortal eagerly raised her head, with an expression that said she wanted to be praised for her work. Fang Yuan smiled and praised. Ah, our Little Hu Immortal is the most capable. Little Hu Immortal smiled. Her large and round eyes curved into a crescent moon-like shape, and her snow-white tail rapidly wagged. For a moment, she was carried away with happiness, lightly hopping to Fang Yuan's foot and hugging his thick calf. She pressed her tender face on Fang Yuan's calf before raising her head and looking at Fang Yuan with her large, watery eyes. Her face flushed red with excitement as she spoke adoringly. "Master, you are amazing. You brought so many good things this time. We can earn a lot. Who? Immortal blessed land has never been so wealthy." Fang Yuan laughed heartily and picked little Hu Immortal like picking a kitten and placed her on his broad shoulder. "Don't worry, good times are still ahead." Little Hu Immortal nodded multiple times, having complete faith in Fang Yuan's ability. But with somewhat of a worried tone, she reminded, Master, I have something to report. That desolate beast shark fin wolf you brought just now is not in such a good state. It is always hiding inside the pool and doesn't hunt actively, and it even starts sobbing sometimes." Fang Yuan coughed and said in an indifferent tone, "Don't worry. This is because it suffered quite a big setback. I have experience in raising wolf groups. It will gradually recover with time. Master, there is still another matter I need to remind you of. You should not forget that the blessed land's earthly calamity will arrive soon," Little Hu Immortal said. Fang Yuan slightly frowned. "You can relax. I have always been keeping it in mind. How can I dare to forget such a thing?" The time difference between Hu Immortal blessed land and the outside world was 5-1. Earthly calamities happened once every 10 years. In the outside world of Central Continent and Northern Plains, over a year had already passed. 2 years in the outside world was 10 years in Hu Immortal blessed land. The previous earthly calamity was the desolate beast swamp crab, which carried the immortal goo, gruel mud. What would this earthly calamity be? Last time I was only a mortal goo master. Now I am already a rank 6 goo immortal with many immortal goo, immortal killer moves and allies, as well as the newly obtained wisdom path inheritance. I have great assurance in passing the earthly calamity." Fang Yuan was not worried. He had many trump cards and resources, a vast difference from when he faced the previous earthly calamity. Thus, he was confident. Chapter BIM 810. Chang Fan requests to cooperate. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Fang Yuan inquired the land spirit about the arrangements of the Dongfang tribe Gu master captives. Fang Yuan had killed Dongfang Qing Yu and many others, but he still had about 100 to 200 Dongfang tribe survivors. The land spirit replied that she had temporarily set up a prison underground, nearby a Rockman tribe. She then asked if these captives were to be sold. These people were not easy to control and make use of. They would not obediently listen, and forcing them to refine goo like hairy men would be careless. It could instead result in those that were seeking death to sabotage the refinement and cause problems. Fang Yuan shook his head and instructed, "First, take away all the mortal goo on them and keep them in confinement. Give them a little food every day, as if they are pets being raised. I have other uses for these captives, but there is no hurry." "Yes, master." "How many immortal essence stones do I have left?" Fang Yuan asked. 137. The land spirit immediately replied. Fang Yuan nodded. Unknowingly, the quantity of his immortal essence stones had once again passed 100. The biggest reason was because of the increase in price and quantity of the guts goo traded every month. After removing the shared profits, Fang Yuan earned 92 immortal essence stones in pure profit. Thus, going above 100 had become easy. Fang Yuan had also instructed the land spirit to pay attention to Treasure Yellow Heaven, buying any cheaply sold fox groups in order to raise them in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. In this way, he would be making use of the specialty of Hu Immortal Blessed Land and increasing its foundation. Little Hu Immortal had taken action a few times and bought 2 to 3 fox groups, and if not for that, the amount of immortal essence stones would be even higher. Having a monopoly on the business of guts goo, where there was a lot more demand than supply, it was easy to earn immortal essence stones. Fang Yuan thought for a while before putting aside 20 immortal essence stones in preparation for unexpected situations, and 70 immortal essence stones to turn into green grape immortal essence. In the series of battle to seize the wisdom path inheritance, he had completely used his previous 77 beads of green grape immortal essence. It needed to be urgently replenished. He gave all the remaining immortal essence stones to Little Hu Immortal to purchase large amounts of goo refinement materials, and also asked her to particularly focus on the refinement of Star Thought goo. I can't sell oil water. I plan to use it in the earlier stages of the refinement path convention. Nor can I sell air bubble fish. They are needed to raise the production of starlight firefly goo. Literature carps are precious, but their quantity is rather few. I need to wait for the proper buyer. But eerie fire dragon pythons, regretful spiders, and dragonfish are in huge quantities. They can be turned into business projects. Especially dragonfish, they can be directly sold. Fang Yuan thought inwardly. These three resources had appeared at a good time. Up to this point, Fang Yuan only had one source of revenue. That was the guts goo trade. Owning a monopoly business was simply like owning a goose that laid golden eggs. But it was only one business after all, and the production of guts goo was limited. Fang Yuan had to be very careful in how he used his immortal essence stones. Although he gotten past the initial dangerous state from when he had just become goo immortal, and now had established his foothold, balancing his income and expenditure. However, he did not have additional capacity to progress further. Currently, Fang Yuan simply did not dare to refine immortal goo. He had insufficient foundation. Fang Yuan needed to be constantly ahead. He had to get rid of his immortal zombie body and revive, deduce all kinds of goo recipes, killer moves, deal with all sorts of enemies, and multi-cultivating wisdom path, ensuring no shortcomings in all aspects. Just a single source of revenue could not satisfy his ever-increasing needs. If I can operate these three businesses, it would be like I have extra support. The earnings of immortal essence stones would satisfy my current needs, as well as greatly speed up my progress in all aspects. Dongfang tribe was, after all, a super force with a strong foundation. After plundering it, my future prospects have immediately broadened. Fang Yuan sighed and had the thought of soul-searching Dongfang Changfan again. These economic projects were Dongfang tribe's business secrets. For instance, how to group up eerie fire dragon pythons and greatly increase their reproduction, how to raise dragonfish, what to feed them, which environment is most suitable, what to do if they got sick. To form a source of revenue was very difficult. It involved many aspects, and everyone would have their own tricks of the trade and secrets. Back then, to cultivate star fragment grass, Fang Yuan had to purchase the insights and experience of a few star path goo immortals, and also pay some immortal essence stones. As Dongfang tribe's first supreme elder, Dongfang Changfan surely knew the business secrets of Dongfang tribe. His soul was an enormous treasury, and its value was certainly not limited to the wisdom path inheritance. Thereafter, Fang Yuan attempted to get these business secrets in his fourth soul search. However, what he obtained this time was Dongfang Changfan's possession technique. Not only the original version Dongfang Changfan obtained in true inheritance secluded domain when he was young, but also the method he had modified, as well as the method of extracting origin cores of goo immortals of the same bloodline to immediately advance to goo immortal. I can revive using this method. It requires people of the same bloodline. Is that little brother of mine still alive? He is a ready-made possession target. But even if he is dead, it doesn't matter. I can still use blood path methods on a woman to give birth to the next generation. But this possession method will anger heaven and earth. The resulting heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity will be terrifying. The main reason for Dongfang Changfan's fall was due to this. Moreover, if I possess someone, even if I advance to goo immortal, my new body won't have the second aperture. The second aperture's value was enormous. Fang Yuan did not want to give it up for the time being. Dongfang Changfan's soul saw Fang Yuan was moved, and suddenly broke its previous silence, resonating once again as it spoke. You are an immortal zombie. It will be difficult beyond belief for you to regain life. Your cultivation has stopped, and it will forever be at this level. The possession technique is extremely suitable for you. Of course, I now know this method provokes the envy of heaven and anger of earth, and is extremely dangerous. But I can improve the method to hide from heaven, and you can also possess a mortal to reduce the anger of heaven and earth, thereby reducing the might of the calamities and tribulations. You are seeking death if you directly use this possession technique. I am the best example of it. But I now have the most precious experience to improve the method. And I can definitely succeed. In fact, if not for you, I would have already succeeded. How is it? We can cooperate. Dongfang Changfan proposed cooperation to Fang Yuan. He could sense Fang Yuan wanted to revive, and in fact, there was no immortal zombie that did not want to regain life. Not waiting for Fang Yuan to speak, he continued. It will benefit both of us if we cooperate, while it will result in harm if we are divided. What are you still worried about? I am merely a soul. Do you think I can still harm you? While speaking, Dongfang Changfan was constantly agitating Fang Yuan. There was a vague hint of goading him into action. Fang Yuan smiled. As expected of Dongfang Changfan, I thought your silence meant that you had completely admitted your defeat. I hadn't thought that the moment you saw hope and an opportunity, you'd immediately latch onto it. I should learn from this. Oh? I have already said that you and I are the same kind of people. We both have lofty ambitions and aspirations. The soul resonated. However, Fang Yuan changed the topic. Precisely because we are of the same kind, I cannot let you live. Don't worry. Once I extract everything of value out of you, I will destroy your soul and make sure it completely disappears from the world. People like us, the fewer there are, the better. Dongfang Changfan's soul was stupefied. He had not expected Fang Yuan's killing intent towards him would be so deep and firm. He resonated intensely, not giving up as he forced a laugh. Ha ha ha! You cannot fool me. You are already interested. Fang Yuan agreed. I am interested. I believe you definitely have the ability to improve this possession technique because you have master-level attainment in Blood Path and Phantom Path, Grandmaster level in Wisdom Path, and also the most precious experience of using the possession. There is an extremely large gap between my attainment and yours, and I am sure it is impossible for me to improve this technique even if I have your Wisdom Path inheritance. The attainment levels of using Gu were divided into 5 main levels: Ordinary, Master, Grandmaster, Great Grandmaster, and Supreme Grandmaster. Master was the level when one's use of Gu Worm advances to the level of an art. This level could only be reached if one had abundant talent or constantly trained and increased their accumulation. Grandmaster level was when one had a very profound grasp of their path. With their deep foundation, they could use inductive reasoning to utilize their own path's methods to make use of the specialty traits and advantages of other paths. Dongfang Changfan had attainment of wisdom. Path Grandmaster, Flying Quasi-Grandmaster, Space Path Master, Soul Path Master, Enslavement Path Master, and Blood Path Master. Fang Yuan had attainment of Blood Path Grandmaster, Strength Path Grandmaster, Refinement Path Quasi-Grandmaster, Flying Quasi-Grandmaster, Enslavement Path Master, and Transformation Path Master. As for Soul Path, Space Path, Time Path, Dream Path, and others, he was only at ordinary level, and for Phantom Path, he had not even touched upon it. Generally speaking, all Gu immortals had at least master-level attainment in flying, because flying was extremely important, and even if they had not grasped it while they were mortals, after becoming Gu immortals, they would definitely spend a lot of time to study and master flying ability. Fang Yuan had Grandmaster attainment in 2 paths, but one was from his previous life's 500 years of accumulation, while the other was gained from using the superiority of his rebirth, taking constant risks and having fortuitous encounters. Everyone had their own specialties. Fang Yuan's attainment levels were not enough to deduce and improve the possession technique, but Dongfang Changfan was a specialist in it. It was due to this that Fang Yuan could not do it while Dongfang Changfan could achieve it. Thus, he had confidence in persuading Fang Yuan and requesting cooperation. Soul Search could only give memories, secrets, and so on, but it could not provide attainment levels. Attainment levels were a person's unique thinking, their emotional experiences, their insights and experiences of using Gu and so on, summed up and condensed. They were their comprehension of the great Tao of heaven and earth. Currently, there was only one method to acquire the attainment levels of others, by successfully exploring their dream realm. Fang Yuan knew he could gain extraordinary benefits if he cooperated with Dongfang Changfan, but he had an even greater fear of the consequences of working with this person, Dongfang Changfan. If he cooperated with this wisdom path Gu immortal, who knew how he would be plotted against and betrayed? This was especially the case because Fang Yuan was the true culprit of the collapse of 88 True Yang building. The external situation was extremely bad, and if Dongfang Changfan learned of this and made use of it, he certainly could cause Fang Yuan to die a terrible death. Chapter 811. Shocking Secret, Giving Up Cleanse. Soul. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Fang Yuan's expression was solemn. He continued to search Dongfang Changfan's soul, no matter how much he persuaded him. This session was the longest so far. Fang Yuan searched Dongfang Changfan's soul until all of his secrets were exposed. He learned about Dongfang Changfan's life, the countless experiences he had. Gu immortal Han Dong is long since dead. After the phantom beast dragged him into the corpse mountain, he was supposed to be a captive, but he died in the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. So it turns out that Dongfang Changfan had made arrangements in Jade Pool Blessed Land, using the rank 6 immortal Gu House thatched hut as the core. But at the crucial moment, thatched hut went missing. This allowed us, the demonic path cultivators, to invade Jade Pool Blessed Land. As expected, the moment I destroyed Dongfang Yu Liang's body, and Dongfang Changfan's soul left it, he self-detonated all of the immortal Gu in his aperture. White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu. To think that Dongfang Changfan used large amounts of White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu to improve his immortal soul. Within his immortal aperture, there is still a batch of White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu left. Dongfang Changfan, looking at his whole life, he was unresigned to being ordinary. He was first a hero, then a champion. This is Purple Mountain True Monarch. Tai Bai Yunsheng's time path inheritance was from this person. To think that Dongfang Changfan's wisdom path inheritance was also from this mysterious old man. The stream of secrets assaulted Fang Yuan one after another. After a long time, Fang Yuan finally reacted. He had completely taken in this huge amount of information. Purple Mountain. True. Monarch. This was just the name that Fang Yuan gave to the mysterious purple-haired beggar. This mysterious old man seemed to have countless precious inheritances. His background must be very profound. His motives were unknown. It could be said that he played an extremely important role in Dongfang Changfan and Tai Bai Yunsheng's achievements today. For now, he shall be called Purple Mountain True Monarch. In Fang Yuan's memories of his previous life, he had no recollection of this Purple Mountain True Monarch. Even during the 5 regions chaotic war, he did not appear. Did he hide himself? Did he have another identity? Or did he die of old age? According to Dongfang Changfan and Tai Bai Yunsheng's situations, it seemed that this man was extremely old. Forget Purple Mountain True Monarch for now, my cleansed soul. Immortal Gu needs food. The amount of White Lotus Giant Silkworm. Gu is not enough, but it can alleviate my current problem. I did not want to bother with that blessed land for now, but it seems that I have no choice. Fang Yuan destroyed Dongfang Yu Liang's body, causing his immortal aperture to fall on the ground and become an ownerless blessed land. Unlike public blessed lands, these individual blessed lands would have land spirits. They were easy to defend and hard to take down. When Dongfang Changfan lost, in order to prevent Fang Yuan from profiting, he destroyed all of his immortal goo to prevent his enemy from getting stronger. But there were still a lot of mortal goo in his immortal aperture, perhaps because they were cheap, or he did not place much value in them, or maybe he lost control of them too quickly. In any case, they were all preserved in his blessed land and were not destroyed. Not speaking of the other mortal goo, but White Lotus Giant Silkworm goo was something Fang Yuan needed as food for Clean's soul. Fang Yuan paced in the room as he thought about it. The Northern Plains goo immortal world was originally quite tranquil, but ever since Imperial Court blessed land was destroyed, it had produced huge consequences. It was like a giant tsunami. Northern Plains goo immortals were furious. They wanted to find the culprit. But the immortal goo that escaped from 88 True Yang building caused Northern Plains goo immortals to fight over them intensely. It created chaos in the Northern Plains goo immortal world. After the auction, with the rank 8 goo immortals at the lead, the superforces discussed matters, and the Northern Plain goo immortal world was no longer as chaotic. There were new rules in place. But because of Shadow Sect and the Central Continent goo immortals, there were still turbulent undercurrents. Right now, with Fang Yuan's interference, a superforce, Dongfang tribe, was exterminated. The tranquility of the world of Northern Plains goo immortals was ruined once again. Turbulence swept the region. Currently, countless goo immortals from the righteous and demonic paths were fighting to seize resources in Jade Pool blessed land. It was a mess. Northern Plains situation. It could be said to truly be in shambles. In fact, ever since Imperial Court blessed land was destroyed, Northern Plains had not had a day of peace. It had thoroughly deviated from its original path. Compared with his previous life's memories, Fang Yuan had a feeling. He seemed to have accidentally broken Northern Plains. Fang Yuan took a risk just now. With some luck, he obtained the Wisdom Path inheritance. Originally, he wanted to develop himself for some time, while helping Hu Immortal blessed land to survive the earthly calamity. Using the Wisdom Path inheritance, he would deduce the immortal killer move, vaguely familiar face. Based on the news he had, the current situation was quite tense. It would be best if he stayed away. But the allure of White Lotus Giant Silkworm goo was too great. Fang Yuan knew that even though he had some methods to keep it alive, Clean's soul immortal goo was reaching its limits from hunger. He needed to feed it. White Lotus Giant Silkworm goo. Immortal goo are unique, but even though they are precious, Clean's soul immortal goo is not something I cannot live without. I have self-strength immortal goo as the core now. Even if Clean's soul immortal goo was destroyed, I would not be too greatly affected. Of course, if I could use it along with self-strength immortal goo, the killer move Myriad Self might be able to become twice as powerful as now. Furthermore, it can even promote the growth of my soul foundation. Fang Yuan was hesitant. Although Clean's soul was good, it was not enough for him to risk his life. Immortal goo were only tools. His life was most important. Fang Yuan was fully aware of this point from beginning to end. He would never be blinded by greed. A few days later, Northern Plains, at the place where goo immortal Kie Shi Min died. From time to time, there would be goo immortals appearing, both righteous and demonic. After staying here for some time, they would leave, trying to find the aura of the immortal goo in the air. Some tried to enter the blessed land that formed from Kie Shi Min's immortal aperture, but they left after failing. The Central Continent goo immortals were hiding far away, observing the situation, while using their divine senses to communicate. The target has not appeared yet. Since they could kill Dongfang Changfan and made many arrangements here to conceal Dongfang Changfan's blessed land, they obviously want to keep it a secret. Very likely they want to take down this blessed land. They also know that accidents can occur over time. They will definitely return. That is not very likely by now. We have secretly stayed here for so many days, the other party might have discovered us already. With this opportunity, we might as well go to Jade Pool Blessed Land. Fairy Ling Mei said. Are you saying that my Black Heaven Temple's signature immortal killer move, defending day and night, cannot conceal our presence and would be seen through easily? Old man Tianlong was immediately unhappy, retorting. Fairy Ling Mei went silent. She knew that her earlier words were slightly impudent. Black Heaven Temple was one of the 10 great ancient sects. They needed to defend their reputation. Their names could not be sullied. Fairy Ao Shui, who was beside Fairy Ling Mei, said, I've heard that in Jade Pool Blessed Land, a 10,000 Li Ji horse ran out. The meaning hidden in her words was very obvious. She was in agreement with Fairy Ling Mei's earlier suggestion. She also wanted to go to Jade Pool Blessed Land for its abundant resources. This trifling level of wealth can entice all of you. Don't forget why we are here. This immortal zombie is very suspicious. He has quite powerful battle strength in Strength Path. He is very likely to be immortal zombie Sha Huang. Old Lord Kanyang was hidden to the side, interjecting in this. Trifling level of wealth? You speak as if it's insignificant, even though Dongfang tribe is inferior to our sects. It is also a super force. Their foundation, compared to individuals like us, is much deeper. Oh, Kanyang, your harvest just now was great. The reward from Immortal Crane Sect for the mission must be very profitable. You are benefiting greatly from this yourself, but you want the rest of us to suffer losses? Isn't this too much? Chen Zhenqi spoke resentfully. He had not completed his sect's missions yet because Feng Juge called him over before he had finished. The others were in similar situations. Others might be afraid of old Lord Kanyang's life-chasing fire, but he was not. He was a flying grandmaster, and had the immortal killer move approaching body, even if life-chasing fire was used on him, he could escape from it. In the central continent Gu immortal world, there was a saying, Zhen Qi of the 9 heavens, followed by Fei Yan. Zhen Qi of the 9 heavens referred to Chen Zhenqi. He could spread his wings and fly into the immemorial 9 heavens. Heaven and earth could not restrict him. The latter, followed by Fei Yan, referred to a Gu immortal of Heavenly Lotus sect, Bu Fei Yan. She was a female Gu immortal who could move agilely in the sky. She was like a wisp of smoke that could dance in the air. Right now, the female Gu immortal, Bu Fei Yan, had also come to Northern Plains. She represented Heavenly Lotus sect of the 10 great ancient sects. She was joining in the investigation of 88 True Yang buildings' collapse. At this moment, 2 flying grandmasters of the current generation were present. Chen Zhenqi spoke, but Bu Fei Yan remained silent, not saying a word. Old Oracle, however, added, Jade Pool Blessed Land was so easily taken down mainly because the rank 6 immortal Gu house, modest thatched hut, went missing mysteriously. I am not after those resources, but I have made a deduction. I deduced that clues about the culprit are in Jade Pool Blessed Land. Modest thatched hut, heh. I would rather call it by its original name, Thatched Hut. Speaking of it, this Gu house was created by the late antiquity era's 3 thatched demon immortal. It used up almost all of his wealth. During his later years, he roamed Northern Plains, becoming a grand overlord for a while. 3 thatched demon immortal had a daughter. He doted on her. At that time, Dongfang tribe's Gu immortal, Dongfang Yu, and this woman were in love with each other. Thus, he left the righteous path and went into the demonic path. After 3 thatched demon immortal died, he inherited this thatched hut, killing his wife and going back to the righteous path, returning to his tribe. To get rid of his past, Dongfang Yu added in some other Gu into thatched hut, calling it Modest Thatched Hut. Its effect did not change at all, it was just for his own reputation. Wind Cloud Manor's Gu Immortal, Hong Chi Ming, spoke. Before he became an immortal, he explored northern plains while his cultivation level was that of a mortal. He lived there for some time. Thus, he knew about these details clearly. At this time he mentioned this. His intention was also to go to Jade Pool Blessed Land, to plunder for resources. But he did not say it, he was subtly hinting them. All right, how much longer are we going to stay here like this? Should we go to Jade Pool Blessed Land and search for clues? Or look for that fairy Li Shan? Since she fought together with that immortal zombie, they must have a close relationship. She certainly knows many secrets. A Gu Immortal was impatient. No, Fairy Li Shan paid a heavy price and left this place after obtaining Minuscule Mountain. Right now, she is hiding inside Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. That is a den of Northern Plains' demonic path. If it was like in the past, it would be fine. But now, old ancestor Shui Hu is trying to refine fortune, rivaling heaven immortal Gu. He is overseeing matters there. Chapter 812. Battle of Rank 8s, Huge Commotion. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Once old ancestor Shui Hu was mentioned, Central Continent's immortals went silent. These people had rank 7 cultivation level. They had outstanding battle strength near the top in their respective sects, but against a rank 8 Gu immortal, they would only lose. Even though Feng Jiuge had the ability to fight rank 8 Gu immortals, he was still rank 7 after all. Meanwhile, old ancestor Shui Hu of the demonic path had terrifying battle strength. According to the intelligence that Central Continent collected, it faintly indicated that he could be the strongest rank 8 expert in Northern Plains. Just as the Central Continent Gu immortals went silent, 3 demonic path Gu immortals had concealed their appearances and stealthily entered the trap of the Central Continent Gu immortals. They went underground, going to the place where Dongfang Changfan was killed, before revealing themselves. Of these 3 Gu immortals, the one at the lead was tall, giving off a fierce aura. He had a pair of long eyebrows, he had an aquiline nose, his eyes were shining with a sharp light. His ears were not human ears, they looked like wings shining in golden light. He was the owner of the 4th peak of Northern Plains, Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, Li Peng Wang. On his left was a person shorter than him but with a more robust and stocky body. He radiated with dominance as he gave off an icy dragon's prestige. It was the owner of the 5th peak, Demon Lord Long Dan, who was in control of Ice Lake Palace. The final Gu immortal walked on Li Peng Wang's right side. His eyes were dark. He wore a white robe and had a lean body. He resembled a scholar but was less polished-looking than unfettered scholar, yet he still had a grand aura. It was the owner of the 6th peak, Gong Zi Mo. The Central Continent Gu immortals were laying an ambush. They had outstanding methods. The 3 demonic path Gu immortals did not discover them. Their attentions were focused on what was in front of them. There was nothing in front of their eyes, but they sensed that they had found a hidden blessed land. This is the blessed land that Dongfang Changfan left behind after dying. Begin. The longer we drag things on, the more problems will occur. The blessed land that Kie Shimin left behind is near this place. Whoa. Since they are old ancestor Shui Hu's orders, we will definitely do our best and take down this blessed land. Let's begin. The 3 moved rapidly, because they had made sufficient preparations. After making some arrangements in the outside world, they tore through space and entered the blessed land. After watching the 3 of them entered, the Central Continent Gu immortals continued to use their divine senses to communicate. Amazing. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land's 4th, 5th, then 6th peak owners have all moved out. Snowy Mountain's first 3 peaks have immovable statuses, but the rest of them can compete for a higher position. These 3 are scheming against each other while moving together. To have them working together like this, only old ancestor Shui Hu can control them. The immortal zombie did not come after all, but Snowy Mountain Blessed Land's members came. Should we take them down? No. These three immortals have extraordinary battle strength. They would combine to be higher than people like Unfettered Scholar, at least equivalent to any of us. Although we have more people, we lack coordination. It is easy to defeat the three of them, but it would be hard to kill them, and even harder to capture them. Old Lord Kanyang agreed with this as he sighed. That's right. Northern Plains is a place of constant battles. It has the highest battle strength for individuals out of the 5 regions. Each of their Gu immortals have rich battle experience. They have many unique methods, and their methods of self-preservation far surpass Central Continent. They are very sly. Earlier in Taichu and Jade Pool Blessed Land, the number of dead Gu immortals was very few. But if this was in the other 4 regions, the casualties would be 2 to 3 times as high. It is not impossible to capture them. Heh. But we will need Lord Feng Yuan to attack personally. A Gu immortal said. In this Northern Plains expedition, Feng Yuan's superior battle strength left a deep impression in the Central Continent Gu immortals' hearts. But Feng Yuan said, "We will retreat." Saying this without giving the immortals a chance to ask him questions, he left in an extremely secretive manner, not leaving any traces behind. The immortals looked at each other for a moment before following his lead quietly. The group gathered somewhere far away, as the immortals asked Feng Yuan in confusion. Earlier, the ambush was Feng Yuan's idea. Now that 3 demonic Path Gu immortals appeared, Feng Yuan was the first to leave. We have such a strong, united force. Are we afraid of just 3 people? Retreating without fighting, this tarnishes the reputation of our 10 great sects of Central Continent. Going to and fro, what is the meaning of it all? The Gu immortals went further and further away from Jade Pool Blessed Land, as their tones also got more unhappy. But because of Feng Yuan's power, they did not flare up. Feng Yuan looked around as he said some shocking news. Fairy Li Shan obtained Minuscule Mountain and had returned to Snowy Mountain Blessed Land to recuperate. I have already gotten news. A rank 8 Righteous Path Gu immortal of Northern Plains, Yao Huang, has already traveled to Snowy Mountain Blessed Land to ask for Minuscule Mountain from old ancestor Shui Hu. What? There is such a matter. Are the 2 rank 8s going to fight? Northern Plains is really rank 8 Gu. Immortals would always only act as deterrents in Central Continent, but just for Minuscule Mountain, they are really being so active. They are truly battle maniacs. Back then, during the competition for Danghun Mountain, our 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent only sent disciples to compete for it. The immortals talked among themselves as their expressions changed. They were trying to absorb this shocking news. At this moment, Feng Yuan smiled lightly. He said, "That Strength Path Immortal zombie is very vigilant. The 3 demonic Path Immortals of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land might be pawns to probe us, or might be the force behind him attempting to probe us. If we go after this bait, it would then be falling into a trap. We should head to Snowy Mountain Blessed Land and see if there is a chance to enter it and capture Fairy Li Shan instead." The immortals were all speechless. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, the strongest base of Northern Plains demonic path. It would be on a similar level compared to one of the main bases of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. Feng Yuan's boldness was overwhelming. He was actually targeting Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. First peak. Old ancestor Shui Hu was seated on a large chair. He was holding a small mountain in his hand as he rotated it while observing it closely. This small mountain was full of cracks. It was a terrible sight. Corpses were all over the mountain. They were of Miniman. Blood flowed everywhere. The survivors were weeping in anguish. It was a scene of misery. This was none other than Minuscule Mountain. Fairy Li Shan chased after Minuscule Mountain and fought against the Miniman Gu Immortal. They attracted other Gu Immortals who attacked, from both the righteous and demonic paths. After a chaotic battle, the Miniman Gu Immortal was almost dead. He traveled with Minuscule Mountain and moved randomly, In the end, it was captured by He Lu Lan, who was at the periphery of the battlefield. He Lu Lan killed the Miniman Gu Immortal and defended this treasure with Fairy Li Shan. They fought their way out and went through immense danger to return to Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. This caused Minuscule Mountain to be in its current state of near destruction. The Miniman tribe on the mountain also faced heavy casualties. This is Minuscule Mountain. At this time, a female immortal walked out from behind. She was called Lady Wan Shou, the wife of old ancestor Shui Hu. She had rank 7 cultivation level, and was one of the 4 most famous refinement path Gu immortals in Northern Plains. Once she appeared, her gaze was affixed to Minuscule Mountain. She was very interested in this legendary mountain. "My wife, did you have any gains this time?" Old ancestor Shui Hu turned around, asking warmly as he passed Minuscule Mountain over to her. Lady Wanshu nodded. "I have already understood all the procedures to refine fortune rivaling Heaven Gu, but to familiarize myself with those steps, I still have some way to go." As she said that, she received Minuscule Mountain and observed it closely. On Minuscule Mountain, because the Miniman Gu Immortal had died, there was no leader left. The surviving Minimen were shivering in fear as they squeezed together. "Monster! So scary, so scary. Don't eat me. I have too little meat. You won't be satisfied." Lady Wan Shou was beautiful and elegant. She had dazzling eyes, but in the eyes of the Minimen, she was like a huge monster. She looked terrifying. Lady Wan Shou looked at it for a while before moving her gaze away from Minuscule Mountain. She smiled lightly. "Sister Li Shan is very lucky. She was a Wood Path Gu Immortal who also cultivated Earth Path. Afterwards, because she obtained Mountain Pledge Immortal Gu, she changed it into her core Immortal Gu and became an Information Path Gu Immortal without a solid foundation. In fact, her blessed land was still a Wood Path Blessed Land. It managed flowers and grass. Now that she has the Miniman to help her, it would be a huge advantage for her. Sister Li Shan is a member of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Now that Minuscule Mountain is in our hands, it proves that our luck is growing. We are becoming more prosperous." "My wife, that is not correct." Old ancestor Shui Hu shook his head. "It's the opposite. This shows that our luck is declining. I want to refine fortune, rivaling Heaven Gu. I need to use Ma Hong Yun as the main refinement material. Thus, fortune rivaling heaven is targeting me, causing me to encounter obstacles. Look at this Minuscule Mountain. It is on the verge of collapsing. To fix it, I will need to pay a huge price. These are the gains of our third leader. It naturally cannot be given up. She will definitely expend a huge amount of resources on it. This will indirectly affect my plan to collect immortal materials. A man's wealth is his own ruin by stirring another's greed. Right now, she obtained Minuscule Mountain, but it created a commotion and attracted enmity. A huge problem has arisen. The righteous path is taking action. Look, this is Yao Huang's letter." Yao Huang's letter. Lady Wan Shou was shocked. She quickly looked through the contents. In the letter, Yao Huang said, "Minuscule Mountain was in Jade Pool Blessed Land. It is the possession of Dongfang tribe. Now that Dongfang tribe is exterminated, the world has been shaken. As people with the same bloodline, as descendants of giant Sun Immortal Venerable, Yao Huang was requesting on behalf of all the righteous path forces to negotiate with old ancestor Shui Hu and return Minuscule Mountain to the righteous path." In the letter, Yao Huang was very courteous, but Lady Wan Shou knew that this was the righteous path's demeanor. They were always like this. Even if they had huge hatred or grudges, they would act politely on the surface and keep a gentlemanly tone in their speech. Lady Wan Shou could feel Yao Huang's overbearing attitude from the letter. She looked at old ancestor Shui Hu worriedly. "Husband, you only have 10 or so years until the next myriad tribulation. You cannot fight easily. If anything happens during the fight and you hurt your origin core, you will lose your foundation, and even if you succeed in refining fortune, rivaling Heaven Gu, the losses will be greater than the gains. By the time your myriad tribulation arrives, if these losses cause you to fail..." Old ancestor Shui Hu laughed heartily. My wife, you are still the same. Yao Huang's letter is one of my trials, but it is also a chance. I have to make use of it and face it head-on. Old ancestor Shui Hu said that as he paused, his expression changed as he said resolutely, Oh, he is here. It is great that he's here. Chapter 813. Grand Snow Power, Defeating Strong Foes. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Lady Wan Shou looked up, her gaze piercing through snowy mountain-blessed land towards the clear outside sky of northern plains. The sky had been clear, blue and cloudless above snowy mountain-blessed land, but after Yao Huang arrived, his aura was so grand that winds and clouds swept through the sky, dyeing the sky orange and yellow. Yao Huang's voice arrived before his figure could even be seen. Old friend Shui Hu, I seek your understanding for visiting without prior notice. His voice resounded throughout the area, piercing into snowy mountain-blessed land, causing countless snowy peaks to tremble and accumulated snow to roll down. Some snowy peaks even had small avalanches. Ha ha ha. Old ancestor Shui Hu laughed heartily as he flew out of snowy mountain-blessed land to the sky. The air behind him was filled with frost energy. The sky changed. One half shined with orange radiance, while the other half repelled with frost energy. However, right at this moment, a wave of pitch-black ink clouds flew over from the west. The ink clouds seethed violently, quickly spreading throughout the sky. It did not lose out to old ancestor Shui Hu and Yao Huang, forcefully spreading its territory in the sky. Lady Wan Shou's expression changed and her heart sank, crying out, Why did Heavenly Lord Bai Zu come as well? Ink clouds, frost energy, and orange radiance seethed with irresistible force as they divided the surrounding sky into 3 sections. Old ancestor Shui Hu sneered, Heavenly Lord, why are you here to join in the commotion rather than managing your force properly? Heavenly Lord Bai Zu coughed as he laughed dryly. Old friend Shui Hu, it is merely minuscule mountain. How can it be of interest to you? It would be better if you return it to the righteous path and prevent some trouble. Lady Wan Shou's expression turned dark, and the demonic path Gu immortals who had stayed behind in snowy mountain-blessed land looked at the sky with stifled breaths. Heavenly Lord Bai Zu was part of the lone cultivator faction, but after the auction, he had been preparing to establish a righteous path force. Right now, he was working together with Yao Huang, and the situation did not look good for old ancestor Shui Hu, who was alone. However, at the next moment, old ancestor Shui Hu raised his head and laughed loudly. His valiant spirit burst out. In that case, both of you can attack together. Let's have a round of combat before any further talk. Saying so, he flew to the sky with a loud sound and directly tore open the heavenly wind chi wall, entering white heaven. Rank 8. Gu immortals had such immense and terrifying power that it was hard for the surroundings to endure their wrath. Normally, when they fought, they would tacitly agree to enter the immemorial 9 heavens to avoid causing a catastrophe to the living beings on the surface. My friend, since you have such an interest, then I shall keep you company. Yao Huang's gaze flashed as he followed old ancestor Shui Hu. Heavenly Lord Bai Zu was dazed for a moment before giving a bitter smile. Since old friend Shui Hu is insistent, please forgive me for my following actions. The 3 rank 8 Gu immortals entered white heaven. Shortly afterwards, explosions resounded out from the sky. The 3 have started the fight in white heaven. Someone exclaimed this among the central continent Gu immortals. They had still not reached snowy mountain-blessed land and were an immense distance afar. Right now, as they looked at the sky, they could see space churning over a vast range. Ink clouds seethed, white frost energy blew out, and orange light filled the sky. The explosions were like lightning in the sky. They were never-ending and could make a listener's heart tremble. Quick, take advantage of their fight to enter snowy mountain-blessed land. Feng Jiuge looked on with a firm gaze before rapidly withdrawing it, a sharp light flashing past his eyes. The Central Continent Gu immortals took deep breaths. These people were skillful and daring. After hearing Feng Juge's commands, they felt a long-awaited excitement and nervousness. They all increased their speed. Howl. Halfway along their route, they suddenly heard an ancient, desolate beast's cry coming from the sky. The Central Continent Gu immortals quickly evaded it. "This is a remnant heavenly dog." The immortals stared blankly, recognizing this ancient, desolate beast. Boom! The remnant heavenly dog crashed to the ground like a meteor, smashing open a huge crater. It struggled for a while before it turned motionless. Even this remnant heavenly dog was beaten out of white heaven. How can the power of rank 8s be so fierce? Just the repercussions of the battle could cause this remnant heavenly dog to die such a miserable death. Careful! The warning was just called out when hailstones started to fall down the sky. These hailstones were like the peaks of small mountains, raining down over the surroundings. Their frost energy was piercing to the bone. Countless living beings froze to death, and the Central Continent Gu immortals also could do nothing other than to make a detour. Crack! Suddenly, a thunderbolt struck down from the sky, brushing past the corner of Old Oracle's clothes. Old Oracle gave a miserable scream as he quickly pulled away from the dazzling lightning. Almost half of his body was gone, and he was instantly seriously injured, close to death. After a while, as the Central Continent Gu immortals got closer to snowy mountain-blessed land, a cold wind blew, almost as if it was blowing their souls out of their physical body. The higher the cultivation of Gu immortals, the greater the gap between each rank. There was simply a world of difference between rank 8 and rank 7. Since ancient times, characters that could fight against rank 8s with rank 7 cultivation were very rare. Over these recent years, the huge Central Continent had one such character, Fang Yuan. The Central Continent Gu immortals were blown from side to side, and were just barely able to maintain their concealment, but their expressions did not look good. All these signs suggested Northern Plains rank 8 Gu immortals had battle strength that might slightly surpass that of rank 8s within Central Continent. Central Continent had many more rank 8 Gu immortals than Northern Plains. In the 5 regions, Northern Plains had the fewest rank 8 Gu immortals. This was because of the frequent battles in Northern Plains. Among the 5 regions, Northern Plains Gu immortals had the highest death rates. In Northern Plains, those that could carve out a path of blood through obstacles, standing at the peak and establishing their foothold at rank 8, were naturally not ordinary people. All of them were champions. It was impossible to merely achieve it through luck. Just the collateral damage of the battle in White Heaven could throw the Central Continent Gu immortals in an awkward predicament. Old Oracle had restored his body after narrowly escaping death, but his expression still carried disbelieving shock as he muttered, "How is this possible? I actually was not able to predict this thunderbolt?" Buffet Yan's gaze wavered as she wondered, if she was in Old Oracle's place, could she escape that thunderbolt with her movement ability? She could not help speaking. "Are we still continuing?" Chen Zhenqi looked up at the sky, which had now become like a tattered rag which had been patched up with a sew countless times. Techniques entangled with each other as they covered areas of all sizes. Some had seething dark clouds, some had cold winds, some had thunderbolts, and some had hailstones. It was truly a scene like the end of the world. These Central Continent Gu immortals were not ordinary experts, and had outstanding insight. They could see that these small areas were completely transformed by Dao marks. Some were filled with Ice Path Dao marks, some with Lightning Path Dao marks, some were of Wind Path, and some were of Soul Path. They were less than 1,000 li away from snowy mountain blessed land, but this distance was extremely dangerous. It was filled with sinister and fatal traps. This is the gap between rank 7 and rank 8. The Dao marks in each of these single areas are more than what we have after bitter cultivation. Life and death is beyond one's control. How long has it been since I had such a feeling? Too dangerous. Too dangerous. It's not worth throwing away our lives just to capture someone. The Central Continent Gu immortals started to announce their intentions to retreat. Only Feng Yuan remained unmoved as he kept moving ahead, his gaze calm as if he could not see the dangers around him. The Central Continent Gu immortals felt their hearts shaking when they saw Feng Yuan in this state. This guy is truly monstrous, being able to battle rank 8s with rank 7 cultivation. I could not normally sense it. But now that I think of it, Feng Yuan is truly terrifying. No, even if he can battle rank 8s, it is only for a short while. Once our identities are exposed and the 3 rank 8 Gu immortals attack us, our deaths are certain. This guy, Feng Yuan, is facing death with indifference, moving ahead boldly. I had almost forgotten his origin as a person of the demonic path. He only converted to righteous path later on. The Central Continent Gu immortals followed behind Feng Yuan, communicating the intent to retreat with their gazes, but due to their reputations and their sect's names, they could not say it out loud and wanted others to say it first. It became harder to bear with every passing minute and second. Right as they were feeling awkward, Feng Yuan, who was at the lead, suddenly stopped and held up his hand behind him. Stop! The Gu immortals quickly stopped and saw Feng Yuan looking up with a serious expression. They followed his gaze towards the sky, where all sorts of powers were still entangling and repelling each other. The Gu immortals who had the capability to do so activated immortal killer moves to look beyond these barriers into the scenery inside White Heaven. These Gu immortals immediately cried out in shock. Inside White Heaven, where 3 rank 8s had been fighting, there was no longer a stalemate. Instead, old ancestor Shui Hu occupied the upper hand. The Grand Frost energy suppressed Yao Huang's orange radiance till it was tightly withdrawn, and made Heavenly Lord Baizu's ink clouds retreat. I had not expected old ancestor Shui Hu to have such powerful battle strength, fighting alone against 2, yet he has already grasped victory in such a short time. Feng Yuan heaved a sigh, his expression one of admiration and regret. Retreat. The chance was lost. He immediately flew away without hesitation. The other Gu immortals were already anxious to retreat. At this moment, they quickly retreated from this dangerous area without speaking. Heavenly Lord Baizu could finally endure no longer, saying, "Old friend Shui Hu has exquisite methods. I have learned a lot. We have lost." Yao Huang also said shortly afterwards, "The current state of Northern Plains is in turbulence, old friend Shui Hu. Now is not the time to determine the winner and the loser. Since you have your sights on Minuscule Mountain, we can forget my previous suggestion. Until we meet again." Yao Huang was still bent on defending his reputation. Old ancestor Shui Hu laughed loudly and said with an unforgiving tone, "The 2 of you want to come and go as you please. What do you take me for?" When he finished speaking, heaven and earth started to tremor. The ground quaked and mountains shook. Endless frost energy descended, sweeping away all obstacles. The sky became clear with no more cold wind and thunderstorms. In a huge surrounding range, the ground was instantly covered with a layer of ice and snow. The temperature rapidly descended. The ground was frozen as if Northern Plains had returned to the cold winter from the warm spring. Boom, boom, boom. 3 explosions resounded from the sky. Echoes rumbled throughout the world, deafening like a lord of thunder shouting beside one's ears. The concealment of the Central Continent Gu immortals lifted from this attack and their bodies staggered. Besides Feng Yuan, everyone's ears were bleeding. Their eardrums had broken. Leave quickly." All color drained away from the Gu immortals' faces. The battle intent inside them fell to the abyss as they only concentrated on flying away. There was also a large earthquake in snowy mountain-blessed land. Primeval energy fluctuated rapidly, and the Gu immortals inside shivered as both their bodies and minds suffered intense shocks. After a long while, the ground gradually stabilized. 6 mountain peaks of snowy mountain-blessed land were half destroyed. There were enormous fissures in the ground, and countless resources planted and stored in the blessed land were destroyed. However, Snowy Mountain Blessed Land's Gu immortals were flushed red with excitement, their eyes shining brightly. They looked far away where a tall male figure descended slowly from the sky. Old Ancestor Shui Hu. From above him, pure white crystal-clear powder was spreading with the wind. Feng Zhuge looked back at this sight, his pupils dilated as he muttered, "Split heaven powder." Even white heaven was split. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land's Gu immortals, however, were ecstatic as they flew out of the blessed land and made greetings. This subordinate welcomes Old Ancestor. Now the debate of who the strongest rank 8 of Northern Plains is has been settled. Old Ancestor has endless power, the greatest in Northern Plains. Yao Huang and Heavenly Lord Baizu had to retreat with their tails tucked between their legs. The demonic path Gu immortals stopped one after the other in the air, and only Lady Wan Shou moved closer. "Dear," she spoke warmly with a proud expression which also contained worry. "Rest assured, I have my reservations, but Heavenly Lord Baizu and Yao Huang also have their own concerns. These two were coveting fortune rivaling heaven and did not want me to successfully refine it. I defeated both of them. Now let's see who in Northern Plains has the guts to disturb my work." Old Ancestor Shui Hu chuckled and continued, "It is just that I tore open the sky to white heaven above and have to trouble you to repair it. Otherwise, desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts will descend from the crack. Although they are of no threat, they will be a persistent bother." Lady Wan Shou relaxed after confirming her husband was all right. She poked at Old Ancestor Shui Hu's broad chest and said with a helpless tone, "Oh, you, Chapter 814. Clarifying the situation. New transaction translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios Old Ancestor. Shui Hu fought two enemies by himself, defeating the collaboration of Yao Huang and Heavenly Lord Baizu. This battle shook Northern Plains. Information spread like the wind. The entire Northern Plains Gu immortal world went into chaos because of it. Furthermore, because the Central Continent Gu immortals saw this firsthand, information entered Central Continent, alerting many leaders of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. They quickly engraved Old Ancestor Shui Hu's name deeply in their minds. A few days later, Central Continent, Hu, immortal blessed land. Fairy Li Shan and He Lu Lan visited, bringing first-hand information with them. Fang Yuan held this information path mortal Gu as he shut his eyes. It was as if he was in Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. He was viewing from Fairy Li Shan's perspective. In the sky, the sight of the 3 rank 8 great experts fighting could be seen. From start to finish, their moves were grand and majestic. His mind was in a daze as he watched. Even though the distance was great, and the 3 were fighting far away in white heaven, but just from the naked eye, one could feel the imposing power of the rank 8s. Among Gu immortals, the higher the cultivation, the greater the difference. Between rank 6 and 7, there are some elites that can fight rank 7s occasionally. Between rank 7 and 8, the difference is immense, like the distance between the sky and earth. To fight rank 8s with rank 7 cultivation level in the entirety of human history, it was extremely rare. By rank 9, one's own strength could dominate the world. There are no opponents left. One is invincible, the strongest in heaven and earth. Rank 8 Gu. Immortals are not a rank 9's match. They would always lose terribly. There had never been an exception. Looking over this scenery 3 times, Fang Yuan returned the Gu worm to Fairy Li Shan. His eyes became clear when he opened them. Fang Yuan had already anticipated Old Ancestor Shui Hu's great power. In his previous life's memories, Central Continent had lost several huge battles because of him. He even killed some rank 8s from Central Continent. This time, by observing the battle personally, Fang Yuan had gained a deeper understanding of Northern Plains' situation. Northern Plains' righteous path has 2 rank 8 Gu immortals. They are Yao Huang and Prince Feng Xian. In terms of reputation, Yao Huang has the highest in the righteous path, While Prince Feng Xian is related to Central Continent, he is the biggest spy that Central Continent has hidden in Northern Plains. 88. True Yang building collapsed. Imperial Court blessed land was destroyed. Northern Plains is in turbulence. The arrangements that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had made painstakingly were destroyed. With the breakdown of established customs and the competition for immortal goo, the righteous and demonic paths went into intense battles. New hatred overlapped on old grudges one after another. Even though Qin Bai Sheng held the auction, the immortals are only busy processing their gains currently. After a short while, their conflicts are only going to escalate. From Imperial Court, blessed land destruction, Northern Plains righteous path suffered the most, while the demonic path actually had great benefits. All along, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's arrangements had been to establish his goal of a hereditary monarchy. The righteous path of Northern Plains is also the Huangjin bloodline. They suppress the demonic path and lone cultivators greatly. Now that 88 True Yang building collapsed, the demonic path and lone cultivators have lost a large amount of pressure on them. Be it in my previous life or this current life, Heavenly Lord Baizu only created his super force after Imperial Court, blessed land was destroyed. He is a rank 8 Gu immortal, but he does not have the Huangjin bloodline. Even he is afraid of the combined pressure from all of the Huangjin bloodline super forces. Heavenly Lord Baizu wants to establish a righteous force. He needs a good relationship with Yao Huang and the others. While steering clear of the demonic path, he needs to show proof of where he stands. Thus, when Yao Huang demanded Minuscule Mountain, he had to go with him. But he did not expect that old ancestor Shui Hu would be so fierce, actually defeating the combination of him and Yao Huang. To old ancestor Shui Hu, refining the rank 8 fortune rivaling heaven immortal Gu is extremely eye-catching. Countless people are coveting it. None of the righteous path forces want him to succeed. Especially after the collapse of 88 True Yang building, the righteous forces are even more suspicious and wary of the demonic path. They are afraid of them rising up. But old ancestor Shui Hu needs a lot of resources to refine fortune rivaling heaven immortal Gu. He sent his demonic path Gu immortals all over the place to collect immortal materials. This caused many conflicts to occur, and it would only continue to escalate, creating more animosity and obstacles. Old ancestor Shui Hu decided to fight just now. His greatest motive was to send a wave of deterrence over the Northern Plains Gu immortal world to clear the obstacles for refining fortune rivaling heaven, immortal Gu. Northern Plains' situation was originally gloomy with many undercurrents. It was like a volcano ready to explode. Now that old ancestor Shui Hu had defeated both Yao Huang and Heavenly Lord Baizu at the same time, it would have a huge impact. He simply swept away the obstacles ahead of him, skipping past the point of a large-scale battle between the righteous path and demonic path, bringing the demonic path into a position of great strength, pressuring the righteous path. In the following days, the demonic path in Northern Plains Gu immortal world will be overbearing, while the righteous path will be lowering their heads. This is the aftermath of this battle. It affected the entire region. Fang Yuan was old and wise. He could see the situation clearly. Rank 6s, although they had surpassed the mortal realm, they are only the bottom tier of Gu immortals. Rank 7s are the main pillars of strength. Rank 8s usually did not move rashly. Each of their actions, even if unintended, would cause huge repercussions and influence. For any series of events, each rank 8 Gu immortal was a trendsetter. Rank 6 and rank 7 can only follow the main flow of events. When can I also become such an important character? A person who can dictate the flow. Fang Yuan could not help but think of this. All right, Fang Yuan, we are here this time to bring what you needed to complete the transaction. Now I am passing it all to you. Fairy Li Shan spoke. She brought Fang Yuan a group of white lotus giant silkworm Gu and a large number of star thought Gu. As it turned out, Snowy Mountain Blessed Land knew about the location of Dongfang Changfan's Blessed Land after he died because Fang Yuan provided them the details. Dongfang Changfan had undergone possession and been restored to life, since he had just become an immortal. No matter how high-grade his immortal aperture was, there would be few resources inside. After Dongfang Changfan died, the Blessed Land was formed as a whole entity. In terms of defense, it was far superior to a public Blessed Land. If a land spirit was formed, it might be filled with hatred towards Fang Yuan, or have an obsession of taking revenge on Fang Yuan. In addition, considering the force that was investigating Fang Yuan's background, he did not want to risk his own life just for cleanse soul immortal goo. Thus, through Fairy Li Shan, he borrowed Snowy Mountain's forces to achieve his goals. The value of a blessed land was immense. Fairy Li Shan and Fang Yuan had an agreement. Fang Yuan would provide the information and tell her the location of the blessed land, basically giving this blessed land to Fairy Li Shan. In return, he wanted the White Lotus giant silkworm goo inside, as well as the ordinary star-thought mortal goo. As for the immortal goo, Fang Yuan had already learned from Dongfang Changfan's soul that they had all self-detonated. Fang Yuan obtained the White Lotus giant silkworm goo and controlled his joy. After seeing the huge amount of star-thought goo, over 50,000 of them, he could not conceal the joy inside him any longer. It showed in his eyes. These 50,000 star-thought goo simply came at such an appropriate time. It was truly timely assistance. Fairy Li Shan observed his expression and coughed, saying, "Congratulations, Fang Yuan. Right now, you gained the most from Dongfang tribe's destruction. After all, you obtained Dongfang Changfan's soul. This is not just a complete wisdom path inheritance. Dongfang Changfan's secrets in managing blessed lands have immense value. Moreover, you had obtained many resources inside Jade Pool Blessed Land as well." As Fairy Li Shan said this, she did not conceal her envy. Because the Snowy Mountain Alliance was not over yet, members of the alliance had to speak the truth. Fang Yuan did not conceal anything of the matter of obtaining Dongfang Changfan's soul. He could not hide it anyway. There were many traces and clues left that could deduce the truth. Fang Yuan decided to simply inform Fairy Li Shan and He Lu Lan without hiding anything. At this moment, he said, "Fairy, you obtained Minuscule Mountain. That is an item recorded inside. Its value is not inferior to what I obtained. You do not need to speak such flattery. You have Dang Hun Mountain. You do not need Minuscule Mountain. Heh heh. We all know inside ourselves that you are the biggest winner of this. Moreover, about Minuscule Mountain." Fairy Li Shan smiled bitterly. "I am here to ask you a favor. I am here to ask for help." Fang Yuan's expression turned solemn. "I am listening." It turned out that Fairy Li Shan and Dongfang tribe had made an agreement. As allies, they could not attack each other. But to fight for Minuscule Mountain, Fairy Li Shan went back on this agreement during the process. Although Fairy Li Shan only went into Information Path a while after becoming a goo immortal, she had made preparations in case she had no choice but to go against the agreement. She had asked someone to use a Time Path Immortal Killer move on her. The effect of this Time Path Killer move was to allow Fairy Li Shan to break the alliance agreement. The backlash and damage from it would be stalled for a period of time before activating. Minuscule Mountain's Miniman tribe were only allies with Dongfang Changfan. They did not belong to Dongfang tribe. Despite this, the backlash of breaking the agreement was still very severe. Fairy Li Shan was originally heavily injured. She was not confident of enduring this backlash. Thus, He Lu Lan thought of a good idea for Fairy Li Shan. Initially, Fairy Li Shan and Dongfang Changfan made the agreement using Mountain Pledge Goo. They had used Minuscule Mountain for it. If Minuscule Mountain was destroyed, the agreement would fail. There would be no backlash. But if Minuscule Mountain was destroyed, He Lu Lan and Fairy Li Shan's risk would have been for nothing. That was not an acceptable solution. He Lu Lan's idea was, after Minuscule Mountain was destroyed, when the Time Path Killer move's effect wears off, after the backlash is over, they would ask Tai Bai Yun Sheng to use Landscape as before to heal the mountain. By then, Minuscule Mountain would be back to its original state. even though Fairy Li Shan still would have the agreement with Dongfang tribe. As long as she did not break it again, it would be fine. Fairy Li Shan would be able to avoid the backlash of the agreement while fixing Minuscule Mountain. As to why they had to ask Fang Yuan, that was because Fairy Li Shan and He Lo Lan knew that between Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng, Fang Yuan was the leader. Fang Yuan smiled. He agreed. This is a great idea. I am willing to help. As for the payment, we can discuss it in detail. Fairy Li Shan saw Fang Yuan's smile, and her heart sank. She thought, here it comes. She knew how ruthless Fang Yuan was. She was definitely going to suffer a huge loss here. She smiled bitterly as she nodded. He Lu Lan, who was beside her, seemed prepared. She spoke now. Fang Yuan, if I'm not wrong, your Hu immortal blessed land is about to undergo its earthly calamity, right? How about this? I will stay here to defend Hu immortal blessed land and resist the calamity. It can be the payment for asking Tai Bai Yunsheng to heal Minuscule Mountain. How about that? Chapter 8. 115. Time Assist. Luck. Delay. Zhou Yezi. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Fang Yuan was a shrewd person. He immediately shook his head. The value of these two services is not equivalent at all. For you two, Tai Bai Yunsheng's landscape as before is a necessity. In my case, I can fully undergo the earthly calamity alone. Furthermore, old ancestor Shui Hu is currently staying in Snowy Mountain Blessed Land now, and you, He Lu Lan, are not a member of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. You are an outsider. You cannot stay there anymore. Using the excuse of the earthly calamity, you can hide inside my Hu immortal Blessed Land. I have not even asked you for rent yet, but you actually want to use this as the payment for Tai Bai Yunsheng's help. Fang Yuan exposed He Lu Lan's awkward position. He Lu Lan was unabashed. She laughed, continuing to argue with Fang Yuan. The two sparred verbally, until a while later, they came to an agreement. He Lu Lan would stay in Fang Yuan's place for the time being, contributing strength qi without any compensation. The guts goo produced during this period would not have He Lu Lan's share. At the same time, when Hu immortal blessed land faces the earthly calamity, He Lu Lan would need to help and defend it alongside Fang Yuan. After this transaction was completed, Fairy Li Shan was not anxious to leave. She talked to Fang Yuan regarding immortal materials. Fang Yuan obtained countless immortal materials in the auction. Fairy Li Shan wanted to buy them to deal with old ancestor Shui Hu's mission of obtaining immortal materials. After Fairy Li Shan obtained Minuscule Mountain, old ancestor Shui Hu only borrowed it to have a look. He did not take it from her. After old ancestor Shui Hu defeated the two rank 8s, Snowy Mountain Blessed Land's status rose rapidly. Its reputation had soared to an unprecedented peak. Old ancestor Shui Hu summoned Fairy Li Shan. Using the reason that he had acted to protect Minuscule Mountain from Yao Huang, he requested for her to increase her contributions. He gave her many missions to collect immortal materials. Fairy Li Shan's current state was very awkward. She had just obtained Minuscule Mountain, even though she asked Tai Bai Yunsheng for help to heal Minuscule Mountain and saved a huge cost. She was still very heavily injured. Originally, she had a lot of savings due to Mountain Pledge Goo. She was quite affluent. But by funding He Lu Lan intensively, her savings were slowly depleted, and at this point, she was running dry. The cultivation of one person expended countless resources. It was not easy. Many Goo immortals did not have a steady source of revenue. Their income did not match their expenses. They could only offer their services and travel everywhere. Even if they had a source of revenue, there were often earnings and losses in trading. Things like Mountain Pledge Goo and the Guts Goo trade were very rare and unique. How could theirs be so widely demanded? Most importantly, there were heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities each time they occurred. A lot of resources and hard work would be destroyed. Even if the Goo immortals survive the heavenly tribulation or earthly calamity, when they see their immortal aperture in bad shape, they would feel a strong sense of dejection. Fairy Li Shan was very bold. Other than supporting herself, she even helped He Lu Lan. He Lu Lan did not have a source of revenue. The two of them had huge needs for cultivation. She was providing for them both. But no matter how great her resolve was, her finances were starting to dwindle. Other than material objects like immortal essence stones and immortal materials, Fairy Li Shan still had a lot of other things. Many precious pieces of information were very valuable. Fairy Li Shan had a huge network. She was a top-tier information collector. Fang Yuan's immortal materials were meant to be used in the refinement path convention, but he had a huge quantity of them. It was fine to sell some to her. Fang Yuan nodded, but he requested for an immortal killer move from Fairy Li Shan. He had been wanting this immortal killer move for ages. Right now was the chance to extort it. Fang Yuan had to make good use of the chance. Fairy Li Shan heard Fang Yuan's request and knew it was coming. She felt extremely bitter. But circumstances were stronger than people, even if Fairy Li Shan did not want to. What could she do? Time assist luck. This was the name of the immortal killer move that Fang Yuan requested from Fairy Li Shan. This immortal killer move used time luck immortal goo as the core, to steal other people's lifespan and boost the luck of oneself temporarily. Fang Yuan had obtained time luck immortal goo from Fairy Li Shan earlier. He had wanted to use inch of time goo in place of lifespan to activate time luck immortal goo, but the result was failure. Inch of time and time luck. Immortal goo, although they could be used together, the former was expended too intensively. Later, Fang Yuan wanted to deduce an immortal killer move to reduce the expenditure of inch of time goo, but he still failed. Although he could use the light of wisdom and gain unlimited inspiration, he had too few thoughts in his mind. It was not enough. Memory thought goo and malicious thought goo were still being refined, but the expenditure was greater than the production. He had little in storage. Even if he had enough thoughts, Fang Yuan's time path attainment level was too low. There was little hope of getting any success. But Fang Yuan knew that Fairy Li Shan had such an immortal killer move from the start. It used time luck immortal goo as the core. If he could use it well, it was a source of revenue not inferior to Mountain Pledge goo. Thus, Fang Yuan used this extremely rare opportunity to ask for this immortal killer move. After obtaining it, he checked it and felt some curiosity. He asked Fairy Li Shan, "Where did you get this killer move from?" "I am unable to answer that." Fairy Li Shan's expression was cold. Her mood was terrible. Fang Yuan was taking advantage of the situation, but she had to ask him for help. She could only give in. The concept of this killer move is very familiar. Is it from a lone cultivator of northern plains, Zhou Yezi? This person was very famous during the Five Regions chaotic war. He was originally a secluded cultivator that did not bother with worldly affairs. But when Northern Plains and Central Continent, Goo Immortals fought a huge battle, the battle went to the area he was staying in, causing him to rage and instantly capture 3 Goo Immortals on the spot. Northern Plains asked him to fight. He refused, but because they were on the same side, he used a time path killer move on the Northern Plains Goo Immortals to protect their lives. This killer move had a weird name. It was very short, only one word. Not long after, it spread across the 5 regions, and Fang Yuan had heard of its famed name in his previous life. It was called delay. The effect of the killer move was to delay damage, leaving some time for the Goo Immortals to find ways to heal themselves. For example, a Goo Immortal who had delay used on him would not die from a fatal blow. The damage would be delayed for a time period before taking effect. Thus, the Goo Immortal would have a chance to seek help. During this period, the Goo Immortal can escape to get some time to recuperate and save himself. He can also fly to his ally and seek help. If it was a certain death situation, he could pass his cultivation resources to his descendants in the tribe and place his blessed land in a secluded spot to not give his enemies any advantage. Even though Northern Plains Goo Immortals had great battle strength, their numbers were fewer than those of Central Continent. Central Continent made the first moves. They formed arrangements and killed a batch of Northern Plains goo immortals first, causing Northern Plains to be at a disadvantage, facing defeat time after time. But the appearance of delay reduced Northern Plains casualties greatly. It affected the battle situation to a large extent. In the end, Northern Plains and Central Continent were in a deadlock. Central Continent's plan of attacking and taking down Northern Plains rapidly was destroyed. If it really is Zhou Yezi, then Fairy Li Shan's ability to delay the damage of the alliance agreement would be the killer move delay. I really cannot ignore Fairy Li Shan's connections. She could actually get this lone cultivator to help. I wonder what price she paid. Fang Yuan felt that this guess was quite probable. Among goo immortals, there were many who hid their presence. They did not travel around, battle, or attend gatherings. They usually stayed in seclusion and cultivated. Many people would be unknown to the world after their deaths, even if they had astonishing achievements. For example, the owner of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, when he was alive, he concealed himself very deeply and did not have much of a reputation. Only until Starry Sky Grotto Heaven was exposed did his high cultivation level get revealed. There were quite a number of such goo immortals. They were present among rank 6, rank 7, and even rank 8. At least Fang Yuan knew that there were more than 5 rank 8 goo immortals in Northern Plains, only that they were hiding themselves. Fang Yuan also thought about Purple Mountain True Monarch. This mysterious goo immortal did not show himself even once during the 5 regions' chaotic war. He could not but be moved, thinking to himself, countless streams flow into rivers. There is simply no end to the number of heroes and champions in this world. From start to finish, Fairy Li Shan did not expose any information regarding Zhou Yezi. This transaction, even though she paid a high price, was still successful. She had reached her goal. Fairy Li Shan brought the immortal materials back to Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. For the following period of time, she was going to recuperate from her injuries and resolve the issue of the alliance agreement. She also had to find out about methods to raise Miniman, to gain the most benefits in the shortest possible time. Meanwhile, He Lu Lan stayed behind. Fang Yuan brought her along as they flew. In a short while, they reached their destination. The two looked down from above. They saw that on the ground that was lush and green with vegetation, there were 3 humongous black-gray structures. These were the 3 stone nests in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. The stone nests had countless rooms inside. Each room had at least one hairy man. They were refining goo constantly, in an orderly fashion. This was the idea of a production line that was borrowed from Earth, resulting in a huge goo refinement base that was created. Splitting the refinement procedure of a goo worm into dozens of steps, or even hundreds, and making each hairy man in charge of each step. Not only could the goo recipe be kept as a secret, the familiarity of the hairy man will be higher. The success rate and quantity of the goo refinement would be higher. In the stone nests, air sac goo were being produced. Of course, there were explosions in the stone nests. They could be both mild or serious. Fire could even break out, as the hairy men were engulfed in flames, crying in pain. But the screams and cries would not travel to other rooms and interfere with the refinement from the other hairy men. Each room had perfect soundproofing methods. Not only were disturbances minimized, the hairy men were also prevented from communicating. This made them easier to control. They had no choice but to refine goo. Goo refinement carried risks. In fact, it was of similar danger to fighting. Once explosions occurred due to accidents, the room would be filled with goo worms that spat out water to eliminate the fire or to heal the injuries. When goo refinement failed, the hairy men which suffered backlashes would be lucky if they survived. The price for failure in some cases was death. In other cases, their brains might wither. They might go crazy. They might become handicapped, unable to refine goo anymore. Fang Yuan would heal mild injuries, but if they were heavily injured and became vegetables, the price for treating them would be too great. Fang Yuan would abandon and euthanize them. Chapter 816. Hairy Men, White Silkworm, 2 Tough Questions. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Goo were the essence of heaven and earth. Mortal goo contained a trace of law fragments of the Great Tao, while immortal goo were fragments of the Great Tao. Goo refinement involved the fusion and interaction of the laws of the Great Tao. It was even more mystical than chemistry, and even more dangerous than processing gunpowder. Fang Yuan was in the air, he observed for a while. More than 10 hairy men had failed goo refinement. They suffered injuries. A few of them died on the spot. He could not help but sigh inwardly. As my production expands, the loss of hairy men is becoming a bigger issue. Hairy man slaves were most expensive among slaves. They were even more expensive than human goo masters. This might be quite shocking. How could the price of humans be lower than mere hairy men? The answer was simple. Humans were the spirit of living beings. The human mind was fickle. They were not easy to control. Variant humans were comparatively more simple-minded. Fang Yuan could control so many hairy men, making them refine goo all day long, only giving them time to eat and sleep, with none allocated to leisure. If these hairy men were human goo masters, this life would be impossible. If human goo masters engaged in such strenuous activities for an extended period without rest or entertainment, they would feel extremely angry and hateful. They would attempt to resist. The arrangement of the stone nest was very simple. It could not block the intelligence of humans. They would definitely cause destruction secretly and communicate with each other. When the time was ripe, they would resist by protesting, or directly revolt using their own strength. Thus, Fang Yuan chose to buy hairy men slaves, which were most expensive, rather than placing his attention on human goo masters. This was also one of the reasons why Fairy Li Shan desperately wanted Minuscule Mountain. It was not just because of the goo refinement materials in Minuscule Mountain, but also because it was the base of a Miniman tribe. Controlling this tribe would grant her great benefits. Otherwise, the old and sly Dongfang Chang Fan would not have signed an agreement with the Miniman tribe. In the past, I could not feel the loss of hairy men. That was because the scale was still small. Now that I have 3 stone nests, and with the goo refinement processes becoming tougher, the effect is becoming evident. If this goes on, a problem will arise if I do not create a solution. Fang Yuan was trying to think of a way. At this moment, Hai Lu Lan also advised, Fang Yuan, your loss of hairy men is a bit high. In a month you lose at least 100 hairy men. It is quite costly if we think about it. If you can reduce this number, our cost would lower, and the profit of Guts Goo would be higher. If she was not roped into the Guts Goo trade, she would not have said it. But now that the Guts Goo trade also involved Hai Lu Lan's interests, she had to mention it when she saw a problem. Fang Yuan nodded. There are 2 ways to solve this problem. One is to modify the goo recipe and reduce the risk. By further splitting up and simplifying the steps, I can make every step safer and have a higher chance of success. The second method is to raise my own hairy man tribe. I would not need to purchase them at a high price. Hai Lu Lan shook her head. The first method is too difficult. Goo recipes are usually the result of countless improvements. To diversify the steps on this basis and modify the recipe, it is too difficult. The effort and resources needed to undergo experiments will be a huge sum. She did not think well of modifying the goo recipe. What she did not know was, Fang Yuan had wisdom goo, even though he could not activate it. The light of wisdom could give him unlimited inspiration. To Fang Yuan, the difficulty in modifying the recipe was about whether he had enough thoughts in his mind to expend. Fang Yuan would obviously not say this out loud. He spoke without changing his expression. The second method is just as hard. I do not have any methods of raising hairy men. The ones sold in the market are usually male hairy men. Very few females and children are sold. This is also to prevent other goo immortals from raising them. Raising hairy men, a variant human, was much more difficult than raising wild beasts and plants. Countries were hard to manage. That was because the citizens had wisdom. Even though this was on a larger scale, the logic remained the same. The more wisdom they had, the harder they were to control. The hairy men would know how to rebel. They would find loopholes and create problems on a large scale. Fang Yuan knew clearly. With his current foundation, he would definitely lose everything he invested if he raised hairy men. His previous life's memories could not help him here. He vaguely remembered, from his life back on Earth. He raised goldfish. He did not change the water or give them oxygen. He only knew how to feed them food. In 3 days, one died, and in half a month, all his goldfish died. Raising hairy men was obviously harder than goldfish. The nature of hairy men, their living habitats, all these needed to be considered. It was a huge field to study. Fang Yuan had raised rockmen before. In fact, the rockman tribe in Hu Immortal Blessed Land was still quite large. But that was because of guts goo. It could raise the soul foundation of the rockmen and cause them to rapidly reproduce, providing future generations. This was clearly a cheat method, if Fang Yuan had to raise these rockmen normally. In 2 to 3 years, no matter how many rockmen he started with, they would go extinct. Of course, he could buy knowledge in raising hairy men from other goo immortals. Back then, when Fang Yuan wanted to grow the star fragment grass, he bought some planting insights. But the difference in value between the two was immense. To buy the knowledge of raising hairy men, the price to pay would be extremely heavy. Like on Earth, acquisition of an enterprise in the top 100 would involve a huge amount of funds. Even if Fang Yuan stored up all of his profits starting from now, with his speed of profit generation, he would need to accumulate them for many years to get enough. Right now, I have about 20 to 30 immortal essence stones in my storage. Even though I obtained the dragonfish, regretful spiders, and eerie fire dragon pythons, and I even obtained the method to raise them from Dongfang Changfan's soul. But I need to invest and build the structures. Even if I finish building them, I cannot sell these resources directly into Treasure Yellow Heaven. I need to find other avenues. After all, I cannot stand in the limelight now. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly inwardly. All in all, his future prospects were bright, but his current circumstances were in an awkward place. Fang Yuan shrugged off the random thoughts in his mind. He said to He Lu Lan, "All right, I have already told Little Hu Immortal and made the arrangements. I won't be sending you off. For the following period of time, you can stay in the stone nest. I have already given orders. Right now, the 3 stone nests are refining air sac goo. Do assist them. When the earthly calamity arrives, I will call you if I need your help." Hai Lu Lan felt something amiss when she heard that. From Fang Yuan's tone, he was treating her as a laborer. Fang Yuan saw her ugly expression and did not react. He pretended not to see it. If he did not squeeze out all of He Lu Lan's value, would that be his style? After settling He Lu Lan's matters, Fang Yuan returned to Dang Hun Palace. Opening the hidden door, he entered the secret room. He saw Dongfang Changfan's soul again. His soul was extremely weak. Being sealed here, even though he saw Fang Yuan, he could not move. Fang Yuan intentionally weakened him, resulting in Dongfang Changfan's soul being very weak. Fang Yuan did not dare to be careless. To an old fox like this, he was very vigilant. But to search his soul again, he needed to replenish it first. Thus, Fang Yuan broke some air sac goo, using guts goo on Dongfang Changfan's soul. His soul rapidly recovered. In the blink of an eye, it was half healed. Fang Yuan stretched out his monstrous claw, grabbing the soul and searching it. Dongfang Changfan did not resist it at all. Fang Yuan had already searched his soul thoroughly. He had no secrets left in front of Fang Yuan. It was as if he resigned himself to fate. He had lost his heart. A legendary character, falling into such a state, it was quite pitiful. Fang Yuan was vigilant regardless. After searching the soul, he inspected all of the goo worms he set up in this room to prevent any accidents from occurring. Dongfang Changfan's soul did not even have a tiny bit of hope left. All these movements were observed by Dongfang Changfan's soul. He inwardly felt a freezing chill. Why did he end up in the hands of such a person? There was no way out. This was a dead end. He had no methods left. As he despaired, he felt a peculiar sense of admiration. In Fang Yuan, Dongfang Changfan could almost see himself. Fang Yuan left the secret room. Closing the hidden door, he inspected the door again and ensured that there were no issues before returning to the main hall. He sat on the bed. Star thoughts were moving in his mind as he fell into deep thought. Dongfang Changfan no longer had any secrets. He was squeezed dry. But Fang Yuan kept him around. It was a possible card for use in a future scheme to obtain Minuscule Mountain. Right now, Minuscule Mountain was owned by Fairy Li Shan, but because of the Snowy Mountain Alliance, Fang Yuan could not snatch it. But the alliance agreement was not impossible to circumvent, like Fairy Li Shan's Time Path killer move that could delay the damage of breaking the agreement. In addition, the Snowy Mountain Alliance had a time limit. Dongfang Changfan and Minuscule Mountain had an agreement. From Dongfang Changfan, Fang Yuan learned that the agreement was made with Mountain Pledge Gu using Minuscule Mountain. The agreement was not just between Dongfang Changfan and the Miniman Gu Immortal, but was made with Dongfang Tribe and the Miniman Tribe. Fairy Li Shan was definitely going to raise the Miniman Tribe and make use of them. With this, Dongfang Changfan's soul still had some use. It was an effective weapon. But this effective weapon could not be used at this point, and he might perhaps not get a chance to use it in the future. But Fang Yuan kept this as a secret. It was a casual move. He would rather keep it prepared, just in case. He was thinking about the White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu now. This time, he searched Dongfang Changfan's soul for information about White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu. Cleanse Soul Immortal Gu needed the flesh of more than 10,000 White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu each time it was fed. What Fang Yuan obtained was less than this amount. He had inspected and confirmed once again that Dongfang Changfan's White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu were only an unexpected benefit. That place was a natural cave, and was created in a mystical way by nature. It was an environment that was suitable for White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu to live. Furthermore, Dongfang Changfan captured all of these Gu worms. He did not leave any behind. A large portion of them were used in the Phantom Formation. They played a critical role. The remaining portion that was not used was now in Fang Yuan's hands. Right now, Fang Yuan had two choices. One was to use the limited White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu and undergo experimentation, reverse refining its recipe, or even trying to obtain the method to raise White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu. If this method worked, he would have an unceasing source of White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu. But if this fails, and all of the White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu were consumed in the experiments, Cleanse Soul Immortal Gu would die of hunger. There would definitely be not enough White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu left to feed it. The other method was to feed it now, to leave aside the experiments or the long-term advantages. In this case, the White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu were still insufficient, but it would allow Cleanse Soul Immortal Gu to become less hungry, no longer under the threat of dying for now. Fang Yuan still had some hope that Dongfang Changfan might have a place to obtain White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu so that he could get a number of them. But this soul search ruined his wishful thoughts. After thinking about it for a while, Fang Yuan opened his eyes, making up his mind. At Chapter 817. Great tool for deduction, Star Thoughts Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Never mind, I should play it safe and use these for feeding. Cleanse Kolembo Immortal Gu is already starving to its limits. It is very weak now. If I do not feed it and drag this on, it will die. As for the next feeding session, I can only place hope in the future. Fang Yuan was of the demonic path. He liked to take risks, but he did not take them blindly. He always assessed the benefits and risks. Having a mentality of leaving things to chance and thinking one's own luck is good, to put up stakes on chances that are low. The cruelty of reality would teach them a lesson until they suffer greatly and end up full of bruises. Cleanse. Soul. Immortal Gu was in Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. It was the size of a grown-up's fist. It was like a tadpole. Its body was gray-white and dry. It was sprawled on the ground, not moving at all. Fang Yuan willed and used his goo to dissect the white lotus giant silkworm goo, retrieving the meat and placing it in front of Cleanse Soul Immortal Goo. Cleanse Soul Immortal Goo's body shook, but it did not have any strength to crawl to the food. Fang Yuan could only place Cleanse Soul Immortal Goo on the meat. Cleanse Soul Immortal Goo moved about before calming down, slowly sucking the blood in the meat quietly. After a while, the blood entered its stomach, and it regained a bit of strength. It opened its mouth and started to eat the white lotus giant silkworm goo's tender flesh. The more it ate, the more its dry body inflated like a balloon. It became chubbier once again. Its gray-white body also showed a faint luster. When all of the white lotus giant silkworm goo were killed, and the meat given to Cleanse Soul Immortal Goo were all eaten, Cleanse Soul Immortal Goo was no longer as weak as before. It could fly in the sky. It was like a gray-white tadpole. Its round head was like a small balloon. Its tail was wriggling around behind it as it swam slowly like an old man without much strength. It opened its mouth occasionally. Its mouth was half the size of its head. Right now, it could open it and make some soft noises. Fang Yuan knew that it was trying to express that it still wanted more food. But all of the white lotus giant silkworm goo were used up. Not a single one was left. Even though Cleanse Soul Immortal Goo was not satisfied, Fang Yuan sighed in relief. For now, Cleanse Soul Immortal Goo had escaped the awkward fate of dying from hunger. After all, Fang Yuan had been ready to give up on it. Now that it was still alive, this was a good ending. Most importantly, he managed to get precious time for it. One could not be certain about the future. Anything is possible. Cleanse Soul Immortal Goo was not full. Thus Fang Yuan kept it while trying not to use it. After temporarily solving Cleanse Soul Immortal Goo's feeding problem, Fang Yuan could relax. But he did not take a break. Instead, he made use of his time and rushed into an underground cave again. In the underground cave, there was a Z forest. The tallest Lingzhi king was 6 meters tall, reaching the ceiling of the cave. The flesh of the Lingzhi was like a huge umbrella, spreading out in a circular manner. When Fang Yuan reached here, he saw that the rank 9 wisdom goo was flying around this Lingzhi king. It was like a child playing around, flapping its wings and bobbing up and down. At times, it bumped into the Lingzhi king and was bounced back by the rubbery flesh. Fang Yuan's was inwardly moved. He had many immortal goo, but compared to them, the rank 9 wisdom goo had much more intelligence. It was quite extraordinary. Thinking about wisdom goo, strength goo, and the others could speak to Renzu. Of course, this might have been exaggeration from the story, but Fang Yuan knew that wisdom goo could be communicated with. Precisely because of this, Fang Yuan could bring wisdom goo away during the final moments before Imperial Court blessed land's destruction, and be able to use its light of wisdom now. After seeing Fang Yuan, wisdom goo stopped flying. It stopped on the thick stem of the Lingzhi king. After Fang Yuan sat down on a shorter Lingzhi like it was a chair, wisdom goo started to give off the halo of the light of wisdom, covering Fang Yuan in it. Fang Yuan activated Star Thought Goo. Star Thought Goo was a one-time consumable goo. With the expenditure of each Star Thought Goo, the thoughts in Fang Yuan's mind moved rapidly and generated endlessly. At once in his mind, starlight specks were created. A moment later it was like the night sky. Countless stars were shining brightly. It was a beautiful sight. Fang Yuan tried to make deductions. Instantly, star thoughts in his mind burst into action. It was like water poured into a hot pan. Star specks moved like meteors. Starlight spun around. They collided into one another or repelled each other. His inspiration was unlimited. There were many aspects of deduction. He obtained many answers from the complex procedure. It was completed in a moment. Fang Yuan stopped at once. He opened his eyes, showing immense joy in his expression. Earlier, he was just giving it a try. This wisdom path inheritance really did not disappoint him. It was even better than his expectations. Dongfang Changfan's wisdom path inheritance is truly suited for deductions. Star thoughts are so durable. My initial estimation is that one star thought can substitute for 3 to 4 malicious thoughts and memory thoughts. Fang Yuan assessed in his mind. In Wisdom Path, there were 3 aspects: thoughts, wills, and emotions. But thoughts varied greatly. There were all sorts of thoughts. It could be said that there were countless kinds of them. Thoughts were all different. They had their own advantages and weaknesses. For example, malicious thoughts were good for plotting against others. Memory thoughts were good for digging up information in memories. But these two were just average when used for deductions. Star thoughts were not good at plotting or digging up memories, but they were extremely useful for deductions. One star thought was equivalent to 3 to 4 other thoughts. This might seem rather insignificant. But looking at it, how many thoughts were expended to deduce one immortal killer move or immortal goo recipe? When this amount becomes huge, the difference would be great. When hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even millions of thoughts are consumed, the advantage of using star thoughts to do deductions would be immense. One could say that this star thought wisdom path inheritance was most suited for Fang Yuan. All along he had been restricted by the number of thoughts he had. The light of wisdom had intense expenditure. It could use up any number of thoughts quickly. Fang Yuan had many things to deduce in accordance with his plans. The first was the immortal killer move, vaguely familiar face. Previously, he did not succeed. He only finished a portion of it. The second was to complete the immortal goo recipe of blood deity. He did not succeed either with that. He only gave it a small attempt. The third was to deduce an immortal killer move to allow time, luck, immortal goo, and inch of time to work together, to reduce the consumption of inch of time while amplifying one's own luck temporarily. Fang Yuan had tried this earlier, but he failed because his time path attainment level was too low. Now he did not have to deduce it anymore, because Fang Yuan had obtained an even better immortal killer move from Fairy Li Shan, Time Assist Luck. Fourth was to fuse Pulling Mountain and Pulling Water, these two strength path immortal goo, into the immortal killer move Myriad Self, and make Myriad Self even stronger. The fifth was to modify Air Sac Goo and the other goo refinement recipes, to subdivide the steps even further, to lower the risk of goo refinement and reduce the death rate of the hairy men. Fang Yuan breathed in deeply, calming his mind. Vaguely familiar face was the one that he needed to place most importance in deducing, because the situation in the outside world was getting more tense. If Fang Yuan wanted to move around, he needed an immortal-level disguise to prevent his identity from being exposed. Air Sac Goo and the other goo recipes were not an urgent matter. Moreover, this plan involved too many details. In the future, when Fang Yuan expanded his goo refinement scale, he would not be refining just Air Sac Goo, Memory Thought Goo, Malicious Thought Goo, and Star Thought Goo. As for Blood Deity, it was only a long-term plan. It was not even necessary to him. After all, Fang Yuan was cultivating Strength Path now, and was planning to cultivate Time Path or Wisdom Path. He did not want to develop Blood Path. If it was in the past, Fang Yuan would naturally deduce the immortal killer move Vaguely Familiar Face first. But now that Hu Immortal Blessed Land was facing its earthly calamity soon, Fang Yuan's first priority was to fuse Pulling Mountain Immortal Goo into Myriad Self-Killer Move. Fang Yuan shut his eyes and settled his mind. He deduced with all his concentration. Starlight reacted in his mind as countless star thoughts rumbled. Time passed. An hour, 4 hours, half a day, 1 day, 2 days later. On the afternoon of the third day, Fang Yuan opened his eyes, even with his immortal zombie physique. Exhaustion was written all over his face. He was very tired. I finally fused Pulling Mountain Immortal Goo into my killer move, Myriad Self. Myriad Self's power has risen by 10%. If I am dealing with Earth Path Goo Immortals, or any mountains or rocks, the effect would be even greater, at least 20% higher. Fang Yuan inspected his Star Thought Goo. There were about 40,000 Star Thought Goo left in his immortal aperture. He originally had 50,000 Star Thought Goo. In other words, this deduction used up 10,000 star thought goo. Star thought goo were really durable. Of course, this durability is only for deductions. If I use star thought goo to plot against others or think about harmful schemes, malicious thought goo would be better. In terms of recollection, star thought goo is inferior to memory thought goo. Be it star thought goo, memory thought goo, or malicious thought goo, he still had to refine them and keep a huge stock. This was a huge project. It was a long-term goal. Looking at the time, it was still not the point of immortal blessed land's calamity, but if he used the remaining time to deduce the immortal killer move vaguely familiar face, it was insufficient. He could not get anything done. Fang Yuan thus returned to Donghun Palace, continuing to research on the Wisdom Path inheritance. This immortal-level Wisdom Path inheritance had a lot of information. There were hundreds of mortal goo. Recipes, more than 10 immortal goo recipes, dozens of mortal killer moves, and close to 10 immortal killer moves. They comprised offense, defense, movement, storage, healing, and others. Other than that, there were many Wisdom Path techniques and methods. For example, secret arts that could expand the size of the mind, or the modification of the heart into a space for additional thinking. Unique methods like that. There was even knowledge about astronomy and geography, the map of the 5 regions' resources, the analysis of Northern Plains forces, an introduction to all sorts of dangers one can face when cultivating, and how to resolve them. Most importantly, there were details on how a goo master can undergo immortal ascension, an introduction to all sorts of heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities, and how to deal with them. Of course, there were details about other paths like fire path, metal path, space path, and time path, the strengths and weaknesses of these paths, what needs do they have, and how to deal with them in combat. There were even some insights on how to handle management, especially in a goo immortal's blessed land, to allow one to survive and progress further. One could say that this was a goo master's encyclopedia to become a goo immortal. It allowed one to be realistic and decipher what was easy and hard, to gain methods of dealing with enemies and grow stronger. This inheritance was not just the credit of the creator, the heavenly court star path goo immortal. Each of the goo immortals who cultivated after receiving this inheritance had added in more details and modified the information. After generations and generations of effort and hard work, this cultivation encyclopedia was created. Fang Yuan could see much of the ancient history of Central Continent and Northern Plains in it, and at the end of the information on immortal killer moves, Fang Yuan saw that the last, newest edition was the previous owner's, Dongfang Changfan's, immortal killer move, Myriad Star Fireflies. Chapter 818, Vanishing Immortal Essence. Dissipation, Profound Icehouse Translator. Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. This inheritance's value could not be expressed in words. It was even more huge than the blood path inheritance that Fang Yuan obtained in his previous life. Even Fang Yuan was sighing. If I had obtained this inheritance earlier, be it this life or my previous life, I would have become a goo immortal long ago. Fang Yuan had spent so many years staggering along his cultivation journey, crossing rivers carefully by stepping on every rock, finally reaching his achievements today. In contrast, when Dongfang Changfan was still immortal, he received this inheritance. His luck was truly something to be envious about. Eastern Sea, Yulu blessed land. It was drizzling with a thin fog in the air. The goo immortals from Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance were trapped inside. They were looking for an exit vigilantly. Damn it, don't let the rain touch you. It has the ability to consume your immortal essence. The expression of the leading immortal zombie, Shark Demon, changed as he shouted at the immortals behind him. Shark Demon had rich experience. He reacted rapidly. The moment he saw the ability of this seemingly harmless drizzle, he knew this was an attack. Hearing his warning, the immortals used all sorts of methods and put up their defenses, blocking the drizzle. But it was no use. This drizzle penetrates everything. Is this the immortal killer move that Fairy Yulu was famous for? Vanishing immortal essence dissipation reign. An immortal zombie thought of a crucial piece of information, as his expression turned very ugly. Even the great vanishing immortal essence dissipation reign cannot have such incredible ability. Our defenses have literally no effect. Another immortal zombie shouted, showing an extremely shocked expression. I got it. In the previous round we were hit by the immortal killer move, Raindrop Equity. Thus, in this round our defenses have no use against the vanishing immortal essence. Dissipation reign. We can only let it touch us. Asa. Immortal zombie Subai Man's eyes shined with brilliance as she said. The immortals communicated rapidly. The moment they got the answer, their hearts sank. This was not the first time they were attacking Yulu Blessed Land. There were many rounds in Yulu Blessed Land. Each round was interconnected with others and was very difficult to deal with. Immortal zombies consisted of most of this group of goo immortals. There were a total of 7 people. 5 were immortal zombies. Immortal zombies have dead immortal apertures. They cannot manage their blessed lands that are filled with death energy. They could not produce immortal essence naturally. Thus, if immortal zombies wanted to have immortal essence, they would need to convert it using immortal essence stones. Immortal essence of immortal zombies was much more precious compared to ordinary goo immortals. They were not easy to obtain. Now that the immortals were in this round, before they had even fought, the vanishing immortal essence dissipation reign was already vaporizing their immortal essence. It was hitting at their weakness. Seeing the immortal essence that they had painstakingly saved up vanish, bead by bead, the immortal zombies felt a strong sense of loss. They discussed among themselves and quickly came to an agreement. They had to get through this round quickly and find a way out, otherwise they would be in danger. The immortals used all sorts of methods, but an hour later, they made no progress. Oh no. This battlefield killer move is so hard to resolve. More than 30 beads of my immortal essence have melted. Fairy Yu Lu was the second disciple of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. She was a rank 8 great expert. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable was most skilled in battlefield killer moves. Fairy Yu Lu was Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's disciple. She had learned the core of this ability. Not only did she know many battlefield killer moves, she even innovated and created her own versions. This battlefield killer move was her personal creation. It was not recorded in history. This battlefield killer move has no attacking power, but it has a huge range. When used with vanishing immortal essence, dissipation reign, it is being used to drain us to nothing. What shall we do? Almost all of their methods were used up. The goo immortals were starting to panic. Shark Demon, the leader, had a grim expression. He looked at the wisdom path goo immortal in the group as he shouted, "Bodan, what are you doing? It's been so long. Haven't you deduced the flaw in this battlefield killer move?" Bodan had his forehead covered in sweat from the scolding. He replied in anxiety and worry, "I'm unable to. This battlefield killer move is simply too profound. It surpasses the previous battlefield killer move by a huge margin. The wisdom path inheritance I have is incomplete. I cannot think of a way to break through this." This Bodan was a living person and a wisdom path goo immortal, but he was scolded by the immortal zombie Shark Demon fiercely. He cowered like a helpless puppy. Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance was the headquarters of Zombie Alliance. It was different from the other 4 regions. It had a huge force and surpassed ordinary super forces by a margin. The Zombie Alliance headquarters not only had many immortal zombie experts, it also had living goo immortals. These living goo immortals had lower statuses than immortal zombies in most cases. Shark Demon's anger resided slightly after he shouted. He said with some regret, "Bodan is powerless. Our only choice is to use Profound Icehouse and forcefully attack to see if a path can be created." The other goo immortals were overjoyed. Their eyes shined. To think that Lord Shark Demon borrowed Profound Icehouse for this trip. Tai Bai Yunsheng's eyes were also shining. In Eastern Sea, Zombie Alliance was very powerful. It was a ruler of the region. It was a senior among the super forces. For instance, It had 3 immortal goo houses. Of course, only one was complete. The other 2 were extremely incomplete. But even an incomplete immortal goo house could be forcibly activated. It had great power. Shark Demon was a rank 7 expert. Ever since he took the mission from Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance's main base to attack Yulu Blessed Land, he had entered the Blessed Land multiple times and passed many rounds. The more rounds they passed, the more emphasis he placed on Yulu Blessed Land. This time, when exploring the Blessed Land, he had borrowed Profound Ice House from Zombie Alliance after paying a huge price due to the urging of his wife, Subai Man. Shark Demon took out Profound Ice House. This house was not big. It was like a ball that resembled a block of ice. Once it was taken out, the air turned cold. Many goo immortals felt a chill. Shark Demon did not speak. He opened the door of the house, entering it. Next, his beloved wife, Subai Man, went in, followed by the other 5. Inside the house, there was a huge ball-shaped space with no furniture. The immortals were floating inside, and they were surrounded by a cold white light. Within the white light, there were traces of golden light. In several breaths' time, the golden light stabilized. They were like golden threads weaving together into a formation chart. Shark Demon ordered the immortals to stand on the formation core. He said, "Everyone, expend your immortal essence and activate this immortal goo house. This immortal goo house will record how much immortal essence you put in." Everyone knew that activating this immortal goo house would expend immortal essence extensively. This activation was probably going to be higher than the amount they had lost in the vanishing immortal essence dissipation rain. If not for this weakness, Shark Demon would have used the immortal goo house long ago. This time, they charged into Yulu Blessed Land without killing any strong enemies or encountering any battles. But they had made such a loss they consumed a lot of immortal essence. Everyone was feeling gloomy. But hearing this, they restrained their gloomy thoughts and put in all their effort. Several minutes later, on the calm surface of Eastern Sea, a huge icy meteor flew out. The meteor charged out at a high speed, penetrating the water surface and reaching tens of meters into the sky in the blink of an eye. The meteor stopped suddenly in the air. It went from high speed to stillness, showing its true form. It was the rank 6 immortal goo house. Incomplete, Profound Ice House. "Come out." In the house, Shark Demon said with a look of dejection. Immediately, the doors opened and the immortals flew out, floating in the air. In the air, the immortals looked down. The sea had turbulent waves. It was no longer calm like before. This was caused by Profound Ice House emerging to the surface. But the immortals' mind were all on Yulu Blessed Land, which had been placed deep underwater. The immortals had attacked Yulu Blessed Land more than once. There were victories and losses. Now was not their first loss, but it was the most dispiriting one. Attacking Yulu Blessed Land was not about attacking it forcefully. It was about balancing the gains and losses. This Yulu Blessed Land was firmly controlled by Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance. There were no other forces trying to compete for it. Thus, they could explore it at their own pace and progress slowly. Facing such a mystical battlefield killer move, even if they used Profound Ice House, they could only leave the Blessed Land. They could not break through it. In that case, what should they do to pass this round? Shark Demon was the last to walk out. He retrieved Profound Ice House and thought to himself with a hint of dejection. "I made a huge loss this time. Not only did I gain nothing from attacking Yulu Blessed Land, I even used Profound Ice House. When we get back to Zombie Alliance, I will have to pay a huge amount of contribution points." Thankfully, we had Profound Ice House. Otherwise, we would still be trapped inside. Goo Immortal Bodan said with some lingering fear. Shark Demon gave him a harsh glance. He quickly shut up. The other Goo Immortals nodded slightly. They felt glad that Shark Demon brought Profound Ice House along with him on this trip. This vanishing immortal essence dissipation rain is too powerful. Even the immortal goo house could not defend against it. We were still hit by it. At another side, Tai Bai Yun Sheng suddenly spoke. Seeing Tai Bai Yun Sheng speak, Shark Demon's expression became milder as he said, "That is because this Profound Ice House's greatest purpose is to help Ice Path Goo Immortals cultivate. Don't be deceived by its ordinary-looking appearance. Inside it is extremely damaged. It was fixed to the extent of barely being usable. If this was a complete immortal goo house, we could use it to defend even if we were inside. So that is it. Tai Bai Yunsheng nodded, not saying anything else. All right. This trip of exploring Yulu blessed land has ended. We can split up here. Shark Demon waved his hand, declaring this. The immortals left one by one rapidly. But Tai Bai Yunsheng was in no hurry to leave. Sir Tai Bai, are there any issues? Su Bai Man asked. This immortal zombie couple were extremely courteous to Tai Bai Yunsheng. The reason was the man as before immortal goo in Tai Bai Yunsheng's possession. Tai Bai Yunsheng smiled. Both of you know I am a Northern Plains goo immortal. I've been in Eastern Sea for some time already. Su Bai Man and Shark Demon gave each other a glance before nodding together. They knew this. Tai Bai Yunsheng could not conceal his aura as he did not have a method like old Lord Kan Yang. Thus, his Northern Plains goo immortal identity was exposed long ago. But this was not strange, because Eastern Sea had the earth tide. Once in a while, from the bottom of the sea, there would be a boundless force from the earth. It was grand and imposing. The might of nature. It was a fearsome power that far exceeded the limits of rank 8 goo immortals. The force from the earth would move up, stirring the seawater, causing the earth tide. The power of the earth tide was great. It could easily whip up giant tsunamis. The earth tide would collide on the regional walls, causing them to weaken. Chapter 819. Returning to the Blessed Land, putting up a show. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. It was already an extremely difficult thing for goo immortals to pass a regional wall. However, at this time every year, because of the earth tide, Eastern Sea's regional wall would become weaker and thinner. And goo immortals of Central Continent, Northern Plains, and Southern Border could take this chance to enter Eastern Sea. Naturally, there were also a few Eastern Sea goo immortals that took this chance to enter Central Continent, Northern Plains, or Southern Border. Thus, it was not a strange thing for goo immortals of these three regions to come to Eastern Sea. However, it was rare for Western Desert goo immortals to be in Eastern Sea. Western Desert and Eastern Sea were separated by the other regions in the middle. It would definitely be eye-catching if a Western Desert goo immortal appeared in Eastern Sea. There were 5 regions: Central Continent, Northern Plains, Southern Border, Western Desert, and Eastern Sea. Among them, Central Continent had the highest all-around strength, with countless goo master sects. Southern Border was covered with hundreds of thousands of mountains. Northern Plains terrain was flat and boundless. The tribes moved around the most, and they were the most battle-hardened. And Eastern Sea was the most abundant in resources. In the vast sea areas and deep seas, countless water creatures, sea beasts, minerals, and precious stones were hidden. The goo immortals of Central Continent, Northern Plains, and Southern Border came to Eastern Sea mostly for these resources, and this situation was common. Especially Northern Plains, where battles occurred the most and resources were few. Their goo immortals came to Eastern Sea to seek opportunities to grow, and there were also many who came to stay away from trouble. Tai Bai Yunsheng continued. With your support, I have been able to make good progress in Eastern Sea, and now my immortal aperture is showing signs of instability. The earth tide is arriving. I want to take this chance to return to Northern Plains and place my blessed land down to stabilize my immortal aperture for the earthly calamity. So it is like that. Shark Demon nodded. We should have thought of that. Sir Tai Bai should pay attention to safety when you leave. Maybe you can let us drop you there, Su Bai Man suggested while smiling. Tai Bai Yunsheng waved his hand. No need, no need. Shark Demon and Su Bai Man did not insist when they saw Tai Bai Yunsheng's refusal. The regional wall would become weaker because of the earth tide, but endless tidal forces would be present at the weak area. They were like countless reefs and vortexes, and it could get very dangerous. To pass through these, one must have an accurate map of the route. This kind of map was extremely precious. It was better if the map was deduced by a wisdom path Gu immortal. But if one did not have wisdom path methods, they could only rely on themselves to map the route through trial and error. If Tai Bai Yun Sheng let the two escort him, then wouldn't his route be revealed? Thus, Shark Demon and his wife did not insist. After dealing with my matters in Northern Plains, I will return in the next Earth Tide. Maybe I can even persuade a few friends to come with me. Tai Bai Yun Sheng spoke this as a way of preparing for Fang Yuan's appearance. Good. Brother Tai Bai's friends are our friends. We will definitely welcome them properly. Shark Demon laughed and said with great enthusiasm. Tai Bai Yun Sheng bade his farewell. When Tai Bai Yun Sheng's receding figure had shrunk to the size of an ant, Su Bai Man frowned as she sent a transmission to Shark Demon. Although the regional wall will be weakened, the Earth Tide is terrifying. If one is just the slightest bit careless and struck by the formless tidal forces, fractured bones would be the least of their problems. It is very possible for them to die a violent death on the spot. Did you see how relaxed Tai Bai Yun Sheng appeared? He definitely has complete confidence in his route. Are we really not going to follow him? If we had this route, we could also enter Northern Plains. And even if we don't have any use for it, we can turn it over to Zombie Alliance for large amounts of contribution points and reduce the losses of this attempt. Shark Demon firmly refused. No need. The routes are not fixed in place. After some Earth Tides, the formless tidal forces would change greatly, and the old routes will lose their value. Our main goal is to cooperate with him to use man as before for our revival. This is a long-term plan, and we cannot harm the good relation between us and him for small profits in the short term. All right, I will listen to you. Su Bai Man dispelled her thoughts, looking at her husband with a warm gaze. Her zombie face, however, was somewhat terrifying. Shark Demon did not care in the slightest as he affectionately took Su Bai Man in his arms, letting her lean on his chest while he consoled her gently. I know what you are worried about. We hold the task of attacking Yu Lu Blessed Land, and by using Profound Icehouse, our losses have become large. But it doesn't matter. Who doesn't suffer setbacks and failures as they live in this world? We still have the foundation to sustain the losses. Now we have the hope of revival. Don't be afraid, no matter what the future is like. How many difficulties we face, I will always guard you by your side. Dear, the vast eastern sea and the clear sky merged into one at the horizon, and seagulls could be seen occasionally flying in the sky. Tai Bai Yun Sheng flew through the sky without stopping. White fog lingered around his body, increasing his speed without producing any noise. Naturally, this was only a mortal killer move, and it could not compare to Fang Yuan's 3 pairs of true, solid bat wings. And once Fang Yuan's Iron Crown Eagle strength activated, the disparity between them would become even greater. However, this killer move had its own advantages. As the clouds covered one's body, mortals would not be able to see him. This was not yet the time of 5 regions' chaotic war. There was a chasm between Gu immortals and mortals. Most mortal GU masters had only heard of immortals and had no personal experiences with them. Many even only thought of immortals in a similar way to wispy legends. Tai Bai Yun Sheng was, after all, a Northern Plains Gu immortal, and was an outsider in Eastern Sea. Thus he tried to keep a low profile. At the beginning, as per Fang Yuan's instructions, he received tasks of restoring sea areas in Hai Shi Blessed Land, and after making a name, he was able to get connected to Shark Demon and others. All the attempts at attacking Yu Lu Blessed Land essentially included him as well. Shark Demon and his wife treated him very well, which was naturally because of his man as before. Shark Demon possessed Time Anchor Immortal Gu, which, when used with man as before, produced a hope of revival. However, Shark Demon and Su Bai Man had no thoughts of seizing man as before Immortal Gu. Unless one had methods like those of Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, it was almost impossible to forcibly take Immortal Gu. Dongfang Changfan was so weak and Fang Yuan held such huge dominance, but at the end, Dongfang Changfan self-detonated with just a thought. not giving Fang Yuan even one immortal goo as the spoils for battle. The difficulty of seizing immortal goo was evident. Tai Bai Yun Sheng flew for a long while before he finally saw a gray streak on the surface of the sea. As he approached closer, the gray streak in his sight gradually enlarged. It was a small island. This island did not have a spirit spring, and it was scarce in vegetation. It was basically a bare, grayish-brown rock. Even seabirds rarely visited it. In a region with bountiful resources like Eastern Sea, it was a barren place. However, Tai Bai Yun Sheng was a goo immortal. He did not care about this, only treating it as a temporary residence. An isolated island with a barren landscape would naturally not be coveted by anyone, reducing potential attention and trouble. Tai Bai Yun Sheng slowly landed on the island. He first inspected the goo formation he had set to see if there had been any changes. These goo formations were all coarsely arranged by him. One use was for simple monitoring, and another use was that if some other goo immortals came here, the goo formation would indicate that this island was not ownerless. After inspecting it, Tai Bai Yun Sheng found close to 10 additional goo worms. These were all information path goo worms, carrying messages. Originally, although Tai Bai Yun Sheng had been low-key in his conduct, but as a time path healing goo immortal with extremely useful immortal goo on him, he earned quite a bit of attention and could not be hidden for long. These information path goo came from all sorts of parties. Some were from super forces, some from the demonic path, some from immortal zombies, and some from righteous path lone cultivators. Most of them were requests for Tai Bai Yun Sheng to remedy certain things. A smaller portion did not request Tai Bai Yun Sheng to immediately help, but wanted to establish friendly relations. If by chance a mishap happened in the future, would this relationship not be of use? Tai Bai Yun Sheng had a benign nature, and also possessed 2 time path immortal goo. Thus he was greatly welcomed in Eastern Sea. Tai Bai Yun Sheng collected these information path goo worms and entered a cavern. He had only made this cavern for temporary use and had not spent any efforts on it. Thus it looked very crude and simple. Tai Bai Yun Sheng first replied to these information path goo worms, excusing himself from the invitations one by one before sinking into deep thought. I can open a stargate to conveniently return to Hu immortal blessed land. But if I directly open a stargate now, it can ruin the situation. Tai Bai Yun Sheng could now be considered to have some fame. His actions would be secretly observed by many people. Thus, his return to Hu immortal blessed land this time was more troublesome than previous times. He would really have to put on a false show of approaching the regional wall, using a stargate after there was nobody paying attention. Hu immortal blessed land. Fang Yuan had been studying the wisdom path inheritance for 3 days and 3 nights. He did not know how many thoughts were expended in his mind, in producing many insights. Dongfang Changfan was brimming with talent. This wisdom path inheritance in itself primarily gave priority to deductions, and is not specialized for battles. But he conceived the immortal killer move Myriad Star Fireflies, which is a unique concept that almost perfectly transforms the superiority and deduction of the inheritance into offensive power. In this entire inheritance, Myriad Star Fireflies is truly worthy of being the strongest offensive killer move. This was why Fang Yuan was sighing inwardly. His nature was different from Tai Bai Yun Sheng. His was a nature filled with heavy aggressiveness. The first thing he paid attention to was the offensive methods of the inheritance. How did Myriad Star Fireflies cause Fang Yuan to sigh inwardly? The foundation of this move was still Star Thought Goo. Every Starlight Firefly was encased in a Star Thought. The consumption of using this move was terrifying. Not only immortal essence, it also expended the Wisdom Path Dao marks in the Goo Immortal's body. Goo Immortals contained Dao marks in their bodies. Fang Yuan had Strength Path Dao marks. Fire Path. Goo Immortals had Fire Path Dao marks. Dongfang Changfan's body naturally had Wisdom Path Dao marks. Every time he used this move, it would consume at least 16 Wisdom Path Dao marks. Dao marks were very hard to obtain. To obtain Dao marks, besides rare and unique methods, the most common and orthodox method was to pass heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. Every tribulation and calamity passed could add Dao marks to the Gu immortal's body. The amount of Dao marks received was determined by the strength of the heavenly tribulation or earthly calamity. The stronger the heavenly tribulation or earthly calamity, the more Dao marks would be obtained. Chapter 8. 120. Insufficient wealth to refine immortal Gu. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Myriad star fireflies was a move that expended at least 16 Dao marks when used. There was no upper limit. The greater the range of myriad star fireflies, or the higher its power, the more Dao marks would be consumed when using it. But that was precisely why this move was extremely strong. The Dao marks enter space, forming a peculiar battlefield it was hard to destroy. When Gu immortals entered the range, their thoughts would turn into star thoughts, forming the attack for myriad star fireflies. As time passes, myriad star fireflies would grow stronger. This was converting the enemy's strength into one's own strength and attacking them with it. To enemy Gu immortals, this was an obscene feeling. It was like they were dropping a rock onto their own feet, or taking a dagger and stabbing themselves. After understanding the secret of myriad star fireflies' usage, Fang Yuan understood something else. No wonder that in the past, Dongfang Changfan usually used plots and schemes to deal with matters. Only until he had no choice would he take action by using myriad star fireflies. Because even though Dongfang Changfan was the #1 wisdom path Gu immortal of the current generation in Northern Plains, he could not use myriad star fireflies frequently. Its cost was too high. Once Dao marks were expended, they could not be recovered. The Dao marks were hard to obtain. Most Gu immortals could only get a large number of Dao marks after going through a tribulation. This myriad star fireflies is on par with my current killer move, Myriad Self. Of course, my killer move, Myriad Self, still has a lot of room for improvements. Myriad star fireflies cannot compete with it in this regard. I do not have any wisdom path Dao marks. Unless I enter into wisdom path, I might never be able to use this killer move in my lifetime. Of course, there was also another important point to consider. That was, this killer move, myriad star fireflies, needed a core of 3 wisdom path immortal Gu. Fang Yuan did not have a single one. When Dongfang Changfan lost, he self-detonated all of his immortal Gu. He did not leave any to Fang Yuan. Among these 3 wisdom path immortal Gu, the one Fang Yuan wanted the most was Star Thought immortal Gu. There were more than 10 immortal Gu recipes in this wisdom path inheritance. Among them was the recipe for Star Thought immortal Gu. There was even the refinement experiences of all the past inheritors and all of their findings after failures. Once he had Star Thought immortal Gu, Fang Yuan would not need to waste so much effort in slowly accumulating the mortal Star Thought Gu. The inheritance said, 1 bead of green grape immortal essence could produce 100,000 star thoughts from the use of Star Thought immortal Gu. Of course, if Fang Yuan used Star Thought immortal Gu, the number he would obtain would be less than 100,000. That was because each of the Wisdom Path Gu immortal inheritors had Wisdom Path Dao marks in them that amplified the effect of Star Thought immortal Gu. It was the same as how Fang Yuan could increase Giant Hand's power by 20% with his Strength Path Dao marks. 20% was very low. Ordinary Gu immortal experts had Dao marks that could increase the power of their immortal Gu, and their immortal killer moves would grow in power accordingly. Twice, thrice, 4 or 5 times, 10 times, or even 100 times. One of the main reasons why the difference between rank 7 and 8 was so great was due to this. The higher the cultivation level, the more terrifying the tribulations. Once they passed them, they would obtain a greater number of Dao marks. Fortune and disaster appeared in turn. From another perspective, the stronger the heavenly tribulation or earthly calamity, the more benefits one would obtain. It was a good thing. Once Fang Yuan had star-thought immortal goo, in terms of deductions, he would have fewer obstacles. He would not need to plan their consumption so painstakingly, maintaining such minimal and cautious consumption of star-thought goo. In addition, with his current wealth, he could sustain the expenditure of it. But the problem was, though Fang Yuan could sustain the cost of using the immortal goo, he could not afford to refine the immortal goo itself. Even though he made some profits, he was still a long way from refining immortal goo. Immortal goo were unique. They were fragments of the great Tao. The immortal essence stones and immortal materials expended when refining immortal goo were extremely great. Most importantly, when refining immortal goo, one could not prepare just one set of materials. They had to prepare many portions because the success rate of refining immortal goo was too low. Dongfang Changfan was a formidable person in his time, the #1 wisdom path goo immortal in Northern Plains. He was in control of a superforce for many years. He had also secretly worked with Immortal Crane sect, obtaining a fair sum of funds. But even so, at his peak, he only had 8 immortal goo in his possession. Among these 8, there was Mensis Blood Immortal Goo and Split Shadow Immortal Goo. These immortal goo were not of wisdom path. There were more than 10 immortal goo recipes in his wisdom path inheritance. Among them, he only refined less than half. For example, looking at old ancestor Shui Hu and Lady Wan Shou, the former had the highest battle strength among the rank 8s in Northern Plains, while the latter was one of the 4 most famous refinement path goo immortals in Northern Plains. They had deep foundations and were very affluent. But to refine the rank 8 fortune rivaling heaven immortal goo, even though they had Ma Hong Yun and could save a lot of resources, the rest of the resources needed still used up almost all of their savings. It could be said that they were going all in on this. With Fang Yuan's current situation, wanting to refine immortal goo was simply wishful thinking. Other than star-thought immortal goo, there was an immortal killer move that Fang Yuan thought highly of. It was called Star Fog Concealment. This move was used to enshroud a goo immortal in a layer of foggy starlight for extended periods of time. It could conceal their appearance and prevent others from seeing it. This was just the surface-level effect. Its true effect was to conceal the goo immortal from appearing as among the secrets of heaven. When other goo immortals tried to deduce matters about this goo immortal, the information would be concealed in fog. They would obtain unclear answers. This was almost like the effect of Dark Limit Immortal Goo. Dark Limit Immortal Goo's effect was to make the goo immortal be overlooked and for others to fail in the deduction. Star Fog Concealment obscured the information and make deductions harder, getting unclear answers. This Wisdom Path Immortal Killer move was one of the more unorthodox ones in the Wisdom Path inheritance. Many of the inheritors did not use it in their lifetimes. Thus, the recorded experiences on this move were very few in number. Because Wisdom Path Goo Immortals were rare to begin with, Wisdom Path Goo Immortals rarely plotted against or attempted to make each other's schemes fail. Under most situations, even if they used it, they could not know what their enemies sensed when deducing information on them. But to Fang Yuan, this was very useful to him. Wasn't his motive for getting the Wisdom Path inheritance to defend against other Wisdom Path Goo Immortals, to greatly delay the information of him being the culprit from being exposed to everyone? But unfortunately, this immortal killer move needed 2 Wisdom Path Immortal Goo as the core. But the problem was this. Fang Yuan did not have the wealth to refine immortal goo. Eventually, after Fang Yuan browsed through the entire Wisdom Path inheritance, he realized that what he could learn and make use of currently, while also being suitable for himself, was only one particular part. It was how to deal with enemy wills. There was a lot of content on this. How to defend against enemy wills, how to differentiate wills, how to control enemy wills, what to do when under the control of enemy wills, and how to control them instead. How to use wills to attack. Important matters when engaging in a battle of wills. How to detect wills, how to heal wills, how to amplify the power of wills, how to weaken wills, and much more. Why did Fang Yuan want to learn this? Because in his hands, he had Mo Yao's will. Mo Yao had incredible refinement path attainment in her life. She was also an Inkman with a lot of secrets of Inkman. She was even the lover of Bo Qing, and was a certain generation's fairy of Spirit Affinity House. She knew many historical events that were extremely valuable. What moved Fang Yuan the most was the Red Lotus Demon venerable inheritance clues that she had. The vital goo of Fang Yuan's first aperture, Spring Autumn Cicada, was Red Lotus Demon Venerable's vital goo in the past. Thus, he placed much importance on the details of this inheritance. He needed to learn this, how to search wills. Searching souls and searching wills were different matters with completely different difficulties. The former was easier. It was like eating. Everyone had a mouth. Even though Fang Yuan was not in soul path, he could still search Tai Bai Yun Sheng's soul. Outsiders could try it. But searching wills was like a chef taste testing a dish, attempting to decipher the main ingredients, supplementary ingredients, condiments, and even the steps involved in producing the dish. This was much more difficult. In other words, this was a specialized technique. Only wisdom path experts could try it. Thus, when Tai Bai Yun Sheng returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Fang Yuan was in Dong Hun Palace, diligently practicing the methods to search wills. He had just started learning. He had no experience in this. He was still some way from using it feasibly. "Junior brother, have you been well?" Tai Bai Yun Sheng smiled lightly. He faced a lot of pressure in Eastern Sea. He could only relax now after seeing Fang Yuan. True friendships were forged in difficulties. To him, Fang Yuan's Hu Immortal Blessed Land was like his home. Fang Yuan invited him to sit down, asking with surprise when he saw the tattered clothing. "You got injured?" Tai Bai Yun Sheng smiled bitterly. He said with slight lingering fear, "Now is different from the time I first entered Eastern Sea. Some people are placing attention on me. I could not come back using a Stargate directly. I had to go to the regional wall and put up a show. To think that someone actually followed me, resulting in me seeing for myself the terrifying might of the Earth Tide. Even though the regional wall was weakened from the Earth Tide, near the Earth Tide, the formless tides were unstoppable. Even though I was at the periphery, I suffered greatly from it. Only defensive immortal killer moves have any effect. My 9 cloud ring was like paper in front of it. Let's not talk about this, junior brother. Did you have many gains?" "Ha ha ha." Fang Yuan started laughing. He would obviously not tell Tai Bai Yun Sheng that he, the fake junior brother, had killed his real senior brother. But Fang Yuan only hid some parts. He told most of the truth to Tai Bai Yun Sheng. After Tai Bai Yun Sheng heard that, he was quite in awe towards a person like Dongfang Changfan. He talked to Fang Yuan about his own situation. The situation was such that Tai Bai Yun Sheng was quite popular in Eastern Sea. With his development at this rate, he could almost become a second Fairy Li Shan. Tai Bai Yun Sheng spoke about Yulu Blessed Land. Shark Demon had attacked it many times and faced endless difficulties, but he did not enter Yulu Blessed Land. He was stuck at the rounds in the outer periphery. Fang Yuan sighed. Fairy Yu Lu was a rank 8 Gu Immortal, a disciple of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. Yu Lu Grotto Heaven dropped to become Yu Lu Blessed Land, but it still has that foundation. It might be that Yu Lu Blessed Land is one of the hardest kinds of blessed lands to take down. There are many aspects that influence defense. The first is if the blessed land is whole. The second is whether there is a land spirit. The third is the abundance of immortal essence. The fourth is the presence of guards like desolate beasts. The fifth is immortal goo. The sixth is immortal killer moves. The seventh is immortal goo houses. And the eighth is goo immortals protecting it. But from what I see, the offense and defense of a blessed land only depends on one thing overall. That is the quantity of Dao marks. Tai Bai Yun Sheng heard Fang Yuan's words and was nodding. These were all common sense. But when he heard Fang Yuan's last sentence, it was like a burst of enlightenment. He was inwardly moved as he said with much interest, "Please enlighten me." Fang Yuan did not answer. he asked Tai Bai Yun Sheng. Old Bai, do you know about the phrase, man is the spirit of all living beings? Gu are the essence of heaven and earth. Chapter 821. Strategy to Attack. Blessed Land. Conversation Saw. About Dasi translator, Atlas Studios editor, Atlas Studios Tai Bai Yun Sheng sat on the chair. He was stunned before laughing and scolding. Junior brother, you're making fun of me. I've heard this phrase countless times. Ever since I started my cultivation journey, it's been ringing in my head. Even mortals are familiar with the phrase. Fang Yuan nodded. There was a hint of arrogance in his tone. He spoke. The origin of this phrase is the first rank 9 Gu immortal in human history. It was said by primordial origin immortal venerable. He was the creator of Central Continent's heavenly court. It has remained standing up until now, through many eras, never falling to the corrosion of time. This phrase is extremely brilliant. It is the golden rule of Gu master cultivation. Having being passed down since long ago, it is even more popular than. But in my opinion, this phrase is not brilliant enough. I summarized it into one word, that is, Dao. Tai Bai Yun Sheng heard this and straightened his body. He looked at Fang Yuan with shining eyes as he said again, "Please enlighten me." Fang Yuan said slowly, "Man is the spirit of all living beings. Among all living beings, humans have the highest intelligence and comprehension ability. We can understand heaven and earth and experience the great Tao. Gu are the essence of heaven and earth. They are very unique among living beings. Gu worms contain meager traces of the great Tao in their bodies, while immortal Gu contain fragments of the great Tao. Thus, they are the essence of heaven and earth. What is Tao? Water flows downwards, humans die from hunger, trees grow because of rain and fertilizers. These are all Tao. Gu masters use Gu worms. They can light up fire, make rivers flow upwards, shoot out lightning, heal injuries. These are also Tao. Humans nurture, use, and refine Gu. They are making use of the Gu worms to display the might of heaven and earth. By living and procreating, they eventually understand the laws of the world. After becoming a Gu immortal, the aperture becomes an immortal aperture, and Tao marks are carved on the body. One could say that Gu masters are nurturing Tao when they nurture Gu worms. They are using Tao when they use Gu worms, and they are refining Tao when they refine Gu worms. There are Gu masters of all sorts of paths: strength path, fire path, time path, poison path. These are all created by our predecessors who walked on an unknown path, a cultivation path that they created step by step. Saying so, Fang Yuan paused before saying, so in other words, when Gu masters cultivate, they are basically cultivating Tao. When Gu masters cultivate, they are basically cultivating Tao. Tai Bai Yun Sheng sat on the chair. He frowned as he thought over Fang Yuan's words. The more he muttered it, the more he felt the extreme brilliance of Fang Yuan's conclusion. This was truly directed at the core of the issue. To him, it was as if he felt clouds parting. He could see the clear skies. At this point, Fang Yuan continued. Let's talk about the foundation of a Gu immortal's cultivation. The immortal aperture. The immortal aperture is the blessed land or grotto heaven. It is a small world that contains Tao in it. This kind of Tao cannot compare to the world of the 5 regions. It is only expressed in Tao marks. Take my Hu immortal blessed land as an example. It has the basic time path Tao marks. Thus it can draw in a tributary of the river of time, allowing the concept of time to exist in the blessed land and for time to flow. It also has a rather large number of space path Tao marks. Thus the blessed land is large. Even after losing the north area, it still is very large. Hu immortal land spirit can even teleport freely. In blessed lands with few space path Tao marks, they have a smaller area and the land spirit cannot teleport. It is most abundant in enslavement path Tao marks. Precisely because of these Tao marks, Hu immortal blessed land is helpful for raising foxes. In addition, it can help in enslaving beast groups that are similar in body structure to foxes, and can even promote the growth of desolate beasts. Tai Bai Yun Sheng nodded and said in agreement, "That is absolutely correct. In my Tai Bai blessed land, it is most numerous in time, path Dao marks. Thus my time-based resources are very abundant. 1 day in the outside world is 33 days in my blessed land. It has the least earth path Dao marks. Thus there are no mountains in my blessed land, and the soil is infertile as well. In terms of space path Dao marks, it is only ordinary in total. The area is not large, but the sky is very high." He said this as his eyes shined brightly. He gained some understanding. "That is why I said the offense and defense of a blessed land only is based at one thing. That is, the composition of Dao marks in the blessed land." Fang Yuan continued, "Blessed lands are a small world. Why can they restrict enemies and seal their goo worms? The reason is because of the large number of Dao marks in the blessed land. It is like a pond. Mortal goo contain traces of Dao. They are like drops of water, sparks of fire. 1 drop of water entering the pond would be fused into it easily. 1 spark of fire entering the pond will get extinguished easily. Thus, once the Dao marks in the blessed land are activated, the heavenly power would be enforced, and mortal goo would lose effect. Why are immortal goo unrestricted by blessed lands? Because immortal goo are the law fragments. They are unique entities, just like a rock. When a rock is tossed into a pond, no matter how the surface ripples, the entry of the rock cannot be stopped. But although it cannot be sealed, it can be suppressed. When an immortal goo is used in blessed lands to battle, its power would be weakened or strengthened by the blessed land's Dao marks. As for goo immortals, when they invade blessed lands, they would be suppressed by the Dao marks as well. But goo immortals have an immortal body. They are fundamentally different from mortals. What are immortal bodies, to put it simply? They are bodies that have Dao marks carved on them. When goo immortals invade blessed land, the more Dao marks in the blessed land, the more suppression the goo immortal would feel. In contrast, the more Dao marks on the goo immortal's body, the less suppression they would experience. In his past life, Fang Yuan was a blood path goo immortal. He could not enter many of the fragment worlds of the immemorial 9 heavens. That was because these fragment worlds had sparse Dao marks. They were far fewer than the Dao marks in his body. If Fang Yuan entered them, it would be like a tiger entering a rabbit's cage. The only result would be that the fragment world would burst, causing the fragment world's Dao marks to be destroyed. The winds of assimilation would blow and destroy all of the resources in the fragment world. Or looking at another example, the demons and Dongfang Changfan had been fighting in Jade Pool blessed land. Dongfang Changfan used his territorial advantage and caused the goo immortals to be unable to use their mortal goo, but he could not seal their immortal killer moves. This was because Jade Pool blessed land was a public blessed land, even though it had a lot of Dao marks. It was very mixed. Dongfang Changfan could not mobilize all of the Dao marks. He could only control the part of the blessed land that he contributed. Thus, its power was limited. He could not even cause the flying goo immortals to land on the ground. Not all goo immortals possessed immortal killer moves for flying. But goo immortals have Dao marks in their bodies. They can resist the suppression of the blessed land's Dao marks. The demonic path goo immortals' mortal killer moves had no effect against Dongfang Changfan, but the mortal killer moves used on their own bodies still had effect. Truly insightful. Truly insightful. Tai Bai Yun Sheng was struck by realization. He sighed. I understand. Public blessed lands have weak defenses. Why is that? That is because they are formed by numerous goo immortals sacrificing a portion of their blessed lands. They were pieced together. These types of blessed lands are very mixed in Dao mark varieties. They cancel out each other and cannot form a cohesive strength. It is like having a finger each from 5 people. They can only act individually. They cannot form into a fist. Blessed land that have a soul origin also have Dao marks that are pure. If there are land spirits, they can expend immortal essence and mobilize the Tao marks to use the heavenly power. Immortal goo are the law fragments. There are Tao marks on the desolate beasts' bodies. Goo immortals have been mentioned already. Immortal goo houses are formed by combining immortal goo, while immortal killer moves are the fusion of many types of Tao marks. They are an effect or great power formed from varying sources. Thus, be it the blessed land or grotto heaven, the purer the Tao marks, the harder it is to take down. Land spirit, immortal essence, they are all to assist the use of Tao marks. Looking at Imperial Court blessed land, if not for the land spirit and 88 true Yang building contesting against each other, if it was fully protected, how could it be destroyed? Saying this, Tai Bai Yun Sheng left his seat. He straightened his back and faced Fang Yuan, bowing. After hearing your words, Fang Yuan, I have truly felt enlightened. My questions are answered. I have gained much from it. From today onwards, I would not dare to call you junior brother. A skilled person is a teacher. On the road of cultivation, you have already surpassed me. Hey, old Bai. Today we are just having a casual conversation. You do not need to be humble. You know this reasoning deep within yourself. You were just not as clear on it as me. Fang Yuan waved his hand. He was very calm and collected. Tai Bai Yun Sheng's face was austere. No, although the reasoning is simple, it is extremely brilliant. The word Tao is indeed more brilliant than the phrase, man is the spirit of all living beings. Gu are the essence of heaven and earth. I was quite ignorant in the past, only now have I seen the essence of Gu master cultivation. This reasoning, I am afraid, ordinary Gu immortals have not comprehended it yet. Fang Yuan showed a slight smile. Tai Bai Yun Sheng's words were not exaggerated. In truth, the reason he could understand this was because he had the advantage of being a transmigrator. In the previous life of his previous life, Earth was greatly developed in the field of science. Laws of mechanics, trigonometry, acceleration, density, specific heat capacity, and others. Weren't all these the laws of nature? From this aspect, science is also a form of cultivation. Give me a fulcrum and I shall move the earth. This classic sentence, when used in the Gu world, would be, give me a Gu worm, and I can give off light and heat. Give me all the Gu worms, and I will be omnipotent. Because he had experiences from two worlds, Fang Yuan could observe this world from another angle. He could understand logic that others could not sense or comprehend. But in the Gu master world, was there nobody who can understand this reasoning? How could that be? There were lots of people who understood. Primordial origin, immortal venerable, was one of them. Man is the spirit of all living beings. Gu are the essence of heaven and earth. This was a more detailed and easily understood explanation of Tao. Primordial origin, immortal venerable said it to aid in educating people of the future. It led to the development of inheritances of various paths. He had a different objective. Anyone who could understand this was someone of high position, a Gu immortal that stood up high. After looking at their cultivation journey over their entire life, they could conclude this. Ordinary Gu masters were living in the mortal world. Ordinary Gu immortals were busy dealing with their calamities and tribulations. Why would they have time to think about such useless things? Whether they could understand this reasoning or not, their lives would not be affected. In the end, it was only a way of thinking. But one could not look down on this way of thinking. Gunpowder was first used to refine pills in ancient China. When exposed to other civilizations, it had been developed into use for guns and cannons. The ingenuity of Chinese civilization was unquestionable, but modern Earth was on the path of science, and the Western world's contribution was the greatest. Different streams of thought would prevail in separate societies when viewing the world, and two different civilizations would be created. Between civilizations, one could not say which was superior or inferior. They were specialized in different things. Thus, Tai Bai Yun Sheng, who was part of the Gu master civilization, heard Fang Yuan's words and was deeply enlightened. From his perspective, he could feel that Fang Yuan's understanding was much higher than him. He did not dare to call him junior brother anymore. A skilled person is a teacher. If he continued to call Fang Yuan junior brother, Tai Bai Yun Sheng would feel extremely embarrassed inwardly. There was a type of feeling called humiliation of being inferior. Tai Bai Yun Sheng was currently in such a state. The two talked for some more time before Tai Bai Yun Sheng said his goodbyes to Fang Yuan. Even though they had always communicated with each other using Gu, after a face-to-face conversation, any distance between them had vanished. Fang Yuan had lived in two worlds. His manipulation techniques were extremely amazing. After a simple conversation about Dao, he left a deep impression in Tai Bai Yun Sheng, making the latter have a feeling of inferiority. Chapter 822. Discussion about huge plan. Rejection. After learning that Tai Bai Yun Sheng had returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Fairy Li Shan rushed to Hu Immortal Blessed Land as quickly as possible. Right now in Snowy Mountain, old ancestor Shui Hu was present all the time. Tai Bai Yun Sheng was an outsider and had a sensitive identity. He could not go there anymore. Thus, the best location was still Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Because Tai Bai Yun Sheng had the experience of saving Dong Hun Mountain, this process did not have any issues. It was completed uneventfully. Fairy Li Shan's pale face let out a sigh. After getting past this difficulty, a weight on her mind had finally been lifted. But she still had severe injuries on her. She needed to recuperate. Wait a moment. Fairy Li Shan was about to return to Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, but Fang Yuan stopped her. I have a huge transaction. I wonder if you are interested. Fang Yuan talked about his plan. He did not have the wealth to refine immortal Gu, but that did not mean that the combination of Tai Bai Yun Sheng, Fairy Li Shan, He Lo Lan, and Fang Yuan could not afford it. Right now, Fairy Zhang Yu's whereabouts are unknown, and to take Dark Limit Immortal Gu, we do not have a technique like that of Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. It would be very difficult. I obtained an immortal killer move from Dongfang Changfan's inheritance. It is called Star Fog Concealment. It can conceal one from heavenly secrets and is suitable for us. Fairy Li Shan's words immediately interested Fairy Li Shan and He Lu Lan, who was beside her. But after hearing that Star Fog Concealment needed 2 immortal Gu as the core to activate it, Fairy Li Shan smiled bitterly as she shook her head. Refining an immortal Gu is already beyond our capabilities. 2 immortal Gu are an impossible task. Now, although restoring Minuscule Mountain saved Fairy Li Shan a huge amount of expenses, the injuries on her body still needed to be healed by other Gu immortals. There was also old ancestor Shui Hu's missions that had been given to her, and the fact that she was sponsoring Hai Lu Lan to cultivate all along. Her deep financial power was at its limits. She was in difficult circumstances with funds, just like Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had no choice. He could only come up with another investment plan. He suggested, by gathering the wealth of all 4 of them, they could purchase knowledge and experiences of raising hairy men and buy hairy man slaves in bulk. They could also raise the scale of the stone nests, increasing the production of airsac Gu, to increase the amount of guts Gu traded. The 4 can split the profits after that. This plan was much cheaper than refining immortal Gu, but he was rejected by Fairy Li Shan. Fang Yuan, have you thought about Immortal Crane Sect's reaction? Your goats Gu trade is a monopoly. It is extremely profitable and has attracted much attention. If you increase the scale of production, Immortal Crane Sect is bound to become even more jealous. If the balance in their mindsets change, they might target Hu Immortal Blessed Land again. What will you do then? We have enough trouble already. The less complications, the better. Fang Yuan was silently before replying. You are right. Forget about it. After Fairy Li Shan returned to Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, He Lu Lan stayed in a stone nest to refine airsac Gu for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's 2 suggestions did not succeed. He was unresigned, After returning to Donghun Palace, he contacted Langya Land Spirit. The hairy men in Langya Blessed Land were the best quality he had ever seen. Even in a high-end market like Treasure Yellow Heaven, none of the hairy men were as skillful as the ones in Langya Blessed Land. From this, one could easily guess that Langya Land Spirit had the best methods to raise hairy men as well as rich experience in doing so. Fang Yuan did not have immortal essence stones, but he had the wisdom path inheritance, many immortal goo recipes, and he had a huge amount of immortal materials. They were all things that Langya Land Spirit desired. Could he use these to make a transaction with Langya Land Spirit? Fang Yuan started with hope, but he ended with disappointment. Langya Land Spirit's attitude was firm. It was like an iron wall with no way of getting through. You're targeting the hairy men? Don't even think about it. If you want to trade with me, there is only one way, by completing the task. Langya Land Spirit repeated the task again. He wanted that rank 6 immortal material, poisonous flower petals. Fang Yuan was slightly interested. He thought about it as he asked, "If I can get this immortal material for you, can you sell me some hairy man slaves or a portion of your experience in raising them?" Langya Land Spirit waved his sleeves in rejection. "Impossible. Anything involving hairy men is not for sale. You should forget about this idea. But if you can find the immortal material I want, I can give you the goo recipes of all-out effort goo. In fact, I not only have the rank 1 to 5 goo recipes of all-out effort goo, I also have the rank 6 all-out effort immortal goo recipe. Isn't this something you need?" Langya Land Spirit tossed out this bait. It indeed enticed Fang Yuan, but he was also a little angry internally. Langya Land Spirit was trying to make use of Fang Yuan, but could it be so easy to get this immortal material? The danger was too great. Fang Yuan would have to risk his life. As the saying goes, a fall in a pit, a gain in one's wit. How many times had Fang Yuan taken advantage of Langya Land Spirit? The Northern Plains auction was simply too much of a loss for the Land Spirit. The pain was so great that the Land Spirit had come to a realization. That was why Langya Land Spirit became so hard to deal with. The reason was Fang Yuan. Investment or effort leads to reward. The reverse is also true. Any reward would have its price. Fang Yuan obtained so much in immortal materials for essentially no cost. The price was that his relationship with Langya Land Spirit became ice-cold. Land spirits were formed by the fusion of obsession and heavenly power. They were very stubborn. Even though they could not lie, once they made up their minds, they would not easily change it. Thus, suddenly, Fang Yuan could not do anything. Langya Blessed Land could not provide him any more help. There was no need to ask Langya Land Spirit for any investments. His plan failed. Fang Yuan sighed as he placed his attention on the Blessed Land's calamity. 2 days later. Myriad Self-Giant Hand, rise! Fang Yuan activated his immortal killer move. 4 of the 8 strength path hands grabbed on 4 sides of Donghun Mountain as it lifted, while the other 4 lifted the base of it into the air. Donghun Mountain rose up rapidly. It was tens of meters away from the ground in no time. Tai Bai Yun Sheng was floating in the air. Seeing this, he was stunned. At a stone nest, Hai Lu Lan looked from far away at the huge Donghun Mountain floating in the air. She muttered to herself. In such a short time, he got stronger again. It was much easier now for Fang Yuan to lift Donghun Mountain, not only because he was using 8 strength path hands, but because he had already completely fused pulling Mountain Immortal Goo into the killer move Myriad Self, making it part of its core. Originally, Myriad Self's core was Cleanse. Soul Immortal Goo. After Cleanse Soul Immortal Goo was starving, it could not be used anymore, so he used Self-Strength instead. But now, the core of Myriad Self-Killer move became 2 Goo. One was Self-Strength, the other was Pulling Mountain. Don't just stare, take it, Fang Yuan shouted. Tai Bai Yun Sheng quickly opened up his immortal aperture as the 8 strength path giant hands brought Donghun Mountain into his blessed land slowly. All right, next, The land spirit will lead you to collect several resources in the blessed land, Fang Yuan said. Tai Bai Yunsheng nodded under Little Hu Immortal's control. He vanished in front of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan landed on the ground. Without Danghun Mountain, the center of the blessed land was very empty. He sat there and closed his eyes, mobilizing time, luck, immortal goo as countless mortal goo flew up from within his immortal aperture, his dead land. As beads of green grape immortal essence were consumed, with time, luck, immortal goo as the core, and the surrounding mortal goo acting as support, a huge white gold mist of light was formed. The mist of light entered the air, flying across the gray sky for several li, towards a group of goo master captives. These captives were from Dongfang tribe. Earlier they were imprisoned by Fang Yuan in an underground cell. Now, they were taken out and placed in his immortal aperture. As the mist of light covered them, these captives screamed in shock. What is this thing? They had an ominous feeling within themselves. They wanted to dodge, but they were restrained and could not move. The white gold mist of light circulated around them, initially slowly but growing faster. It soon spun quickly as it formed a spiral of white gold light. The white gold light spiral circulated for a while before exploding into a white gold-colored light pillar. Immortal killer move. Time assist. Luck. The light pillar penetrated out of Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. It went all the way up along Fang Yuan's spine, until it shot out of Fang Yuan's head, into the sky. After several breaths of time, the light pillar vanished. At the same time, the white gold spiral in Fang Yuan's immortal aperture was consumed. On the rotting ground, there were corpses of all the Dongfang tribe captives. These corpses were all dried out and old. They were originally young people, but they were now extremely aged. Time assist luck had such an effect. It snatched the lifespan of others to give the Goo Immortal a temporary boost in his own luck. I won't give in. You killed us, you murderer. We will haunt you even as ghosts. For your own selfish reasons. You murdered us innocent souls. You are a sinner. You are a murderer. Ah, eat him, eat him. Suddenly, a large number of vengeful remnant spirits came out of Fang Yuan's body. They twisted around his soul and were attacking him fiercely. Fang Yuan snickered. His tall immortal zombie body was unmoving like a mountain. The soul in his body had already counterattacked, colliding with these souls. These souls were very tattered and were originally mortal souls. It was reasonable to say that they were not worth mentioning, but at this point, Fang Yuan's soul was being suppressed by them. Thankfully, they did not have intelligence. They could not cooperate. Fang Yuan moved his soul and killed them one by one. He paid a huge price, but he exterminated these souls. After the battle, Fang Yuan's soul was 30% of its original size. It was dim and resembled a flickering candle. It was barely alight. Its injuries could be said to be severe. But thankfully, he had guts goo. He crushed air sac goo one after another. The guts goo inside broke as well, turning into the purest form of nourishment for his soul to strengthen and recover. A moment later, Fang Yuan's soul completely recovered. It was back at its peak condition. Compared to before, his soul was more refined. It was like forged steel, becoming more compact and durable. The backlash of remnant souls is time assist luck killer move's greatest weakness. But after the soul battle ends, when my soul recovers, there is some advantage of refining the soul. Fang Yuan could clearly discern the benefits and weaknesses of this move. Chapter 823. Advantages outweigh disadvantages. Time assist. Luck translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Time assist. Luck increased one's luck without expending one's own lifespan, but it had two big disadvantages. First was the backlash of the remnant souls. Because of the immortal killer move, the remnant souls become extremely fierce, and in the dangerous battle of souls, one could not use any soul path methods and had to rely on their own soul to battle. Thus, Even soul path Gu immortals often suffered severe damage to their soul after the Battle of Souls. Second was that time assist luck could only be used once a month, and this related to the amount of time experienced by the immortal bum. What was meant by the time experienced by the immortal body? Blessed lands and grotto heavens had different rates of time flow compared to the outside world. For instance, one day in the outside world could be over 15 days in the blessed land. If the Gu immortal was in the outside world, the time experienced by their immortal body was 1 day. If they were in the blessed land, the same time in the outside world experienced by the immortal body would be 15 days. The length of a Gu immortal's lifespan was the total amount of time their immortal body experienced. Fang Yuan took back time luck immortal Gu as well as the other mortal Gu, and subconsciously gazed upwards. It's a pity that I don't have luck inspection immortal Gu and cannot inspect the change in my luck. I also can't tell how effective the killer move, time assist luck, is. Oh, right, I can't inspect myself, but I can inspect others. Fang Yuan suddenly thought of a way. He had luck inspection mortal Gu, although it could not be used to see his own luck. He had connected his luck with Ye Fan, Han Li, and Hong Yi. The series of luck connections made the luck of the four of them the same, like 4 bowls of water with the same volume. The water in Fang Yuan's bowl had suddenly increased. This rise would immediately be divided into 4 portions. 1 portion would be left in his bowl, while the other 3 portions would flow to the other 3 people. Fang Yuan could not inspect his own luck, but he could inspect the other 3. After all, these 3 were still mortals at present. Southern border. In a lush forest on a mountain, Ye Fan was quickly moving along the ground like an ape. He occasionally jumped over boulders, and at times climbed and grabbed long green vines flying between the tall trees. He was extremely fast, as if he was truly possessed by an ape. In fact, fine ape hair grew on his nose, cheeks, arms, and other areas. Ye Fan's eyes were also not white and black. Instead, they had turned golden. He was staring at a blue speck of light in front of him with a slightly anxious look. This blue-face Gu is truly slippery. It is so hard to catch. No, I must catch it. It is rank 3 Gu of transformation path and can change a male Gu master's appearance. I am currently under an arrest warrant. This Gu worm is even more important to me. Suddenly, a strange itch was felt at the bottom of Ye Fan's heart. Ye Fan glanced quickly at his body and saw his arms were already covered in thick ape hair. His heart sank. Damn it! I forcibly activated the killer move, Ape Transformation. The longer I maintain this killer move, the more ape hair there will be. And once it goes beyond the limit, I might turn into a half-man and half-ape monster. But if I stop this killer move, my speed will definitely fall and I will only be able to watch this wild blue-face Gu leave. Right as Ye Fan was in a dilemma, the sky rapidly changed, as dark clouds covered the sky, and soon, bean-sized raindrops started to fall. In a dozen breaths of time, the drops of rain had turned into torrential rain. The rainstorm obstructed his vision. Ye Fan had completely lost the blue light he had barely been able to chase. Damn it, I spent several days and nights, and now all my effort has failed. Sigh. Without a Gu worm specially meant to capture wild Gu, it is really difficult to capture them with just bare hands. Ye Fan was soon soaked thoroughly, inwardly in great disappointment. Crackle. Right at this time, a bolt of lightning struck a large tree on the mountain. The tree fell down. Fire burned and soon spread, unable to be extinguished by the rainstorm. On this tung oil mountain, there are tung trees everywhere, and they are very combustible. I need to quickly leave this place, otherwise it will be too late once there is a wildfire. Ye Fan quickly left. After 15 minutes, he was standing at the base of the mountain, looking at the wildfire spreading wildly over the mountain, the rainstorm unable to extinguish it. He sighed and was about to leave when suddenly a blue light swayed into his vision. When Ye Fan saw it clearly, his eyes opened wide. It was that blue-face Gu. But this blue-face Gu had dense soot over its body and was clearly heavily injured. Ye Fan quickly hurried over and grabbed it. Normally, a goo master would face stubborn resistance from a goo worm's will when they refined wild goo, but as the blue-face goo was too weak, Ye Fan was able to refine it within a few breaths of time. I had never imagined I would obtain blue-face goo like this. Ye Fan sighed inwardly at the mysteriousness of fate. He was fully satisfied with this pleasant surprise and was about to leave, when suddenly his body stiffened like a stone statue. After the blue-face goo, there were still 3 wild goo worms that had escaped the fire and were flying in his direction in heavily injured states. Western Desert. On a rocky beach, all sizes of rocks were piled up and spread over the surroundings, forming a natural rock field. Han Li was breathing heavily as he ran over the broken rocks. His legs hurt badly, but he endured it. "Brat, put down those 3 nodding stones," a rank 3 goo master shouted in fury from behind, while in fierce pursuit of Han Li. Han Li ran even faster when he heard the voice. In his vision, a tall pile of rocks was getting bigger and bigger. Han Li involuntarily showed a happy expression. These rocks were extremely large and firm, with gaps of all sorts of sizes in between the rocks. This was a very good hiding place. The rank 3 goo master who was chasing Han Li, however, was exceptionally anxious. Han Li was only a young man with a weak and thin physique. He would be able to leave the goo master's vision soon if he entered the gaps. The previous intense battle had consumed the primeval essence of the rank 3 goo master. He was not able to even activate rank 3 movement goo, and had no choice but to chase him by simply running. Damn it, do I let him slip away like this? No, I am a grand rank 3 goo master elder, while he is only a mortal. If I let him escape and word of this matter spreads, how am I going to hold my reputation up in the future? Those 3 nodding stones are materials to refine rank 5 goo. They are very valuable, if they were sold. The rank 3 goo master was extremely unwilling. He gritted his teeth fiercely and finally used his trump card. His mind blanked out briefly as his lifespan decreased by 2 years in exchange for 20% rank 3 primeval essence. He used 10% to activate a movement goo worm. His speed increased sharply, and in several breaths, he was right behind Han Li. He used the other 10% primeval essence to punch out a stone fist. The stone fist could definitely kill Han Li if it struck. However, a bright light flashed past the goo master's eyes as he dispelled this thought. On one hand, he was afraid of shattering the nodding stones with Han Li, and on other hand, he really hated Han Li and wanted to properly torture him to death to vent his anger. Therefore, this stone fist brushed past Han Li's right leg and crashed into the tall and sturdy rock pile. A series of muffled sounds echoed. Dust swirled and shattered rocks splattered everywhere. Han Li received a heavy injury. His right leg was directly fractured. However, he had a firm disposition and knew his life was hanging by a thread right now. He screamed before using all his strength to jump forward. His thin and small body allowed him to land right into a crevice. The rank 3 goo master was startled. He had used up all his primeval essence and had no more ways now. Was he really going to let this brat escape alive? But soon, the goo master relaxed. Han Li had jumped into a crevice, but his head had hit a wall and was bleeding, and with the serious fracture of his right leg, he was dizzy and could not even climb up. "Brat, you really can run. Run, run more." The rank 3 goo master slowly walked closer to Han Li with a vicious expression. Han Li was filled with despair. He subconsciously stepped back, but his speed was extremely slow. The rank 3 goo master thought of countless cruel methods to torture Han Li as he entered the crevice with a sinister smile. Boom! Suddenly, the many large rocks forming the crevice collapsed above the rank 3 goo master. The rank 3 goo master's sternum broke and his lungs were pierced. He struggled for a while before dying. Han Li was left stupefied on the spot. Central Continent, Universal Life Academy. The goo refinement competition had already entered its final round. 16 young goo masters were sitting cross-legged on the plaza, and under everyone's gazes, started refining goo simultaneously. The Refinement Path Convention of Central Continent was already approaching. Universal Life Academy might only be a small sect, but every sect of Central Continent had a quota for participating in the Refinement Path Convention. Universal Life Academy only had 3 places reserved, and one each was given to a disciple, elder, and external elder of the sect. Now, 16 Gu Master disciples were fighting for the sole reservation. This competition will soon reach the crucial moment. Right. There is one final barrier in refining Red Face Gu, which tests the Gu Master's subtle control of their senses. Their hands and mind must be coordinated to maintain control over the fire. Look, Chao Yu has already reached this barrier. He is intentionally slowing down the speed of Gu refinement to have sufficient time to react. Spectating disciples discussed and analyzed the situation in soft voices. After a while, 2 others entered this final barrier. As expected, they are Xie Lan and Lu Wen. These 2, along with Chao Yu, are publicly recognized as the 3 ultimately most talented elite disciples in refinement path of our academy. The final winner of this competition should be from among these 3. Maybe there is a dark horse? Heh. This is not possible. Cultivating refinement path requires large amounts of practice and is not a matter of instant success. Even if someone secretly practices, this process would also waste enormous amounts of resources, and the records of buying Gu refinement materials cannot be concealed. On the raised platform, the academy principal was sitting at the front with 6 elders beside him, watching the competition to prevent any cheating from occurring. Time flowed by. There was a 4th young Gu master, then a 5th and a 6th who stepped into this final crucial step, one after the other. We can basically confirm it now. The winner will be from among Chao Yu, Xie Lan, and Lu Wen. As long as they don't make a mistake, they are the top 3. Other Gu masters have also reached the final step, but it is already too late. While the spectators discussed outside the plaza, the elders were also secretly communicating. Chapter 824. Blood Poison Carrier Flowers, 7th Calamity. The Refinement Hall elder spent all his effort to nurture the 3 of them. They are at the upper level even in Central Continent. They are truly prized students of a brilliant master. An elder praised. Hehehe, I am flattered. These 3 children have talent, but it was mostly because of Lord Principal's support. Otherwise, they would not have become so familiar with the refinement steps. The Refinement Hall elder was very modest. The academy principal did not speak. The Refinement Hall elder shifted the topic as he spoke about Hong Yi. Speaking of which, your son, Hong Yi, has such talent as well. He is in the finals now. Most notably, he is not a disciple of the Refinement Hall. It is very impressive that he managed to attain such results despite having little practice. All of the elders looked at each other. They were secretly despising the Refinement Hall elder for bootlicking the principal so smoothly, but they all voiced out their agreement with him. Indeed. With Lord Principal's bloodline in him, how can he be weak? When he first entered the academy, he was still inconspicuous. But now Hong Yi is already the leader of the disciples. In the future, he is sure to be a leader somewhere. The principal snorted. You are praising him because he is my son. Do you think I cannot tell? He could get into the finals because of his dog-shit luck. He tries out everything without putting hard work into any of them. By learning everything, he is also being unskilled at every aspect. After this competition, send him into 7 days of seclusion, so that he can reflect on himself. The elders were silent. Lord Principal had several sons. Hong Yi was the most capable one, but he was the son of a concubine and did not have a good relationship with his father. He had a rebellious nature and was thus often suppressed by the principal. This time, Hong Yi signed up for the refinement path competition behind his father's back. At the moment, Hong Yi's forehead was covered in sweat as he looked at the lump of fire in his hands. In the fire, the Gu worm was gradually taking form. I am finally at the last step. It is a pity that I wasted too much time. Hong Yi observed the others while in the midst of his refinement. He saw that Chao Yu, Xie Lan, and Lu Wen's flames had shrunken to the size of wicks. Hong Yi knew that he had no hope of winning. In truth, he had refinement path talent greater than Cao Yu and the other two. But he practiced very little. One reason was because this was not his main path. He could not divert too much attention to it as he lacked in the time he could invest. Secondly, he had no financial support, even though he had some fortuitous encounters. His father did not support him. He could only cultivate his main path. Damn it. Father has already noticed my intention. I want my mother's memorial tablet to be placed in the ancestral hall. But Father follows the ancestral rules strictly. Why would he allow it? He wants me to be like my other siblings, obeying him without question and not challenging his prestige. But Hong clan had been really unfair to my mother. This is injustice. If I do not seek justice for my mother, I am not a filial son. Forget it. At this point, I can only take a risk and make a shot in the dark. The refinement of this red-face goo is usually completed in an instant in a refinement path master's hands. But the fire is hard to control. Thus, the others are slowing down at this step. I cannot complete it instantly, of course, but if I can surpass their speed, I will have a chance of winning. Hong Yi made up his mind. He immediately acted on it. Be it the disciples around him or the elders on the stage, they quickly noticed Hong Yi's actions. Everyone shook their heads. He is so naive. Hong Yi is taking a risk, but how can he turn this around? Unless he is a refinement path master. He is obviously not a refinement path master. He is seeking his own doom. Look, his fire has gone out of control already. Oh no! Hong Yi cried out in dismay. The flame in his hands was flickering. It was making cracking sounds as it burned. It was going to explode. The force of the explosion would not be scary. After all, this was a test from the academy. They were concerned about the disciples' safety. I failed! Hong Yi's heart sank. The flame in his hand had completely lost control. It even flew away from his hand. At once, Hong Yi felt extremely bitter. I still failed in the end. Achoo! He had been practicing goo refinement for the last few nights. He had been putting in last-minute effort, but had gotten a cold in the process. Because he relaxed himself now, and his body was full of sweat, he could not help but sneeze. His sneeze blew at the fire and the flames extinguished at once. A refined red-face goo fell onto the concrete floor of the stage with a loud sound. I refined it successfully? Hong Yi was stunned. Everyone stopped their movements on the spot. Goo! An elder who was drinking tea spat out all of the tea in his mouth. Even the academy principal, Hong Yi's father, stood up subconsciously. He had a strange expression. He was stunned. This sneeze actually worked like the method of a refinement path master, causing the refinement's final step to be completed in an instant, creating the red face goo. Hong Yi. This lad. Just what kind of dog shit luck is this? Hu immortal blessed land. Fang Yuan, Tai Bai Yun Sheng, Hu immortal land spirit, and He Lo Lan were floating in the air, awaiting the start of the earthly calamity. What earthly calamity would it be this time? Little Hu immortal looked at her master. Fang Yuan touched her little head. Don't worry. This time, the situation is different from last time. We have 3 goo immortals here, and Dang Hun Mountain along with lots of our resources were moved out. The Blessed Land's foundation is greatly depleted. Furthermore, I raised my own luck. I have an 80% confidence of getting through this calamity. The way of heaven was to take away surpluses while replenishing deficits. It emphasized on balance. The deeper the foundation of the Blessed Land, the stronger the heavenly tribulation or earthly calamity. Thus, Fang Yuan moved Dang Hun Mountain and all the other precious resources into Tai Bai Yun Sheng's immortal aperture. This way, with less fortune in the Blessed Land, the heavenly tribulation or earthly calamity would be much weaker. In Imperial Court Blessed Land, he learned about the power of Luck Path. He knew that the stronger his own luck was, the weaker the heavenly tribulation or earthly calamity would be. One could say that Fang Yuan had done all the preparation possible, but even so, there was still a 20% chance that he would fail in resisting the earthly calamity. The reason was that there were an immense variety of earthly calamities. It was unknown which one was coming. Earthly calamities have all sorts of strange effects. Even those rare and unheard-of abilities were possible. Even those that had never been seen before could appear. The difficulty of resisting them would be much greater. As they waited, Earth Chi started to rumble as the earthly calamity began. Stalks upon stalks of flowers pierced the ground of Hu immortal blessed land as they grew rapidly. In a few breaths' time, bright red stalks of flowers grew all around Hu immortal blessed land. The immortals hesitated. The flowers were blooming in all directions. These flowers were huge. They had the size of a person's face. The petals were soft and delicate like silk. They were layered on top of each other. Each flower had at least 6 layers of petals, and around 100 petals in total. "This is the blood poison Caria," Fang Yuan said in a quiet tone. He recognized this flower. He felt very helpless. To think that this earthly calamity was a type of blood calamity. These blood poison Caria flowers only took 10 breaths of time from budding to wilting. When they wilt, their petals and roots would turn into a pool of poison. The poisonous blood would pollute the blessed land, causing widespread damage to life, leading to great losses. Only woodpath techniques were specialized at dealing with these blood poison Caria flowers. Other than that, any blood poison Caria that was destroyed would also turn into a pool of poisonous blood. But in fact, even if Fang Yuan had woodpath techniques, it was too late. There were so many blood poison Caria flowers all over Hu immortal blessed land. What could he do to stop them? Thus, even though there were 3 Gu immortals on his side, facing the vast sea of blood poison Caria flowers, they were helpless. The blood poison Caria flowers quickly wilted, as poisonous blood covered the surface of the ground like a layer of water. The water surface was not deep, about the height of a person's ankles, but it was all over Hu immortal blessed land. The lake at the eastern part of the blessed land had been completely polluted. The fox groups and wolf groups at the western part of the blessed land faced countless deaths. Corpses were lying in the pool of blood. Their blood flowed out and added to the pool of poisonous blood. The Rockman slaves in the southern part were rudely awakened. Many of the Rockmen had blood poison Caria flowers growing on their bodies. After the flower wilted, poisonous blood flowed out as the Rockmen cried out in pain, but few of them died. Tai Bai Yunsheng felt a chill as he looked at the sky, sighing. Heaven really wouldn't give us an easy time. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly. He Lulan consoled him. Tribulations are hard to endure. The current situation is quite good already. Looking at the poisonous blood all over the blessed land, even though most of the land is polluted and your losses are severe. The earth key has already settled down. This earthly calamity is over already. Little Hu Immortal's eyes were watery. Master, we have to clear up the poisonous blood. The soil is polluted. It will not produce anything for the next few years. Our pink flower rabbits, wolf groups, and fox groups suffered great losses in numbers. Fang Yuan made a move immediately. He used pulling water immortal goo to siphon the poisonous blood into his own immortal aperture. His immortal aperture was a dead land. It was full of death energy and had no life. The poisonous blood could not pollute anything. But the poisonous blood was all over the blessed land. The range was too huge. Even if Fang Yuan used pulling water immortal goo, the efficiency was too low. He felt some regret inwardly. If I knew this, I would not have fused pulling mountain immortal goo into the killer move, myriad self. I would have fused pulling water immortal goo first. That way, my efficiency would be higher and my immortal essence expenditure would be lower. Man proposes, heaven disposes. This saying fit the current situation. After spending a day and a night, Fang Yuan finally extracted all of the poisonous blood in this blessed land and moved it into his immortal aperture. During this period, he worked without a break. He did not rest or sleep. He spent quite a sum of green grape immortal essence during the process. Removing the pollution of the poisonous blood could not be dragged on. The longer he took, the deeper the pollution, and the greater the after effects. Even though the poisonous blood was removed, the soil on the surface of the blessed land was entirely poisonous. Squeezing it with one's hand would produce some bloody red mush. If it was not settled, in several days, this layer of soil would completely rot, turning into poisonous blood and polluting soil in other areas. Fang Yuan immediately made up his mind, removing this layer of soil. Even though Tai Bai Yun Sheng had landscape as before to restore the land back to its original state, Fang Yuan did not adopt that method. Thus, Fang Yuan, Tai Bai Yun Sheng, and He Lu Lan worked together, spending several days and finally getting rid of the soil layer. Fang Yuan moved all of the poisonous soil into his immortal aperture. Even with his immortal zombie body, he was extremely exhausted. There was a lot of work to do. Looking at it from another perspective, it was a good thing that Fang Yuan removed the north area of the Blessed Land previously. Chapter 825. Developing the Blessed Land. Lu Lan comes to a realization. Hu immortal Blessed Land's seventh earthly calamity was finally over. Afterwards, looking back at this earthly calamity, there was really nothing dangerous, but this earthly calamity targeted Fang Yuan's weakness. It was quite unpleasant. Fang Yuan and the other two Gu immortals could only watch the earthly calamity develop, making as much compensation as possible afterwards. After the earthly calamity ended, He Lu Lan continued to stay in Hu immortal Blessed Land. This place was the safest to stay in for her right now. Under Fang Yuan's arrangement, she continued to use Strength Qi Immortal Gu, assisting the hairy man-slaves in the stone nests, refining large numbers of air sac Gu. Right now, there was a mountain of air sac Gu in the storage. Air sac Gu was a one-time consumable Gu. It was paired with Guts Gu and sold together. Before the tribulation, Fang Yuan had made full use of He Lu Lan. The three stone nests were refining Gu crazily, creating large numbers of air sac Gu. Right now, there was a high number of air sac Gu. The production of Guts Gu could not keep up. Fang Yuan changed his refinement plan. He made one stone nest refine air sac Gu, while the other two refined mortal star thought Gu. This made He Lu Lan grit her teeth in anger, because their earlier deal was, before the tribulation, He Lu Lan would help the hairy men with the refinement of air sac Gu. After these air sac Gu were used to store Guts Gu and sold for profit, all of it would go to Fang Yuan. Now that Hu immortal Blessed Land had gone through the tribulation, from now on, the sale of Guts Gu would include He Lu Lan's share of the profit. He Lu Lan lacked money too. Or more accurately speaking, any Gu immortal who had just ascended into an immortal like her would lack money. Especially now, when Fairy Li Shan's wealth was dwindling, she could not support He Lu Lan's cultivation anymore. He Lu Lan's desire towards immortal essence stones was at an all-time high. But just when she wanted to start building and accumulating her foundation, Fang Yuan shrunk the production of air sac Gu. He Lu Lan was helpless. The three stone nests were Fang Yuan's possession. He could refine whatever he wanted to. He did not need to get her input. But was He Lu Lan someone who gave up easily? She found Fang Yuan and talked to him, hoping that he would allocate at least 2 stone nests to refining air sac Gu so as to increase the sale of Guts Gu. Fang Yuan attended to her enthusiastically, telling her about his difficulties with much emotion. Fairy Lu Lan, I also want to increase production. I have a huge headache right now. You've also seen how many hairy men I've lost in the production of air sac Gu. If I want to replenish the number of hairy men, the cost will go up. Meanwhile, refining star thought Gu is much milder and would cause fewer deaths in the hairy men. At this point, I've lost about 30% of my hairy men. If this goes on, I'll need to buy hairy man slaves. But you've just witnessed who immortal blessed land undergoing tribulation. The losses were very great. Now it's necessary to be more sparing. Hai Lu Lan heard this and frowned. She felt vexed inwardly. She almost lost control and shouted, "You're bullshitting me." Even if Hai Lu Lan did not know about Fang Yuan's total assets, she knew this. Before the tribulation, Fang Yuan had already transferred all of his precious resources into Tai Bai Yun Sheng's immortal aperture. He had no great losses. Meanwhile, in Jade Pool Blessed Land, he seized so many resources and even obtained Dongfang Changfan's soul. It could be said that he was one of the biggest winners out of the people in Taichu. The sale of Guts Gu was very much in demand. Most of the profits went to Fang Yuan. No matter how poor Fang Yuan was, he could definitely afford to buy a group of hairy man slaves. Fang Yuan was lamenting about poverty to Hai Lu Lan. Seeing that she was unhappy, he continued smiling, saying, "Actually, in my opinion, my earlier suggestion is quite appropriate. We can pool a huge fund and buy experiences and knowledge of raising hairy men before buying the slaves and raising them ourselves. This is a long-term investment. It is extremely worth it in the long run." Fang Yuan mentioned his suggestion again as Hai Lu Lan sighed in her mind. Fang Yuan's plan was advantageous to all four of them. But the first time he mentioned it, why did Fairy Li Shan object immediately? Because once this plan worked out, Fang Yuan was the biggest winner. This provided him too much help. Among the four of them, Fang Yuan needed hairy man slaves the most. He had the stone nests and could use them to their greatest value. Fang Yuan's cultivation plan involved the refinement of large numbers of mortal goo. But Hai Lu Lan, Fairy Li Shan, and Tai Bai Yun Sheng did not have such a need. If this plan succeeded, Hai Lu Lan and the others would need to invest time and money into raising hairy men. The best use of this was to sell hairy man slaves. But their immortal apertures were not suitable for raising hairy men. Meanwhile, Hu Immortal Blessed Land was a much better location. Not only could Fang Yuan sell hairy men slaves and have the greatest advantage in raising them, he could even use them to refine goo and sell large numbers of mortal goo. Precisely because of this, Fairy Li Shan rejected him. Fang Yuan was developing too quickly. An experienced goo immortal like Fairy Li Shan could not allow it any further. Even though they were allies, the Snowy Mountain Alliance would expire eventually. After cooperating with Fang Yuan so many times, would Hai Lu Lan and Fairy Li Shan be unclear about how unscrupulous and ruthless this demonic schemer was? Hai Lu Lan sighed. Her brows were tightly knitted. She did not continue the conversation. She turned around and left. Fang Yuan smiled as he sent her off and watched her leave. He shouted, "This is not an urgent matter, Fairy. Do give it some thought." Hai Lu Lan was flying in the air as she inwardly scoffed at these words. "Consider what? I don't believe that you can keep this up. You are only using one stone nest to refine air sac goo. The sale of guts goo will fall by half. This way, your monthly revenue will also shrink greatly. You spend much more money than me each month. I don't believe that you can endure it." "Oh, wait, no." After a few breaths, Hai Lu Lan's flying speed slowed down. Even though he is refining less air sac goo, Fang Yuan has a huge batch in his inventory. He can totally use this batch to keep up with the sale of guts goo, or even sell multiple times the current amount. Hai Lu Lan flew slower and slower. Her heart was turning colder. This is a deep scheme from Fang Yuan. He was aiming this at me. His monthly revenue would not fall. It could even go up. What about me? All of the air sac goo in the inventory are refined by me. But according to our earlier transaction, I cannot profit from them. Meanwhile, Little Ant has a lot of problems to deal with now. Fang Yuan is using this timing and taking advantage of me. Oh, how can I cause more problems to Little Ant now? She has already helped me enough. Hai Lu Lan's heart felt chilly. She returned to the stone nests. Seeing the three majestic buildings, she jolted to awareness. Compared to Fang Yuan, I have many flaws. There are many things that I am worse in. I have the great strength, true martial physique. Fang Yuan is only an immortal zombie, but unknowingly, he has already gone far ahead of me. I thought that my scheming and plotting ability was good, but Fang Yuan has fathomless depths. He is much shrewder. I pride myself in having outstanding battle strength, but Fang Yuan's myriad self can fight rank 7. My greatest weakness is that I do not have economic support. Gu Immortal Cultivation is not just about fighting. Management is the foundation. In this aspect, I am way behind Fang Yuan. Thinking of this, He Lu Lan stretched out her arm and gave herself a few slaps. It is time to wake up. He Lu Lan's face was burning from pain, but her eyes were sharp like lightning. Her expression was firm as steel. From a young age, I was nurtured as the successor to the tribe leader. As a mortal Gu master, I had no lack of resources. I did not have to manage resources. Thus, I lacked awareness in this aspect. Fang Yuan, I have to thank him for awakening my perception of this. Indeed, the best teacher is often your strongest enemy. I have decided, my first step currently is to become truly independent. He Lu Lan was truly a capable genius. She realized her own shortcomings and had the courage to acknowledge them, attempting to make changes. After she gained awareness, she did not approach Fang Yuan anymore. She placed her focus on herself, finding businesses that were suitable for her immortal aperture to develop, those that could gain the most profits. This way, even if only one stone nest was refining air sac Gu, it was not a problem. Because now, she had much more time to learn and accumulate her foundation, to think about how she could earn a living for herself. Fang Yuan was extremely busy. He first took Danghun Mountain out of Tai Bai Yun Sheng's immortal aperture and returned it to the center of Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Next, he started creating new homes for the dragonfish and air bubble fish. Even though the poisonous blood was drained out and the surface of the corrupted soil was removed, the remaining soil was still light red in color. If one gripped it hard, blood would flow out of it. Fang Yuan decided to reorganize the entire place. This was a huge project. First, he dug around the original lakes and ponds. Next, he started setting up Gu worms and forming Gu formations at the center of the soil. From the base of each Gu formation, he purchased large amounts of fertile soils and filled the ground with it. The new soils were classified into different types. In the lake that raised dragonfish, Fang Yuan used dragon scale soil. This type of soil was grainy and tough. Viewed from afar, it resembled layers of dragon scales. In fact, it was the soil that dragon-type desolate beasts, ancient desolate dragons, or even immemorial desolate dragons lived on. It was injected with the aura of dragons. Dragonfish living in the lake made with dragon-scale soil would have greater urge to procreate. The lake that raised the air bubble fish was made with jade root soil. This soil was icy cold when held, and if it was squeezed tightly, it would turn into jade. Ordinary jade root soil would form chi veins that resembled the blood vessels of humans. They also looked like the roots of ginseng. That was also a reason for its name. When air bubble fish lived in such an environment, their lifespan would be increased greatly, and they would be much more vigorous. Because of the soil, the areas that the dragonfish and air bubble fish lived in were called the Dragon Scale Lake and the Jade Root Lake. These two lakes were in the eastern part of Hu Immortal Blessed Land. They were the largest and second largest lakes. Dragon Scale Lake was the largest. There was a large number of dragonfish inside. There was even a desolate beast dragonfish. On top of Jade Root Lake, there was a thick layer of clouds. There was star fragment grass growing on the clouds, forming a plain of clouds. Groups of starlight fireflies ate star fragment grass. They danced in the air on the plain, forming the scene of a sky with beautiful specks of starlight. Chapter 826. New Dao Marks. Deeper Foundation. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Fang Yuan had also placed starlight fireflies in Tai Bai Yun Sheng's immortal aperture. He had also moved a portion of the star fragment grass in. Now that they had been merged together once again, they recovered their original scale. The poisonous blood from the blood poison Caria flowers had only contaminated the ground. It had not caused the slightest harm to the star fragment grass in the sky. Dragon Scale Lake and Jade Root Lake were placed opposite each other at a distance. Many small lakes were dug up between the two large lakes, as well as in the surroundings, like they were stars in the sky surrounding a moon each. These small lakes and pools did not use any special soils. Dragon Scale soil and Jade Root soil were goo refinement materials. Although they were not immortal materials, but with such great quantity, enough to construct two large lakes, Fang Yuan had spent quite a sum. Some remaining water wolves and shark-fin wolves lived in these small lakes. The shark-fin wolf desolate beast that Fang Yuan had subdued also moved around here, eating the fish in these small lakes when it was hungry. There were large numbers of blue jade carps in the pools and lakes. These blue jade carps could remain alive stubbornly in harsh conditions. Even the poisonous blood could not kill them. Instead, it caused a portion of them to undergo a mutation, becoming blood jade carps. The price of these blood jade carps was several times that of blue jade carps. In the western part of Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Fang Yuan had followed a set pattern, digging soil, arranging goo formations, and using charcoal stones to construct a large lake. However, this lake did not have even a drop of water. On the contrary, hot air rose with the charcoal stones covering the lake bed. When wind blew, the black-gray charcoal stones shone with a red light. Fang Yuan named this lake Charcoal Lake. It was the second-best breeding ground for eerie fire dragon pythons. The optimal method was used in Dongfang tribe's headquarters, the arrangement in Jade Pool Blessed Land. Fang Yuan knew this optimal method from Dongfang Changfan's soul. It could be said that he was extremely clear of the arrangement, but it was a pity that Fang Yuan's wealth could not support it. In particular, the amount of money required at the earlier stages was too high. Fang Yuan considered it carefully and chose to use the second-best method of charcoal stones to construct the nest for the eerie fire dragon pythons. He placed all the eerie fire dragon pythons inside and let them develop. Fang Yuan moved away, and at every set distance he dug a small lake. He did not use any special soils, and after setting up simple goo formations, he poured all the poisonous blood taken into his immortal aperture into them. Under the effect of isolation from the goo formations, these lakes of poisonous blood would only seep out a little every year, contaminating the surrounding soil. In the entire western part of Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Fang Yuan dug hundreds of small blood lakes. Why did Fang Yuan do so? This related to the connection between heavenly tribulations or earthly calamities and the blessed land. Good fortune is hidden within bad. Bad fortune lurks within good. The deeper the blessed land's foundation, the greater the fortune, and the stronger the heavenly tribulation or earthly calamity, and the more they would target such fortune. For instance, the previous earthly calamity of Hu Immortal Blessed Land, a desolate beast swamp crab carrying gruel mud immortal goo, was targeted at the most valuable part of Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Dang Hun Mountain. The result was that Dang Hun Mountain gradually started turning into a pile of gruel mud. It was barely rescued by Fang Yuan from its death. Heaven was fair and paid attention to balance. If you had a special superiority in one aspect and attracted heaven's envy, the heavenly tribulation or earthly calamity would weaken you. Naturally, there were too many types of tribulations and calamities. This rule was not absolute, and one could only say that the probability was high. This was the embodiment of bad fortune lurks within good. After the swamp crab earthly calamity, Hu Immortal Blessed Land had in fact gained large amounts of enslavement path Dao marks, as well as small amounts of earth path Dao marks. The higher the enslavement path Dao marks, the easier it was to control the living beings raised in the blessed land, and the higher their reproduction. Rockmen, hairy men, fox groups, wolf groups, fish groups, and so on were among this list. This was the most superior aspect of Hu Immortal Blessed Land after all. The original owner, Hu immortal was an enslavement path. Gu immortal. Among the Dao marks increased after every tribulation and calamity. The highest quantity would be an enslavement path Dao marks. Besides enslavement path, there were a small number of earth path Dao marks. These Dao marks could increase the fertility of the soil in Hu immortal blessed land. The ground would become more firm and could absorb even more earth qi and support Danghun Mountain. These Dao marks could not be inspected with ordinary methods. They merged into Hu immortal blessed land and comprehensively were built into this small world, making it more outstanding. And this was the embodiment of good fortune lies within bad. Heaven and earth targeted Danghun Mountain, creating the swamp crab earthly calamity. But after the tribulation, Hu immortal blessed land had obtained benefits. The earth path Dao marks increased, which instead caused the mountain to be better suited for the blessed land. And this earthly calamity was blood poison Caria flowers. Fang Yuan inwardly guessed that this was probably sent by heaven and earth in relation to his blood path grandmaster attainment level. After getting past this calamity, Hu immortal blessed land once again gained a large amount of Dao marks. Enslavement path Dao marks were still the highest in quantity, further enhancing Hu immortal blessed land's specialty. At the same time, there was also many blood path Dao marks. The appearance of the blood path Dao marks undoubtedly changed Hu immortal blessed land. The mutation of blue jade carps into blood jade carps was only one manifestation of this. After Fang Yuan spent a lot of effort and energy to remove the top layer of soil in Hu immortal blessed land, the layer of soil exposed below already had large quantities of tender grass and exquisite flower buds growing. The grass was called blood sickle grass, and after completely maturing, the stalks would be bent like sickles, broad and with edges as sharp as a knife. And the flowers were called red axe flowers. The petals were like axe blades. They were white, but gave off a hint of red light. Regarding both blood sickle grass and red axe flowers, they were excellent Gu refinement materials. Although not immortal materials, they could be used to refine rank 3 mortal Gu. Once the blood sickle grass and red axe flowers that were all over Hu immortal blessed land matured, they would be in astonishing quantity and act as a good source of wealth. And this wealth was actually given by the last earthly calamity to Hu immortal blessed land. In fact, there were many kinds of grass and flowers grown in Hu immortal blessed land previously, like blue degree grass, which was both blue and poisonous, water chestnut grass, which were shaped like chestnuts, 6 divine grass, which looked like 6 thin leaves with the feeling of jade, and also the 7 treasure flower, which was in 7 colors, and the cup-shaped milk tea flower, filled with nectar that was like milk tea. However, these flowers and grasses could at most be used to refine rank 1 and rank 2 mortal Gu. Their value was far lower than blood sickle grass and red axe flowers. The poisonous blood had seeped into the soil, changing a portion of the root systems and seeds of these flowers and grasses into the seeds of blood sickle grass and red axe flowers. The key point was that the addition of blood path Dao marks remodeled Hu immortal blessed land's environment, which created the foundation for blood sickle grass and red axe flowers to grow. Rank 6 Gu immortals experience an earthly calamity every 10 years, and a heavenly tribulation every 100 years. After 300 years facing a total of 30 earthly calamities and 3 heavenly tribulations, they could advance to a rank 7 Gu immortal. Earthly calamities were weaker than heavenly tribulations. Every calamity and tribulation was a difficult test from heaven. They were filled with dangers, but also filled with opportunities. The newly added Dao marks would reform the world of the blessed land to produce even more valuable resources. These resources provided the supplies required for the Gu immortals to cultivate. In the beginning, Hu immortal could only plant large numbers of ordinary grasses and flowers in the blessed land. At that time, the soil was weak, there was no water and no wind. Blue degree grass and chestnut grass would not be able to survive in this environment. After several earthly calamities, the flowers and grasses withered and died out several times. Hu immortal suffered great losses, but got new additions of Wood Path Dao marks and Earth Path Dao marks. Because of the fire calamity, the Blessed Land gained Fire Path Dao marks. Through the water calamity, there were Water Path Dao marks. With these Dao marks, Hu Immortal Blessed Land's environment was remodeled. Hu Immortal could then plant Blue Degree grass, chestnut grass, Six Divine grass, milk tea flowers, and so on. Although Blessed Lands were able to improve greatly with these opportunities, every earthly calamity would cause losses which would test the Gu Immortal's management ability. Hu Immortal weakened time and time again. Her strength constantly fell, and while facing the fifth earthly calamity, she died at the hands of the Blue Charm Lightning Shadow. After Fang Yuan inherited the Blessed Land, he was barely able to pass the sixth calamity, the Desolate Beast Swamp Crab calamity. Now, Hu Immortal Blessed Land had already passed 7 earthly calamities. With this last earthly calamity, Hu Immortal Blessed Land gained Blood Path Dao marks, producing a living environment for blood sickle grass and red axe flowers. Experienced farmers knew what to plant in particular kinds of soil to get the best harvest. Fang Yuan managed the Blessed Land in accordance with the conditions, developing the strong points and avoiding the weak points. He did not let Tai Bai Yunsheng use landscape as before, instead digging the poisonous blood lakes for this reason. In fact, it is not only these flowers and grass with these blood path Dao marks. I can raise bloodstripe foxes. The bloodstripe fox's reproduction rate is higher than any of the fox groups raised in Hu Immortal Blessed Land earlier. The annual yield would be even greater, and if I buy some knowledge and experiences in raising bloodstripe foxes with some good luck, I might be able to turn them into a small source of income. However, bloodstripe foxes were partway up the food chain. Fang Yuan would have to bring in some bloodstripe rabbits to feed them. Then what would bloodstripe rabbits eat? It would be blood sickle grass. Thus, Fang Yuan put in great effort to dig so many poisonous blood lakes. It was to use this poisonous blood as nutrition. Under the control of the Gu formations, they would seep into the soil and constantly nourish the growth of blood sickle grass and red axe flowers. To provide beneficial competition for the bloodstripe foxes, Fang Yuan also planned to buy some poison beard wolves. Previously, Hu Immortal Blessed Land was not suitable for the growth of these poison beard wolves. But with the contamination of poisonous blood now, Fang Yuan could raise some poison beard wolves. There was no need for a lot of poison beard wolves. He only required a small number of them to form a catfish effect with the bloodstripe foxes. Fang Yuan was very busy. It was as if he was running around to and fro. Time flies quickly when one was busy. Almost in an instant, over half a month had passed by in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Fang Yuan's project of remodeling Hu Immortal Blessed Land finally came to an end. Hu Immortal Blessed Land was changed beyond recognition. In the eastern part, Dragon Scale Lake and Jade Root Lake mutually enhanced each other's beauty, with many small lakes and pools in the surroundings. The lakes contained dragonfish, air bubble fish, blood jade carps, and blue jade carps. Beside the lakes were some numbers of shark-fin wolves, water wolves, and earth-skin pigs. In the western part, the number of lakes had increased sharply, surpassing the eastern part. The center of the western part was fully occupied by the charcoal lake. Every set interval of distance was a small poisonous blood lake. Hundreds of blood lakes were evenly spread over the western part. Looking from a bird's-eye view, it was a magnificent spectacle. Not long later, there would be fields of blood sickle grass and seas of red axe flowers here. There were small quantities of bloodstripe rabbits, bison beard wolves, and bloodstripe foxes living here. But bloodstripe foxes were being constantly drawn in from the outside world, and their numbers were increasing day by day. Something that was worth mentioning was the desolate beast giant horned sheep. It was also placed here to prevent the desolate beast shark-fin wolf in the eastern part from hunting it. Chapter 827. Fang Zheng Wakes Up. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. In the southern part of Hu Immortal Blessed Land, a small portion of rockmen were still hibernating underground. Because large numbers of blood poison carrier flowers had spawned and died in their tunnels, the underground homes of these rockmen would produce bloodstone ores after tens of years. The underground cave that hid wisdom goo was, however, restored with landscape as before. The Z forest was looking weak, but it did not need to be cured and could dispel the poison on its own. There was even a certain chance of producing a blood Z forest. The northern part of the Blessed Land, where the terrain was narrow and the area smaller, was set up as a breeding ground for regretful spiders. In the center of the Blessed Land was Danghun Mountain. Dongfang Changfan's soul was locked up in Danghun Palace, along with the remaining dozens of Dongfang tribesmen. Large numbers of immortal materials were placed in storerooms. 5,000 kilograms of oil water, the giant dead egg of the worldly sand gull, and large numbers of airsac goo were also kept in stock. Near Danghun Mountain were the 3 Fang Yuan stone nests, where many hairy man slaves lived and refined goo without stopping. As for the small batch of mirror willows, they were already dead. The beggar moths which ate mirror willow leaves as food no longer had any use and were sold off. By now, the 3 large-scale resource points, eerie fire dragon pythons, regretful spiders, and dragonfish, were truly established. Instead of just storing them like before, this development ensured that the 3 resource points could grow and multiply in numbers and be sold for profit. However, at present, these 3 resources points were still being built up in scale and could not be put into the market immediately. There were also large numbers of airsac goo in Danghun Palace's storage, but Fang Yuan could not put them in the market all at once and make huge profits, with Immortal Crane Sect still eyeing Hu Immortal Blessed Land. The less attention it received, the better. Selling them slowly could decrease the risks and allow the profits to come steadily. The second day after Hu Immortal Blessed Land was restored, Tai Bai Yun Sheng bade his farewell to Fang Yuan. He had put in a lot of effort during this time period. Without his help, Fang Yuan would require half a month longer to complete such a large project. He had not only spent a lot of effort, but also lent some immortal essence stones to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan did not have much immortal essence stones, and he lacked capital during the initial investment of the renovation. Tai Bai Yun Sheng gave him some immortal essence stones to make up for this shortage. Speaking of which, among the 4 who signed the Snowy Mountain Alliance, Tai Bai Yun Sheng was the richest at present. He had made good progress in Eastern Sea, importing large numbers of resources into his immortal aperture, which caused his immortal aperture's foundation to be unable to keep up. The Earth Key became lacking in quantity, and there was instability. Just now, Tai Bai Yun Sheng returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land not only to help Fang Yuan, but also for another purpose, to return to Northern Plains, place his blessed land down, absorb Earth Qi, and also face the earthly calamity. However, it was not yet the time for the earthly calamity to appear, and absorbing Earth Qi also required some time. When the earthly calamity struck, Fang Yuan would also have to help Tai Bai Yun Sheng. Tai Bai Yun Sheng left Hu Immortal Blessed Land. He Lu Lan, however, remained behind. Soon, Fang Yuan also left Hu Immortal Blessed Land to go to Central Continent. It was because Central Continent's Refinement Path Convention was about to start. Central Continent, Fei He Mountain, Immortal Crane Sect. Clouds and fog lingered around this floating mountain, with cranes flying in between the pine forests. In an underground secret room in Immortal Crane Sect, it was damp and dark, and the walls were covered in moss. Besides a stone bed in the room, there was no other furniture. On the stone bed, a young Gu master was lying down. His face was pale as paper, but there were no injuries on his body, as if he was in a coma. It was Gu Yue Fang Zheng. A Gu worm lied motionless on Fang Zheng's chest. Suddenly, a faint light flashed in the stone room before a Gu immortal appeared. His wide sleeves were swaying. He looked like a young man with a handsome appearance. Most eye-catching of all were his eyebrows. They were green and long, reaching down to his waist. Under the eyebrows, his gaze was dark and eerie. "Lord He Feng Yang," The goo worm lying on Fang Zheng's chest immediately moved its wings and flew up, excitedly greeting the newcomer. This goo worm was the spirit incubating flea that contained Lord Sky Crane's soul. "Lord, please heal Fang Zheng's soul. Please awaken my disciple," Lord Sky Crane implored. "Sky Crane, is your decision still this?" Feng Yang sighed, feeling somewhat disappointed. Why did he want Lord Sky Crane to revive using possession? It was because Lord Sky Crane was originally his subordinate and had handled many matters for him. His background and origin was clear, and he was quite capable himself. On the contrary, Gu Yue Fang Zheng was too young, and had been forced to sacrifice himself. If he happened to hold a grievance against Immortal Crane Sect, that would not be a pleasing scenario. "Sky Crane, do you know that the possession technique our Immortal Crane Sect obtained now can be considered perfect and is extremely outstanding? If you had done possession previously, perhaps the body and soul would not match and leave behind side effects. But with this possession technique, it will be like you were born that way. The body and soul would blend together and match each other. There is not even a slight amount of shortcomings. This is your luck. You can be reborn and regain the glory you once had. Heaven is bestowing you with this opportunity. Why do you not want to take it?" Feng Yang persuaded. "Lord," the spirit incubating flea flapped its wings and said in a quiet voice, "Please forgive me for being obstinate. Fang Zheng, he is my disciple. He resembles my past self, and this future belongs to him. If I possess him, I won't be able to face myself, to face my inner feelings. Please think of the many years of my servitude to you. And help me, Lord." "You!" Feng Yang was starting to get angry. Nothing was going like he wanted recently. To save the 9-palace crane, Little Jew, he had requested help from various people and spent large amounts of wealth, but it still was not showing much effect. Now, even his former subordinate was acting willfully and disregarding his persuasion. Everything was going wrong. This possession technique was powerful, but it had a condition. It could not be used rashly, and it was best to let the soul be in contact with the possession target's body for a long period of time before this technique was used. Lord Sky Crane had intended to possess Fang Zheng, thus had placed the spirit incubating flea in Fang Zheng's aperture. So much time had passed already. The condition for possession was already fulfilled, but Lord Sky Crane had now changed his decision. This also meant that if Lord Sky Crane wanted to possess others, he would not be able to do so in a short period of time. His soul would need to be in contact with the body of the possession target for a long time. As for Dongfang Changfan possessing Dongfang Yu Liang, he had secretly stored a part of his soul in Dongfang Yu Liang's body. His methods were so ingenious that Dongfang Yu Liang had not sensed anything wrong. Feng Yang was not feeling good these days. He was feeling frustrated and agitated, and wanted to berate Lord Sky Crane. But in the end, he did not speak out the words in his thoughts, because he could not help but associate his own situation with Lord Sky Crane's. Wasn't he also like Lord Sky Crane earlier? To save Little Jew, he was determined to follow his own way and was even willing to sacrifice himself. Back then, when he was facing the hopeless situation, if not for Immortal Crane Sect's third Supreme Elder, Lord Tiger Demon, helping him, there would not be Feng Yang in the present. Feng Yang heaved a deep sigh. All right. Since you are determined to do this, I, Feng Yang, shall help you. This is the compensation for all the work you have done me. If later you want to undergo possession and request me to help, it won't be free." Feng Yang then waved his large sleeve, brushing it past Gu Yue Fang Zheng's face. After this movement finished, Feng Yang disappeared from the spot. Several breaths of time later, Gu Yue Fang Zheng's soul became as firm as before, and he woke up from his coma. "You are awake." The spirit incubating flea fluttered towards his eyes. Gu Yue Fang Zheng was dazed. Master, where are we?" Of course we're in Immortal Crane sect, foolish disciple. Lord Sky Crane laughed heartily. Why am I here? Gu Yue Fang Zheng was still in confusion, mumbling. Suddenly he shivered, a terrified expression appearing on his face. He thought of that blood pool, the terrifying memory of blood vines growing over his body when he looked into Hu immortal blessed land. Ah! Gu Yue Fang Zheng screamed and subconsciously leaped back. The back of his head struck the firm stone wall, his raised head lowered down as he fell unconscious. Lord Sky Crane. 3 days later, Immortal Crane sect officially announced the news of Gu Yue Fang Zheng waking up. Gu Yue Fang Zheng appeared in front of the disciples again, outrageously having rank 5 cultivation. In the morning class, Immortal Crane sect's leader publicly announced Gu Yue Fang Zheng as an elder of Immortal Crane sect. For a while, the whole sect was in shock. The former rivals of Fang Zheng, like Sun Yuan Hua and others, were dumbstruck. Disciples and elite disciples were in a clamor, and elders also discussed this with each other. To assist in capturing Hu immortal blessed land, Immortal Crane sect's Gu immortals forcibly raised Fang Zheng's cultivation to rank 5. The identity of a disciple was no longer suitable for Fang Zheng. Fang Zheng was just adapting to his new status, and was at a loss on what to do. When he walked around the sect, every disciple he met would bow to him in greeting. Among them were many elite disciples older than him. Sometimes he would see his past rivals like Sun Yuan Hua. They would also pay respects to him. Many beautiful female disciples frequently flocked around Fang Zheng. Some looked at him with watery eyes, while some sweetly called him O Elder Fang Zheng. Compared to other elders, Fang Yuan was extremely young. It could be said that he was unique. Like stories of legends, he attracted the attention of many female disciples, some even forming crushes on him. Even Fang Zheng himself forgot his identity sometimes when he saw other elders, and would bow to these elders like a disciple. And each time this happened, the situation would turn awkward. Fortunately, Fang Zheng had Lord Sky Crane with him. Immortal Crane sect's leader also occasionally called him over to ask about his well-being and if he was facing any problems, making him feel overwhelmed from the attention and favor. What made Gu Yue Fang Zheng even more happy was that the sect's benefits to elders were tens of times greater than the treatment received by disciples. Lord Sky Crane could faintly see the intention behind this. Previously, the sect's higher-ups intentionally sacrificed Fang Zheng, using his life to increase the possibility of capturing Hu immortal blessed land. Right now, they were showering him with status and perks to restore his loyalty to the sect. In the end, Fang Zheng was not Fang Yuan. He was too young and had scant life experience, not having even the slightest sensation of this intention. In fact, he had no complaints towards Immortal Crane sect, and after becoming an elder, he had even more of a sense of belonging to Immortal Crane sect. As for the terrifying memory of looking into Hu immortal blessed land, he was subconsciously evading it, not wanting to recall it. It was only that sometimes, deep into nights, he would dream of the scene in the blood pool, recall the pain and suffering, and wake up with his body filled with cold sweat. Chapter 828. 5 Virtues Mountain, 5 Virtues Sect. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. On this day, Fang Zheng was returning after listening to another elder's public lecture when he was obstructed by a disciple called Shi Hong. Elder Fang Zheng. Shi Hong bowed in greeting. Fang Zheng returned the greeting but felt somewhat awkward inwardly. This elite disciple, Shi Hong, was older than Fang Zheng and had originally been a senior disciple several generations above Fang Zheng. I would like to receive guidance from Elder Fang Zheng. One of the 4 entry tasks for the current Refinement Path Convention pertains to refining Earth Treasury Flower Goo. The third last step of refining this goo requires the use of upstream grass matched with Zen lion's mane, supplemented by the goo refinement method. But this disciple has always failed in this step. I would like to know what the correct goo refinement method for this is. This. Fang Zheng was stupefied and hesitated. His main cultivation path was enslavement path, and his battle strength when controlling cranes were at an outstanding level among mortal goo masters. But he had entirely no understanding of refinement path. Fortunately, he had the spirit incubating flea from which Lord Sky Crane transmitted the answer. Fang Zheng replied, "This goo refinement technique is called one after another. Its purpose is to entwine every stalk of the upstream grass with every strand of the Zen lion's mane. To refine earth treasury flower goo, you must weave together 100 stalks and strands within 30 breaths of time. If you go beyond this time, the fire from the goo refinement will burn these stalks and strands to ashes. Thus, if you are not familiar with this method, you will easily fail in this refinement." Fang Zheng repeated the words of Lord Sky Crane, and the more he spoke, the calmer he became. After explaining this, he then went to explain on how to practice the one after another goo refinement technique. Shihong's expression slightly changed, showing astonishment before hurriedly bowing in thanks. "Many thanks for Elder Fang Zheng's guidance. I have learned a lot. Do you still have anything you don't understand?" Fang Zheng smiled, getting addicted to this feeling of teaching. "There is no more, no more. This disciple shall take his leave." Shihong bowed and left. After the two parted ways, Fang Zheng walked for a while before suddenly starting to slow down. He frowned and came into a realization. This Shihong did not come to truly ask for advice. It feels like the other way around, like he was intentionally trying to create difficulties for me. "Heh, you noticed it? Good, good." Lord Sky Crane smiled. Fang Zheng inwardly shouted, "Master, you already knew." "Nonsense. Your background is extremely easy to probe. Your age is also openly on display. Everyone knows you don't cultivate refinement path, Shihong. However, intentionally asked such a question. What could it be if not about trying to give you trouble?" Lord Sky Crane paused here, before asking Fang Zheng, "Do you know why he was trying to create difficulties for you?" "Why?" Fang Zheng did not understand. Lord Sky Crane smiled brightly as he explained the reason. "Because Shihong likes a female disciple called Yi Yue, and this Yi Yue is Elder Yantang's daughter. Elder Yantang is weak. He is sidelined in Immortal Crane sect and has had difficulties. He plans to betroth his daughter to you to form a connection, an alliance of benefits with you, the youngest elder in the history of Immortal Crane sect. Otherwise, why would he repeatedly invite you for drinking? Moreover, intentionally arrange his daughter to sit together with you every time." "Ah," Fang Zheng exclaimed as he realized only at this point. He could not help but recall the beautiful appearance of Yi Yue sitting beside him and warmly serving him dishes. Also how she frequently proposed a toast to Fang Zheng, and how after few sips of alcohol, her face would flush red, which made her even more attractive. "Do you remember now? Ha ha ha, foolish boy." Lord Sky Crane was happy to see Fang Zheng looking dazed. Clearly, the spirit of gossip was commonly held between men and women, the old and young, and even the living and dead. Fang Zheng helplessly sighed, shaking his head and saying in a weary voice, "Schemes and benefits again. I really don't like them. From now on, I shall refuse Elder Yan Tang's invitation. I am also an elder like him anyway. Refusing shouldn't be considered rude. Foolish boy. Which organization in this world is not held together by benefits? True feelings of warmth do exist, but they are rare, which makes them even more valuable." Lord Sky Crane sighed with emotions. "Don't avoid these, and especially don't refuse Elder Yan Tang's invitation. Even if you don't marry his daughter, there is also no need to ruin the relation with him, because currently, you are even more weak than Elder Yan Tang. Let's not talk about this. Master, just now the Refinement Path Convention was mentioned, and recently everyone, both disciples and elders, are talking about it. What is this Refinement Path Convention?" Fang Zheng intentionally changed the topic. "It is good that you asked me this and not others. Otherwise, they would look at you as if you were stupid. I will explain it to you properly. This Refinement Path Convention is not a normal event, but a grand occasion that occurs only every 100 years in Central Continent. That means, without special lifespan prolonging methods, most Gu Masters can only participate once in their lifetimes. Lord Sky Crane explained. Refinement Path Convention. Is it an event of Refinement Path Gu Masters? Not exactly. The cultivation of Gu Masters involves 3 aspects: nurture, use, and refinement. The Refinement Path Convention is not an event where only Refinement Path Gu Masters can participate, as long as you have skill in the Gu refinement aspect, or experience and insight, you can participate. Lord Sky Crane continued. The scale of this grand event is unprecedented. It is the biggest Refinement Path event in the world. Hundreds of thousands of Gu Masters participate in every Refinement Path Convention. They come from all sizes of sects in Central Continent. Even Gu Masters from Eastern Sea, Western Desert, Southern Border, and Northern Plains will appear. Southern Border. A wisp of emotion rose up in Fang Yuan, and he could not help but recall Qing Mao Mountain. He asked after a moment, "Then what are the 4 entry tasks Shi Hong mentioned?" Lord Sky Crane spoke everything he knew without reservation. The so-called 4 entry tasks can be said to be qualifications for entering. Any Gu Master, no matter who they are, will refine Gu sometimes in their cultivation journey. The Refinement Path Convention has generous rewards which attract countless Gu Masters to participate. If there were not some tests set up, then there would be way too many incompetent people wanting to try their luck. Thus, the 4 entry tasks were created to distinguish the truly skilled ones and those with refinement path attainment. That is to say, one must finish the 4 entry tasks if they want to participate in the Refinement Path Convention. Fang Yuan came to a realization. Heh. Lord Sky Crane chuckled. Actually, these 4 entry tasks test the basic skills of Gu refinement. Usually any Gu Master with certain experience can pass it. Fang Yuan was startled. Master, I can't pass it. No problem. With my guidance, if you train crazily in this period of time, you can also succeed. Truly, my vision will be expanded. Fang Yuan was joyous. Central Continent, 5 Virtues Mountain. Streams of people were busily moving around 5 Virtues Mountain. 5 Virtues Mountain was not tall. It was located in the eastern part of Central Continent and was the base of a middle-sized sect, 5 Virtues Sect. 5 Virtues Sect was considered a large influence within the surroundings. Its background was profound. In the past, the leader of 5 Virtues Sect had been an elder of Heavenly Lotus Sect. Heavenly Lotus Sect was one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, a superforce. Thus, although 5 Virtues Sect had not been established for long, it was able to develop smoothly, and the established forces in the surroundings did not dare to sideline or suppress it. Fang Yuan, disguised as a mortal Gu Master, was mixed in the stream of people, slowly moving up 5 Virtues Mountain. He was covered in a black robe. His physique was average, not tall, not short, not fat, not thin. He covered his face with a mask and his head with a rain hat. The brim of the hat was low and its shade under the sunlight covered even Fang Yuan's shoulders. But this disguise was not conspicuous in the stream of people. A lot of people's disguises were even more excessive than his. Following the slow stream of people, Fang Yuan arrived in front of 5 Virtues Sect's entrance. This tall entrance had an archway of 16 huge columns, was about 10 meters wide and taller than a 5-story building. On a plaque atop the entrance were 3 giant words shining with golden light. 5 Virtues Sect. Under the archway of the entrance were 6 magnificent stone lion statues. Behind the entrance was a wide staircase paved using the finest blue jade stones. It was like a blue river leisurely moving up 5 Virtues Mountain. The stairs were under the shade of green and verdant trees beside them. Winds of the mountain occasionally blew over, bringing cool sensations with them. People of all walks of life jostled with each other, pushing and squeezing as they moved up the stairs. Fang Yuan gazed around. In front of him, and towards the left, was a group of female Gu Masters with long wavy hair, wearing identical striped dresses, indicating they were probably from the same sect. To his right was a white-clothed young master fanning a folding fan, seated on a leopard, and constantly glancing at that group of female goo-masters. To his left, a pair of master and disciple, clothed in shabby clothes, were in the midst of a discussion. "Master, there are so many people," the disciple said with excitement. The master chuckled. "There are many people. Don't wander off. My good disciple, you have great talent in refinement path. This is an opportunity for you to make a meteoric rise. You can pass the 4 entry tests with no difficulty, but you must make sure to get a good position. Only in that way will others change the way they look at you and fight over each other to recruit you." The disciple proudly smiled. "Master, you can rest assured. I will definitely take first place. With the goo worm reward of first place, I will treat your illness." The master was about to speak, when suddenly an enormous force pushed him from behind. The master was sent rolling on the ground, and the disciple cried out as he hurriedly moved to support his master by the arm. "Step aside! Step aside!" A group of 5 burly men walked over arrogantly. Behind them was an old goo master, whose gaze shined with a dangerous light. He was sitting comfortably on a chair which was carried by 4 men in front and behind. "The esteemed Lord First Elder of Flying Frost Sect is here. Are you still not making way?" The burly men who were clearing a path shouted. "Let's move. People of Flying Frost Sect are here. We can't afford to provoke them. Flying Frost Sect sent their First Elder, and are coming with such aggression they are probably thinking of restoring their face from 5 Virtues Sect." "Right. Last time, 5 Virtues Sect and Flying Frost Sect fought for the mouth of the spring. In the end, 5 Virtues Sect barely won, while Flying Frost Sect suffered severe losses." The crowd discussed amongst themselves, and all made way, not wanting to provoke Flying Frost Sect. "Damn it, this is going too far." The disciple supported his master in standing up, and was about to confront them with words. "Don't." The master was an experienced person and quickly stopped the young disciple. "What kind of force is Flying Frost Sect?" A head of Fang Yuan, a male goo master, asked his companion. After he received the answer, the goo master snorted disdainfully. "The whole sect has only 3 rank 5 goo masters. This is a joke." His companion quickly advised, "This is Central Continent. It is not Eastern Sea. We are outsiders here. It is better to avoid trouble whenever possible." "All right, enough now." The male goo master thought for a moment before finally giving a snort, and without waiting for the Flying Frost Sect's people, he squeezed into the crowd to the right. "What is with you? Are you deaf? Make way, I said make way." The burly men shouted furiously behind Fang Yuan and tried to drive him away. Fang Yuan did not turn around, as if he had heard nothing. The burly men were furious, but their expressions changed immediately. Rank 5 Cultivation? Fang Yuan was disguised as a rank 5 goo master, and right now, he intentionally leaked out a trace of his aura. The burly men were bewildered, but drew back in the end. On the bamboo chair, the First Elder of Flying Frost Sect, An Han, straightened up and stared at Fang Yuan's back. "Rank 5 aura. It's real. Such a disguise is not that of a lone cultivator. Demonic goo master." And Han narrowed his eyes and moved his hand, sending the command, "Are you still not moving around?" The burly men immediately changed direction, moving around Fang Yuan towards the front. Among mortals, rank 5 was in existence at the peak, a leader of a force. Even the sect leader of Immortal Crane Sect only had rank 5 cultivation. This group of cowardly bullies, the disciple and master, converged into the crowd again, the young disciple furiously staring at the receding figures of Flying Frost Sect's people. Shortly afterwards, he looked at Fang Yuan with curiosity, probing and with a slight hint of reverence. The white-clothed young master on the right folded his fan and got off the leopard. The group of female goo masters ahead intentionally stopped. Many other goo masters stopped as well, and took the initiative to approach Fang Yuan, trying to leave a good impression. Rank 5 goo master. If they could build a relationship with such a character, Beside the stairs were the 5 Virtues sect disciples in charge of maintaining order. They were hurriedly transmitting messages. "Send the report. There is a rank 5 Gu master." Facing these people, Fang Yuan only said one word. "Scram." His tone was calm, but his voice carried coldness and ruthlessness. The crowd changed expressions, a chill emerging from the bottom of their hearts. Why would they still dare to trouble Fang Yuan? The young disciple also retracted his gaze in a hurry. Fang Yuan restrained his aura again. In a range of 3 steps around him, there was no one else. Chapter 8. 129. First round of Gu refinement. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. As one walked along the path on the mountain, they would arrive at a point partway up. There was a huge platform here, on the mountain wall. There were the huge words of Disciple Selection Stage, engraved. Every year, the aptitude of the disciples who had just entered the sect would be tested, and the elders would choose their disciples here. But here, the place had been modified roughly. There was a simple Gu formation on the ground. It separated the locations into small areas, and on each of them, there was a number. Once in a while, the people ahead would move forward by a bit. At the sides of the path, 5 Virtues sect disciples were passing out tokens with numbers on them. Fang Yuan took his token. The number on it was 63. Walking into the disciple selection stage, after finding the spot numbered 63, he sat down on the ground. A while later, when people had finished sitting in the square, an elder of 5 Virtues sect declared, "This refinement path convention has 4 entry tasks. The test begins now." At the next moment, the hundreds of Gu masters on the disciple selection stage started showing off their skills. Some of their hands were burning with flames. This was a fire refinement method. Some breathed out smoke. It was a smoke refinement method. Some released several ice snakes. The snakes worked together and breathed out cold air. This was an ice refinement method. And in Fang Yuan's hands, dozens of starlight specks were dancing. They were like blue fireflies flying around him. In accordance with the sequence, Fang Yuan placed the Gu refinement materials in, one by one. 15 minutes later, he finished all of the tasks and stood up. Such quick speed! The 5 Virtues sect elder in charge of the event knew about Fang Yuan's rank 5 Gu master identity. He had been paying close attention. Even so, when Fang Yuan stood up, this elder showed shock on his face. Fang Yuan's speed was simply too fast. He made no mistakes at all. His technique was extremely skillful and experienced. What, someone already completed it? Fang Yuan's movements attracted the attentions of many Gu masters who were refining Gu. It is that mysterious rank 5 Gu master. The old master stood outside the stage, seeing Fang Yuan. His pupils shrunk as he looked at his disciple in worry. He prayed inwardly, "Good disciple, please do not get distracted from this and lose your focus." Thankfully, his disciple had been concentrating on refining Gu. He was focused and did not notice the commotion around Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan walked onto the highest platform as the elder from 5 Virtues sect left his seat and inspected Fang Yuan's 4 Gu worms. No negative conditions. The Gu worms look like they are well fed and in good shape. The 5 Virtues sect elder was secretly shocked after inspecting them. He cupped his fists at Fang Yuan, saying warmly, "Lord, please come this way into the mountain." Fang Yuan nodded, slowly walking and leaving the disciple selection stage. No way. Is this possible? Someone actually got through using less than 1/3 of the time. Such high refinement path attainment. The people outside were talking among themselves. Among the Gu masters who were refining Gu, some were so shocked that their minds wavered, causing their Gu refinement to fail. Fang Yuan was here to join the refinement path convention. He did not need to hide his skill. He was a Gu immortal, after all. He did not need to conceal his ability. He walked up the mountain, and after a while, an elder from the Virtues sect welcomed him. "Sir, please hold on." The elder was about to speak, but Fang Yuan waved his hand, interrupting him. "I know your intention. I have no interest. Just this mere 5 Virtues sect cannot accommodate me." The elder was stunned before rage flashed on his face. He came here with the sect leader's orders to try and recruit Fang Yuan, to invite him to be an external elder in the sect. In truth, Five Virtues sect became one of the signing-up locations for the Refinement Path Convention in order to recruit some talents. With Fang Yuan's rank 5 cultivation level, Five Virtues sect was paying great attention to him. With the Refinement Path attainment that he displayed, even the Five Virtues sect leader was shocked. How could he let such a talented person go? Thus, he ordered this elder to come and negotiate. But before this elder even spoke about his intentions, Fang Yuan rejected him. Being mercilessly rejected like this made the elder embarrassed. "What else do you want?" Fang Yuan looked at him coldly. The elder's face turned purple. He snorted coldly. "Sir, you actually are looking down on our Five Virtues sect. Aren't you being too arrogant? You want to duel me?" Fang Yuan's voice was cold. The elder's anger subsided. He looked at Fang Yuan deeply. Good, sir. You think highly of yourself. I am sure you can obtain a good position in the Refinement Path Convention. My Five Virtues sect will be waiting to watch it." Saying so, he waved his sleeves and left. Fang Yuan felt indifferent. He continued moving forward. He came to a cliff and arrived at the Wood Virtue Hall. This hall was hidden in the woods. It was green and mixed in with the grass and trees in the surroundings. Fang Yuan walked into the hall. There were many tables and chairs inside. Elite disciples of Five Virtues sect were managing the place. Seeing Fang Yuan's arrival, a disciple went up. "Senior, may I ask for your name, sect, and main Gu Master Cultivation Path?" Fang Yuan replied, "My name is Fang Yuan. My sect will be kept as a secret. My main path will be kept as a secret." "Oh, okay, senior. Please pay 100 primeval stones as the sign-up fee. This fee will be used in—" Before the disciple finished his words, Fang Yuan tossed him the primeval stones that he had prepared. The disciple caught it flurriedly, before saying politely, "Please wait a moment." A short while later, Fang Yuan obtained a token. On the token, the words Fang Yuan were written. At the back, there was a line of words. Sect hidden, path hidden, signed up at Five Virtues sect. At the end, there was the time of signing up. "Senior, please take good care of this token. If you lose it, you should get a replacement as soon as possible. Otherwise, you will not be able to join the Refinement Path Convention. Please continue on your way up the mountain. The Fire Virtue Hall has the first round of the refinement competition. Only after senior passes this round can you join the second round." The disciple explained patiently. Fang Yuan took the token and left the Wood Virtue Hall. By now, the sign-up process was over. Central Continent's Refinement Path Convention was created by the 10 great ancient sects. But secretly, Heavenly Court was supporting it. The Refinement Path Convention was of a huge scale. There were hundreds of sign-up locations all over Central Continent. Most of them were sects similar to Five Virtues sect, having abundant strength and being closely linked to the 10 great ancient sects, or simply one of their representatives. Fang Yuan wanted to join the Refinement Path Convention. He had to sign up at one of these locations. By refining Gu on the spot and completing the 4 tasks, he would have the qualifications to sign up and receive the token. Because there were many demonic Path Gu Masters signing up for the Refinement Path Convention, and even Gu Masters from the other 4 regions, the details for signing up were very flexible. Names could be made up, sects and paths did not need to be stated. The only important thing was the token itself. There was also a group of special Gu Masters. These people were either in sects or they themselves had obtained a good position in the previous Refinement Path Convention, thus they could join the Refinement Path Convention automatically. For example, Hong Yi was such a case. He was in Universal Life Academy, which had obtained a placing near the end of the list 100 years ago in the Refinement Path Convention. This gave them 3 spots to join the Refinement Path Convention automatically. What was worth noting was that this treatment was only for Central Continent Gu Masters, as well as Central Continent sects. After all, Bufoul, This refinement path convention was held by the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. They would favor their own region. Of course, Immortal Crane sect had a larger number of spots, but Fang Yuan was only in a subsidiary force of Immortal Crane sect. If he really went for it, it would be troublesome. Fang Zheng, however, was different. A portion of the spots that the sects had were distributed to disciples and elite disciples, while the other portion went to elders. Fang Zheng was now an elder of Immortal Crane sect. He could not compete with the disciples for the spot. His refinement path attainment was very low as well. He could not beat other elders. Immortal Crane sect naturally gave the free spots to those with deep foundation in Gu refinement, those Gu masters that could defend Immortal Crane sect's prestige in the refinement path convention. Thus, be it Fang Zheng or Fang Yuan, they had to sign up themselves. Fang Yuan held the token and walked up the mountain, entering the Fire Virtue Hall. This was the first round of the competition in the Refinement Path Convention. If his results were bad, he would not be able to join the second round. Fang Yuan went in and was informed of the Gu refinement details. In 30 minutes I have to refine the rank 1 Waterlight Gu, at least 100 of them to pass and enter the second round. Refining 150 would reward me with 5 kilograms of Phantom Shadow Petals. 180 would get me 6 basins of Ruthless water. 200 would get me 10 pieces of Thunderstrike wood. 240 is third place. 260 is second place, and 276 is first place. I would get the rank 4 Healing Gu Worm that is good at relieving heat toxins. Green Shine Gu. Fang Yuan thought in his mind. This first round's difficulty was higher than the first 4 entry tasks, but it should not trouble most of the Gu masters, because they only had to refine 100 Waterlight Gu to pass and move on to the second round. The rewards for refining a larger number, though, was quite tempting to these Gu masters. First place would obtain a rank 4 Gu Worm, Green Shine Gu. Rank 4 Gu were often something that only the elder of a large force or the leader of a small force would have. Regarding Fang Yuan, he could buy Green Shine Gu and treasure Yellow Heaven. Fang Yuan's status was too high. These rewards had no attraction to him. But what he found interesting was the challenge of these tasks. The materials for Gu refinement are provided beforehand. I can use them for free. They also gave the recipe for Waterlight Gu, and I can follow it casually. But even if I go all out and use the water refinement technique, I can only refine 250 of them. This result is only third place. But here in 5 Virtues sect, the third place position has already been taken. In regards to this, it was first come, first served. Once the conditions for the first 3 positions had been fulfilled, no matter how well someone who came later performed, it was useless. In other words, if Fang Yuan wanted to leave his name on the board, he would have to get first or second. Actually, it is not impossible to get first place. I can add in expensive materials and increase the production of Gu worms. Waterlight Gu is only a rank 1 Gu. If I use rank 2 or rank 3 materials, the production would be higher. But I will have to bear the expenses myself. I can also modify the Gu recipe. With my Wisdom Path inheritance, I can easily modify this Gu recipe without Wisdom Gu's help. But that way, wouldn't I lose the fun of a challenge? Maybe I can try a water-fire refinement technique. Since Waterlight Gu is a water path Gu, people usually use water refinement or ice refinement for it. I can do the opposite and use fire refinement. There might be an unexpected result. Chapter 830. Red Lotus Demon Venerable's Inheritance Clues. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Fang Yuan had a sudden inspiration. He thought of a great method. The Gu recipe was given, but Gu masters could refine the Gu using their own techniques. For example, to fuse 2 materials. They can use fire to melt them into one, but they could also use water to fuse them together as another method. 2 different methods would be able to achieve the same results. 30 minutes later, Fang Yuan's name was on the first place spot, and he obtained Green Shine Gu. Fang Yuan did not practice this water-fire refinement method much, but the difficulty of refining water-light goo was too low. Even with his rusty technique, he refined 277. He was 1 GU above the criteria for first place. Fang Yuan's exemplary performance made the sect leader of Five Virtues sect come personally and greet him, apologizing for the poor attitude of that elder. Next, the sect leader vaguely hinted that he wanted to recruit Fang Yuan in a very tactful tone. Fang Yuan rejected him directly, but this sect leader was not upset. He became even more polite as he sent Fang Yuan out, causing everyone around them to look on with much surprise. To be able to get first place, this proved that his refinement path attainment was not low. Regardless of his cultivation level, he would be welcomed and recruited by many forces. With just his refinement path attainment, Fang Yuan had the foundation to go anywhere in the mortal world and live in the lap of luxury. Furthermore, didn't Fang Yuan have rank 5 cultivation level? Thus, the leader of Five Virtues sect did not dare to offend Fang Yuan. He was very polite. Evidently, not only did this sect leader have a strong background, he even had good foresight. He could adapt to circumstances and place himself lowly. It was no wonder he could create a force like Five Virtues sect. But he would never guess that Fang Yuan was an immortal. Compared to the endless number of mortals, immortals were too rare. The leader of Five Virtues sect had been overly worried. With Fang Yuan's personality, even if that elder said worse things, Fang Yuan would be unmoved. As long as they did not obstruct his path to eternal life, whether they scolded or praised him, Fang Yuan would not care about it at all. These were all just pointless talk. There was still some time until the second round. Fang Yuan left Five Virtues sect and returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. He stayed in Central Continent for 1 day, while 3 days and 2 nights had passed in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Master, the thing you wanted earlier, I've prepared it already. The moment Fang Yuan returned, little Hu Immortal appeared, bringing him good news with an expression of, "Please praise me," written on her face. Very good. Fang Yuan patted little Hu Immortal's head. She was very happy. Her eyes closed and relaxed. Fang Yuan told the land spirit to prepare some mortal goo worms. Some were bought from Treasure Yellow Heaven, while the others were refined by the hairy men in the stone nests. Taking these mortal goo, Fang Yuan mobilized a small amount of star will. They flew out of his mind into his immortal aperture. In his immortal aperture, Mo Yao's fake will was imprisoned. Fang Yuan, what will is this? Seeing Fang Yuan's arrival, Mo Yao's fake will felt something amiss. Fang Yuan's star will laughed. He did not speak but pounced at her. Mo Yao's will could not dodge in time. Bang! The two wills collided, entangling with each other. Mo Yao shouted in shock. She wanted to break free. She tried retreating. "Where are you going?" Fang Yuan sneered. At his direction, several goo worms flew out, forming a mortal killer move as they froze Mo Yao's fake will in her place. Fang Yuan, you have to think it through. Ordinary wisdom path methods cannot control me. If you force me to my limits, both of us will suffer. Mo Yao's fake will was immobilized, but she could still speak while under the attack of Fang Yuan's star will. Not only that, Mo Yao's fake will was escaping like liquid water. She got the edge over Fang Yuan's star will as she tried to form into a human shape again. One could see that in this battle of wills, Mo Yao's will had the advantage. Her experience far surpassed Fang Yuan's. But Fang Yuan was not anxious upon seeing this. He willed, and some more goo worms flew out and formed a mortal killer move. This killer move turned into a 5-edged diamond. It attacked and scattered Mo Yao's fake will. Fang Yuan's star will counterattacked. Mo Yao's fake will did not speak. She engaged in battle and tried to defend herself. But at this time, Fang Yuan's third killer move was used. It formed into a starlight spiral as it hit Mo Yao's fake will. Mo Yao's fake will had lost control of the situation. She had no choice but to fight with Fang Yuan's star will inside the starlight spiral. As they merged, the two wills interacted rapidly. Mo Yao's fake will had countless memory fragments. Fang Yuan's star will learned about them now. At the same time, the memories in Fang Yuan's star will were read by Mo Yao's fake will. Amidst their interaction, Mo Yao screamed, "Fang Yuan, you are too foolish. You are too arrogant. In that case, so be it." Saying this, Mo Yao's fake will shrunk rapidly. She was trying to suicide and destroy herself. Fang Yuan chuckled. He had predicted this. He willed, and a starlight pillar descended from the sky onto the starlight spiral. In the spiral, Mo Yao's fake will tried to suicide as the fake will shrunk. But under the starlight's radiance, fake will was continuously produced. In fact, a portion of Fang Yuan's star will was converting into fake will, replenishing her. This forced Mo Yao's fake will to be at a certain size. She could not suicide even if she wanted to. "Mo Yao, you are too naive. If you had accepted your fate and suicided earlier, I would have no way of stopping you at all. But now, you will die if I want you to, and if I want you to live, you have no way of dying. Be obedient and tell me everything that you know." Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Mo Yao's fake will was in despair. Fang Yuan had obtained a method to suppress her so quickly. This was out of her expectations. By now, Mo Yao's fake will knew that she would have no value to him soon. She knew that she could not escape her fate. Just as Fang Yuan had said, if she had suicided earlier, Fang Yuan would not obtain anything. But all living beings in this world had their survival instincts. Anyone would want to live, as long as there was hope. Even Mo Yao's will did not want to suicide. A moment later, the battle ended in the immortal aperture. Fang Yuan's star will returned with many benefits. The remainder of Mo Yao's will had lost her fighting spirit. She could not even form into a human shape. Fang Yuan had many arrangements and replenished her fake will so that he could search her will again. The vigilant Fang Yuan also left behind many mortal goo worms to immobilize Mo Yao's will so that she could not suicide. Fang Yuan's star will, which was fighting with Mo Yao, had less than 30% of its original mass after coming out. 70% was expended earlier. Fang Yuan's star will flew into the sky, leaving the immortal aperture and flying up into Fang Yuan's mind. Fang Yuan shut his eyes, checking the details in the star will. Searching souls and searching wills were different. Searching souls was directly searching the soul, reading everything in their memories. Searching wills was using one's own will to forcefully interact with another will. In this process, one had to use many methods to force the other party to comply. Those who were not skilled at dealing with wills would have no gains in the end. Against different wills, the methods required were different. Thankfully, Dongfang Changfan's wisdom path inheritance was very complete. After Fang Yuan studied it, Mo Yao's will, which he had difficulty dealing with earlier, was meat on the chopping board. Each time he searched a will, it needed to recuperate for a while. After all, wills were more fragile than souls. What was worth mentioning was, there was less capacity for storing memories in wills than in souls. Most of the memories were fragments. But what Fang Yuan wanted the most were Red Lotus Demon Venerable's inheritance clues. In this last search, Fang Yuan reached his goal. Red Lotus Demon Venerable, Time Path Inheritance. A while later, Fang Yuan opened his eyes, mumbling. Red Lotus Demon Venerable's inheritance was set in the River of Time. Mo Yao did not know what the treasure in the inheritance was. She only knew that to inherit this unrivaled demon venerable inheritance, the first condition was to have Spring Autumn Cicada. Not only this, the goo immortal had to self-detonate and use Spring Autumn Cicada to carry their will into the River of Time. In the River of Time, they had to search for a Stone Lotus Island. Only after they reach a Stone Lotus Island would they see the will of Red Lotus left there. Red Lotus Demon Venerable's inheritance, it is truly hard to obtain. Fang Yuan sighed. This was too difficult. The rank 6 Spring Autumn Cicada, once activated, would self-detonate the Goo Master with a certain chance of success. To find Red Lotus's will, one had to risk the chance of suicide. Even if the Goo Master successfully enters the River of Time, where would they go to find a Stone Lotus Island? Fang Yuan had entered the River of Time before. Even though he had 3 precious experiences, he did not find any Stone Lotus Islands. In other words, not only did the Goo Master need to self-detonate and use Spring Autumn Cicada to carry their will into the River of Time, they had to manipulate Spring Autumn Cicada and swim in the river, searching for some Stone Lotus Island. Fang Yuan could not do that. He currently was using Spring Autumn Cicada only as a passenger. He could not control the direction or route. To control Spring Autumn Cicada and reach this level, I need other methods for assistance. But I don't have any. These methods would be time path methods. In this aspect, Fang Yuan was at a loss. He had nearly no knowledge in it. Currently, if Fang Yuan wanted to obtain Red Lotus Demon Venerable's inheritance, there was a long road to travel. He needed to make ample preparations. Red Lotus Demon Venerable's inheritance was in the River of Time. It was extremely dangerous for him to try to obtain it. Fang Yuan could only put Red Lotus Demon Venerable's inheritance aside. For the time being, he was going to stay in Hu Immortal Blessed Land while waiting for the Refinement Path Convention's second round. At the same time, he would use the Light of Wisdom to deduce the Immortal Killer move Vaguely Familiar Face. He had obtained Vaguely Familiar Face in the Northern Plains auction. It was 50% complete. As for what the 3 core Immortal Goo were, the information was not concealed. The problem was that Fang Yuan did not have these 3 core Immortal Goo. They were in another person's possession. Immortal Goo were unique. If Fang Yuan wanted to use the killer move, Vaguely Familiar Face, he would need to modify the move and change the core Immortal Goo to something else. The best situation would be an Immortal Goo he already owned. This was very difficult, because in regards to Transformation Path and Wisdom Path, Fang Yuan's attainment level was not very high. Chapter 831. Still first place, translator, Atlas Studios editor, Atlas Studios Central Continent, East Coast. Waves were rumbling, crashing into one another. Frost energy oozed, creating white fog that covered hundreds of li. Hundreds of years ago, a piece of profound ice floated over from somewhere into Central Continent's East Coast. This profound ice was huge. It was like an island. It was overflowing with frost energy. Many ice path-wheeled goo were gathered on it. The frost energy even got absorbed into nearby trees. After the profound ice was found, it attracted a lot of commotion. The goo masters living in the East Coast tried to guess the origin of this profound ice. There were 2 theories. One was that the profound ice came from far away in the east. It could have originated from Eastern Sea's icy sea region. This sea region had low temperatures all year round. It was icy cold. Streams of icy water flowed like dragons or snakes, coiling around deep in the sea. Once they reached close to the surface, they formed into huge pieces of ice. The second theory was that White Heaven had a crack and a piece of ice fell from it. The size of it should have been immensely larger at first, but as it fell, it melted due to the friction against the air. After it ended up in the sea, it cooled down and formed this profound ice island. The edges of this island were smooth and shiny. There were no rough edges. It resembled melted candles, attesting to the credibility of this theory. This profound ice was beached on the sandy shore. It did not move. At first, a large number of mortal goo masters were attracted and came to scour the place. These goo masters who enjoyed the benefits of being the closest and earliest to arrive all made great fortunes. The wild goo and icy trees on the profound ice were all looted. Over the next handful of years, more goo masters came to the profound ice, staying here permanently with no intention of leaving. It turned out that although the profound ice island was lacking in resources, the profound ice was hard to melt. The frost energy it gave off made it the perfect place for ice path cultivators to stay in. Central continent's east coast was tropical. It was warm all year round. It was hard for ice path goo masters to support cultivation. Thus, regarding this profound ice island, many ice path and water path goo masters were attracted here. Places with humans have conflict. The island had limited capacity. As more people came, in order to defend their own interests, the goo masters on the island gathered into an alliance, creating a tight boundary around the ice island and preventing outsiders from coming in. Thus, a moderately sized force was created. After several hundred years of development, this loose lone cultivator alliance, due to several generations of ambitious leaders, slowly became more firmly structured. They formed a sect. As they developed, the sect grew larger. It was a large force now. There was no force in the surroundings that could match them. This sect's name was Flying Frost Sect. It hinted that the profound ice island that was the foundation of this sect came from far away. Long ago in history, the second round of competition of Central Continent's Refinement Path Convention was being held. One of the places was Flying Frost Sect. Fang Yuan held the token as he came to Flying Frost Sect. The task here was to refine the rank 2 Ghostfire goo. The rules had changed. It was no longer deciding the winner by quantity, but using time instead. It asked the Goo Master to refine 10 Ghostfire goo at once. Goo Masters using less time would get better positions. The specifications were listed. Using 15 minutes or less would be first place. Since this operated on a first-come, first-served basis, if someone gets first, then another person who beat the 15-minute requirement would only get second. If second place was taken, they would only place third. If all 3 positions were taken, they would get no rewards. This time, the reward for first place was 5 rank 3 Ice Path Goo worm recipes. For Refinement Path Goo Masters, Ice Path Goo Masters, or even large forces, this had a lot of attraction. When Fang Yuan stepped into the hall to refine goo, the first 3 positions were still open. The difficulty of the second round is much harder than the first round. It is not hard to refine 10 Ghostfire goo one by one. I can easily use less than 15 minutes. But the challenge is in refining 10 Ghostfire goo at once. Ghostfire goo is both a fire path and soul path goo. The steps are quite tricky and complicated. They would expend a lot of mental energy. If I keep on refining them, over time, my soul will turn weak very easily. This is one of the special traits of soul path goo worms. Fang Yuan considered it. He decided to use soul path and fire path techniques together to burn ghostly souls and create fake ghost fires, then using them to refine true ghost fires. Flying Frost Sect was a righteous sect. Fang Yuan had to prepare the ghostly souls himself if he wanted to burn them. Flying Frost Sect would not provide such a goo refinement material. Evil and unorthodox methods. Seeing Fang Yuan's technique, Han, who was outside, snorted. The leader of Flying Frost Sect, who was managing the event on the stage, watched as his pupils shrunk, he thought. 5 Virtues Sect's leader tried to gather this person but was rejected. This person is burning souls now in public. This is clearly a demonic act. He is an unscrupulous individual. Even if Flying Frost Sect recruits this person, we will only invite trouble. Forget about it. Other than abiding by no fighting or killing, any goo master could join the Refinement Path Convention, be they righteous or demonic. There were no limitations that barred demonic path goo masters. They could only use refinement path techniques to interact and compete. Precisely because of such freedom, the Refinement Path Convention was such a popular event. People who did not know the true details would think that this was the magnanimity of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. But only people like Fang Yuan knew this was because of the infallible inheritance. The infallible inheritance had hidden requirements. The more goo masters that participated, the better. But the righteous path and demonic path were different. Fang Yuan used souls to refine goo. This was an evil and cruel act that would be despised by the righteous path. The observing goo masters were mostly from the righteous path. Seeing a demon like Fang Yuan, they felt a strong sense of distaste inside them. They did not want to see Fang Yuan's goo refinement succeed. Maybe it was because of their collective wishes. At the crucial moment, the soul fire in front of Fang Yuan exploded. Out of the 10 ghost fire goo that were about to form, one of them had turned into ash, falling from the fire and piling on the floor. Everyone saw this and their eyes shined brightly. Some indiscreet righteous path goo masters even made joyful exclamations. But immediately recalling Fang Yuan's rank 5 cultivation level, they shut up, although the delight in their eyes could not be concealed. And Han showed joy on his face as well. Fang Yuan gave him huge pressure. According to his earlier progress, he was already on the last few steps before succeeding. Fang Yuan's refinement speed was very fast. The souls were burning very effectively. If he passed the next few steps, he would be able to complete the refinement in less than 15 minutes. The position of first place would go to Fang Yuan. Of course, Fang Yuan had no interest regarding the reward and position. And Han was different. He was the first elder of Flying Frost sect. As the host, if he lost, he would lose face in front of his peers. Furthermore, getting first place in one of the rounds of the Refinement Path Convention was an extremely great glory for Refinement Path Goo Masters. Finally, the first place reward also enticed Han greatly. All right, this way. He would need to refine Goo again. If he refines 9 Ghost Fire Goo, missing 1 would mean he would not pass. He can only restart from scratch and make 10 more. He has to make them at the same time to pass. And Han controlled his expression from changing, feeling great joy inwardly. Indeed, evil deeds lead to bad outcomes. Even if he is using souls to refine Goo, he is still going to fail. He reached first place in the first round at 5 Virtues sect, so be it. But here in Flying Frost sect, first place has to go to Lord Han. Evil and unorthodox methods leading to Goo refinement failure. This is truly heartening. The surrounding people talked among themselves. The stage itself had a Goo formation that isolated sound, preventing the Goo masters from being distracted. But just when they were all rejoicing, the ghost fire in Fang Yuan's hands split into 2 lumps. 2 lumps, one big and one small. Inside the large lump were 9 incomplete ghost fire Goo, while the small lump had nothing. Fang Yuan's expression did not change. He breathed in deeply as he finally became more serious. Earlier, that ghost fire Goo had exploded not due to his own mistake, but because refining Goo had a chance of failure. Even though the failure rate of rank 2 Goo was not high, and he had already performed as well as possible, when a minor stroke of bad luck like that hit him, there was nothing he could do. Now, he was holding the large lump of ghost fire and keeping it burning, while his other hand was throwing 3 souls into the small lump of ghost fire. A boar soul, a goat soul, and a human soul. The 3 souls burned together. The small lump of ghost fire burst into life. There were pitiful cries of pain coming from within. He is using a human soul. In broad daylight, he is publicly burning a human soul. This. Heh. Worthy of a demonic path rank 5 expert, being so rampant. Flying Frost sect's members had ugly expressions. They were a righteous sect. Fang Yuan was burning a human soul to refine Goo here openly. He was totally disregarding Flying Frost sect. But now was the Refinement Path Convention. Even though Flying Frost sect was unhappy, they could not stop Fang Yuan from refining Goo, unless they wanted to offend the 10 great ancient sects and cause the downfall of their own sect. Fang Yuan's expression was calm. He was focused on the small lump of ghost fire. He continued to toss in Goo refinement materials. The ghost fire was turning between big and small from time to time, interchangeably between strong and weak. When he got to a crucial step in the middle, he tossed in a fire pellet Goo at lightning speed, as well as a soul ball Goo. The 2 Goo worms fused in the fire. They combined into one and created an incomplete ghost fire Goo. Some knowledgeable goo masters saw this and gasped loudly. Tossing in 2 goo worms consecutively, this is the refinement path technique, consecutive toss. Even though consecutive toss is one of the basic refinement path techniques, this person is using it so well with much experience, it is almost like this is as easy as breathing to him. This is not something that talent alone can achieve. Countless sessions of practice and hard work are needed to reach such a stage. Does this person cultivate refinement path as his main path? Hard to say. When he signed up, he kept his sect and path a secret. He is a true demonic cultivator. He should not have a sect. His path is quite possibly refinement path. Everyone made guesses. Of course, they were completely off. Fang Yuan's main path was strength path. It had nothing to do with refinement path. He also had a proper status in a sect, being in a subsidiary force of Immortal Crane sect, one of the 10 great ancient sects. If everyone knew that the Ruthless demon in front of them was a member of Immortal Crane sect, who knew what expressions they would show? A short while later, Fang Yuan succeeded in saving his refinement attempt. The 2 lumps of ghost fires fused into one. The last few steps were done smoothly without any additional mishaps. Eventually, the ghost fire burst out and scattered. 10 ghost fire goo flew out together. Outside the stage, not a person spoke. The expression of the elder of Flying Frost sect was dark, he announced helplessly. Refinement succeeded, using less than 15 minutes. The first place of this round of the competition goes to Fang Yuan. Chapter 832. Senior Fang Yuan, I want to duel you. Fang Yuan quietly stood up under everyone's gazes, slowly walking out of the stage. Such deep foundation and refinement path. He can actually do 2 tasks at once. He slowed down the refinement speed of the 9 incomplete Ghostfire goo while restarting the refinement of the final Ghostfire goo with extremely high speed. Refining Ghostfire goo consumes a lot of mental energy, but he still seems energetic even now. Could it be that he has cultivated soul path or wisdom path as well? And Han was shocked and uncertain. First Elder. First Elder? A disciple beside Han reminded him in a soft voice. What is it? And Han came back to his senses. He could not help but feel embarrassed. Unknowingly, he had stood up from his seat. Such a loss of composure was really damaging to his reputation. At this moment, Flying Frost sect's leader looked at Han. This was the refinement path convention. They naturally had to use refinement path to restore their reputation. And Han's heart skipped a beat as he realized the sect leader's intention. He had no choice but to comply. Seeing their first elder taking action, the spectating Flying Frost sect disciples applauded loudly. They no longer had the earlier listless expressions. Even outsiders could not help but cast optimistic gazes when they saw the famous Han exiting the stage. Among the crowd, however, were some people with discerning eyes. An old goo master sighed softly. This Han's situation doesn't look good. Why is that the case, master? A youth, standing beside the old goo master, asked with confusion. This master and disciple pair was the same pair of lone cultivators who had been walking beside Fang Yuan during the registration at 5 Virtues sect and had been pushed to the side by the burly men making way for Han. That demonic path goo master, Fang Yuan, is extremely terrifying. He has a high refinement path attainment level. His method just now involved far more than just doing 2 tasks at once. To do what he did, even I could only accomplish it back when I was in my peak condition. Outsiders cannot see the difficulty in this. The more proficient the refinement path goo master is, the more they would be aware of it. This Han also has extraordinary skills, but because of this, he understands even more that he cannot win against this demonic cultivator, Fang Yuan. Did you see how unsettled he looked when he stood up? It was because in his mind, he has already been intimidated by Fang Yuan. The old goo master spoke with assurance, but with a soft voice. In this state, if he tries to refine goo, he might not be able to even show half of his true skills. Most crucially, Fang Yuan has already taken the first spot. Even if An Han tries harder, this won't change. That is, unless he can use a new method to finish the task in far less time than Fang Yuan. Then he can earn back the reputation that Flying Frost Sect had lost. But if he had such talent, he would not have remained in Flying Frost Sect for so many years. The young Gu Master nodded his head repeatedly in praise. Master, you are right. The sect leader of Flying Frost Sect is not an expert in Gu refinement. The move he is making now is a mistake due to his thirst for success. It is like what Master taught me. One cannot rush for quick results and be anxious when refining Gu. It seems that managing a sect also has the same logic. The old Gu Master's eyes brightened and looked at his only disciple with satisfaction. Not bad, disciple. You are truly talented. You have great ability and comprehension. The fact is, all paths lead to the great Tao. You are able to use the logic of Gu refinement and look at other aspects. It looks like your refinement path attainment has already reached a certain mastery level. You can definitely achieve success in this second competition. The young Gu Master smiled. This is all because of Master teaching me unreservedly. If I was not picked out by Master, I would have already starved to death. My accomplishments today are all because of Master nurturing me. Disciple had a well-thought-out plan and could have captured first place by using just 13 Gu refinement techniques. But now, first place is already taken by that demonic path Gu Master. Master, let disciples seize that green shine Gu for you. What? The old master was greatly startled, quickly blocking him. Disciple, don't! But it was already too late. Youth knows no fear, the young Gu Master shouted loudly. Senior Fang Yuan, may I be so bold as to request a duel with you? The entire conversation between the master and disciple seemed to have taken a long time, but only a few moments had passed. Fang Yuan had just left the stage and had not gone far because he still needed to receive the first-place reward from Flying Frost Sect. At the other end, An Han had stood up and was about to step onto the stage. The young Gu Master's words caused a huge commotion that immediately attracted everyone's attention. There's a duel. They're going to duel. Who is that young man? He actually dares to duel with that rank 5 demon. I know him. He was second place at 5 Virtues Sect. He is a genuine refinement path genius. A young tiger does not fear an old lion's might. This will be a good show to watch. The old master had a pale expression. He could no longer stop this and could do nothing. He was feeling extremely worried and regretful deep inside. I only made efforts to impart refinement path knowledge to my disciple and forgot to teach him the dangers of worldly affairs. This is my mistake. I should not have neglected it. Meanwhile, the young Gu Master, under everyone's gazes, walked slowly with his head held high, leaving the crowd and appearing in front of Fang Yuan with a shining gaze and firm expression. The first elder, An Han, had just stepped into the spotlight when such a situation occurred. All of the determination that he had just built up left him like a leaking balloon. He normally was a famous person. His every move would attract attention, but today was really difficult for him. He had made a fool of himself and was now ignored by the crowd. He was furious and hateful. Duel? Who wants to duel me? Fang Yuan smiled slightly and turned around to look at the challenger. Central Continent's Refinement Path Convention was held once every 100 years. It was a grand event in all the 5 regions. Competitions were divided into large-scale and small-scale. Fang Yuan was currently participating in the large-scale competition of the 5 regions, which was the competition of the largest scale. First, the registration spots everywhere in Central Continent would eliminate large numbers of Gu Master through various rounds. Finally, only a handful of participants could participate in the final contest. Small-scale competitions were often held in each region, according to past conventions. They were divided into Central Continent small-scale competitions, Southern Border small-scale competitions, Northern Plains, Eastern Sea, and Western Desert. These competitions were divided according to the geographical origins, and were rather official. There were also many other small-scale competitions. For instance, at the East Coast, which would be jointly held by Flying Frost Sect, Five Virtues Sect, and others. The eliminated Gu Masters from the large-scale competition could participate in these small-scale competitions of East Coast. The largest number of small-scale competitions were held by small circles of people. For instance, 3 to 5 friends would set a time, put out wagers, or simply have a friendly contest with no rewards. The competitions could be further divided into open and private. Open battles could naturally be observed by others, but most of them sent invitations in advance, inviting limited number of distinguished guests to enjoy or evaluate. Private battles did not allow spectators, and the results were also not publicized. Large-scale competitions were the most open battles. They did not restrict anyone from viewing, but forbid the spectators from using any Gu worms. Every time Central Continent held the Refinement Path Convention, it would create a trend of Gu refinement flourishing everywhere in Central Continent. It was similar to the Earth's World Cup, the grand event of football that was held every 4 years. Often at this time, even those who did not play football would try to play a bit of it. Those who did not pay attention to football would also give some attention to the matches. In this world, Gu refinement was one of the 3 great aspects of Gu master cultivation. It was much more significant than the sport for entertainment, football. Thus, the Gu refinement trend it created was even larger and lasted longer. In this time, experiences and insights related to Gu refinement were greatly interchanged, largely pushing forward the growth of refinement path. Thus, almost every participating Gu master would reap some benefits. According to the different formats, the Refinement Path Convention could be divided into sect contests, duels, task contests, arena contests, and so on. Sect contests were contests where 2 or more sects sent similar numbers of Refinement Path Gu masters to compete in Gu refinement. Generally speaking, sect contests were used to solve conflicts of interests. In task contests, one side would give a difficult problem while the other side had to solve it. In arena contests, the Gu masters who were very skilled at certain areas of Gu refinement would set the arena and invite refinement path experts from all parties to compete. The arena organizer would put forward a wager, and each challenger also had to put up a wager. These arena contests often had plentiful amounts of rewards. As for duels, they were what Fang Yuan was encountering right now. It is this junior who wants to duel. The young Gu master walked towards Fang Yuan. His expression was neither haughty nor humble. Fang Yuan sized him up and felt some interest when he saw the youth in high spirits. "Lad, since you want to duel, then bet something that can interest me. Otherwise, I won't duel." Fang Yuan naturally had the right to refuse the duel. The Refinement Path Convention allowed duels, but did not have an unreasonable rule that said one had to accept duels no matter what. The young Gu master gave a serious nod. "I have a rank 5 Gu worms recipe with me. Senior, you are a rank 5 expert. This Gu recipe will suit you. This junior wants to bet against the rank 4 green shine Gu you won." Fang Yuan nodded. Green shine Gu is a rare rank 4 Gu. Its value is equal to normal rank 5 Gu. But lad, do you know what my path is? Are you certain the Gu recipe you are betting suits my path? The young Gu master was stunned. "Senior, aren't you in refinement path?" Judging from his words, the Gu recipe he was betting was a refinement path Gu recipe. Fang Yuan chuckled. "My main cultivation path is naturally not refinement path. Lad, you are actually using only one Gu recipe to bet against my rare rank 4 Gu. Do you not know that if the refinement of a rank 5 Gu fails, even people at my level can be injured? You are trying to harm me like this, but still think I am stupid enough to agree to your conditions." The young Gu master gulped a few times, but he could not say anything. For a while, he stood motionless on the spot. His master quickly hurried over and gave a deep bow to Fang Yuan. "Since Sir is refusing the duel, Then we won't duel. What, no duel? The spectators jeered, as they were going to miss a good show. The first-place position holder of 5 Virtues sect competition, the mysterious demonic cultivator, Fang Yuan, and the second-place position holder, the young Gu master Zheng Xianxia. The battle between dragon and tiger is not going to be held because of insufficient betting capital. Come, come, let us all lend a hand. A pile of rocks can build a mountain. A nosy individual suggested. There is no need. It was my disciple's rashness. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. The old master was frightened and quickly bowed to everyone, cupping his hands to salvage this situation. And Han's eyes flashed ominously. He immediately sent out his instructions in a quiet voice. Soon, someone among the crowd put forward some resources. Many others responded and started to contribute one after another, urging this duel to continue. Chapter 833, Xianxia Hall. Creator-Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. The atmosphere on the stage was getting more intense. Fang Yuan and the young Gu master, Zheng Xianxia, could no longer avoid this issue. The elderly master also noticed that most of the Gu masters encouraging this came from Flying Frost sect. His wrinkles became deeper, as he showed a bitter expression. Fang Yuan thought about the name Zheng Xianxia. He felt that it was familiar. But as an immortal zombie, his mind was not as sharp as if he was a living person. He could not remember it instantly. He stopped the star thoughts in his mind and activated memory thoughts to excavate his memories. He finally remembered. As it turns out, in Central Continent's East Coast, hundreds of years later, there was a super force called Xianxia Hall. Its creator was named Zheng Xianxia. Xianxia Hall was skilled in refinement path. When Dream Realms manifested and Dream Path was flourishing, Xianxia Hall's leader benefited alongside the trends of that age and became a Gu immortal. But during that great era, mortals becoming Gu immortals was nothing special. Especially after Dream Realms appeared, there were countless opportunities given to ordinary Gu masters. Dragons and snakes were hiding in bushes. Most of them only lacked an opportunity. The manifestation of Dream Realms gave people their fortuitous encounters. During the 5 regions' chaotic war, large numbers of Gu masters at the bottom of the hierarchy were given a chance to rise up. In the midst of the 5 regions' chaotic war, all sorts of people emerged. They were numerous like the stars in the sky. They all had their stories. The 10 great ancient sects gradually lost control, with the rise of many forces, including 10 outstanding ones who called themselves the 10 new great sects. They opposed the 10 ancient sects openly. It was quite the spectacle. Unlike now, where the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent had control over the situation in Central Continent, even if superforces which had Gu immortals wanted to separate from the 10 ancient sects and free themselves from the status of a subsidiary, it was difficult. In accordance with this time period, don't tell me that this Zheng Xianxia in front of me is the creator of Xianxia Hall. Since he could reach second place in 5 Virtues sect, he definitely has master-level attainment in refinement path. Being a refinement path master at such a young age, he truly is a genius. This fits the description of Zheng Xianxia as well. A great teacher produces great students. This old man must be Old Man Qishan. Old Man Qishan was secretly poisoned by someone. It had been causing him great torment. Zheng Xianxia was filial. He tried all ways to heal his master. That's right, Green Shine Gu is among the best healing Gu for treating heat toxins. Unfortunately, even Old Man Qishan did not know that the poison in him was a transforming poison. On the surface, it was a heat toxin, but after using Green Shine Gu, it would become a cold poison. The toxicity would intensify, becoming at least twice as severe. But eventually, Zheng Xianxia succeeded in treating his master's poison. He gathered Green Shine Gu, Blue Shine Gu, Red Shine Gu, and others up to a total of 9 types of Shine Gu, forming the killer move 9 Shine. It could subdue all sorts of poisons. Later, his bloodline descendant became Gu immortal, being Xianxia Hall's leader. promoting this killer move and changing it into the immortal killer move Profound Light 9 Shine. He became a light path healing expert, becoming quite famous during the 5 regions chaotic war. Fang Yuan used memory thoughts to excavate his memories. He quickly remembered these minute details that were deep in his memories. He understood everything going on around him, including Han's schemes. After observing for a while, he felt that these 2 people were Old Man Qi Shan and Zheng Shan Chuan. He used luck inspection goo on the 2 of them. Flying Frost Sect was a test location for the Refinement Path Convention. There were goo worms set up to prevent goo masters from using their goo worms casually. But Fang Yuan had an immortal zombie body. He had strength path Dao marks on his body, and his immortal aperture was part of his body. When he used luck inspection goo, these mortals were defenseless. Immediately, Fang Yuan saw the luck of these 2. Above his head, Zheng Shan Chuan's luck was like a 7-colored rainbow, bright and imposing. It was out of the norm. Meanwhile, Old Man Qi Shan's luck was like a broken jade bowl. Traces of gray luck were leaking out of the bowl. Old Man Qi Shan's luck was terrible, but Zheng Shan Chuan was intimately linked with him. The luck of the 2 were joined together. The 7-colored rainbow luck split out a portion of itself into Old Man Qi Shan's jade bowl luck, causing his gray luck to be moderated to a large extent. Fang Yuan felt interested, musing. To think that I would encounter the creator of Shanchuan Hall here if I kill him in several hundred years. The East Coast would not have a super force called Shanchuan Hall. The moment Fang Yuan had killing intent, the luck of the both of them wavered. It was like a huge wind was blowing, causing the rainbow light to fade and be on the verge of destruction. But what benefit would I get if I do that? Northern Plains is already in chaos thanks to me, but that was not my intention. It was all because of Mo Yao's fake will. But who am I going to explain that to? I will leave Zheng Shan Chuan alive. These people should continue on their original paths so that my rebirth advantage can be maintained. Fang Yuan thought again. When Fang Yuan was in Northern Plains, he knew about Ma Hongyun, but he did not kill him. This was not fear. This was the ambition of a demonic overlord. In his previous life, he was a rank 6 Gu immortal, only a step from rank 7, but it was mostly due to his fortuitous encounters. He had actually wasted a lot of time during his life. Fang Yuan had self-confidence. Even if these people grow up or even achieve greater accomplishments than in his memories, Fang Yuan could still contest with them and gain profits. He could even stomp on these people, carving out a path of blood as he sprints towards eternal life. As to whether eternal life really existed or not, did that matter? Even if he died along the way, would there be regret? This was the life that Fang Yuan wanted to live. It was full of challenge, fun, and bitterness. Other than that, beauty, wealth, and authority were all nothing more than tools that he could make use of. Fang Yuan thought about this, and his killing intent towards this pair of master and disciple dissipated. Immediately, he saw that the luck of Zheng Shan Chuan and Old Man Qi Shan recovered back to their original points. It was even vaguely greater than before. Luck path is truly mystical. Fang Yuan saw this and sighed inwardly. Recently, he had a greater understanding of luck path. Luck was not omnipotent. It largely depended on one's strength and cultivation level. A thought from Fang Yuan could change the luck of the 2 of them. This was because he was an immortal zombie. Killing the 2 of them was as easy as killing ants. Back then, Ma Hongyun had many people going after him, but he instead turned danger into blessings. But now that he was in old ancestor Shui Hu's hands, he could not turn the situation around. The rank 8 fortune rivaling heaven could not make up for the huge difference in their strength. Or rather, old ancestor Shui Hu, as a rank 8 great expert, had the power to suppress it. There was also Hu Immortal Blessed Land's Calamity. Fang Yuan used time assist luck. In the end, because of connect luck, the increase in luck was split into 4, and Fang Yuan only kept 1 portion. The 3 of them had their gains and fortuitous opportunities, while Fang Yuan barely had any. That was because Fang Yuan was too strong. He was already an immortal. He needed much more good luck to obtain the same benefits as them. It was much more difficult to influence him than mortals. On the stage, more and more clamoring could be heard. The urging of the crowd drew more and more people to join in. Those in Flying Frost sect no longer had to steer this matter. Fang Yuan waved his hand. We can duel, but I have no interest in these things. If I lose, I will give you green shine goo. But if you lose, I want you to be my slave and be under my command for life. Ah, disciple, you cannot agree. Old man Qishan's face paled as he shouted. Everyone looked at each other. This was a great plan by Fang Yuan. The other party was a refinement path genius. He had a bright future. If he won, he would obtain a refinement path master-level slave. Senior, isn't this request too much? Zhengshan Chuan was young, but he would not agree so easily. After all, his future was at stake. This would affect his whole life. Of course you can reject me, but I will tell you now, if you do not use yourself as the wager, I will not duel. Fang Yuan sneered, saying, Do you think there are lots of green shine goo around? This is the perfect goo for treating heat toxins. Lad, the tree may wish to be, yet the wind continues to blow. The son wants to fulfill his duty, but his parents are no longer around. Time waits for no man often. The opportunity is right in front of you. If you miss it, you will regret it for life. Does this person know that my master is afflicted with heat toxins? Zhengshan Chuan was shocked. These words from Fang Yuan like, the son wants to fulfill his duty, but his parents are no longer around, and if you miss it, you will regret it for life, were affecting him greatly. Disciple, you must not agree to the duel. We can think of another way. Old man Qishan's expression was grim. He was an experienced person. Fang Yuan's words were like bait. He had evil intentions. He was trying to trick a young and inexperienced person like Zhengshan Chuan. The duel is their matter. Outsiders are not to interfere. A Flying Frost sect elder came over. His face was austere as he spoke to Fang Yuan and Zhengshan Chuan. Both of you have disrupted the competition. Are you going to duel? If you are dueling, our sect's first elder is magnanimous and is willing to give you an area to compete in. Please decide quickly. Old man Qishan felt an alarm blaring inside him. He was about to speak, but Fang Yuan said, Lad, I am giving you this opportunity because I am touched by your filial piety. If you miss it in the future, I will not agree to any duels even if you ask me. I will not bully a kid like you. I will give you a chance. You can propose the duel task. What, senior, you are letting me choose? Zhengshan Chuan was moved. Originally, the duel would be initiated by one party, and both sides would put up a wager. But the content of the duel would need to be agreed upon by both sides. If they refined a goo that one party was familiar with, while the other has not refined it before, that would not be fair. Now Fang Yuan was letting Zhengshan Chuan choose. That was to say, Zhengshan Chuan could use his forte and trouble Fang Yuan. He could only accept it with no way to change the task. Once he said that, the surrounding goo masters gasped. They were thinking that Fang Yuan was too arrogant. Their money was on the young goo master Zhengshan Chuan now. Disciple, do not duel. Our real business is on the competition. Old man Qishan continued to urge him. Even though Zhengshan Chuan had a huge advantage, this old man was still worrying. He did not want any mishaps to happen to his disciple. But Zhengshan Chuan was a young man. He was hot-blooded. Master's heat toxins are very severe. It will be too late if we do not treat it soon. The other party is so arrogant. He is looking down on my age. The goo I am most familiar with is careful goo. This goo is a specialty of ours. It is rank 3 and has many complex steps. The techniques needed for it are numerous. I spent 3 years, putting in so much hard work, only now having an 80% chance of success. I will duel him with this. Thinking of this, Zhengshan Chuan made up his mind, saying to Fang Yuan, I will duel. Chapter 834, Refinement Path Killer Move, Spinning Golden Bell. Disciple! Old man Qi Shan was extremely anxious. Zheng Shan Chuan turned around and faced old man Qi Shan. On his young face, his eyes were bright and clear. Master, I am unfilial. I will have to go against your wishes. Master, he is letting me pose the problem. This is a huge advantage. I have no reason not to duel. If under such conditions I refuse to duel, this will become a scar in my heart. Would I have any courage to progress further in refinement path? Old man Qi Shan heard his words and fell into silence. He sighed inwardly. "Oh, disciple, you have little experience of the world. You do not know the deviousness of men. Since the other party is relenting to this extent, he is definitely confident of winning. He has his trump cards. You have been fooled. It is a pity. It is regretful. I am old and weak now. The situation has already been set. I cannot do anything to stop it." On the surface, old man Qi Shan stretched out his hand, grabbing Zheng Shan Chuan's shoulder. "Disciple, I understand your filial intentions. All right, you can make your own decision. I will support you on this. Use careful gu as the dual task. We will not bet on the success of the gu refinement, but the time. Whoever refines careful gu first will win." "Master," Zheng Shan Chuan was so touched his eyes turned red. Careful gu was the sole secret inheritance of old man Qi Shan. It was not circulated to the outside world. To support his disciple, old man Qi Shan took out this precious gu recipe, allowing his opponent, Fang Yuan, to see it. He even suggested that they competed in terms of time. This was Fang Yuan's first time refining careful gu. He would not be familiar with it if they competed using time. He would face more pressure than just needing success. As expected, the old were the wisest. Fang Yuan allowed his opponent to choose the gu. He gave a huge advantage to him. He was in a passive situation. Zheng Shan Chuan hesitated for a moment. He felt that his master's suggestion was taking advantage of his opponent. Even if he won, it was not a glorious win. But he immediately thought about the fact that this matter involved his master's safety. Even if he won unfairly, he needed to win the green shine gu. Thus, he turned around and gave his decision to the Flying Frost Sect elder. Flying Frost Sect quickly arranged it. "First elder." An Han was overjoyed. He took the initiative to leave, giving them the venue in his place. Fang Yuan and Zheng Shan Chuan went onto the stage, engaging in their duel. The surroundings went quiet. Both parties were dozens of steps away from each other, sitting on the ground. Zheng Shan Chuan first took out the gu recipe of careful gu and gave it to Fang Yuan. Soon, Flying Frost Sect announced the commencement of this duel. Below the stage, discussions could be heard. "I've never heard of careful gu. It is definitely their specialty gu recipe. That Fang Yuan only has had a short time to look at it before the duel started. Isn't this going overboard?" Heh. This is Fang Yuan's fault for being too arrogant. He allowed the opponent to choose the gu. He made a really stupid decision. The young gu master is not simple. He was second place in the previous round, but his score was good enough to hit first place. Many people are guessing that he is a refinement path master. Hearing this, many people scoffed. How is this possible? How old is he? At this age, he is already a refinement path master. In that case, with my age, have I been living like a dog all this time? But as the competition progressed, under everyone's watchful gazes, Zheng Shan Chuan used nearly 10 gu refinement techniques with extremely skillful manipulation. It was a dazzling sight. Among the spectators, those who guessed that Zheng Shan Chuan had master-level refinement path attainment soared in numbers. But Fang Yuan was still researching the gu recipe. He had not started the gu refinement. Looking at this, the crowd did not think well of Fang Yuan. "Oh no." Old man Qi Shan frowned. "This person has such a calm nature. He is trying to decipher each step before refining the gu. This is the demeanor of an expert, calm under any situation. Thankfully, I use time as the factor. Whoever refines the gu first wins." The process of refining careful gu is complex. He cannot win unless he is familiar with the gu recipe, and has practiced with it more than little Chuan. That was impossible, of course. This was the first time Fang Yuan had seen this careful gu recipe. Careful gu was, strictly speaking, a wisdom path gu worm, but it had a huge use in refinement path. Fang Yuan guessed that this was the core gu in Jiang Shan Chuan's inheritance. History had recorded that Shan Chuan Hall's gu masters were most skilled at refining those gu worms, which had crucial steps that directly affected the success rate of the refinement. Careful gu was best in assisting the refinement path gu master to settle these problems. After Fang Yuan looked at the recipe several times, he understood it deeply and could use it properly. He was a refinement path quasi-grandmaster. It was not hard to understand a rank 3 gu recipe. In truth, not only did he read the gu recipe, he also observed Zheng Shan Chuan's techniques. Zheng Shan Chuan was already at the middle part of the gu refinement. Fang Yuan had watched the first part closely. Even Fang Yuan had to nod his head in acknowledgement. With Zheng Shan Chuan's age, it was very hard to get to his level. But as a refinement path quasi-grandmaster, Fang Yuan could see that his techniques were not skilled enough. There were still flaws when he dealt with the materials. Fang Yuan stretched out his hands and started to refine the gu. He is finally refining the gu. Outside the stage, quiet, mocking voices could be heard. He is not anxious at all. Someone evaluated impartially. Fang Yuan started to refine the gu. It attracted Zheng Shan Chuan's gaze, but he only took one look before concentrating on his own task again. Fang Yuan started gu refinement. He went through it step by step. All of the bystanders were staring in disdain. These were Zheng Shan Chuan's techniques. But soon, Fang Yuan made some modifications. He used a different technique, and his gu refinement speed got faster. The mocking sounds in the crowd vanished, everyone watching his hands moving at lightning speed in shock. He has already used more than 10 gu refinement techniques. Such experienced gu refinement techniques with deep foundation, he is unfathomable. He is getting faster. He is chasing up to Zheng Shan Chuan. Old man Qi Shan frowned tightly. He was shocked inwardly. This person's speed is not scary. The problem is, he is fast without any anxiety. His techniques are so calm and collected. Impressive, very impressive. This person's refinement path attainment is probably not just master level. Little Chuan is going to feel pressure. He cannot lose control of himself and become anxious. Careful gu gets harder as the refinement proceeds. Little Chuan has the advantage. He needs to maintain it. The enemy is strong. If he loses his bearings, he is bound to lose. Zheng Shan Chuan's pressure was high indeed. This was very normal. In running competitions, the person at the very front has the greatest mental pressure. Thus, many strategies revolved around conserving energy, only attempting to go all out at the end. The greater the mental pressure, the greater the burden on the body, especially when Zheng Shan Chuan was seeing Fang Yuan refining gu rapidly and catching up to him. He could not help but be flustered. Such ability. He used more than 10 refinement techniques, and he is still continuing. His mind is too strong. I cannot compete with him on this. Oh no, he is catching up. Zheng Shan Chuan was a youngster. Fang Yuan's rapid speed was making his mouth dry. His heart was pounding. His gaze was firm. Forget it. I'll use my trump card and leave you in the dust. Zheng Shan Chuan made up his mind. His refinement speed slowed. His mind entered his aperture as he activated his gu worms. Is little Chuan going to? The master and disciple had great mutual understanding after seeing his actions. Old man Qi Shan understood Zheng Shan Chuan's plan. He became nervous. Zheng Shan Chuan's gu refinement speed is slowing. Soon, the spectators noticed this change. Are the steps ahead going to be very difficult? He needs to recompose himself. Many people were making guesses. They did not know the recipe of careful gu. They were inaccurate in their conjectures. At this time, Zheng Shan Chuan breathed in deeply. His eyes shined with a golden light as his body was covered in a golden glow. He stretched out his right hand rapidly. His open palm was facing down and pressing heavily. In an instant, all of the golden light in his eyes and body gathered on his right hand. The golden light condensed and formed into a small golden bell. The golden bell spun slowly, covering all of the fire in which the refinement was occurring. It became faster and faster as it emitted a suction force. The refinement materials that were gathered on the floor were all sucked into the golden bell. The golden bell only lasted for 6 breaths of time before it faded. But at the next moment, before everyone's eyes, an incomplete, careful goo was formed. The crowd was in a commotion. This is a refinement path killer move. Refinement path killer moves can be considered rarer than killer moves of other paths. Zheng Xianxia is still so young, yet he already knows a refinement path killer move. What is most precious is that he actually succeeded in using it. This lad's talent is incredible. His future is unpredictable. Fang Yuan is in danger. He has the ability, but he was too careless. Zheng Xianxia already had such a huge advantage, but he still used a killer move. It was all for victory. He is really stopping at nothing. In my opinion, even if Fang Yuan loses this, it was not disgraceful. Zheng Xianxia let out a breath of turbid air. His expression was spirited. I am definitely winning. I used my killer move and instantly grinded 6 goo refinement materials. I completed the longest step in this goo refinement already. I am way ahead of Fang Yuan now. Old man Qi Shan's heart settled. Even if Fang Yuan has a similar refinement path killer move, this is his first time refining careful goo. He has 0 experience. The usual procedure for this is to refine the 6 materials one by one while controlling the fire meticulously. If he uses a killer move to rush it, he would be causing his own doom. Even though little Chuan took a risk, it was a good decision. He is definitely going to win. The other goo masters were not familiar with careful goo. They did not understand the situation. But Fang Yuan was in dire straits. Any person could tell. By completing this step in advance, he really did solidify his victory. Zheng Xianxia stabilized his emotions and continued to refine goo. His technique was fast and stable. He did not give Fang Yuan a chance. Fang Yuan was unmoved. He started to slowly refine the 6 materials, slowly boiling them as he refined the materials. This step was not hard at all. It was just time-consuming. But Fang Yuan was not anxious in the least. Chapter 135. Promise of 3 Matters. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Time passed. Zheng Xianxia was finally at the last few steps of the refinement. The incomplete goo worm in the fire was becoming more clear. To play safe, he looked at Fang Yuan again. He saw that Fang Yuan had just finished the previous step. He had fused the 6 materials together. By this point, Zheng Xianxia has to admire Fang Yuan's calmness. It is a pity. I am the victor of this duel. I will definitely get this green shine goo. Zheng Xianxia was oozing with confidence, but when he retracted his gaze, Fang Yuan suddenly laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, Zheng Xianxia, you lost. Look at my refinement path killer move. What? Zheng Xianxuan's heart shuddered. He immediately turned to look at Fang Yuan, only to see that Fang Yuan took out a goo worm and squashed it. Instantly, Zheng Xianxuan's pupils shrunk to the size of pins as he was about to jump. He screamed at Fang Yuan angrily, You actually destroyed green shine goo. As he said this, the fire in his hands became unstable. It went out of control and exploded. The explosion was not intense, but after it occurred, Zheng Xianxuan's clean face was covered in soot. He was like charcoal. It was a sad sight. Zheng Xianxia was stunned on the spot. He froze like a statue. Such a huge change had occurred in mere moments. Everyone outside was silent for a few breaths before reacting. They were all shocked. Their voices overlapped and caused a huge wave of chattering. What a ruthless, demonic path goo master! He directly destroyed green shine goo, causing Zheng Xianxia to lose control and fail the goo refinement. All his hard work was wasted. This Fang Yuan is too good at scheming. He flipped the situation around instantly. Zheng Shanchuan failed and has to restart the refinement now. Fang Yuan's advantage is too great now. Even if Zheng Shanchuan repeats the process, he cannot catch up to Fang Yuan. Most importantly, he only destroyed his own goo. This cannot be determined as him maliciously interfering with his opponent. Oh no, he actually did this. This actually happened. Old man Qi Shan was flustered. Zheng Shanchuan suffered a huge blow. He took a long while before recovering. When he regained control of his mental state and restarted the goo refinement, Fang Yuan was at the last step already. This duel no longer had any surprises. Fang Yuan was the eventual winner. Exciting. This was too exciting. The spectators were commenting with much enthusiasm. Zheng Shanchuan was too young and naive. He lost his bright future now. Sigh. Some people felt pity. Of course, some people were happy. For example, An Han. But he was the first elder of a righteous sect. He could only be happy in secret. He had to express his sympathy towards Zheng Shanchuan's fate on the outside. The duel was over. Fang Yuan stood up as Zheng Shanchuan stared at the flame in his hands blankly. He lost. He lost his life, his bright future to a mysterious demonic path goo master in a duel. How could this be? What should he do? Zheng Shanchuan felt that his future was bleak. There was no hope. Senior, please spare him. Both of us had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. We offended Senior. Please be magnanimous. My disciple is still young and innocent. Please let him go. I am willing to replace him and contribute all of my savings in exchange for his freedom. Please have mercy on us. Please spare us. Old man Qi Shan knelt on the ground, kowtowing to Fang Yuan non-stop. The old man's head hit the floor, causing a wave of loud thudding sounds. His face was covered in blood. Master, master! Zheng Shanchuan was jolted to awareness. He hurried over and tried to help old man Qi Shan get up. But old man Qi Shan was insistent. He pushed his disciple away as he continued to kowtow, begging for mercy. Master! Zheng Shanchuan's face was full of tears. With a splat, he knelt down facing old man Qi Shan. Everyone looked at this with varying expressions. Flying Frost Sect's leader showed a look of regret and sympathy, and Han was coldly sneering internally. But the duel was over. How could the terms be changed under everyone's watchful gazes? Unless Fang Yuan was willing to let them go. But he was a ruthless, demonic cultivator. Zheng Shanchuan was a refinement path master at such a young age. How could Fang Yuan let him go? Even if it were the righteous path goo masters in his position, they would not let Zheng Shanchuan go. The cruel and harsh side of the refinement path convention was displayed in front of everyone. But at the next moment, Fang Yuan said to old man Qi Shan, "It is not impossible to let him go." And Han's mental sneer froze. The place went silent. What? Zheng Shanchuan was stunned. Old man Qi Shan was the first to react. He was overjoyed. Thank you, Senior, for your magnanimity. Thank you, Senior, for your kindness. Fang Yuan smiled. His tone was warm and kind. People should be kind to one another. That is also being kind to oneself. Everyone heard this and showed looks of disbelief. Weren't his words too fake? Who was it who destroyed the greenshine goo earlier and made a young lad lose? And Han's expression changed. He screamed inwardly. Hey, are you still a demonic path goo master? Quickly act ruthless. What are you saying? Are you not cold at all? Are you trying to make the entire demonic path lose face? Fang Yuan's words changed. But since you offended me, you need to be punished. Everyone immediately restored their composure. And Han calmed down. He was overjoyed. Oh, so this is it. He is trying to toy with their relationship. Ha ha ha, that is right. This is the demeanor of the demonic path. Zheng Shanchuan's expression tightened. Old man Qi Shan started to kowtow again. He shouted, Lord, please have mercy. Forget it. I will not make you my slave for life. I want you to do 3 things. But now you are not qualified yet to do things for me. As for what these 3 matters are, I have not decided yet. Maybe I will not make you do any in your entire life. Maybe in the next moment I will ask you to do 3 matters. It will all depend on my mood. Fang Yuan said slowly. His voice was not loud, but the people were quiet, listening to him. Old man Qishan sighed out in relief. He shouted while holding back his tears. Thank you, Lord, for your mercy. Zheng Shanchuan lowered his head. Junior thanks senior. 3 matters compared to being a slave for life. The former was much easier to accept. Central Continent was dominated by the righteous path. If Zheng Shanchuan had the identity of a demonic path Gu master's slave, even if he had refinement path talent, he would be unable to be successful and make a name for himself. But handling these 3 matters was just an agreement. Having an agreement between righteous path and demonic path Gu masters was nothing much. Zheng Shanchuan's future was still very bright. Looking at the master and disciple who were extremely grateful to him, Fang Yuan laughed, ordering, "Both of you, bite your tongues and give me a drop of blood from the tips of your tongues." Old man Qishan and Zheng Shanchuan looked at each other. They bit their tongues and gave the blood to Fang Yuan with much fear. Fang Yuan stretched out his right arm and his 5 fingers closed up, grasping the 2 drops of blood in his hand. Next, he moved his hand, grinding with his fingers as black smoke emerged from the spaces between his fingertips. When the black smoke faded, Fang Yuan opened his hand, showing 2 gu worms. Old man Qishan and Zheng Shanchuan were staring with wide-opened eyes. These 2 gu were a pair of rank 4 gu. Everyone gasped. Fang Yuan was actually so formidable, he refined a pair of rank 4 gu in a few breaths' time. This is the technique of blood path. He actually has such astounding blood path gu refinement techniques. Flying Frost sect's higher-ups were showing dark expressions. Even the demonic path gu masters outside showed looks of wariness. Blood path was notorious. It was even more vile than using soul path techniques to burn human souls. Righteous path members would hunt it down. Even the demonic path often excluded it. This pair of rank 4 gu can sense each other. You 2 will take one, I will take the other. If I have anything to request of you, I will send someone over carrying this blood path gu worm as the symbol. These 2 blood path gu worms can sense each other and tell if they are real. Even if you die in the future, these 3 matters will extend to your children, descendants, disciples, and other later generations. Are you willing? If not, be my slave. Fang Yuan said. Willing, we are willing. Old man Qishan replied hurriedly. Fang Yuan's hand moved and one of the blood path gu worms was tossed to old man Qishan. He tossed Zheng Shanchuan another gu. When Zheng Shanchuan received this gu, he was stunned. He stammered, This is green shine gu? Fang Yuan stored the other blood path gu worm away as he said slowly, laughing, Did you really think I destroyed green shine gu? As he laughed, he left the dumbfounded gu masters behind, turning around and leaving. Zheng Shanchuan looked blankly at Fang Yuan leaving, as old man Qishan stored the blood path gu worm carefully. He did not dare to violate this agreement. Their witnesses were not just Flying Frost sect, but the entire Refinement Path Convention itself. All of the competitions, including this duel, were recorded. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects, and all of the forces that joined the Refinement Path Convention had the evidence. He could not deny it. Master, you need to heal the injury on your head. Zheng Shanchuan quickly got up, helping old man Qishan up. Go, quickly leave. We cannot stay here anymore. Old man Qishan was intimidated by Fang Yuan's methods. He was truly shell-shocked now. He urged his disciple to leave this terrifying place. With this, Zheng Shanchuan backed out of the competition, no longer joining the rest of the rounds. But he had obtained Green Shine Gu, his original goal. After this matter, old man Qishan gave Zheng Shanchuan a good lesson using this as an example, telling him how vicious Fang Yuan's methods were. He truly had a grasp on the nature of people. He next told Zheng Shanchuan about the jealousy of Flying Frost Sect's first elder, An Han, towards the talents of others. He was the person surreptitiously encouraging this duel. Zheng Shanchuan matured greatly from this matter. He finally understood his own shortfalls, as well as the vicious nature of the world. For most of his life, he tried all sorts of ways to treat Old Man Qi Shan while raising his refinement path attainment, keeping a low profile. When he was 53 years old, he healed Old Man Qi Shan's poison. When he was 88 years old, he became a refinement path grandmaster without causing much of a disturbance. In his final years, he returned to Central Continent's east coast, creating a sect that he named after himself. It was called Shanchuan Hall. His life ended at 150 years old. He did not join the Refinement Path Convention ever again. As for the agreement of those three matters, that was another story. Chapter 836. Preliminary success of vaguely familiar face. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. After the second round of the Refinement Path Convention ended, Fang Yuan returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Some time had passed in the Blessed Land already. Mo Yao's will had recovered from Fang Yuan's arrangements. He could search again. Fang Yuan had no pity for her. He conducted will searching on Mo Yao's will. This time, he obtained quite a few Gu refinement techniques that Mo Yao knew, including a refinement path killer move. In these memories of Mo Yao's fake will, many were related to details of Gu refinement. In this aspect, Mo Yao was a refinement path grandmaster, while Fang Yuan was only a quasi-grandmaster. Mo Yao was also a certain generation's fairy of Spirit Affinity House. The refinement path techniques that she had expanded his vision quite a bit. After Fang Yuan learned them, he felt that he benefited greatly. Usually, when masters teach their disciples, they might keep some secrets to themselves or hide their trump cards, as the saying goes. A teacher dies of starvation after teaching his student. Mo Yao's will was now Fang Yuan's master, but she was teaching him without reserving anything. Fang Yuan had many benefits. On one hand, he learned all sorts of new Gu refinement techniques from Mo Yao's fake will. On the other hand, he was revising the things he had learned. He intended to show his skills in the Refinement Path Convention, using all his ability to get the best result he could obtain, because this concerned the infallible inheritance. Looking over the current situation, Fang Yuan estimated that it was still safe for him to join the Refinement Path Convention. But as time passes, the risk of undertaking such actions would be uncertain. The toppling of 88 True Yang building was too huge of a matter. Fang Yuan was a lone force. He could only stall them. It was impossible to completely hide the truth from the investigative forces of Northern Plains and Central Continent. If the 5 regions' chaotic war was soon to occur, the 5 regions would be busy fending for themselves. Fang Yuan would be able to conceal the truth. But unfortunately, the 5 regions' chaotic war was still hundreds of years away. Central Continent did not have much chaos under the control of the 10 great ancient sects. Northern Plains' situation had improved in stability after the battle between Old Ancestor Shui Hu against Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu and Yao Huang. One day, the truth that I caused True Yang buildings' collapse will be exposed. By then, I will have arrest warrants from Central Continent and Northern Plains. The other 3 regions might also come after me due to Giant Sun's true inheritance. Hu Immortal Blessed Land would no longer be unaffected by the outside world. It would be attacked immediately. Thus, before the truth is exposed, I have to develop myself during this period of time. Fang Yuan could clearly discern his future circumstances. Once the truth was exposed, Fang Yuan would have to start a life as a fugitive. Thus, he has to increase his strength as much as he could, using all opportunities that came, or even create them if they didn't come. Right now, the Refinement Path Convention was a huge opportunity. This was only the second round of the Refinement Path Convention. Towards the middle and late stages, the first place rewards would be immortal essence stones, immortal materials, immortal goo recipes, or immortal killer moves. If one obtained a good position during the final competition, they would be qualified to obtain the reward from the infallible inheritance. Thus, even if he attracted the attentions of people and was high profile, Fang Yuan could not care less. Also, his duel with Feng Jinhuang was well known by everyone already. Almost all of the higher-ups in the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent knew about it. Fang Yuan could not lay low, even if he wanted to. One day, when news that he was the culprit behind True Yang Building's collapse gets exposed, his name would spread over the 5 regions. He would be extremely famous. By then, he would face a difficult and dangerous challenge. The entire world would be his enemy. Countless Gu immortals would chase down Fang Yuan. In their opinions, Fang Yuan certainly would have obtained countless benefits from Giant Sun's true inheritance. I have to use this last stretch of time to develop, accumulating immortal essence stones, immortal materials, and raising my battle strength to the limit. Most importantly, I need to get rid of my immortal zombie body and regain a living body. Immortal zombies could not produce immortal essence. Even his usual cultivation expenses were dragging Fang Yuan down. Looking at most of the immortal zombies in Zombie Alliance, they had to be careful and calculative in every battle. If Fang Yuan was still an immortal zombie when he was a fugitive, he would face immense danger. It might even be the cause of his demise. Thus, in the following days, Fang Yuan had to join the Refinement Path Convention and practice his Gu refinement techniques. But he also had to deduce and use large numbers of Star Thought Gu to modify the immortal killer move, vaguely familiar face. This killer move was an urgent matter. It was his best way to change the situation for the better. Other matters could not compare to it. They were put aside by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan got through the 3rd, 4th, and 5th rounds. He had outstanding capability. His quasi-grandmaster refinement path attainment was uncommon, even among Gu immortals. He got 1st place in all 5 competitions. With such a record, his reputation was surging. Fang Yuan's name started to circulate everywhere. Everyone who heard of it knew that he was a demonic path Gu cultivator. He was skilled in refinement path and had many Gu refinement techniques. He had a deep foundation. The day before the 6th round, Fang Yuan finally reached preliminary success in the deduction of the immortal killer move vaguely familiar face. It was not easy at all. Fang Yuan walked out of the underground cave. He was really excited, almost to the point of tears. The process of deducing and modifying this immortal killer move was very difficult. Fang Yuan's wisdom path and transformation path attainment levels were entirely too low. He was like a child pushing a stone mill, going one step at a time. To get his current results, Fang Yuan had expended all of the Star Thought Gu he had obtained from Dongfang Chang Fan by the 4th round of the competition. Thankfully, he had the stone nests and large numbers of hairy men. He had been continuously refining and accumulating Star Thought Gu. That gave Fang Yuan enough resources in order to obtain a vaguely familiar face that he could utilize. As has been mentioned previously, immortal Gu were unique. Fang Yuan did not have a single one of vaguely familiar face's 3 core immortal Gu. They were in Feng Juge's hands. If Fang Yuan wanted to use vaguely familiar face, he could only change the core Gu and modify the killer move. Furthermore, it would be best if this immortal Gu was one that Fang Yuan currently had. Right now, Fang Yuan achieved this aim. The modified vaguely familiar face that he deduced was greatly simplified in comparison to the original. It only had 1 core immortal Gu, Eat Strength immortal Gu. His other immortal Gu, like Fixed immortal Travel, Self-Strength, Iron Crown Eagle Strength immortal Gu, and so on, were incompatible. Or rather, Fang Yuan's attainment level was too low. He could not make use of these Gu in this regard. Fang Yuan could use Eat Strength immortal Gu as the core to activate vaguely familiar face. This was mostly due to his rich foundation as a Strength Path Grandmaster. Using Eat Strength immortal Gu as the core to use vaguely familiar face, the effect was very limited. Once the killer move was used, it could not change Fang Yuan's appearance. but it could change his aura. Fang Yuan was a Northern Plains goo immortal. Once he had to exert himself seriously, his aura would leak out and be exposed, along with his identity. But if he used this version of vaguely familiar face activated by Eat Strength Immortal Goo, he could change his aura and turn his Northern Plains goo immortal aura into that of Central Continent, Southern Border, Eastern Sea, or Western Desert. If the other party was not a goo immortal skilled in investigation, they would not be able to expose him. In fact, Old Lord Kenyang had such a method. When Old Lord Kenyang helped Dongfang Chang Fan, he fought with the band of demonic path immortals in an intense battle. But from start to finish, he was showing a Northern Plains aura. He did not display any relationship with Central Continent. This was evidently an immortal killer move. This was an indication of Immortal Crane Sect's plentiful foundation. But Fang Yuan created vaguely familiar face in a rush. The effect was weaker than Old Lord Kenyang's move. Old Lord Kenyang could fight intensely against a large number of Northern Plains goo immortals without exposing his true Central Continent aura. Fang Yuan knew clearly that his version of vaguely familiar face could not do that. Furthermore, the use of this killer had a huge weakness. The price was very high. Each time he used it, he would need to consume several Strength Path Dao marks. Eat Strength Immortal Goo's effect was to allow the goo immortal to eat immortal materials that were full of pure Strength Path Dao marks and extract the natural Strength Path Dao marks from them, adding them to the goo immortal's body. Fang Yuan faced many failures in his deductions. He eventually racked his brains and placed his target on himself. As a Strength Path Immortal zombie, his body purely consisted of Strength Path Dao marks. As for the Time Path and Space Path Dao marks in his immortal aperture, they were not related to his body. Looking at another example, Hu Immortal Blessed Land had Earth Path, Space Path, Time Path, and Enslavement Path Dao marks. But Hu Immortal's body when she was alive only had Enslavement Path Dao marks. After she died, the Enslavement Path Dao marks on her body were all transferred into her blessed land. Thus, Fang Yuan decided to eat his own body. He used Eat Strength Immortal Goo as the core. By supplementing large numbers of mortal goo, he expended Strength Path Dao marks in order to disguise his aura. Even though this immortal killer move effect was not great, it could not meet Fang Yuan's requirements and also had a huge drawback, but it was at least usable. It was already very fortunate that he obtained such a result. He had thought that his deduction would end in utter failure. Having a preliminary success was already very satisfactory to him. The highest credit had to go to Wisdom Goo. Under the light of wisdom, Fang Yuan had unlimited inspiration. He could forcefully make the Strength Path Immortal Goo into the core of vaguely familiar face. With the joy of success, Fang Yuan entered the 6th round of the competition and got first place. Returning to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he rested for a short while before using fixed immortal travel to go to Western Desert. Western Desert, impassable dunes. Winds were blowing as sand was scattered in the air. The Gu Masters of Xiao Clan were all in a battle formation. They were fighting intensely with the hidden sand spiders. These hidden sand spiders were all the size of elephants. Their bodies were covered in a layer of glazed exoskeleton. They were skilled at moving in the sand. Hidden sand spiders emerged from the sand. Their mouths were sharp and dangerous. They attacked the Xiao Clan Gu Masters. Fang Yuan watched them from the sky. He estimated that there were at least 30,000 of these hidden sand spiders. But Xiao Clan was a super force of Western Desert. The Xiao Clan Gu Masters had exemplary skill in battle. They also had rich experience in dealing with hidden sand spiders. Thus, the situation was tilted in favor of the humans. Fang Yuan only took a look before moving his gaze to behind the hidden sand spider group. This was a huge area of sand dunes. Within this area, fierce winds were moving about as the sky turned dark. Countless beasts were growling. If one looked closely, they would realize that these sand dunes were moving slowly. Chapter 837. Doing business in Western Desert. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. This was one of the 7 most famous natural wonders of Western Desert, the movement of hundreds of thousands of sand dunes. It was like heaven was using a brush to sweep past most of the Western Desert, drawing a curved line. In this fixed curved path of moving sand dunes, there were no oases, no beasts, and no rocks. There was only yellow sand. No one could stop it. Even rank 8 Gu immortals were powerless. For these enormous moving sand dunes, Western Desert's people named them impassable dunes, revealing their helplessness and confusion towards nature's might. Impassable dunes. Fang Yuan, however, narrowed his eyes and flew straight towards the sand dunes. He had concealed his figure and flew right above the battlefield on the ground, but no one detected him. Several of Xiao Clan's Gu immortals were fighting on the impassable dunes, but they were at the periphery. Even these Gu immortals could not explore the inner areas. Their opponents were 3 enormous hidden sand spider queens. Each was a desolate beast. These hidden sand spider queens were like fish in water amidst the sandstorm. Their hill-like colossal bodies were constantly letting out hidden sand spider groups. However, Xiao Clan's Gu immortals were well arranged and in good order. Xiao Huqi led the charge as the leader, shouting and roaring as he immersed himself in the thrill of battle. The deputy leader, Xiao Shurang, sighed, transmitting, "Leader, it is almost time. We have already achieved our objective of training them. We should order our Gu masters to retreat now." "If you had not said this, I would have forgotten it. Handle this by yourself. Ha 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 ha. These 3 hidden sand spider queens have weakened greatly. It is time to capture them." Xiao Huqi laughed wildly and was just about to attack when his gaze suddenly focused in front of him and towards his left. He shouted, "Who's there?" Boom! The reply was a giant hand that passed through the sandstorm with an imposing air, directly grabbing a hidden sand spider queen. Xiao Huqi stared with a furious expression, but this giant hand's timing was perfect. That hidden sand spider queen had just been forced back by Xiao Clan's Gu immortals when the giant hand smoothly grabbed it from behind, as if this hidden sand spider queen had gone straight into a trap. "Such guts! You dare to challenge Xiao Clan in our territory! Thief, you want to reap the fruits of our labor. You are unforgivable. Everyone, attack and capture this person. I, Xiao Huqi, must see who is so daring." Xiao Clan's Gu immortals were furiously about to attack when suddenly 7 strength path giant hands emerged from the sandstorm. Bam, bam, bam. Intense banging sounded out. 5 rank 6 Gu immortals of Xiao Clan were routed in panic. Only Xiao Huqi and Xiao Shurang, the 2 rank 7s, were able to fight equally with 2 giant hands. This is rank 7 battle strength. The enemy is extremely powerful. The 2 leaders have used their signature killer moves, but they actually haven't made progress. The other party still doesn't seem to have used all their strength. This is the first time I have seen this strength path killer move. Who in the world is this person? Immediately, Xiao Clan's Gu immortals revealed heavy expressions. "No need to be nervous. I have no malicious intentions. Look." Fang Yuan slowly flew out and revealed his appearance, his expression having a slight smile. Everyone's gazes turned towards that hidden sand spider queen, which was already clenched firmly in the grasp of the strength path giant hand, screeching in pain and struggling desperately. Captured just like that. This immortal killer move is really strong. Xiao Huqi and Xiao Shurang glanced at each other, seeing the vigilance in each other's eyes. If it were them, they could not accomplish this so easily. Otherwise, Xiao Clan would not have sent so many Gu immortals to capture the hidden sand spider queens. Fang Yuan was able to accomplish this easily. One reason was because he had grasped the correct timing, when the hidden sand spider queen was greatly weakened. Another reason was that after the merging of a second immortal Gu, pulling mountain, into myriad self-giant hand, Its might had greatly increased and had even more power against Earthpath desolate beasts like hidden sand spider queens. After grabbing the hidden sand spider queen, Fang Yuan appeared in front of Xiao Clan's Gu immortals of his own accord. "Sir, who might you be? What is your intention?" Sensing Fang Yuan's good intention, Xiao Hu Qi asked in a low voice. Fang Yuan chuckled. "I am nothing more than a nameless lone cultivator of Western Desert, living in seclusion over my life. Not long ago, I had no choice but to become an immortal zombie. Only then did I come out into the open. I am here because I want to do a long-term trade with your esteemed clan. I wonder if you are interested in regretful spider groups." "Oh, regretful spiders?" Xiao Clan's Gu immortals felt joyous. Xiao Clan possessed an immortal Gu house, 10,000 Li Silk Corridor. 10,000 Li was only a general name. The entire immortal Gu house was far longer than 10,000 Li. This immortal Gu house had a very special function. As long as there were enough mortal spider Gu, it could be spread out and built everywhere. If looked on from a bird's eye point of view, it would resemble a giant spider web spread over Western Desert, and the surface of the floor of this 10,000 Li silk corridor was smooth like silk. Anything placed on it could be transported at an extremely fast speed. Xiao Clan was one of the richest among Western Desert's super forces. The most important reason was because Xiao Clan possessed this 10,000 Li silk corridor. Any immortal Gu house was a unified construct involving defense, attack, movement, healing, investigative, and other aspects. Be it 88 True Yang Building, Water Pavilion, Heaven Overseeing Tower, Red Fiend Divine Boat, Profound Ice House, or any other immortal Gu house, they all were like this. They could be considered war fortresses. Xiao Clan spread 10,000 Li silk corridor everywhere, transporting goods and earning a fortune. However, 10,000 Li silk corridor's usage consumed large numbers of mortal spider Gu. 10,000 Li silk corridor was Xiao Clan's economic lifeline. Thus, Xiao Clan had to gather a very large quantity of mortal spider Gu every year to maintain 10,000 Li silk corridor. This time, Xiao Hu Qi and Xiao Shi Rang led the group to capture hidden sand spider queens. It was to raise them in the clan's headquarters. Every set interval of time, the blood of the hidden sand spider queen would be drawn and their flesh would be cut. Then the clan's Gu masters would gather to refine large amounts of mortal spider Gu. Despite Xiao Clan's own management fulfilling a portion of the requirement, there was still a shortfall left, which would have to be filled by purchasing large numbers of mortal spider Gu from the market. Moreover, the larger the number of mortal spider Gu and the greater the variety of them, the more beneficial it would be in the operation of 10,000 Li silk corridor. Xiao Clan's Gu immortal group was naturally excited. Xiao Hu Qi asked immediately, "How many regretful spiders do you have, sir, and how will we make the transaction?" Fang Yuan laughed, reporting a number. The joyous light in Xiao Hu Qi's eyes faded in an instant. Fang Yuan then spoke. "I can supply your esteemed clan with this number of mortal spider Gu every month." Xiao Hu Qi beamed with delight. "As for how to trade them," Fang Yuan said slowly, "isn't your 10,000 Li silk corridor the best way? Give me a token for a nearby node of 10,000 Li silk corridor. Every month on the 30th, I will arrive at this node, place the goods, and take the payment." "Then what is the price of Sir's goods?" Xiao Shi Rang chipped in. "No rush." Fang Yuan waved his hand. "Let's discuss the price after you look at the quality of the goods." Fang Yuan took out a sample. Xiao Clan's Gu immortals were greatly pleased at the quality. These regretful spiders came from a super force of northern plains, Dongfang tribe. It would be strange if Xiao Clan's Gu immortals were not satisfied. Fang Yuan quoted a price. After a round of bargaining, the two sides settled on a price and completed the first transaction on the spot. Xiao Hu Qi made the payment on behalf of Xiao Clan, and Fang Yuan also obtained a node token. After the completion of the transaction, he turned around and left. Xiao Hu Qi and the rest of the group returned to Xiao Clan's headquarters and immediately reported this to Xiao Clan's first supreme elder. The first Supreme Elder slowly nodded his head after learning of the details. Little Hu, you did well. The contribution points for this task will be doubled. Xiao Hu Qi said in a heavy voice. Lord, it is just that this person appeared too suddenly. A rank 6 immortal zombie with rank 7 battle strength. Does Lord know of his origins? The first Supreme Elder smiled indifferently. Western Desert is vast. There are naturally many Gu immortals who remain in seclusion. This is not something I can know completely. Immortal zombies cannot produce immortal essence by themselves. It is not strange for them to be forced to come out of seclusion. Since this person wants to do business sincerely, we will cooperate with them for now. Our clan has an unceasing demand for mortal spider goo. If the cooperation is pleasant, there is no problem with handing out one of Xiao clan's transaction tokens to him. Lord, are we not going to investigate him? The first Supreme Elder thought for a moment before saying, I know what you mean. Since the other party can supply goods for a long time, he must have other blessed lands. Okay. Investigate him a little for a while. We cannot treat him like a normal immortal zombie. The most important thing right now is the contest with Dong Clan to occupy the market in the northwest side. We need to spread 10,000 Li Silk Corridor as fast as possible. I understand, Lord First Supreme Elder. Xiao Hu Qi saw the first Supreme Elder shutting his eyes to rest. He understood the message and gave a respectful bow before quietly leaving. A few days later, Central Continent, Floating Flower Riverbank, Hearing Wave Pavilion. The large force, Hearing Wave Pavilion, was generally a secluded sect, but it was now bustling like a market. This was one of the test locations for the 7th round of the Refinement Path Convention. A round of the competition had just ended. Everyone in the audience was discussing and exclaiming, with countless gazes gathered on Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was clothed in a black robe. He wore a mask on his face, just like previously. Silently and unhurriedly, he walked out of the stage. Many gazes followed his slow movement, while another portion of people stared at the rankings on the wall with shock. Right now, Fang Yuan's name was imprinted on first place. Demonic cultivator Fang Yuan has seized first place 7 times in a row. Amazing, truly amazing. This performance means he has master-level attainment at least. With such talents and ability, there is a high chance that he can pass the famous, nightmarish 8th round of the Refinement Path Convention. When can I have such ability? Among the crowd, Hong Yi gazed at Fang Yuan's receding figure, his heart filled with yearning. For some reason, while others disliked Fang Yuan's style as a demonic cultivator, Hong Yi, as a disciple of the Righteous Path's Universal Life Academy, did not feel any dislike towards Fang Yuan. Hong Yi had great luck and huge potential, but his skills were too thinly spread out, and he was eliminated pitifully at the 2nd round. Do you guys think Fang Yuan can fight his way into the finals just like this? Youngster, you are thinking about the finals now. Heh heh heh. It is too early. Too early. That's right. Who knows how many dragons and snakes are in Central Continent's Refinement Path Convention. The water here is too deep. The previous 7 rounds were no more than the initial portion of the competition. The true essence and brilliance of the Refinement Path Convention lies in the later parts of the competition. Chapter 838, Origin of the Refinement Path Convention. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Under everyone's discussions, Fang Yuan slowly started walking out of Hearing Wave Pavilion. Everywhere he went, the crowds of people opened up a path for him. Even though Fang Yuan was a demonic path gu cultivator, those of the righteous path felt distaste and repulsion regarding it. But they had no choice but to admire his refinement path attainment. Especially in such a special environment like the Refinement Path Convention, this was a special time where demonic cultivators could enter the righteous path forces openly. The mentality of Gu Masters was slightly different now. They were focusing on champions of Refinement Path. At the outer gate of Hearing Wave Pavilion, several Gu Masters from their respective forces were shouting loudly and selling information. It was a booming business. Attention, attention, the newest information has been updated. There is the most comprehensive results list in this refinement path convention. We even have the results of the 7th round. Do you want to know the top 100 Gu refinement geniuses most favored in this competition? Then come take a look. 1 shadow image Gu for a minimum price of 50 primeval stones. We will sell it for the highest prices offered until we run out of stock. A famous wisdom path Gu masters conjecture towards the ranking of the participants in this small competition of Central Continent sects. There are also the grudges of the 10 great ancient sects. A set of information for only 10 primeval stones. It is a steal. To think that the results of the 7th round are already out. Fang Yuan heard this and he was inwardly moved. But when he saw the attire of the Gu master selling the information, he understood why. This Gu master selling the information of the 7th round was wearing the clothes of Lightning Information Sect. Lightning Information Sect was a super force created by a Gu immortal. It was obviously far inferior to the 10 great ancient sects. Lightning Information Sect's creator, Milan Guang, was originally a Lightning Path Gu immortal from Wind Cloud Manor. Because he broke the sect rules, he was crippled in his cultivation and expelled from the sect. In order to sustain a living, he was forced to cultivate Information Path. Combined with his Lightning Path cultivation experience, he created a set of unique Information Path Gu worms. In the end, he developed at a much faster pace than before. He created Lightning Information Sect. After more than 100 years of development, it was already a first-rate sect that was skilled in Information Path among the forces of Central Continent. Even the 10 great ancient sects bought information from them at times. Fang Yuan walked to this Gu master and threw him 10 primeval stones. "Give me a copy." The Lightning Information Sect Gu master received the primeval stones in a hurry. He took a look at Fang Yuan and was shocked. "Oh, sir, is Sir Lord Fang Yuan? It is my greatest honor to be able to provide this information to you. How could I accept any primeval stones? Sir, please take it back. This information will be given to you for free." Saying so, he passed the 10 primeval stones back to Fang Yuan with both hands. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. "It is your reward." The Gu master smiled in a fawning manner. "Then I will thank Lord for the reward. Lord, this is the information you want. I thank you for purchasing this on behalf of Lightning Information Sect. If you could spare us a moment of your time and accept the interview of our sect, we will give you immortal materials as compensation." Fang Yuan waved his hand, receiving the Gu master's Information Path Gu worm as he walked away. "Lord, take care." The Gu master saw that Fang Yuan rejected him and did not say anything else. After all, Fang Yuan was a rank 5 demonic cultivator. He stood on the spot and sent Fang Yuan off, gazing after him. Only until Fang Yuan was gone did he continue to shout loudly and promote his information. Fang Yuan walked as he diverted a portion of his thoughts into the new Information Path Gu worm. This Information Path Gu was only rank 1. It was simple to refine. It was not worth mentioning. But the point was the information inside. That was the thing that was valued at 10 primeval stones. Fang Yuan inspected it and found out that there were over 8,000 people that got through all 7 rounds of the Refinement Path Convention. These people were able to get through the 7 rounds. They would essentially be quasi-masters at least. Of course, among them, there were some lucky ones with lower attainment levels. But here, speaking of those with lower capability, was only relative to the experts. They were not at Hong Yi's level. People like him were already completely eliminated by the 3rd round. Initially, there were hundreds of thousands of people who signed up. Most of these people were Central Continent Gu masters. There were also people from Southern Border and the other regions. After 7 rounds, only 8,000 were left. It was not even 10,000. One could see how intense the elimination rate was. And among them, only 400 or so were people who had gotten the top 3 places in all 7 rounds of the competition. These were talented people who were at least Refinement Path masters. This number of 400 might appear high, but in a huge region like Central Continent, they were truly a small fraction. These people were at the top of the pyramid. In any path, people of master level were rare. Compared to other paths, refinement path could be considered much deeper and harder. The proportion of masters was even lower. Among these 400, only 80 or so had gotten first place in all 7 rounds. Undeniably, these 80 were the focal group of the focal group. They were the pivotal characters. Fang Yuan was among them. According to the expert's evaluation, his name was only at the middle upper position. This was the result when Fang Yuan did not bother concealing his ability. One could see how intense the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention was. Talented people were emerging everywhere. It was not easy to defeat these refinement path geniuses and stand at the top. Of course, this ranking was only an estimate. It did not represent their true level. The tests in the 7 rounds could not evaluate Fang Yuan's limits. At the same time, he had a mysterious background. Even if they wanted to make a guess, they had no way to do so. These reasons caused his ranking to be at the 30th position or so. Fang Yuan looked at this ranking and found many familiar names. Firesmith Dragon Chief, Fang Huai, Tian Min Mie, Feng Jin Huang, Yu Mu Chun, Lui Pin Tian, Dou Ping Tan, Qu Wen. All these people had high statuses in Fang Yuan's previous life. Undeniably, they were all outstanding people. Shining stars lined up one after another. Fang Yuan felt a strong, piercing light coming from them. Among these people, some were superstars during the 5 regions' chaotic war. Even though some of their rankings might be low now, they were immortals in the future. Some even were refinement path grandmasters during their lifetimes. Fang Yuan felt pressure inwardly. Fang Yuan was a refinement path quasi-grandmaster. He was 1 step away from grandmaster level. But this 1 step was very far away. It required great accumulation to make the breakthrough. Actually, in terms of refinement path talent, Fang Yuan was very ordinary. If his talent was insufficient, he could only make up for it with hard work. Fang Yuan's accumulations from his previous life, along with his current life, forcefully elevated his refinement path attainment from master level to quasi-grandmaster level. 500 years of cultivation but only becoming a quasi-grandmaster. Wasn't he really useless? Look at Zhengshan Chuan. He is so young, but already a refinement path master. Talent was undeniably important. But there was another factor. Zhengshan Chuan was a Gu master that cultivated refinement path mainly. All of his efforts were placed in it. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan in both lives only cultivated refinement path on the side. During his previous life, he lived 300 years at first, only cultivating blood path for the last 200 years, and in this life he cultivated strength path. Being one's main cultivation as opposed to being cultivated on the side, the amount of effort put into them was vastly different. If Fang Yuan did not cultivate blood path and strength path mainly, he might not have lived up to now. He was not fortunate like Zhengshan Chuan, having a master to protect and nurture him along the way. Furthermore, attainment levels of paths were hard to raise. The higher one went, the more difficult it was. Before Dream Realms changed the 5 regions, to raise one's attainment level, one could only work hard and accumulate their foundation while having ample talent. One could say that it was not easy for Fang Yuan to reach his current quasi-grandmaster attainment level. With my ability, it will be difficult to even reach the top 10 of the refinement path convention. Meanwhile, to benefit from the infallible inheritance, I need to be at least top 6. The infallible inheritance was a refinement path inheritance. Central Continent's refinement path convention had expanded over the years. Initially, it was only a way for the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent to fight over the infallible inheritance and split its benefits, using refinement path to hold a competition and determine the winner, to gain the most benefits for one's own sect. But later, because the infallible inheritance's benefits were too great, it could even help in the recovery of Fate Gu, therefore Heavenly Court took over it. Strictly speaking, the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent were representatives under Heavenly Court to manage affairs. Heavenly Court was the boss behind the scenes of the 10 great ancient sects. Since the boss wanted to take over, the 10 great ancient sects could only accept it and cooperate to the best of their efforts. With Heavenly Court controlling it, Central Continent's Refinement Path Convention became famous throughout the region and even expanded its influence over the world. Right now, each Refinement Path Convention would attract many people from the other 4 regions to participate. Based on records from previous competitions, those who can reach the top 3 are Refinement Path Grandmasters or even quasi-great Grandmaster level occasionally. The quality of each competition's Gu Masters vary, but the top 10 were usually mostly Refinement Path Grandmasters. Sometimes the 7th to 10th positions were Refinement Path Quasi-Grandmasters. When there were few people joining, and there were only 3 to 4 Refinement Path Grandmasters, there would be Refinement Path Quasi-Grandmasters in the top 6. But when there were many people, there would be 7 to 8 Refinement Path Grandmasters in the top 10. Then there would be few Quasi-Grandmasters who could reach a top 10 position. This time, the standard was neither high nor low. There were 5 Refinement Path Grandmasters. I am best at Blood Path Gu refinement techniques, but right now, I do not have many Blood Path Gu worms, and if I use those Blood Path refinement techniques openly, I would be giving Immortal Crane Sect an excuse to attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land. To get top 6, I need to scheme. Fang Yuan thought about it and made up his mind. 16 days later, Central Continent. And Zhu Earth Trench, Demon Expelling Sect. Demon Expelling Sect was a superforce. There were 3 Gu Immortals in it. Its sphere of influence spread over an enormous range. It covered dozens of large forces, hundreds of middle-sized forces, and countless small forces, including the insignificant Gu Master families. To be a test location of the 8th round was something Demon Expelling Sect's main headquarters definitely had the qualifications for. Tens of thousands of Gu Masters rushed in on this day to watch the exciting competitions of Gu refinement. Of course, the actual location was limited in space and could only hold 1,000 people, but these 1,000 people were not ordinary Gu Masters. Demon Expelling Sect had already made appropriate arrangements for the huge squares that could hold many ordinary spectators. Once the 8th round started, the real-time broadcast of the competition would play in the air. Chapter A, 839. Fang Zheng's Inner Thoughts. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Fang Zheng and another Immortal Crane Sect elder led over 10 disciples into the competition venue. It was a hubbub of sound outside the stage. Over 1,000 Gu Masters were sitting in the surroundings, discussing in murmurs while waiting for the 8th round to start. However, because there were too many people, even the softest whispers converged together to become an extremely clamorous scene. Immortal Crane Sect's elders and disciples. Once they saw Fang Zheng's group, the surrounding Gu Masters could not help but stare at them. The sounds of their discussions became softer. Compared to large and small forces, members of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sect members gave the feeling of royalty walking among common people. That young man is actually wearing the attire of an Immortal Crane Sect elder. I am not hallucinating, right? Quiet down. Can't you sense his aura? He is a genuine rank 5 Gu Master. Making a fuss over nothing. It's not like there aren't Gu worms to maintain a youthful appearance. Look over there. They are Myriad Dragon Doc's disciples and elders. At the next moment, everyone's gazes were attracted towards another group of people. The number of this group of Gu Masters was twice that of Immortal Crane Sects, with 4 elders leading the way and many elite disciples among the disciples. Myriad Dragon Doc, an elder of Immortal Crane Sect, couldn't help but focus his gaze. Of the 10 great ancient sects, Myriad Dragon Doc could be said to have been in the limelight recently, and the reason was because of Vicious Lightning Fiend. Vicious Lightning Fiend was only a rank 6 Gu Immortal, but his battle strength was extremely outstanding. During his 2 years of closed cultivation, he created the immortal killer move Lightning Deity. After coming out of seclusion, he roamed around Central Continent, challenging countless Gu Immortals in his journey. Most ended in his victory. There were few draws, and very rarely did he lose. The more vicious lightning fiend won, the greater his reputation soared. Because he gained a lot of resources from the spars and duels, the amount of lightning deities that he owned increased instead of decreasing. There were a total of 3 now. Even before he had lightning deity, Vicious Lightning Fiend already had an impressive achievement of battling a rank 7 Gu immortal to a draw. Now, with 3 lightning deities, his battle strength had increased explosively, even surpassing normal rank 7 Gu immortals. In his challenges, he had achievements of defeating many rank 7 Gu immortals. With rank 6 Cultivation, winning against rank 7 Gu immortal was extremely rare. Especially praiseworthy was that Vicious Lightning Fiend had repeatedly challenged and won against rank 7 Gu immortals. He was at the peak of fame now, and the reputation of Myriad Dragon Doc, his affiliated sect, was also soaring with him. This was to the extent that the whole of Central Continent's Gu immortal world was starting to recognize Vicious Lightning Fiend as the strongest among rank 6 Gu immortals of the current generation in Central Continent. Some battle-hungry elders of Myriad Dragon Doc were so encouraged that they even proclaimed that Vicious Lightning Fiend was the next Xilei, the next Feng Yuan. Vicious Lightning Fiend had immediately reprimanded them when he heard news of it. "Leave Xilei aside, but Lord Feng Yuan is not someone I am qualified to compare with. Speak less of such things from now on." The implication of his words was that he was able to match Xilei, Immortal Monkey King. Xilei was a rank 7 Gu, immortal of combat, immortal sect, with outstanding battle strength, but he had firmly been pushed down by Feng Yuan, unable to turn the situation around. It was rare to see a monster like Feng Yuan even once in thousands of years. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects had been forced to accept it, respecting and fearing him. A series of victory fostered Vicious Lightning Fiend's swagger, till he began to publicly challenge Xilei. Combat. Immortal sect's people were naturally extremely indignant, but strangely, the violent-natured Xilei was maintaining silence. This instead boosted Myriad Dragon Doc's confidence, as they felt Xilei did not have certainty in dealing with Vicious Lightning Fiend, and was hiding like a coward. Of course, people who knew some of the inside story were aware that Vicious Lightning Fiend's challenge was nothing more than Myriad Dragon Doc probing at Combat Immortal Sect. Combat Immortal Sect discovered Starry Sky Grotto Heaven and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's Dream Realm within it. They had already covertly started attacking the Grotto Heaven, and because they had withdrawn their Gu Immortal level battle strength from everywhere, the other 9 sects were already starting to sense something amiss. However, such secrets were generally only known by Gu Immortal level higher-ups and characters. Thus, when Myriad Dragon Doc's elders and disciples saw Fang Zheng's group, they were clearly filled with arrogance. "Ah, it is Immortal Crane Sect's people. Hehehe, what are you here for? To see how your elders fail? It's useless. Our Myriad Dragon Doc's Lord Dragon Chief will definitely be the final winner, no doubt of it." Myriad Dragon Doc's Gu Masters immediately taunted and jeered. The competition between Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects was extremely intense. There was much rivalry between either side, especially when Immortal Crane Sect had been showing weakness for a long time now. Myriad Dragon Doc's members, with their increasing reputation, further looked down on Immortal Crane Sect. Immortal Crane Sect's disciples felt suffocated by anger, but they could not retort to them, maintaining their silence as Myriad Dragon Doc's group brushed past them before they sat at their arranged seats. "A bunch of cowards," someone said in disdain. Someone else ridiculed. "Ha ha ha. This is indeed the style of Immortal Crane Sect." Immortal Crane Sect's group looked even more unsightly. Some spectators were surprised at this and asked, "Immortal Crane Sect and Myriad Dragon Doc are both of the 10 great ancient sects. Why is Myriad Dragon Doc being so rampant?" Someone immediately replied, "There are stronger and weaker sects even among the 10 great ancient sects. Immortal Crane Sect is weaker than Myriad Dragon Doc. This is known by everyone. Besides this, The participating Gu Master of Myriad Dragon Dock in this test is truly strong. It is that refinement path Gu Master who is called Firesmith Dragon Chief. What? Firesmith Dragon Chief is actually a Gu Master of Myriad Dragon Dock, isn't he a lone cultivator? Heh heh. Didn't you read the information from Lightning Information Sect? This Firesmith Dragon Chief had violated sect rules in his early years and was thrown out of Myriad Dragon Dock. He is participating in this refinement path convention to get a good placing and return to Myriad Dragon Dock. So it was like that. It is said this Firesmith Dragon Chief has Grandmaster attainment in refinement path. Even a person like this is begging to return to Myriad Dragon Dock. The appeal of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects is really enormous. Over at Immortal Crane Sect, Fang Zheng and the other elder were quietly discussing. Fang Zheng asked, "I wonder, what is the possibility of our sect's elder Yan Tang succeeding in this round?" Fang Zheng did not have much skill in Gu refinement. He had trained hard and barely passed the 4 entry tasks, registering his name. However, he was miserably eliminated in the first round. Fortunately, large-scale competitions were all open contests and did not prohibit anyone from spectating. Fang Zheng's status was also high, as an elder of Immortal Crane Sect. Elder Yan Tang, who had invited him to many banquets and drinks, was participating this time. Be it privately or publicly, he had to come in support of Elder Yan Tang. The Immortal Crane Sect elder, sitting beside Fang Zheng, frowned at his question and sighed. "Elder Fang Zheng, you are also aware that Elder Yan Tang's main cultivation is Fire Path, and he only cultivates Refinement Path on the side. Meanwhile, Firesmith Dragon Chief's main cultivation is Refinement Path, and he cultivates Fire Path on the side. The gap is too large." Fang Zheng still did not understand completely. Even so, with Elder Yan Tang's Refinement Path attainment, he should be able to place in the top 3. Sigh. The Immortal Crane Sect elder shook his head while smiling bitterly. "Elder Fang Zheng, you are not aware, after the 7th round of the Refinement Path Convention, it uses a cruel system of a single winner. In this huge demon-expelling sect test venue, only one Gu Master will be able to win and advance." What? It is actually like that? Fang Zheng was shocked and was only able to react after a few breaths. He had experienced many setbacks. As such, the way he thought had changed. Since the opponent is so strong, then why didn't Elder Yan Tang go to another test venue? The Refinement Path Convention doesn't restrict the participants from choosing the venue. Elder Fang Zheng, you are right in thinking of that. After all, retreating to progress forward is also a tactical victory. But unfortunately, other test venues have already been occupied by Refinement Path experts. Moreover, it was the higher-ups' decision to arrange Elder Yan Tang in this venue. The final words were spoken quietly by the Immortal Crane Sect elder. Fang Zheng was alarmed and startled. If he still did not understand now, he would be an idiot. So the higher-ups had already made the decision to sacrifice Elder Yan Tang to probe Firesmith Dragon Chief. He suddenly recalled his master, Lord Sky Crane's words. Elder Yan Tang was isolated in Immortal Crane Sect, so he is inviting you to drinks to form a political alliance with you. Because he is alone, he was chosen to be a sacrifice. Elder Yan Tang is probably filled with discontent. What if I was treated as a sacrifice one day? The moment he thought of this, Fang Zheng suddenly remembered the miserable scene of him in the blood pool, with blood vines growing all over him. Ugh. The nightmarish memory surfaced again. Fang Zheng shuddered and gasped. "What's wrong?" the elder beside him asked with concern. "Nothing." Fang Zheng wiped his forehead, his palm swiping away a layer of cold sweat. He did not dare to think more. He was filled with panic and hesitation inside. Right at this time, the elder's voice resounded in his ears. "All the participants have entered the venue. This round of the competition is about to begin." Fang Zheng quickly raised his head and saw over 100 Gu Masters slowly stepping onto the stage. Fang Zheng saw Immortal Crane Sect's elder Yan Tang, who was expressionless, but his gaze was filled with discontent and helplessness. At another side, the red-robed firesmith dragon chief, however, had an arrogant expression as he gazed around, not concealing his disdain and contempt towards the surrounding participants. "A group of weaklings. It is my win for sure. Start already." Firesmith Dragon Chief indifferently laughed loudly, openly urging demon-expelling sects hosting elder. The surrounding refinement path Gu masters did not dare to refute this because of Firesmith Dragon Chief's strength. Immortal Crane sect's elder Yan Tang clenched his fists tightly and looked furious, but he unexpectedly remained silent. "Victory to Myriad Dragon Doc. Victory! Firesmith Dragon Chief will win." Myriad Dragon Doc's group was cheering loudly, as if injected with morale. They were rampant. The surrounding spectators, however, could only sit quietly and watch all this happening. Repulsive, truly repulsive. Fang Zheng still had the nature of a young man. He was clenching his teeth and shouting furiously inwardly. "Damn it, if only I had enough strength. I really hope someone will beat down this Firesmith Dragon Chief right now and destroy this Myriad Dragon Doc group's arrogance." Seemingly responding to his wish, a figure quietly appeared. At first no one paid attention, but when he stepped on the stage, countless gazes turned towards him. Black robe, mask. Rank 5 demonic cultivator, Fang Yuan. Why is he here? The whole venue was silent before being sent into an uproar. Chapter 840. Fang Zheng's Nightmare. Translator, Atlas Studios editor, Asas Atlas Studios. Nobody expected that Fang Yuan would show up here. According to the competition rules of Central Continent's Refinement Path Convention, from the 8th round onwards, there can only be one winner from each test venue. Thus, gradually, the whole of Central Continent's test venues became domains to be dominated by skilled Refinement Path Gu masters, like fierce beasts ruling over a territory. Unless they were forced to have no other choice, no beast would move out of their territory to challenge another beast. This was not sensible. The further they advanced, the higher the glory and rewards they could obtain. Having a decisive showdown early on would only let someone else reap the benefits. Thus, when they saw Fang Yuan, many Gu masters guessed, "Does Fang Yuan have some enmity with Firesmith Dragon Chief?" The demon-expelling sect elder hosting this round of the competition also felt baffled, but showed no expression on his face. Fang Yuan's entry was in accordance to the competition's rules. As long as someone entered any test venue within the set time, their results would be recorded. Thus, even if there were people who wanted to obstruct someone, they could not do so under everyone's gazes. "This person is Fang Yuan. Is he that famous owner of Hu immortal blessed land in our sect?" Immortal Crane sect's disciples also began to guess. Truthfully speaking, our sect's Lord Fang Yuan is truly mysterious. I have yet to see his true appearance. "This is Fang Yuan?" Impossible. Central Continent is so large there are also Gu masters with the same name. Fang Yuan and Feng Jin Huang's agreement has already been widely spread. Our Immortal Crane sect has many exemption quotas. Fang Yuan could have simply conserved his energy and participated from the 10th round onwards. Immortal Crane sect's disciples discussed, many of them stealthily glancing at Fang Zheng's face. Fang Zheng's lips were pursed tight, his face looked pale white, and his hands were clenched tightly within his large sleeves. They were brothers by blood. The moment Fang Yuan appeared, Fang Zheng could intuitively tell that it was his big brother. Fang Zheng was caught unprepared. The shadow during his childhood years suddenly fell and shrouded over him again at this moment, seemingly like a pair of black hands were tightly clenching his neck. Fang Zheng felt suffocated. The nightmare, that he had done his best to evade from since he woke up from his coma, attacked his mind once again. The arrogant exclamations and cheers of Myriad Dragon Doc group gradually turned quieter. Fang Yuan had displayed high refinement path attainment, seizing first place in all the past 7 rounds, the same as Firesmith Dragon Chief. Myriad Dragon Doc's elders and disciples had to admit Fang Yuan was a powerful opponent. I heard this Fang Yuan's achievement is the same as that of our Firesmith Dragon Chief, seizing first place in all 7 rounds. Is he that person who is dueling Feng Jinhuang? If it is truly him, then that is the owner of Hu Immortal Blessed Land. He should be very affluent. So what? Haven't you seen the rankings? Firesmith Dragon Chief is ranked at 7th, but where is Fang Yuan placed at? It is beyond 30th place. Right, he is simply looking for humiliation by coming here. I believe Lord Firesmith Dragon Chief will definitely defeat him. Although Myriad Dragon Doc's group said this, other spectators did not have the same thoughts. Fang Yuan entered on his own accord, showing an extremely aggressive stance. Fang Yuan was clearly not a fool. He surely had confidence and trump cards to move out of his territory and attack. Fang Yuan's unorthodox behavior made Firesmith Dragon Chief startled, furious, and doubtful. Thereupon, Firesmith Dragon Chief probed, "Fang Yuan of Immortal Crane Sect, are you coming to lose in advance?" What Firesmith Dragon Chief truly wanted to ask was, "Why are you coming here to compete? Couldn't you have just stayed in your territory and advanced safely? You must be smoking something." At the same time as he asked this, he felt gloomy inwardly. "We don't have any grudges, what are you trying to do by disturbing me? Don't you still have the duel with Feng Jinhuang? Do I look that easy to bully?" The moment he spoke, the uproar turned even louder. What, this Fang Yuan is actually a member of Immortal Crane Sect? Isn't he a demonic cultivator? It should be true. Firesmith Dragon Chief has personally confirmed it. Can it still be false? This is big news. Who could have thought he was actually a disciple of one of the 10 great ancient sects? But why did he come here? Did Immortal Crane Sect have a fight with Myriad Dragon Doc? I haven't heard rumors about any disputes. Even the hosting elder was looking with eyes wide open, staring at Fang Yuan blankly. At once, Fang Yuan became the focal point of everyone's gazes. "Big brother," Fang Zheng gritted his teeth, his face pale as paper and his body filled with cold sweat unknowingly. He was feeling difficulty in breathing, and also physical weakness, as if he had collapsed after doing intense exercise. Fortunately, everyone was gazing at Fang Yuan and no one noticed his miserable state. Lord Sky Crane consoled him from his aperture, but there was almost no effect. Other Immortal Crane Sect members were excitedly gazing at Fang Yuan. Some even stood up unconsciously. Fang Yuan had never officially appeared in Immortal Crane Sect's headquarters. However, his legends were spread widely in Immortal Crane Sect. Mysterious and powerful, with countless rumors regarding him. It was said that he had outstanding talents, such that he was taken in as a legacy disciple by a Gu Immortal the moment he stepped into Immortal Crane Sect. This was of course a rumor, purely speculative and completely unreliable. However, Immortal Crane Sect's higher-ups could not refute them once they spoke the truth. Where would their reputation as one of the 10 great ancient sects remain? Moreover, Immortal Crane Sect's disciples were more willing to believe the proof in front of them. The greatest proof was Fang Zheng. Fang Zheng had a great aptitude and already had rank 5 cultivation now, becoming a sect elder. They could only imagine, as his big brother, how outstanding Fang Yuan's aptitude must be. Otherwise, how could he have won against Feng Jinhuang and seized Hu Immortal Blessed Land? Right now, Immortal Crane Sect's members was stretching their necks, firmly fixing their gazes upon Fang Yuan like glue. Uncertainty and curiosity was overflowing from within their hearts. I really want to see Lord Fang Yuan's true appearance. It should be similar to Elder Fang Zheng's. Sigh, why did he have to wear a mask? This is a test venue. If we carelessly use investigative goo, we will be thrown out. The disciples communicated excitedly. The other Immortal Crane Sect elder finally discovered Fang Zheng's state and asked with concern, "Elder Fang Zheng, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Nothing. Fang Zheng's heart skipped a beat, hurriedly replying. Why does Elder Fang Zheng seem to be afraid of Fang Yuan? Is the relationship between these brothers not good? A strange look flashed past the elder's eyes. Fang Yuan's eyes were hidden behind the mask. He first slowly glanced around, pausing a moment on Fang Zheng before slowly landing on Firesmith Dragon Chief. He chuckled, breaking the long silence, his voice somewhat hoarse as he proudly proclaimed to everyone present, "Right, I am Immortal Crane Sect's Fang Yuan." Ha ha! It was true. Elder Fang Yuan, best of luck. Elder Fang Yuan and Elder Fang Zheng are our sect's heroes. The most intense response was from Immortal Crane Sect's group. Some disciples almost jumped in excitement. They felt pride and a strong sense of honor in their sect, after being suppressed by Myriad Dragon Doc. Right now, with Fang Yuan's words, they felt really relieved and avenged. "What are you so happy about?" "Right. What is there to be pleased about?" Myriad Dragon Doc's group retorted. Hatred flashed past Fang Zheng's eyes as he said with clenched teeth, "Don't compare my brother with me." These words, however, had another meaning when heard by others. "Did you hear it? Even Elder Fang Zheng, with his aptitude, admits he is inferior to Lord Fang Yuan." That's right. Reportedly, Fang Yuan is a Gu immortal seed, and the higher-ups are nurturing him with all their strength. Immortal Crane Sect's disciples talked in a soft volume, but the sound was not soft at all. "You guys," Fang Zheng's expression turned ashen, and he felt an intense dizziness. The expressions of Myriad Dragon Doc's group turned even more unsightly. The atmosphere of conflict intensified. One elder of Myriad Dragon Doc sneered and cursed in a quiet voice. "Let's see what kind of downcast expressions you guys will have when he loses." The bustle outside the stage already made the other participants on the stage into props to be ignored. Fang Yuan continued to gaze at Firesmith Dragon Chief and intentionally raised his voice. "Firesmith Dragon Chief, I came here to defeat you. It is way too boring to defeat those incompetents. You are a slightly decent opponent. You will add some radiance to my path of advancement. So use your true strength. Don't hold back. I remember your strongest method is..." What was it? Mad deity's blazing flames. Use it and fight me. This way, when I defeat you, I can feel a little satisfaction. Hearing such provocative words from Fang Yuan, whether it was on the stage or outside the stage, all the Gu masters had the same feeling. Arrogant. Too arrogant. Everyone had already felt that Firesmith Dragon Chief was arrogant, but now that they saw Fang Yuan, they realized the saying, "No matter how good you are, there is always someone better than you," was completely true. Look at Fang Yuan. This was the true master of arrogance. Firesmith Dragon Chief was startled. "He actually knows about my hidden trump card? This is impossible. I have never exposed this technique. How did he find out?" After the astonishment, anger rose in him as he countered, "All right, since you, Junior, are boasting so shamelessly, let me teach you a thorough lesson. I will make you understand what true pain is." At the same time, he furiously shouted inwardly, "Will I, a Grand Rank 6 Gu Immortal who has undergone 2 heavenly tribulations and is only 1 away from Rank 7, be afraid of you, a bottom-tier immortal zombie? Kid, you think too highly of yourself. I will step on you and make you lose all your face. Blindly challenging me will be the greatest regret of your life." Chapter 841. Fang Yuan's Public Provocation. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Seemingly hearing Firesmith Dragon Chief's inner voice, Fang Yuan continued to ridicule with even more intensity. "Good. This gaze, this mood, this rage. Only like this can you bring out all your strength to fight me. Only such an opponent can make me feel some interest. Remember, you must use all your strength. Otherwise, you will be Myriad Dragon Doc's disgrace." Ha ha ha. Fang Yuan spoke with such arrogance while pointing at Firesmith Dragon Chief. At once, all the Gu masters were speechless. Wasn't this way too arrogant? Myriad Dragon Doc's members gritted their teeth. They were arrogant, but Fang Yuan was even more arrogant. Firesmith Dragon Chief trembled in anger, staring at Fang Yuan with such fury that flames seemed to spout out. Unlike the imagination of outsiders, Fang Yuan had a bold demeanor on the surface, but inwardly he was extremely vigilant. Differing from the information in the outside world, this Firesmith Dragon Chief's main cultivation is actually not Refinement Path, but Fire Path. Back when he was at Myriad Dragon Dock, he was a Refinement Path Goo Master, and he was also indeed thrown out of the sect, but because of a fortuitous encounter, he obtained a certain Fire Path Goo Immortal's inheritance. After he became a Fire Path Goo Immortal, he tried to enter Myriad Dragon Dock again. Myriad Dragon Dock naturally would not let go of a Goo Immortal, and had actually already secretly taken him in. It was just that it happened to be time for the Refinement Path Convention, and seeing his Refinement Path attainment was Grand Master level, they hurriedly made him join the competition to try to seize the top spot and get more benefits for the sect. This Firesmith Dragon Chief's Refinement Path attainment level is above mine. In my previous life, he was ranked at second of this convention. A Refinement Path Grandmaster cannot be taken lightly. Especially during the Goo refinement in the 10th round, he impressively suppressed 3 quasi-Grandmasters on the spot. Such an enemy must be beaten down early. If I let go of this chance, according to my previous life's memories, there will be almost no chance of suppressing him. Firesmith Dragon Chief was a Goo Immortal, but he did not disclose it, instead disguising himself as a mortal. He naturally could not conceal his Goo Immortal cultivation from other Goo Immortals, but it was okay for them to know it. No one would expose this. Maintaining their mysteriousness helped Goo Immortals to maintain their dominion. There was also another reason. By any chance, if they lost to a mortal in the Refinement Path Convention, that would be too disgraceful. Why would Goo Immortals lose to mortals? There were actually many cases of mortals defeating Goo Immortals in the Refinement Path Convention. Goo refinement was not like fighting or killing, it was purely technical. The most important reason was that immortal Goo were unique and were extremely difficult to successfully refine. Without immortal Goo as a benchmark, the competition between Goo Immortals and mortals depended on refining mortal Goo. Everyone could refine mortal Goo, and to a great extent, it could not embody the gap between immortal and mortal. Thus, normally speaking, all Goo Immortals would hide their identities when participating in the Refinement Path Convention. "Start," Fang Yuan urged the demon-expelling sect's elder. "Begin quickly," Firesmith Dragon Chief shouted. He was already impatient to crush this rampant Fang Yuan. Demon-expelling sect's elder endured the pressure from the two, and said firmly with gritted teeth, "It is not yet time. The competition cannot be started. There are still 3 breaths of time left. 3, 2, 1. Okay. Activate the isolation Goo formation, close the entrance of the venue, release the task." In the previous 7 rounds of the Refinement Path Convention, because of too many participants, they could only let the participants take the test in turns. Now, at the 8th round, the number of participants had greatly reduced. Each test venue only held the competition once. The Goo Masters who missed this chance would be regarded as voluntarily giving up. The Goo worms that contained the tasks were also very specific. This information path, rank 5 mortal Goo, was a method of Heavenly Court and had extraordinary ability in preserving secrets. The tasks were not stored inside, but controlled by Heavenly Court. The instant the competition was about to begin, the true tasks would be transmitted. Everyone, inside and outside the stage, went quiet when the task was released. They were holding their breaths as they fixed their gazes on the task. It was so quiet that even a pin dropping could be heard. The 8th task, refine a Keep Silent Goo, a rank 5 sound path Goo worm. The participant who successfully refines it first will be the winner and can advance to the next round. The remaining Goo Masters will be eliminated. The materials provided were Immortal Soul Grass, Worry Stones, a rank 4 Apathy Goo, 6 rank 3 Muted Mouth Goo, 2 rank 4 Sinking Goo. And the test did not allow the use of other materials. The Goo recipes provided were 6 different Keep Silent Goo recipes, 3 different Apathy Goo recipes, and 1 Collusion Goo recipe. Everyone was frowning. The difficulty of this task could be considered about 10 times higher than the 7th round. Not only were there 10 different goo recipes, it also demanded a discerning eye, so the goo master could choose those most suitable for themselves. Moreover, the supplied materials were limited and did not allow the goo master to use materials they brought. In addition, these materials could not satisfy the requirements of any one goo recipe. This meant that the goo masters would need to reverse refine apathy goo, muted mouth goo, or sinking goo to obtain more refinement materials. They would have to make use of these materials to finally refine the rank 5 sound path. Keep silent goo. Another method was for the participating goo masters to use wisdom path methods to sum up these goo recipes and improve them, deducing a goo recipe that met the conditions using the supplied materials as the base. However, between these two methods, the first one was naturally the most worthwhile and effective. The second method required extremely high wisdom path attainment, and by this stage, it was rare to see goo masters who also had deep wisdom path attainment. More importantly, this test took time into consideration. Only the first one to refine the goo successfully could be the winner, while the rest were eliminated. The mental pressure was high, and during the final steps, it was likely for there to be those who could not endure the mental pressure, making a mistake and failing. Firesmith Dragon Chief almost coughed out blood when he saw the task. What kind of shitty task was this? Firesmith Dragon Chief almost cursed out loud. He was actually a Firepath Goo Immortal and was most proficient in refining Firepath Goo worms. This Soundpath Goo worm clearly did not fall within his proficiency range. Moreover, several of the crucial refinement materials could not be handled with fire refinement techniques. This was awkward. Fang Yuan had rampantly asked Firesmith Dragon Chief to use his strongest goo refinement killer move, Mad Deity's Blazing Flames. Firesmith Dragon Chief was furious and had also planned to use this killer move to completely humiliate Fang Yuan. However, with such a task, what would Firesmith Dragon Chief use Mad Deity's Blazing Flames for? Using the fire to burn air? This task was extremely at odds with Firesmith Dragon Chief. Relatively speaking, out of his entire goo refinement attainment, he could only display 80%. Even if he was a goo immortal, they also had areas where they were proficient in, and those that they were not. This task just happened to be an aspect which Firesmith Dragon Chief was most unskilled in. Naturally, Refinement Path Grandmaster attainment was not just for show. Firesmith Dragon Chief could absolutely succeed in refining the goo. However, the key thing was the appearance of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's true skills were enough to threaten Firesmith Dragon Chief. Among experts of similar levels, just a slight decrease in capability could determine the winner and the loser, let alone when Firesmith Dragon Chief was weakened by a whole 20%. This guy chose such great timing. His luck is seriously too good. No, I must defeat him. Firesmith Dragon Chief swore to himself and glanced at Fang Yuan. However, at the next moment, his eyeballs almost popped out. Fang Yuan had already started refining. How was it possible? How could he start so fast? The supplied goo recipes and materials could not be matched together. Goo masters had to reverse refine goo worms to create materials, or sum up the goo recipes and deduce a new one. In short, refining rank 5, keep silent goo at the end. Thus, this required the goo master to think deeply, making deductions constantly in their mind, and consider the probabilities of orthodox refining and reverse refining from there, combining many ideas to make the most concise goo refinement plan. This thought process was extremely important. The ideas from the thoughts needed to have low risks. If the risks were high, there could be many failures, resulting in materials being wasted and not leaving enough for the goo refinement, and with the condition of not being able to use one's own materials, they could only admit defeat. While seeking low risk, they also needed to consume the least amount of time. If you consumed too much time, someone else might have already finished, and even if you succeeded in refining, you would be eliminated. Demanding low risk and also low time consumption, this was quite difficult. They would require meticulous thinking, constant comparisons and arrangements, and then choosing the best plan out of them all. Even though Firesmith Dragon Chief was a grandmaster in refinement path, he estimated he would also need about 8 minutes of time. However, this Fang Yuan, how could he start refining goo at the very start? Is there a mistake? He really has such confidence? Foolish. A workman must sharpen his tools if he is to work well. The correct way is to calm down and think. The participating goo masters glanced at Fang Yuan a few times before concentrating on thinking. Fang Yuan had the lead and was progressing extremely quickly. Other goo masters had not even begun refining, only he had started. This naturally led to most of the spectators gazing at him. Exclamations of praise sounded out repeatedly. Such dazzling methods. Skilled, too skilled. It is simply like an instinct that has seeped into his bones. But is this okay? Haste makes waste. Fang Yuan naturally knew the logic of haste makes waste, but he knew the contents of this task. In Fang Yuan's previous life, after he became a blood path goo immortal, he had once planned to participate in the refinement path convention. The reason? Because even the demonic path could participate in the refinement path convention. Even wanted criminals could register their names overtly, and the righteous path would not arrest them. During that time, Fang Yuan did not have a single immortal goo, and was putting his efforts in gathering immortal materials to refine immortal goo. The whole process was extremely arduous. In comparison, although he was an immortal zombie in this life, his financial circumstances were many times better. Fang Yuan had considered almost any possible method to gather immortal materials. He realized that the Refinement Path Convention was an opportunity to obtain large amounts of immortal materials. Chapter AC 842, Capturing Fang Zheng in Public Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. In Fang Yuan's previous life, by the time he placed his attention on the Refinement Path Convention, only a time period of over a decade had passed since the previous competition. To join the Refinement Path Convention, Fang Yuan had started preparing for it over 80 years in advance during his previous life. Every day, he spent some time practicing both day and night. During this process of practicing, Fang Yuan had the mindset of a youngster on Earth facing a mountain of exam practice. He collected all of the different tasks throughout the years of competitions and practiced them laboriously, trying to discern the intention of the set task. He easily obtained all of the questions. There were people in Central Continent specialized in selling such information. These were easy to buy and sell. People seeking intelligence were simply everywhere. Thinking back to the times when he buried himself in practice, they were truly terrifying memories. But in actuality, Fang Yuan's Refinement Path Foundation was built during that time. Without that period, he would not reach his current Refinement Path quasi-grandmaster level. Thus, Fang Yuan not only remembered this competition's contents, he even knew the contents of many previous competitions, and even future competitions. With such a huge advantage, even if his refinement path attainment was inferior to Firesmith Dragon Chief, so what? Of course, this had a drawback. That was the butterfly effect. Since Rebirth, Fang Yuan had altered the developments of many events. By burning a tree, it could cause a forest fire. Those skilled in swimming could drown. Those skilled in riding could fall. By relying solely on his advantage, would Fang Yuan cause his own demise due to a change in the questions this time? This was entirely possible. But this was only a possibility. According to Fang Yuan's deductions, there was a very small probability of this happening. Fang Yuan decided to take a risk, and he succeeded. The contents did not change at all. Time continued to pass. The state of the intense goo refinement competition was starting to become clear. Fang Yuan was in the lead. He was ahead of the second-place Firesmith Dragon Chief by a large margin. He was radiating with confidence. He refined goo calmly, maintaining his huge lead and gradually fermenting despair in all of the competitors who were trying to catch up to him. Some goo masters outside the stage started to see some deeper things. They praised. Fang Yuan has such quick wits. He did not think about it excessively. He designed this goo refinement plan straight away. Incredible. His plan can not only keep a stable refinement speed, there are also fewer steps, allowing some mistakes. Even if he fails several times, the amount of materials are enough for him to try again. This was natural. The plan Fang Yuan used was the finalized perfect plan that countless goo masters had come up with after many attempts in his previous life. There were more people gasping at Fang Yuan's goo refinement techniques. Fang Yuan's goo refinement techniques are truly incredible. He has so many of them, they are like his inborn skills. This is truly the result of immense practice and hard work. Now he is refining Keep Silent Goo, involving many techniques that are not used normally, but he could actually use them so skillfully, it is hard to imagine his proficiency with normal techniques. This was natural. For this 8th round, Fang Yuan had made many preparations. In Hu, immortal blessed land, he had specially trained and refined Keep Silent Goo. He did the entire procedure over and over again. He practiced at least 200 times. Most notably, he is radiating with confidence from inside to outside. He believes in his success, as if the failure rate of the goo refinement does not exist. This is the demeanor of a refinement path expert. The 3 olds of refinement path in history were just like this. That's right. Looking at him refine goo is like watching a dazzling performance. How great is his confidence, it is almost as if victory is kept in his pocket. His advantage is too great. Even if Fang Yuan fails the goo refinement once or twice, he can still fight for first place with Firesmith Dragon Chief, who is currently 2nd. Under the gazes of countless people, Fang Yuan won this competition with a huge lead, without any surprises. Throughout the process, Fang Yuan unquestionably suppressed his competitors. Even Firesmith Dragon Chief lost to him by a great margin. Lord Firesmith Dragon Chief lost. He was eliminated like this? Spectators from Myriad Dragon Dock could not believe their eyes. They muttered dazedly, "Fang Yuan! Fang Yuan!" The people from Immortal Crane Sect shouted. They cheered loudly. Only Fang Zheng was still sitting. He looked at his brother on the stage. He felt as if the black robe was shrouded over his heart. Perhaps in my lifetime I'll never get a chance to take revenge. At this moment, Fang Zheng was extremely discouraged. He had no fighting spirit left in him. Even though he had deep hatred, Fang Zheng felt extremely weak in front of Fang Yuan. There was nothing he could do. Firesmith Dragon Chief was staring with wide-opened eyes. He gazed at Fang Yuan fixedly. He was unwilling to accept this. He did not even use his strongest killer move. This damned question restricted him. But he had to admit that Fang Yuan's mind was very sharp and fast. He actually designed such a flawless goo refinement plan in such a short time. Is this Fang Yuan guy really an immortal zombie? Is there an error with the information? Immortal zombies were worse in thinking. The plan that Fang Yuan thought of made this goo immortal, Firesmith Dragon Chief, feel extremely ashamed. At once, Firesmith Dragon Chief was suspicious of Fang Yuan's status as an immortal zombie. This round of the competition was over. Fang Yuan walked down slowly as he left the stage. He did not mock or humiliate Firesmith Dragon Chief. The latter couldn't help but relax slightly. Since he had won, there was no point in humiliating the other party. If he provoked Firesmith Dragon Chief and caused him to issue a challenge for a duel, Fang Yuan would only be inviting trouble for himself. Eventually, Firesmith Dragon Chief brought the people from Myriad Dragon Dock away, leaving with regret. Fang Yuan obtained the victor's reward from Demon Expelling Sect. It was a number of immortal materials. There was a huge variety of them, but each of them had little quantity. Starting from the 8th round, the rewards were far more valuable than the first 7 rounds. There were immortal materials as well as immortal goo recipes and others. If this was not the case, why would Fang Yuan treat the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention as a method to gather immortal materials in his previous life? Fang Yuan kept the immortal materials. He rejected Demon Expelling Sect's invitation to stay as a guest. He walked all the way to the exit. At the mountain gate, Immortal Crane Sect's group was waiting already. Lord Fang Yuan. Seeing Fang Yuan's arrival, Elder Yan Tang and another elder greeted him together. Fang Zheng was helpless. He was also an elder that had come along, but he was standing behind the two of them with an expressionless face. He did not even make any greetings. Fellow sect members, a good day to you all. Under the mask, Fang Yuan's warm voice could be heard. Immortal Crane Sect's group was very excited. From Fang Yuan's earlier arrogance, they felt that he would be hard to talk to. But now, he spoke with a kind and warm tone. They felt that Fang Yuan was truly different when facing his fellow sect members, compared to dealing with outsiders. Fang Yuan first looked at Elder Yan Tang. In the competition earlier, this elder had participated as well. Fang Yuan gave pointers casually. Your refinement path attainment is not low, but your plan had several flaws. This is how you should deal with them. For example, at the first step, Elder Yan Tang heard this and felt great admiration towards Fang Yuan. He thanked him profusely. The disciples behind him had shining eyes, filled with admiration and praise. Fang Yuan directed his gaze at Fang Zheng now. His voice turned cold as he said with a tone filled with disappointment. My brother, what expression are you showing? Are you afraid I will scold you? Your performance is just as disappointing as always. You did not even pass the first round of the Refinement Path Convention. You simply make us lose face. The atmosphere turned heavy. The disciples were grimacing as they thought, Fang Yuan is such a fierce brother. Immortal Crane Sect's elders were stunned. It seemed that these two brothers had a rather cold relationship. Fang Zheng showed a look of hatred as he snorted, about to speak. Fang Yuan waved his hand. He was going to attack him in public. Fang Zheng was a rank 5 Gu master, at the peak of the mortal world. But he was an enslavement path Gu master. Most of his battle strength relied on crane groups, and he also did not expect Fang Yuan to attack him in public under everyone's sight without caring for the consequences. Fang Yuan's attack was premeditated. He not only used several mortal killer moves, among them was a wisdom path killer move from Dongfang Chang Fan. While Immortal Crane Sect was staring blankly, Fang Yuan struck, immediately immobilizing Fang Zheng while at a distance. Fang Zheng, you are too disappointing. At this stage you are still moving around outside. Why are you not settling down and cultivating? With such strength you still want to attract attention outside. What is the point? Our parents are gone. As your brother, I hold the duty of a father to educate you. Since you are interested in refinement path, from today onwards, you will stay by my side, and I will impart to you my refinement path experience. You have to cultivate with all your heart, until I am satisfied. Fang Yuan chided. I don't want you to take care of me. I am an elder of Immortal Crane Sect. I have grown up already. Fang Zheng screamed. He resembled a rebellious youth, refusing to accept discipline. But in fact, he was feeling an icy chill inside. He could not control himself. The words that he shouted were not words that he wanted to say. This was a wisdom path killer move from Dongfang Chang Fan. It directly controlled Fang Zheng's mind and created fake thoughts that infiltrated Fang Zheng, causing him to act in accordance with these thoughts. This was similar to the way enslavement path Gu masters controlled beasts. But the difference was, enslavement path Gu masters usually only control beasts. They had simple thoughts. Controlling humans was much harder. They had complex minds. Fang Yuan was a rank 6 immortal zombie. Against Fang Zheng, a rank 5 Gu master, he had to use and coordinate several killer moves at once to smoothly capture Fang Zheng. No, save me! Will anyone save me? Master! Master! Fang Zheng screamed inwardly, but there was no response from the spirit incubating flea. Fang Yuan had cut off Fang Zheng's connection to his aperture. Fang Zheng stared at Fang Yuan with a furious expression. He did not think that Fang Yuan would be so crazy attacking him here. He was simply a lunatic. He had no reservations towards offending Immortal Crane Sect. Chapter 843. Immortal Gu Change. Form. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Fang Yuan was in an alliance with Immortal Crane Sect. How could he dare to attack a member of Immortal Crane Sect? Fang Zheng knew more inside information than the other elders and disciples here, earlier, when he Feng Yang and Kang Yu attacked Hu Immortal Blessed Land and failed. Because of the benefits of Guts Gu, they reached an agreement. One of the clauses in the agreement was that members from both sides were not to attack each other. This was why Fang Zheng felt he was safe. Fang Yuan retracted his hand. Fang Zheng was immobilized, nor could he shout. He could not resist as a formless force pulled him up and sent him into Fang Yuan's hands. Immortal Crane Sect's group was looking on with dumbfounded expressions. Such terrifying strength. Elder Fang Zheng has rank 5 cultivation level, but he was captured without putting up any resistance. Even though Fang Zheng is an enslavement path Gu master, isn't that too absurd? Fang Yuan's unbelievable abilities struck fear in these people. Fang Zheng screamed internally. Are you people watching a show? Quickly save me. He is no longer my brother. He killed our aunt and uncle. He killed all the clansmen in our clan. He is a demon. He is a great demon. At the same time, Fang Zheng opened his mouth and shouted, I will not go to your place. Why should I listen to you? You want to lecture me again? I can decide my own life. I have my own goals. How can you understand my dreams? I can work hard myself. I can surpass you. It was just like he was a completely rebellious and out-of-control youth. Fang Zheng heard his own yells and lost all hope. Fang Yuan sighed. He said to the people in Immortal Crane Sect, During this period of time, my good-for-nothing brother has caused you trouble. No trouble. No trouble at all. Immortal Crane Sect's members waved their hands in dismissal quickly. Fang Yuan nodded. He said, I will bring Fang Zheng with me and educate him personally. I have talked to your sect leader regarding this matter already. You just need to go back and inform him. Fang Yuan was spouting nonsense. He did not even know what the sect leader looked like. The two elders let go of their last bits of hesitation. In order for Immortal Crane Sect to maintain its reputation, Fang Yuan's matter had always been covered in lies. Right now, Fang Yuan was using these lies to trick the members of Immortal Crane Sect. Fang Yuan carried Fang Zheng and left. The surrounding Gu masters felt a peculiar feeling when they saw this. But since Immortal Crane Sect was saying nothing, why would they interfere? Furthermore, the target was the renowned refinement path expert Fang Yuan. There were Gu masters of Demon Expelling Sect who were worried. They went over to ask. Elder Yan Tang smiled as he said, There's no issue. Lord Fang Yuan and Elder Fang Zheng are brothers right now. The elder brother is teaching his younger brother. Demon Expelling Sect was convinced and left. Immortal Crane Sect's gang watched as Fang Yuan left. Many disciples gazed towards Fang Zheng with a look of envy. Someone sighed. Even though Lord Fang Yuan speaks in a cold tone, he is really concerned about his one and only precious brother. That's right. It is such a rare opportunity to receive the teachings of a refinement path grandmaster. You know, after Fang Zheng accepted the sect mission last time, he came back and became a rank 5 elder. Now that he is brought away by his brother, would he come back as a refinement path grandmaster? No way. That is too exaggerated. Even so, the guidance of such an expert is incredibly precious. He has lots to gain from it. Sigh. Why don't I have a brother like this? A disciple said the sentence that everyone was thinking about. If at this moment they knew that Fang Yuan had captured Fang Zheng as a backup plan for his possession, what wondrous expressions would they show? Pie-up. Fang Yuan threw Fang Zheng on the ground. Fang Zheng struggled to get up. He screamed internally. Fang Yuan, you vile demon! What do you want with me? You and Immortal Crane Sect had made an agreement. You cannot kill me, an elder of Immortal Crane Sect. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. I am not going to kill you. Why are you so agitated, oh dear brother? Just wait here obediently and quietly. Fang Zheng showed fear on his face. He cried out from within. Fang Yuan is not my master, Lord Sky Crane. How can he hear my inner thoughts? Fang Yuan smiled arrogantly. Looking at Fang Zhen, who was at his feet, he said, "Your so-called master is only a soul now. Even if he were to be alive, he was only a rank 5 Gu master in his prime." Saying this, Fang Yuan grabbed with a hand and plundered all of the mortal goo on Fang Zheng's body. The spirit incubating flea trembled weakly. This was the fierce resistance of Lord Sky Crane. But how could he succeed? If this was back on Qingmao Mountain, 100 Fang Yuans would not be Lord Sky Crane's match. But now, Fang Yuan was completely different. He was a rank 6 Gu immortal. Lord Sky Crane had even become merely a soul. Fang Yuan, even if you do not kill us, capturing us violates the alliance agreement. You will face fierce backlash from breaking it. I urge you to let us go. As a grand Gu immortal, how can you take interest in us mortals? Are you not afraid that doing this would ruin your relationship with Immortal Crane Sect? Don't think Immortal Crane Sect cannot subdue you. The foundation of the 10 great ancient sects is beyond your imagination. Lord Sky Crane screamed in the spirit incubating flea. He knew that Fang Yuan could hear him. Fang Yuan raised his head and laughed. Ha ha ha, Lord Sky Crane, I need to thank you. If you did not attack Qingmao Mountain, I would not have gotten to this level today through various opportunities. What can Immortal Crane Sect do, even if I capture you two? Since you know many secrets, you should know that the 10 great ancient sects are restraining each other. Everything is based on benefits and self-interest. What do you think is more important, the one and only Guts Gu, or the two of you? Lord Sky Crane was speechless. A cold light shined in Fang Yuan's eyes. He mobilized countless Gu worms as he formed a soul path killer move at once. Give me information about everything you know, Soul Search. 2 hours later, Fang Yuan walked out of this underground prison. Behind him, the entrance shut tightly. Fang Yuan's red eyes were shining with light as he muttered, Lord Sky Crane, First Gen Gu Yue, Blood Path True Inheritance. Through soul-searching, he had learned all about Lord Sky Crane and First Gen Gu Yue's enmity. He even learned many of Immortal Crane Sect's secrets. This Lord Sky Crane is a capable subordinate of He Feng Yang. If I capture him, will He Feng Yang come and ask for him? This is slightly troublesome. Heh. He actually did not want to use possession and wanted to protect Fang Zheng. This Lord Sky Crane holds on to his beliefs resolutely. Towards this, Fang Yuan praised without holding back. Even though he was a demonic overlord, he could appreciate and admire such an act of sacrificing oneself for another person, looking at it from a neutral perspective. The same kind of rice raises many different people. People in their lives all have their own goals and motivations. Towards these kinds of people with different value systems, Fang Yuan could accept and appreciate their existence. If he was not so open-minded, he would not have his current achievements. Judging from this, old Lord Kenyang must have gotten the possession technique from Dongfang Changfan and brought it back to Immortal Crane Sect. Lord Sky Crane's memories were not very helpful to Fang Yuan. He was only a mortal Gu master. He did not know any deep secrets of Immortal Crane Sect. Fang Yuan could make little use of them. As for Fang Zheng, Fang Yuan did not let him off. He searched his soul too. Fang Yuan intended to keep his brother in captivity for a long time. If one day he had no other choice, Fang Yuan would have to use this last resort and possess Fang Zheng, regaining his living status. But this way, he would lose his second aperture. All of the strength path Dao marks on him would be gone. He would need to undergo immortal ascension again. The loss was huge. Second aperture Immortal Gu was created using countless precious immortal materials, among which was Lifespan Gu. One could say that in the short term, Fang Yuan could not refine second aperture Immortal Gu. Lifespan Gu were hard to find. Even if Fang Yuan could find them, with his current situation, he might use it directly to raise his lifespan. If possible, I would rather not possess Fang Zheng. But if my identity gets exposed, and I do not manage to revive, I would need to use possession. My current target is the Refinement Path Convention. If I get into the top 6, I would be able to benefit from the infallible inheritance and get a chance to refine Gu with assured success. The infallible inheritance was a refinement path inheritance. What did being named infallible mean? It meant no failure in Gu refinement. Once he got into the top 6 places, he would be transported into a hidden blessed land. Fang Yuan planned to refine the immortal Gu change form after this. This was a rank 6 transformation path immortal Gu. Once he had it, Fang Yuan's vaguely familiar face would be elevated to another level. It would not be such a weak version of only concealing his regional aura. As for the immortal Gu recipe of change form immortal Gu, Fang Yuan already had it. This was all thanks to Xianxia land spirit. Long ago, when Fang Yuan first obtained wisdom Gu, he had made a deal with Xianxia land spirit to complete immortal Gu recipes for him. Fang Yuan profited from this and not only got out of his financial troubles, he even obtained a large number of immortal Gu recipes. And this change form immortal Gu recipe was one of them. As for the immortal materials to refine change form immortal Gu, Fang Yuan was almost finished in preparing them. He bought half of the immortal materials from Northern Plains auction. For the other half, Fang Yuan asked He Lu Lan to connect to Treasure Yellow Heaven using her blessed land. Fang Yuan used his remaining immortal materials to sell or trade, and after many transactions, he obtained most of the ones he needed. The last remaining portion was filled by the immortal material rewards from winning the 8th round by Fang Yuan. In the subsequent rounds, Fang Yuan went on the offensive and used his rebirth advantage to defeat all of the tough foes in advance. At once, Fang Yuan's reputation was soaring. Forces of all sizes and countless Gu immortals were focusing their gazes on him. Other people were progressing normally, staying in their own territories and advancing safely. Only Fang Yuan was an exception, moving about and challenging different people, but he won every single round. Chapter 844. Contest between two Fangs. Translator Atlas Studios. Editor Atlas Studios Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, 12th round. The competition was at its most crucial moment. The entire stage's focus was on 2 people. One was wearing a black robe. His body was strong and muscular. He wore a mask as he manipulated the flame in front of him. It was Fang Yuan. The other was wearing a plain white robe. His hair was white as snow and he had a tattoo on his forehead. It was Fang Huai. This is a contest between 2 Fangs. Fang Huai is amazing. He used 3 refinement path killer moves and reduced the lead. Even so, Fang Yuan still has the advantage. Sigh. He is too amazing. He probably is the best in quick thinking in this competition. This time, the moment the Gu refinement started, he took the lead by a huge margin. There are still uncertainties. Both Fang Huai and Fang Yuan have one chance left in their hands. If they use it, they can remove a portion of immortal materials from the other party. Be it on the stage or below it, audiences were discussing among themselves enthusiastically. By now, all of the other Gu masters in this round had been eliminated. Only Fang Huai and Fang Yuan were left. Fang Yuan's gaze was calm as he focused on controlling the fire in front of him. Fang Huai. He even had the time to turn around and look at Fang Huai on his left, observing his opponent. Fang Huai was a Gu immortal as well. He placed 3rd in Fang Yuan's previous life. He was a Woodpath Gu immortal. In the entire competition, this round's task was the most unfavorable for him. Fang Yuan used this opportunity to challenge and attempt to get rid of him in advance. But Fang Huai had gone all out in the middle to later stage, using 3 refinement path killer moves. Among them was a refinement path immortal killer move. He pulled his distance closer to Fang Yuan in an instant. It caused the result of this Gu refinement to become uncertain again. Worthy of someone who achieved 3rd place in my previous life, he is so hard to deal with, eh? Fang Yuan's expression changed suddenly. The flame in front of him flickered. The blue peacock's head that had halfway been melted suddenly turned into ash and fell onto the ground. This? Fang Yuan's expression did not change, but his heart sank. Oh no, I happened to hit the chance of failure. He reacted quickly, turning around and grabbing at his right side, towards the final blue peacock there. But just as he killed the blue peacock and was about to throw its head towards the fire, Fang Yuan spoke. "I am using my chance to remove the goo refinement material, blue peacock, from Fang Yuan." The elder hosting the competition immediately responded. "Approved." The moment he said that, the blue peacock beside Fang Yuan vanished and was taken away. The crowd gasped. Each person was given 2 live blue peacocks. Fang Yuan wanted to use a peacock's head to refine goo and failed once. Right now, his only remaining blue peacock was taken away. Beautiful, a beautiful choice. Fang Yuan picked his timing really well. Fang Yuan is in trouble. Indeed, Fang Yuan was at the last few steps, but after losing the crucial materials, he can only change the goo recipe and take a huge detour towards the finish line. Looking at Fang Yuan, he was not far behind Fang Yuan originally. Right now, he should be able to catch up and eliminate Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan is going to be eliminated? Noticing this point, the crowd was in a commotion. Recently, Fang Yuan went ahead and challenged many goo refinement experts. His power was ingrained in them. The outside world had greatly raised their evaluation towards his strength. Most people thought that Fang Yuan had reached the attainment of a refinement path grandmaster. A small number of people even felt that the ability Fang Yuan displayed had exceeded the level of a refinement path grandmaster. They thought he had reached refinement path quasi-great grandmaster attainment. Not mentioning refinement path grandmaster, the evaluation of him being at quasi-great grandmaster in refinement path was too absurdly high. Out of the refinement path attainment levels of ordinary, master, grandmaster, great grandmaster, and supreme grandmaster, only 3 people had reached the highest level in history. They were the 3 olds of refinement path. Their names were Old Eccentric Tian Nan, Old Immortal Kong Jue, and Long-Hair Ancestor. But even quasi-great grandmasters were very rare. Among the refinement path goo masters publicly known in Northern Plains, there were only 4 at that level or higher. They were Yao Huang, Murong Shuixiang, Lady Wan Shou, and Lady Miao Li. These were the 4 highest experts of refinement path in Northern Plains. In terms of refinement path attainment, it was impossible for Fang Yuan to be on the same level as them. But it was not strange that people had such thoughts. The capability that Fang Yuan displayed was simply too great. He knew all of the questions in advance. This allowed him to stay far ahead of those at second place in every round. When one walks along a river's banks, how can they not wet their shoes? This time Fang Yuan struck and wanted to eliminate Fang Yuan, but he caused harm to himself instead. Ha ha ha. Some people were gloating. That's right. He is too arrogant. I couldn't stand him since long ago. Well done, Fang Yuan. This Fang Yuan is too despicable, Lord Fang Yuan. You have to hang on. Immortal Crane Sect disciples who were watching shouted to cheer on Fang Yuan. After Fang Yuan captured Fang Zheng, Immortal Crane Sect did not make a response. It seemed like they acknowledged this matter. Fang Yuan, I win. Fang Yuan spoke with a clear smile. He was very confident. It was as if he had already grasped victory in his hands. Is that so? Fang Yuan sneered. He grabbed with his hand and the headless peacock corpse flew towards him. There were 2 live blue peacocks among the goo refinement materials. Fang Yuan killed one of them and took the head. In the end, he failed, and the second peacock got taken away. Right now, the corpse that he had was left behind from the first. Fang Yuan opened his fist as a gush of thick blood-colored fog burst out from his hand. In a few breaths' time, the fog covered the headless corpse entirely. Bystanders could not see what was going on. This is an evil blood refinement art again. This is not the first time Fang Yuan has used blood refinement techniques. Why is such a person an elder of Immortal Crane Sect? One of the 10 great ancient sects, Immortal Crane Sect, is also starting to fall from grace. Many goo masters exclaimed after seeing this. Some people even shouted, why is such a person not on the demon judgment board? Fang Yuan used blood refinement techniques time and time again in public. Immortal Crane sect was facing strong public criticism. What do you know? Blood refinement is just blood refinement. It is only a technique. If used in the hands of righteousness, it is righteous. When used in the hands of evil, it is evil. It all depends on oneself. An Immortal Crane sect disciple was indignant. He rebuked loudly, but the elder that brought them scolded him loudly. "Quiet, do not spout nonsense." This disciple could only lower his head and sit down quietly and resentfully. In just a while, the blood-colored fog faded, and the headless peacock corpse shrunk by 20%, but a blue peacock head had appeared instead. This is a blood path goo refinement killer move. It is so amazing, able to collect corpses and transform the material. This kind of material conversion can be done in other paths too, but isn't his rate of conversion too fast? Everyone's gazes were fixed on this. Fang Yuan tossed this peacock head into the fire. As the fire burned, the peacock head started to melt, the molten head fusing into the incomplete goo that was in the fire. A moment later, the bird head melted and fused into the incomplete goo fully. Fang Yuan went to the next step. It is as good as over. Seeing this, some people sighed. That's right. The last few steps have no risks. Without any mishaps, Fang Yuan will be the winner. The failure earlier was just an unexpected surprise. It had a low probability and will likely never happen again. Sigh. To think that Fang Huai could not stop Fang Yuan either. Just as everyone was sighing, Fang Huai laughed loudly inwardly. This is the way, this is the way. You think you've won, huh? I took away your blue peacock. The objective to waste your time has been achieved. With my final refinement path killer move, I can surpass you and become the winner of this round. Fang Yuan, I need to thank you. You approached me personally. Once I defeat you, it would be like I defeated everyone that you defeated. Ha ha ha, this is great. But just at this moment, Fang Yuan spoke. I want to use a chance and remove one of my opponent's materials. The hosting elder immediately replied, Please speak. Fang Huai was slightly shocked, but he soon smiled coldly to himself, thinking, Remove it. Remove whatever you want. Fang Yuan took a look at Fang Huai as his gaze was calm as water. I will remove the goo refinement material, Wild Bull Eyeball. Fang Huai's cold smile froze. The hosting elder was stunned too. The audience was confused. Didn't Fang Huai already use the crucial material, Wild Bull Eyeball, and fuse it into his incomplete goo? Fang Yuan wanted to take away a goo refinement material that had already been used. This was not allowed by the rules. But Fang Yuan was insistent on it. He said to Fang Huai, Fang Huai, are you not handing over the Wild Bull Eyeball that you are secretly hiding? Are you trying to break the rules of the competition? Fang Huai's face showed extreme disbelief. He hid the Wild Bull Eyeball using his unique technique. Fang Yuan actually sensed it. Wild Bull Eyeball was an important goo refinement material. Fang Huai had long ago during the refinement made preparations for it, and the refinement path killer move that would bring him victory relied on it. Without the Wild Bull Eyeball, Fang Huai would not have the necessary components. How could he defeat Fang Yuan? But if he did not take it out, he could not hide it from anyone else anyway. Even if he could, if Fang Yuan raised an objection, the refinement path convention would undergo a thorough search. Fang Huai's reputation would be ruined. Thus, Fang Huai had to take it out regardless of his intentions. Under everyone's shocked gazes, he gritted his teeth as he took out the Wild Bull Eyeball from the fire. Here! He smashed the Wild Bull Eyeball on the ground in rage. He scattered the goo refinement flame as he walked away. This was the same as admitting his defeat. The crowd was silent before bursting into a commotion. Fang Yuan ignored these voices. He refined the goo worms in his hands unhurriedly until he obtained success. I finally won. This way, there should be no problem in getting top 6. Fang Yuan was bathed in everyone's shock, admiration, praise, and envy, but he had no expression as he let out a breath of cloudy air. Thankfully, I had my previous life's memories. I knew about Fang Yuan's trump card. Otherwise, he might have won. He looked like he had an easy time, but he actually faced great pressure internally. He was only a refinement path quasi-grandmaster. Even with the advantage of Rebirth, it was very difficult to eliminate these competitors. The case of Firesmith Dragon Chief was only an exception. Though Fang Yuan managed to beat these people, it was not like what the outside world was saying, that he had an easy time, or he had huge superiority. Chapter 8. 145. Failure Has Value. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios, Central Continent, Heavenly Court. The sky was clear and bright. Countless exquisite halls made of white jade emitted translucent light. A rank 8 Gu immortal, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, slowly pushed open the large door of the discussion hall. He walked into the hall while leaning on a walking cane. In an instant, the wills of over 20 Gu immortals inside the hall turned towards him. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, you have worked hard for the last 100 years. After completing this segment of fixing Fate Gu, please take a good rest. Heavenly Court needs a senior expert like you. There aren't any unexpected situations in this refinement path convention, right? The Gu Immortals' wills started talking, breaking the silence. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord opened his cloudy eyes and looked around, before fixing his gaze on a will seated at a high position. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord spoke. Lian Zhusheng, you should awaken. The current refinement path convention is reaching its end. We still need some preparations for the recovery of fate. Lian Zhusheng's will nodded as he slowly stood up. He then spoke. To restore fate, it won't be possible with just myself and Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord. We still need the power of 2 rank 8s. I wonder which friends will lend a hand. My main body is suppressing the immemorial desolate beast group in Falling Heavenly River. I am unable to help. My physical body has rested for long enough, but my soul is researching a rank 9 immortal Gu recipe and is at the crucial moment. Let me help. Maybe this time, I can find several portions of profound eerie wind in the underground depths. The wills communicated for a while. Finally, 2 wills decided to wake up. It's decided then. Lian Zhusheng's will nodded towards Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord before soaring to the sky. Following him were other 2 wills. These 3 wills flew into the sky, towards the entrance leading outside, before vanishing from everyone's sight. Heaven Overseeing Tower. Lord turned around to leave. The door to the discussion hall slowly closed behind him. 3 days later. Central Continent, Hairy Foot Mountain. 4 figures suddenly appeared in the air above Hairy Foot Mountain. They completely concealed their rank 8 auras as they looked down at the mountain below. It was the 4 Gu Immortals from Heavenly Court. Hairy Foot Mountain. The white-haired man with a young appearance, Lian Zhusheng, sighed. Unknowingly, another 100 years have passed in Central Continent. Let's start quickly. I am pressed for time during this period of awakening. I still have many things to do. Bi Chen Tian, who had red eyebrows and green pupils, urged. All right, let me start this off. Bai Kang Shui was the only female immortal among the 4. She stretched out her hands. Instantly, white fog started rising slowly in the surroundings. Immediately afterwards, Bi Chen Tian opened his eyes, emitting 2 bright pillars of light that shot straight at Hairy Foot Mountain. Hairy Foot Mountain looked ordinary. It was small and lacked resources. Even the surrounding small to middle-sized forces did not want to occupy it. However, right now, it looked mystical as it shined under the immortal killer move of Bi Chen Tian. Space fluctuated intensely, creating countless ripples. The entirety of Hairy Foot Mountain shook slightly. Bi Chen Tian's attacking immortal killer move had terrifying might, but was not the least bit effective right now. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was the 3rd to make a move, after which was Lian Zhusheng at the end. 4 rank 8 Gu Immortals were working together, but it was still far from enough. The Gu Immortals already had an estimate. Thus, they continued to undertake a second round of attacks, a third round. Finally, at the sixth round, Lianju Sheng cried out and dealt the crucial blow. He triggered a qualitative change, producing an effect. Hairyfoot Mountain disappeared from its spot, and a blessed land opened up in front of the 4 Gu immortals. This is infallible blessed land which holds the infallible inheritance. Lianju Sheng sighed as he spoke. Bi Chentian looked several times, speaking with a smile. There are more mortal failure Gu than the previous time. It seems the scale of the refinement path convention is becoming bigger and bigger. Bai Kang Shui took out a handkerchief and wiped the sweat on her forehead. Every time, we have to spend so much energy to open this place. Lianju Sheng, can't you completely take down this blessed land? It is difficult. You are also aware that the owner of this blessed land is a refinement path great expert who made things difficult for Ren Zhu. Lianju Sheng sighed, Heaven Overseeing Tower. Lord nodded. Heavenly Court has made moves against this blessed land for thousands of years, but even until now, we could only take out 30 success Dao marks. Every time the infallible inheritance accumulates to the limit, it will have 36 success Dao marks. We have taken away 30, which leaves behind 6 Dao marks for those participants of the Refinement Path Convention, and even if we want to seize these, we can't. Lianju Sheng added, This blessed land is extremely special. It is perfectly enclosed and has no entrances at all. It is not that we cannot break open this blessed land, but if we forcibly cause mayhem, it will be hard to reproduce the wonders of this blessed land. Under this restraint, we can only proceed this way. To capture this blessed land, we not only need refinement path Gu immortals, but also rule path great experts. Unfortunately, whether it be refinement path or rule path, there are extremely few who can cultivate to rank 8. The 4 were silent for a while. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord spoke. Fortunately, after restoring Fate Gu this time, it will be able to display 50% of its might. This is a qualitative change compared to before. From now on, we can search for even more Fate escapees and restore the immortal Gu even faster. Speaking of which, how many escapees did you discover this time? Have you already dealt with them? Bi Chentian asked. Heaven Overseeing Tower. Lord replied, I discovered several. I cannot do anything against those in southern border and northern plains, but the 2 over here in central continent are already being dealt with. States after Ren Zhu climbed the giant tree and walked out of ordinary abyss, he left behind his daughter, boundless forest Samsara. Ren Zhu wanted to save her, but there was nothing he could do. He had become extraordinary, no longer able to enter ordinary abyss. Ren Zhu saw that pacing around this place was not going to help. He decided to set out again to find a way to rescue his eldest child, verdant great son, and his 4th child, boundless forest Samsara. He started a new journey, beginning his road of life. On this day he came across a hairy man. The hairy man stopped him and was clearly happy. Ren Zhu, I had a tough time looking for you. Ren Zhu felt strange. I don't recognize you. Why are you searching for me? The hairy man explained. It is like this, Ren Zhu. I am the leader of all the hairy men in the world. No hairy man can match my Gu refinement attainment. But I have recently encountered a problem when refining Gu. I want to refine success Gu, but I am unable to confirm if it is success or failure. Ren Zhu had wanted to continue traveling, but he had a thought well up in his mind. If the hairy man leader could truly refine success Gu, and he borrowed this Gu, couldn't he rescue his eldest child or his 4th child? Therefore, Ren Zhu stopped and talked with the hairy man. But what do you need from me? The hairy man cautiously took out a Gu. This Gu resembled an ordinary rock and was covered with a thick layer of hair. The hairy man spoke. I do not dare to break it. If it is success Gu, that is fine. But if it is failure Gu, the moment I break it, I will completely lose my sense of self. But Ren Zhu, you are different. You are walking on a path that solely belongs to you. This means you have self Gu. Since you have self-gu, even if you break the failure gu, you will not lose yourself. So I want to request you to appraise it. Renzu was happy. So it is like that. I can help you, but if it is success gu, please give it to me. I have an urgent need for it. The hairy man said, All right, that is no problem. Renzu touched the gu worm in front of him. He made a wish upon this gu. Please return my fourth child, boundless forest samsara, to my side. At the next moment, the gu worm crumbled. Failure. The hairy man was dejected. It seems I refined a failure gu. Courage gu on Renzu flew out. Renzu, you are a failure. I am leaving you. Courage gu left Renzu and flew away. The hairy man, however, was invigorated. It doesn't matter. I can improve the gu recipe. Renzu, wait a moment. I will refine it again. Renzu wanted to chase after Courage gu and take it back, but he had an even greater desire for success gu to rescue his children. He thought for a moment and decided to wait for the hairy man leader to refine the gu. The hairy man refined the second gu and gave it to Renzu for inspection. Renzu touched the gu and made a wish. The gu worm crumbled again. Another failure gu. The hairy man sighed in dejection. Faith gu on Renzu flew out. Renzu, you are a failure. You are not worthy of me. Faith gu also left Renzu. Renzu stamped his foot and wanted to chase after it, but the hairy man tugged him. Don't be in a hurry. I have thought it through. This time I can definitely refine success gu. Faith gu had already flown far away. Renzu realized he could not catch up to it, and said with a sigh, Hairy man, refine it quickly. This is the last time I am trusting you. The hairy man's third gu worm was still the failure gu. Strength gu also flew out. Renzu, you are a failure. You are unworthy of possessing me. Strength gu flew away. Renzu felt bitter as he knew chasing after it would not give any result, so he could only gaze as Strength gu flew far away. However, right at this time, Self gu in his heart suddenly flew out and bit Strength gu. Strength gu shrieked and flew even faster as a piece of it was bitten away. It soon disappeared like a streak of smoke. Renzu and the hairy man watched with stupefied expressions. Self gu leisurely flew back and said proudly to Renzu, Any failure has its value. Renzu, I went through repeated failures and absorbed them to become stronger. Just now I took a bite of Strength gu. From now on, you will have your own strength. I can still become stronger. I can devour any gu worms to possess all their strength. Renzu was shocked. The hairy man leader slapped his thigh, shouting, I know how to refine success gu. It is through failures. The more failures there are, the closer I will be to success. I understand. I understand now. He shouted happily as he rushed away, leaving Renzu behind. According to the research of the Heavenly Court gu immortals, this infallible blessed land was the possession of the hairy man leader. Hairy Foot Mountain was the place where the hairy man leader had once resided. After his death, the hairy man leader left behind an inheritance. It was to gather other people's failures and refine them into mortal failure gu. As the mortal gu increased in numbers, they would then condense into success Dao marks. After Heavenly Court discovered this, they captured the blessed land and used it as the foundation to develop and urge the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention to help the infallible inheritance quickly accumulate mortal failure gu. They will then use the gathered success Dao marks to restore fate gu. This was the origin of it all. Chapter 846. Persuading Fang Yuan, Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios Central Continent. Who? Immortal Blessed Land. In Danghun Palace, Fang Yuan showed his true form, his 8-armed immortal zombie body seated on his bed, and his eyes shut. In his immortal aperture, there was an intense battle of wills. Fang Yuan, you will die a terrible death. Mo Yao's will screamed in anger, but the next moment, Fang Yuan's star will pounced at her. Two wills mixed together, they went into dangerous combat. Soon, Fang Yuan's star will shrunk at a visible pace, even though Mo Yao's fake will also suffered losses. Her losses were much lower than those of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan did not mind it, he only observed the battle. He did not use many wisdom path killer moves like previously to help his star will fight. When Fang Yuan's star will was about to lose, Fang Yuan smiled as he sent a lump of star will into the battle of wills. Soon, Fang Yuan's star will suffered great losses again, and he sent in a third batch. Mo Yao's will did not have a source to draw replenishment from, but Fang Yuan did. He sent in batches of star will until he finally got Mo Yao's will to an extremely weak state. Fang Yuan withdrew his star will from the battlefield. He activated multiple killer moves and immobilized Mo Yao's fake will again. He next nourished it and let her recover slowly so that he could search again next time. Mo Yao's fake will was scattered into a lump by Fang Yuan. She did not even have the energy to curse at him or maintain a human-shaped form. The information of greatest value in this fake will of Mo Yao's was Red Lotus Demon Venerable's inheritance clues. He had already obtained them. The only things left were memories of her Gu refinement experiences. During the time he participated in the Refinement Path Convention, Fang Yuan did not forget to search the Gu refinement memories that Mo Yao's will had. In addition, he wanted to train himself in how to engage in battles of wills. Initially, without using wisdom path methods, Fang Yuan's star will would be losing and was not the match of Mo Yao's fake will at all. Mo Yao was indeed a former fairy of Spirit Affinity House. With the identity of a female Inkman, she was loved by Sword Immortal Bo Qing, becoming his only wife. Even among all the different generations of fairies in Spirit Affinity House, Mo Yao was one of the most accomplished ones. Even though this old hag mainly cultivated refinement path, her wisdom path attainment surpassed Fang Yuan greatly. In order to train himself, Fang Yuan purposely engaged in pure battles of wills with Mo Yao's will. His losses in battle were at an astounding rate of 1 to 100. Fang Yuan would lose 100 portions in exchange for 1 portion lost by Mo Yao's will. But later, the more they fought, the more experience Fang Yuan gained. Most importantly, he had the guidance of Dongfang Changfan's wisdom path inheritance. He grew rapidly as he engaged in the battles more frequently. From an almost blank state, he grew to a level that could fight Mo Yao's fake will head-on. His improvements were huge. From 1 to 100, his loss ratio went to 1 to 4. That was to say, 4 portions of Fang Yuan's star will could defeat Mo Yao's fake will. Mo Yao's fake will was extremely indignant in regards to Fang Yuan stealing her experiences and using her as a practice dummy, treating her like a stepping stone. But because she was restricted, she could not do anything despite her anger. Star will entered his mind, and Fang Yuan inspected the memories of Mo Yao that the star will stole. Soon after, he opened his eyes. A smile appeared on his face. Interesting. This memory was not related to Gu refinement experiences. Instead, the information was from back when Mo Yao and Sword Immortal Bo Qing had been traveling together. In Central Continent's True Yang mountain range, they killed a group of desolate beasts and were about to take their loot when they found a hibiscus stalactite in the cave. Hibiscus stalactites were a rare rank 7 immortal material. This stalactite produced a drop of stone heart liquid every year. This liquid was even more precious. It was a rank 8 immortal material. Bo Qing was going to cut the stalactite, but Mo Yao stopped him. If he cut the stalactite, he would only get a rank 7 immortal material, but if he left it alone, many years later, there would be a large amount of stone heart liquid. The value of a rank 8 immortal material was much greater than a rank 7 immortal material. Bo Qing listened to Mo Yao's suggestion and set up many exquisite Gu formation arrangements to perfectly conceal this cave. So many years have passed. If this cave is still not found, the amount of rank 8 immortal material, stone heart liquid, inside would be huge. Even if I cannot use it, I can collect it. In the future, I can sell it inside Treasure Yellow Heaven, or trade it to obtain immortal materials that I want. A rank 8 immortal material is something coveted by many Gu immortals. Fang Yuan was overjoyed, but also gained an even deeper understanding about Mo Yao's fake will. This fake will of Mo Yao's has many techniques. She purposely concealed this precious memory. I only found out after searching most of her memories. Such a technique is not recorded even in Dongfang Changfan's wisdom path inheritance. I have to get it from her. Fang Yuan urged himself internally. But for now, he could not continue ravaging Mo Yao. Her fake will needed to recover, otherwise she would not be able to take further damage. Fang Yuan did not go to True Yang mountain range to take the stone heart liquid. He got up and opened the prison entrance, arriving in front of his little brother, Fang Zheng. Fang Zheng was in a strange state. He had his eyes shut, lying on the ground, interchanging between ruthless and relaxed expressions from time to time. He would scream and even move his limbs around randomly. It was like he was in a nightmare. This was obviously the work of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan waved his hand and the method was ended. Fang Zheng was breathing roughly and covered in sweat. After a while he got up and asked, "What did you do to me?" He looked at Fang Yuan with a gaze filled with hatred. Fang Yuan chuckled. He said plainly, "My good brother, what I showed you were the true events that happened. This is the combination of my memories and Lord Sky Crane's memories. You should know now that the disaster on Qingmao Mountain was not caused by me. It was because of your so-called master, Lord Sky Crane. If he did not come and try to take the blood path true inheritance, we might still be living happily on Qingmao Mountain as a family." Fang Zheng was stunned. At this moment, he forgot how to speak, or rather, he did not know what to say. Fang Yuan spoke the truth. Even though the clansmen were killed by Fang Yuan, he was forced to do so in order to survive. If not for Lord Sky Crane's attempt to take the Blood Sea true inheritance, Qingmao Mountain's 3 tribes would not have been destroyed. Of course, Lord Sky Crane did not hide the origin of this matter from Fang Zheng. He only explained it in a more pleasant manner that was in his favor. Fang Zheng had considered this problem before, but every time he thought about it, he would subconsciously avoid the issue. But now, Fang Yuan had searched Lord Sky Crane's soul and played his memories directly in Fang Zheng's mind. This was simply placing the cruel truth and facts in front of Fang Zheng. He could not avoid them even if he wanted to. Heh heh heh. Fang Yuan's laughter could be heard in the air. "My beloved brother, don't tell me you had never considered that your master, Lord Sky Crane, had unquestionable responsibility towards the destruction of Qingmao Mountain. You even acknowledged him as your master. You are truly a traitor." Fang Yuan's words were very sharp. They pierced into Fang Zheng's inner depths. "Shut up," Fang Zheng screamed. He had never felt so angry in his life. "Shut up, stop talking. You demon, you were the one who murdered the clan. You killed uncle and aunt. It was you, you murderer. Without master's help, I would have died long ago. I will not allow you to slander my master." "Oh?" Fang Yuan smiled, curled up mockingly. He chuckled. "Didn't Lord Sky Crane save you in order to make use of you and find me?" "Heh heh heh. Earlier, Immortal Crane's sect tried to use you to attack my Hu immortal blessed land. Didn't you almost die then?" "My stupid brother, they are taking advantage of you, and you are actually a willing party?" "Stop talking. Shut up. Shut up." Fang Zheng covered his ears. He shut his eyes. His face was flashing with rage and panic. Fang Yuan's expression turned cold. His tone was icy. "My weak-willed brother, you do not even have the courage to face the truth. Even if you have the power of a rank 5 Gu master right now, deep inside, you are still just a child who has not matured. But you are my blood kin. As your elder brother, I will give you a chance. Join me. I will train you and make you strong. You will grow up and mature." "No, no." Fang Zheng opened his eyes. They were bloodshot as he stared at Fang Yuan with rage. "You murderer! You want me to work myself to death for you? Forget about it. Even if Immortal Crane's sect is making use of me, I do not hate them. Because they were the ones who nurtured me, And you. You are the one who killed uncle and aunt. You killed our entire clan. I hate you. I will never forgive you. If given a chance, I will kill you personally and take revenge." Fang Yuan squinted his eyes as he looked at Fang Zheng quietly. He laughed instead of being angry. "Heh heh heh. It seems you've learned a lot in Immortal Crane sect. Seeing your desire to kill me, I am looking forward to it." Saying this, Fang Yuan turned around and left the cell. These days, Fang Yuan had placed most of his effort on the Refinement Path convention. But he did not forget to add Wisdom Gu and Star Thought Gu to undergo deductions. Deducing vaguely familiar face to this point had expended all of Fang Yuan's capabilities. Thus, Fang Yuan went to deduce the killer move, Myriad Self, and successfully fused pulling water Immortal Gu into it. At this point, Myriad Self had 3 Strength Path cores. After that, Fang Yuan modified the recipe of Air Sac Gu. The mass production of the Gu now had more steps that were simpler to complete. The danger of the refinement had been reduced by 30%. When he modified Memory Thought Gu, Star Thought Gu, and Malicious Thought Gu, he encountered a wall. Fang Yuan's Wisdom Path cultivation had just started. His Wisdom Path attainment level was too low. It greatly slowed down his deduction speed of these recipes. These last few days, Fang Yuan placed his attention on the Immortal Gu recipe of Blood Deity. He slowly completed the Blood Deity recipe, finding out some details. Even if he refined Blood Deity, he would need a blood relation to use it. Killing a blood relation would allow him to obtain a Blood Deity from the power of Blood Deity, Immortal Gu. If this relative did not resist and contributed their life willingly, then the Blood Deity produced would be closely connected to the Gu Immortal. It could be manipulated with ease. In contrast, if the relative carried hatred and anger, the Blood Deity might cause a backlash to the owner. This was the reason why Fang Yuan was trying to persuade Fang Zheng. If he had any other way to remove his immortal zombie status, he would use Fang Zheng for this instead. All in all, Fang Zheng had caused much trouble to Fang Yuan in the past. Fang Yuan was not going to let him off. Chapter 8. 847. Blood Path. Demon's Might. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. This matter was troublesome. There were actually many unconventional methods to make someone loyal. The Gu Master world never lacked such methods. For instance, Enslavement Path was especially proficient in dealing with this issue. But to turn Fang Zheng into a blood deity, these methods could not be used. A blood deity was equivalent to another life form. During the moment the transformation succeeds, all the methods used on Fang Zheng previously would lose their effects. Fang Zheng's original thoughts and intentions would influence the blood deity. The power of a blood deity could certainly be foreseen, because the lightning deities derived from blood deities were extremely powerful. Vicious Lightning Fiend was only a rank 6 Gu immortal, but by relying on 3 lightning deities, he made challenges everywhere, and his reputation kept on rising, as even rank 7 Gu immortals lost to him. A blood deity was similar. It had battle strength on the level of a Gu immortal. Adding 1 would mean a battle of 2 against 1. Adding 2 would mean 3 against 1. If the number increased further, it would become a group fighting on one side. Fang Yuan was only an immortal zombie right now. His cultivation could not advance. Using numbers to make up for, it was also only a temporary solution. All dreams, desires, and ambitions were built on the premise of survival. Once one died, all would turn to dust. Blood deities could greatly raise Fang Yuan's battle strength, and Fang Yuan was also a blood path grandmaster. If one day something went wrong, where Fang Yuan was hunted down and the situation turned dire, he could only choose to once again cultivate Blood Path, his old specialty. Time Path, Wisdom Path, Blood Path. Fang Yuan was cautious and prepared for everything. He would never look down on making excessive preparations. However, the current situation was still not too bad. Converting Fang Zheng to my side cannot be done quickly. I need to take it slowly. No matter how much Immortal Crane sect has brainwashed him, with my methods, as long as I put in effort, I will definitely reach my goal one day. At present, the trade of both Guts Goo and Regretful Spiders has been established. Now I only have to wait for the transaction token to use Western Desert's Xiao clan as a starting point, to openly enter Western Desert's market in the businesses of dragonfish and eerie fire dragon pythons. When that happens, I will be earning large amounts of wealth every day. My main priority for now is still refining change form Immortal Goo. I have already eliminated most of the tough opponents. My placement in the top 6 is basically guaranteed. The only variable is Feng Jinhuang. Fang Yuan thought of the current situation and his plan. Because of her defeat to Fang Yuan, Feng Jinhuang learned the true usage of Dream Wing's Immortal Goo in advance. By exploring dream realms, her refinement path attainment had already reached quasi-grandmaster level. Exploring dream realms was truly the best shortcut to raise one's attainment level. Feng Jinhuang had Immortal Goo with her, and also had her mother, Fairy Bai Qing, who took care of her wholeheartedly. The speed at which her refinement path attainment increased was simply absurd. Fang Yuan had to make accumulations over 500 years to become a quasi-grandmaster in refinement path. Meanwhile, Feng Jinhuang had caught up to him in such a short time period. During the 5 regions' chaotic war in Fang Yuan's previous life, battle raged everywhere fiercely, forming an extraordinary era where countless champions emerged from the lower levels. In regards to this era, other than the 5 regions' chaotic war and the turbulence in social order, dream realms were one of the main causes of it. Dream realms might be filled with dangers, but if one could explore them successfully, their foundation would be razed directly. This was an extremely great fortuitous encounter, allowing many minor characters to make astounding accomplishments. Often what champions lacked was only an opportunity to develop. Know yourself and your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Fang Yuan had been secretly gathering much information on Feng Jinhuang's participation in the Refinement Path Convention. At first, her methods were rather clumsy, but after gaining some experience, she rapidly grew up into a strong opponent for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was familiar with the tests in the competition, thus his ability was overrated by the outside world. However, the duel with Feng Jinhuang was an unknown variable. It had not occurred in his previous life, and thus his rebirth advantage could not be shown. I must pay attention to Feng Jinhuang. If I don't deal with this properly, I might even lose out on the infallible inheritance. But after passing this hurdle, I can use this precious opportunity to refine change. Form Immortal Goo. Fang Yuan knew many inside details regarding the infallible inheritance. The top 6 winners would be rewarded with 6 success Dao marks, which would be imprinted on the Goo Master's body on the spot. Outsiders had no chance to seize them. However, even though it was named infallible, it was not a definite success. The success Dao mark could only eliminate the natural probability of failure during the process of refining Goo. There was always a possibility of failure while refining Goo. Even if there was no error from the person during the whole process, the refinement could still fail randomly. This was the failure probability. For instance, during the second round of the Refinement Path Convention at Flying Frost Sect, Fang Yuan refined 10 Ghostfire Goo. He did not make any mistake, but a Ghostfire Goo had exploded for no reason. There was also the time during the battle with Fang Huai when the blue peacock's head had inexplicably turned into ash when merging with the incomplete Goo. During the whole process, there was no error with Fang Yuan's control over the fire. Later, when he succeeded in refining the Goo, he had used the same method, without any changes. There were various opinions regarding this failure probability. The most popular reasoning was that it was because of laws. Goo were the essence of heaven and earth. Why is it that they possess all sorts of mysterious powers? It was because they contained the natural laws of heaven and earth. Mortal Goo contained meager traces of laws, while immortal Goo contained fragments. Goo refinement was a process of combining these traces of laws into one, forming larger law traces. It was also reverse refining a larger law trace into smaller ones. Because it involved laws, there would always be situations where these laws would have subtle differences, and during the refinement, instead of merging together like the person wished, they would collide and conflict, ending up with the result of failure. Fang Yuan also accepted this reasoning and acknowledged it was sensible. The smaller the law traces, the fewer the characteristics, the more easy it was to combine them. This was why the lower the rank of the mortal goo, the easier they were to refine. The bigger the traces, the more differences in characteristics they would have from other traces, which made them more difficult to combine. At the level of immortal goo, the law fragments had individual characteristics that were unique to themselves. So, all immortal goo was unique. Thus, refining immortal goo was extremely difficult to succeed. The success Dao marks in the infallible inheritance could remove the failure probability. One success Dao mark could at most be used in rank 6 immortal goo. To succeed in refining rank 7 and rank 8, the success Dao marks required would not be just one. However, during the refinement process, if Fang Yuan made a major mistake in his technique, the immortal goo refinement could fail, even if there are no errors in the methods, and the failure probability was completely eliminated by the success Dao mark. But if the immortal goo being refined already existed, then at the final juncture, the goo refinement would still fail. Immortal goo were unique. Since the immortal goo already existed, it signified the unique characteristic law fragment had already condensed. Thinking of forming another of the same law fragment was impossible. As for the change form immortal goo Fang Yuan was thinking of refining, he had not yet heard of any goo immortal possessing it. Naturally, Fang Yuan based this on his previous life's memories, the information he gathered in this life, as well as using wisdom path methods to make deductions. Based on all this, the probability for change form immortal goo to already be in existence was very low. If it truly existed, and the goo refinement failed in the end, Fang Yuan could not do anything other than to admit his own bad luck. This was the harshness of goo refinement, and at the same time, the beauty of it. Central continent, true Yang mountain range. Vicious lightning fiend slowly landed down on top of a mountain peak and gazed at the opposite mountain peak, where there was already a rank 7 demonic path goo immortal. Vicious lightning fiend, you have challenged me, but if you can't put up a decent wager, I won't accept it. The demonic path rank 7 goo immortal spoke. He looked middle-aged and vigorous. He was wearing tight-fitting martial arts attire with a red cape draping behind. His surname was Dan, and his given name was Qiao. He was known as Blazing Demonic Immortal. His main cultivation was Fire Path, and his vicious reputation had spread far and wide. Ha ha ha! Vicious lightning fiend laughed heartily. Blazing Demonic Immortal, you indeed belong to the demonic path. Speaking of benefits in all things, you are a strong opponent, so I specially prepared 1,500 kilograms of hibiscus branches. What? 1,500 kilograms of hibiscus branches. Dan Xiao was moved. The wager, vicious lightning fiend put forward, directly spoke to his deepest desires. Blazing demonic immortal. Dan Xiao snorted. It seems you made many preparations for this, even finding out my urgent need for hibiscus branches to refine immortal goo. All right, if I lose, I will give you 600 strands of 2-9 Thunder Heavenly Chi. The agreement is set. Both were people who came straight to point and were resolute. After setting the challenge agreement, they began the fight straight away. World-decimating fire crows. Blazing demonic immortal. Dan Chao waved his hand. Untold numbers of fire crows flew, shrouding the sky and earth as they raised a boundless inferno, lightning dragon purgatory. Vicious lightning fiend laughed strangely as he pushed forward with his hands open, emitting endless lightning bolts. Thunderbolts and lightning gathered into hundreds of lightning dragons that charged forward madly. Everywhere they passed, the landscape collapsed, displaying their terrifying might. Lightning dragons and fire crows clashed, causing the entirety of their surroundings to be filled with the red blaze of fire and the deep blue radiance of lightning. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions were unceasing. Blazing demonic immortal and vicious lightning fiend appeared like mirages as they moved extremely fast, clashing viciously several times in the midst of the hell of fire and lightning. They did not make any probing moves, they just used powerful skills in succession. Since vicious lightning fiend challenged blazing demonic immortal to increase his reputation, he had already gathered the necessary information. And since Dan Qiao had agreed to vicious lightning fiend's challenge, he also had made sufficient preparations and had enough understanding of vicious lightning fiend, and also the confidence of attaining victory. After a while, blazing demonic immortal used 3 different immortal killer moves in a row, leaving vicious lightning fiend unable to make ground. Dan Qiao could be said to be the strongest opponent vicious lightning fiend had challenged since he exited seclusion. Regardless of cultivation level, immortal essence, or the Dao marks on their bodies, Dan Qiao surpassed vicious lightning fiend. Vicious lightning fiend was losing, but he was not panicking. This situation was within his expectations. In fact, he had also been at a disadvantage when challenging those rank 7 Gu immortals previously. After all, his cultivation was only rank 6. This was a common situation when challenging higher-ranked experts. Ha ha ha, this fire is truly interesting. Vicious lightning fiend suddenly raised his head and shouted, his eyes flashing sharply. His body shook and 3 lightning figures slowly flew out of his immortal aperture, attacking blazing demonic immortal. Lightning deities. Lightning deities that contained lightning path Dao marks. The battle strength of 3 Gu immortals. Blazing demonic immortal quickly retreated, while vicious lightning fiend took advantage of this to counterattack and turn the situation around. The battle raged on heatedly for an hour. It concerned enormous wagers and reputation. Neither of them were willing to back down easily. The intense immortal essence consumption made both sides feel great loss. Dan Qiao did not continue enduring this and suddenly attacked ruthlessly. He had been planning this attack well in advance. Vicious lightning fiend could not dodge and had to face it head-on. Boom! A huge explosion occurred. Vicious lightning fiend was sent flying while spitting out blood. Admit your defeat, great fire demon, true body. Dan Qiao suddenly turned into a giant blazing demon and chased with extreme speed. In a flash, the fire demon had closed in upon vicious lightning fiend. No, I won't lose. Lightning deity, detonate. In the moment of crisis, vicious lightning fiend's ferocious nature was stimulated as he boldly self-detonated a lightning deity. Rumble. The lightning deity's self-detonation created a boundless clamor that could shake mountains. Vicious lightning fiend and blazing demonic immortal, Dan Qiao, were both in a heavily injured state. They were exhausted, and their battle strengths had greatly reduced. Interesting. Hand over both of your lives. Suddenly, a blood-colored light flew over, forming a battlefield killer move that enveloped both the wounded parties. Song Zixing? Dan Qiao shouted in fear, recognizing this killer move. Chapter 8, 148. Ambushing Song. Zixing. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios, /Atlas Studios. Blood, blood, blood. The sky had blood-colored clouds. The ground was now beneath a sea of blood. All around in the air, there was blood-colored light. This was Song Zixing's personal creation, his signature battlefield killer move. Blood Tusu. It was uniquely distinctive in Central Continent. Song Zixing had a strongly vengeful mindset. Previously, during an exploration, many gains were seized away by Gu immortals from Tusu City. Thus, after creating the battlefield killer move, he set out to take revenge. He turned the entire city into dust and killed the 2 Gu immortals in the city. His revenge succeeded. Song Zixing felt gratified. He wrote some words with blood in the sky above the rubble of Tusu City. It took a while, but revenge came after a year. Today I arrived and used blood Tusu. The name of the perpetrator is Song Zixing. From that day onwards, his battlefield killer move was named Blood Tusu. Thus, seeing this scene, blazing demonic immortal recognized that it was Song Zixing's attack. As expected, a moment later, a figure descended from the sky. Song Zixing was clothed in a blood-red robe. His body was long and sharp like a spear. His face was pale and he had a sharp nose. His gaze was ruthless like that of an eagle or vulture. As he descended, the blood sea went into turbulence as the blood-colored clouds rumbled like dragons or pythons. The surrounding blood-colored light flew into the sky. It was a dazzling sight. Song Zixing seemed like the ruler of the world, a demonic god of the sun and moon. Song Zixing, why are you here? Blazing demonic immortal Dan Chao looked at Song Zixing as his face went pale. His expression was that of shock and anger, but also immense fear. Why can't I be here? Song Zixing turned around slightly to look at Dan Chao. He smiled lightly as his gaze was filled with killing intent. Dan Chao, back then when I lost to Feng Yuan, you attempted to take advantage of the situation and ambushed me, attacking me with an immortal killer move. I've intentionally left behind the scar that you inflicted on me all this time. I have been waiting to take revenge on you, but you hid inside True Yang mountain range, causing me to be unable to find you. But you dared to accept Vicious Lightning Fiend's challenge. Heh heh heh. Thus I came today to settle the score with you. A wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. Dan Chao sighed as he decided to give in. Lord Song Zixing, I am willing to apologize to you. He was a grand rank 7 Gu immortal, but he lowered his head instead of fighting. Song Zixing had a vast and mighty demonic reputation. He was on par with Xu Lei and had incredible battle results. Back when he was in Myriad Dragon Dock, he was renowned in Central Continent. After that, he betrayed them and escaped, even though Myriad Dragon Dock pursued him and sent 8 Gu immortals in successive waves. He killed 4 of them, crippled 3 of them, and forced one to retreat. This result caused a commotion in Central Continent. Song Zixing left scot-free. Myriad Dragon Dock went into a downturn. Its reputation was even lower than that of Immortal Crane Sect. It became the worst among the 10 great ancient sects. Only until now, when Vicious Lightning Fiend came out of closed cultivation, did they start to regain their status. Of course, Song Zixing had experienced defeat as well. His most famous loss was against Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan only used 3 moves, and Song Zixing was defeated completely, escaping frantically. But this loss did not tarnish Song Zixing's reputation, because his opponent was Feng Yuan, and he could escape and live. This was something no one could look down on. In fact, practically all demonic Path Gu immortals were skilled in escaping. Song Zixing was particularly skilled in this aspect. Ha ha ha, apologize? Hearing Blazing Demonic Immortal's words, Song Zixing showed a mocking expression. If you had been like this and understood your position earlier, I would not have chased you until you hid inside True Yang mountain range. Lord, please speak. As long as I can obtain your forgiveness, I am willing to pay the price. Dan Chao said melancholically. If you want to obtain my forgiveness, it is very simple. Hand your life over to me. Song Zixing said nonchalantly. Dan Chao lifted his head. His expression was pale as he spoke with grief and indignation. Song Zixing, are you really not letting me off? Let you off? Heh 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 heh. This demonic path overlord raised his head and laughed. I, Song Zixing, will always take revenge. When Tu Su City's Gu immortals took what was mine, I murdered the entire city and people inside. Back then you ambushed me. It is already my greatest kindness that I am not torturing you before killing you. Are you still not satisfied? Today, you are doomed to die. Saying this, he turned around and looked at Vicious Lightning Fiend. Oh, right. You are still here. Didn't you claim to want to challenge me? I am here now. He spoke mockingly, like a cat playing with its food. Vicious Lightning Fiend was trying to heal himself now. The explosion earlier had given him a wound that was not small. He was still using his methods, but he raised his head and said, Song Zixing, you were a Gu immortal from Myriad Dragon Dock. In terms of seniority, You are my senior. A challenge is definitely needed. But today, since you are here to seek revenge, I will not interfere. Let me go or I will self-detonate my lightning deities and force my way out. Ha ha ha! Your immortal killer move, Lightning Deity, is indeed impressive and can create a strong enough force to break open my blood tusu. But so what? Can you escape? Think about it. Can your escaping methods surpass my blood rainbow flash in terms of speed? Song Zixing laughed arrogantly. It sounded like he was trash-talking, but his words were actually attempting to decrease their fighting spirits. But at the next moment, Song Zixing's expression changed. His gaze towards Vicious Lightning Fiend turned grim as he shouted, "Something's wrong with your personality. How can you back off at this moment?" In terms of acting, Vicious Lightning Fiend was inferior to the demonic path Gu Immortal Dan Qiao. In Song Zixing's view, a flaw was found immediately. At once, Song Zixing's heart was pounding. The blood in his heart was surging and crashing into his blood vessels, attacking the inner walls of his heart. This was his immortal killer move, Heart-Blood Premonition. Even though it was a blood path technique, it could mimic wisdom path and deduce dangerous or favorable circumstances for Song Zixing. An intense feeling of danger assaulted Song Zixing's heart. "This is a trap!" Song Zixing growled. He wanted to leave. Lightning Lock. Lava Chain. At this moment, Vicious Lightning Fiend and Blazing Demonic Immortal Dan Qiao, who were fighting, joined forces and attacked Song Zixing together. Song Zixing sneered. The blood sea beneath his feet rose up, creating huge red waves that were imposing and grand. The huge blood waves blocked the lightning and lava. Meanwhile, Song Zixing turned into a bloody rainbow and vanished on the spot. This was an immortal killer move, Blood Rainbow Flash. It was extremely fast. He flew out of the battlefield killer move, Blood Tusu, immediately. Song Zixing was very resolute. He discarded even the blood path immortal goo that he used to construct the battlefield killer move. He flew out and tried to retreat. A few breaths later, the bloody rainbow had already flown an enormous distance. The bloody rainbow vanished. Song Zixing's figure appeared in the air. He looked down at the unchanging mountain below him as his expression turned ugly. "Oh no, I'm in an illusion." His mind worked quickly. As the sense of danger intensified, he realized that this was a trap from his enemies. He quickly flew back and tried to regain control of the battlefield killer move, Blood Tusu. But at this time, a total of 16 Gu Immortals appeared, with incredible auras surging in the air. They attacked together. 16 immortal killer moves landed on Song Zixing. Boom, boom, boom. Dazzling light shined on the cruel or emotionless faces of every Gu Immortal. After the light faded, Song Zixing could be seen to be in a pitiful state. His face was covered in soot, as his black robe was tattered. A layer of blood-red armor was around his body, as he looked around him in anger. "This is Heavenly Lotus Sect's illusion garden. What great handiwork! You even brought your immortal goo house to deal with me. And the rest of you, did the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent join up?" Song Zixing was furious but also perplexed. He was a demonic path Gu Immortal, but he had been moving around and hiding without being too rampant. Recently, he did not commit any great crimes. Why were there so many people teaming up against him? But soon, Song Zixing understood. To be able to force all 10 great sects of Central Continent to work together, this must be an order from Heavenly Court. That's right, Song Zixing. You understand it yourself. Junior brother Vicious Lightning went around challenging people. It was the arrangement of a wisdom path Gu Immortal in order to lure you. Junior brother's lightning deity was derived from blood deity. You have been wanting this immortal Gu recipe, and with blazing demonic immortal being your enemy, you were finally attracted to this place. But you were too vigilant. You had been following behind Vicious Lightning Fiend and watched him go through more than 10 different challenges previously without striking. Only after Vicious Lightning Fiend self-detonated a lightning deity did you get baited successfully. Heh heh heh, you are so hard to catch. To make you show up, we in Ancient Soul Sect, Heaven's Envy Manor, and Spirit Butterfly Valley had 3 Wisdom Path Goo Immortals collaborating to interfere with your immortal killer move, Heart-Blood Premonition. This prevented you from sensing the danger in advance. The 3 Rank 7 Goo Immortals who were leading the group spoke slowly, one by one. The other 13 Goo Immortals were all Rank 6. At this point, some people could not control themselves anymore. They charged up. Song Zixing, you killed my elder brother and raped my sister-in-law. I will tear your skin and bones apart. Ah! Song Zixing, you will definitely die today. I will take revenge for Sun Clan's 730 people today. Song Zixing was an evildoer. He caused many tragedies. But those who had the strength to take revenge on him were few. Many Goo Immortals who offended Song Zixing lived in fear. They were afraid that he might take revenge on them one day. Blood Dragon Song Zixing had a strong thirst for revenge. That was well known to everyone. Blazing Demonic Immortal was one of them. He was chased down by Song Zixing. He had to hide inside True Yang mountain range. But because Song Zixing was forcing him to his limits, this Demonic Path Goo Immortal was willing to undergo such a realistic show with Vicious Lightning Fiend and the others. 8 Rank 6 Goo Immortals attacked Song Zixing. The Goo Immortals from the 10 ancient sects of Central Continent remained in the air. They formed a tight encirclement. The Goo Immortals who were currently fighting Song Zixing were lone cultivators. These people were contacted by the 10 ancient sects. They had deep hatred towards Song Zixing. Song Zixing's crimes were all targeted at small forces. He tried not to cause trouble with the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. But he was a person who had successfully escaped fate. Killing him would help the healing of Fate Goo greatly. With Heavenly Court's orders, the 10 great ancient sects had to stop fighting between themselves and work together to kill Song Zixing. Song Zixing was attacked from all sides. He was in a disadvantage. Without any way to fight back, he could only choose to escape. His speed was very fast. The name of Blood Rainbow Flash was famous in Central Continent. His speed rose at once. The Central Continent lone cultivators were left in the dust behind him. Chapter 8. 849. Successful Escape. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Song Zixing, the day has come where you get what you deserve. Aren't you called the Blood Dragon? Don't run if you have guts. Blood Rainbow Flash was extremely fast and very nimble. The pursuing Goo Immortals used killer moves to obstruct him, but there was little effect. The distance between them was growing. But the Immortal Goo House, Illusion Garden, was set up already. They were not afraid that Song Zixing would escape. The scene became quite strange. A group of people were chasing after Song Zixing with immense hatred. Their killing intent was overflowing like fire, but they could not reach him. He is as slippery as an eel. The Goo Immortals from Central Continent's 10 ancient sects did not chase him. They observed the situation and used some immortal killer moves from time to time. Song Zixing was still quite dangerous. His battle result in fighting the pursuers from Myriad Dragon Dock made people feel apprehension. That was why Central Continent's 10 ancient sects invited many lone cultivators. In their plan, these lone cultivators were cannon fodder. They were meant to probe Song Zixing's methods and waste immortal essence he had stored up. Without immortal essence, even if Song Zixing was a Blood Path Goo Immortal, his battle strength would fall. This cannot go on. Song Zixing is only wholeheartedly escaping. We are unable to force out his trump cards. A while later, a Central Continent Goo Immortal spoke. Many other people frowned. Don't you find it strange? Song Zixing is called the Blood Dragon. His violent Blood Dragon bat has rank 7 battle strength, but he has not used it yet. All along until now, he has been escaping without truly attacking. Heh. What are you afraid of? Song Zixing is already trapped by the Immortal Goo House, Illusion Garden. The biggest flaw of our ambush was the duration needed to set up Illusion Garden. Now that Song Zixing is already trapped, his demise is only a matter of time. We cannot be careless. Bloodpath Gu immortals cannot be judged with common sense. Maybe he is searching around everywhere for a flaw. Maybe he has powerful reinforcements, therefore stalling for time. While they were guessing, the voices of the two rank 7 Gu immortals from Heavenly Lotus sect resounded. Everyone, it is time to strike. Mobilizing the immortal Gu house is very taxing. We cannot drag this on for long. In truth, along with Vicious Lightning Fiend and Blazing Demonic Immortal Dan Qiao, a total of 20 Gu immortals had ambushed Song Zixing. Vicious Lightning Fiend and Blazing Demonic Immortal Dan Qiao were bait. The two rank 7 Gu immortals from Heavenly Lotus sect did not show up. They were controlling the immortal Gu house secretly. The remaining 16 Gu immortals showed up to fight Song Zixing. Mobilizing the immortal Gu house caused great expenditure to their immortal essence. Especially a complete immortal Gu house like Illusion Garden, it was far more taxing than using an incomplete immortal Gu house like Profound Ice House. Even rank 7 Gu immortals could not sustain it for long. The Gu immortals of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent were rushed. Most of them entered the battle. Only 3 rank 7 Gu immortals were overlooking the situation in case of any accidents. Song Zixing was still escaping. He did not fight back. I've heard of how fast Blood Rainbow Flash was long ago. Now that I see it, it truly is amazing. It is even faster than my Cloud Shock Sail. It is also as fast as Purple Heaven Lightning Wings, a movement killer move that is in the top 10 even in Central Continent. Not only is it fast, it is agile. It can twist and turn around easily. It has all-around capability in terms of mobility. What a pity. The 3 rank 7 Gu immortals were evaluating. They felt some regret. An outstanding movement immortal killer move like Blood Rainbow Flash could not be obtained easily. If they could get it, they would be able to retreat at will. They would be able to save their own lives when escaping. But this was a Blood Path killer move. Even if Righteous Path Gu immortals get it, they could not use it, unless they betrayed the Righteous Path and went into the Demonic Path. Back then, Song Zixing betrayed his sect and went to the Demonic Path, other than conflicts with his sect. The main reason was that he could not resist the allure of Blood Path strength. As the Gu immortals from Central Continent's 10 sects joined in, Song Zixing's situation got worse. Their encirclement became tighter. Everyone joined forces. Even though Blood Rainbow Flash was fast, it had its limits. Eventually, he was trapped. Demons are meant to be slain. Die. Kill Song Zixing. Eventually, they trapped Song Zixing in the center. Many lone cultivator Gu immortals struck and attacked Song Zixing. They did not get close. They attacked with long-range methods. Song Zixing was making them feel wary by not fighting back. These lone cultivator Gu immortals were not idiots. They knew the reason why Central Continent's 10 great sects invited them to ambush Song Zixing. But they were willing to be cannon fodder, because they had intense hatred with Song Zixing, irreconcilable to the point that only one side could live. Gu immortals were still humans. They were afraid of dying. If not for Song Zixing's overbearing attitude, causing them to live in fear daily, they would not attempt this. From this, the advantage of Vicious Lightning Fiend's lightning deities could be seen. Having the battle strength of Gu immortals and not fearing death, they could be produced in batches. This was terrifying. Thankfully, each lightning deity was formed by paying a huge price, and they needed a huge sum to be maintained. The Gu immortals were prepared. Their attacks landed on Song Zixing. He tried to dodge, but there was little space. He took a heavy beating. At once he was blown to pieces. Blood splattered everywhere. Oh no, this is not Song Zixing's real body. Seeing this, the immortals were stunned. They realized the truth. Be careful of Song Zixing's sneak attack. How did he conceal himself? My investigative killer move could not find him. Stay calm. We are inside the immortal Gu house illusion garden. He cannot escape. Search carefully. Gu immortals were all experienced people. They quickly calmed down. Even if Song Zixing wanted to attack them by surprise, he could not find a chance. The immortals displayed their abilities. They searched quickly, but they made no progress. Their gazes quickly focused on Blood Tusu. Someone realized. Oh no, Song Zixing never came out. His real body has always been inside the battlefield killer move. Vicious lightning fiend and blazing demonic immortal Dan Qiao are in danger. Since the beginning, Song Zixing's battlefield killer move, Blood Tusu, had been encased like a red egg, floating in the air. The immortals did not destroy this battlefield killer move, firstly because their attentions were attracted to Song Zixing. They were also unwilling to help Vicious Lightning Fiend. He had been challenging people everywhere, gaining huge reputation, as a person who was quite unreasonable. All of the 10 sects of Central Continent, including Myriad Dragon Dock, wanted to suppress him for a bit. In addition, destroying Blood Tusu would also expend a lot of immortal essence. Thus, Blood Tusu was accidentally forgotten by the immortals. The fundamental problem now was that because they were strong, they underestimated the enemy. The immortals realized they were fooled by Song Zixing. Overcome with rage and embarrassment, they charged towards Blood Tusu. Blood Tusu was not an immortal goo house. It was only a battlefield killer move. Under the intense attacks, it trembled intensely. 3 breaths later, Song Zixing removed the battlefield killer move. Blood Tusu collapsed. Song Zixing laughed loudly as he flew out in a bloody rainbow. Blazing demonic immortal. Dan Qiao was dead. His corpse was held in Song Zixing's hands. Meanwhile, Vicious Lightning Fiend was heavily injured, falling into a coma. Only one lightning deity was left. It was very weak and was guarding around Vicious Lightning Fiend. If they were slightly later, Vicious Lightning Fiend might have been killed by Song Zixing. But Song Zixing was also heavily injured. His left arm was completely amputated up to his shoulder. The battlefield killer move, Blood Tusu, isolated itself from the world, becoming an independent area. Furthermore, Song Zixing had special methods and prevented Vicious Lightning Fiend or Dan Qiao from seeking help from the outside world. Song Zixing was able to kill blazing demonic immortal Dan Qiao and send Vicious Lightning Fiend into a coma when surrounded by everyone. This was a huge humiliation. The Gu immortals were furious. Anger was rising in them. If news spread, how would they face anyone? Kill Song Zixing. Blood Dragon deserves death. He should not live in this world. Removing evil for the people of the world. Upholding justice. At once, Gu immortals attacked. All sorts of immortal killer moves and battlefield killer moves were sent towards Song Zixing. Song Zixing laughed arrogantly. Blood Rainbow Flash was used again and he evaded most of the immortal killer moves. Next, he raised Blazing Demonic Immortal's corpse and said, "Thanks for the gift now. I'll return it to you." Detonate. Blood-red light burst into the sky as a shocking explosion occurred. The immortals were sent flying, but Song Zixing was completely unharmed at the center of the explosion. The blood path dio marks in his body were shining brightly, protecting him. Illusion Garden shook heavily. A crack opened from his intense attack. Blood Rainbow Flash. In the blink of an eye, Song Zixing vanished. He escaped the immortal Gu house and flew beyond the vision of the Gu immortals. Chase him. He was hit by my immortal killer move. I can sense him. How can a grand immortal Gu house become damaged to the point of cracking? The immortals growled as they chased him. The 2 rank 7 Gu immortals from Heavenly Lotus Sect retrieved their immortal Gu house and joined in. Their expressions were ugly. It is that violent blood dragon bat. Song Zixing arranged for it to be outside. It crashed into Illusion Garden and self-detonated. Together with Song Zixing's internal attack, a crack was formed. The violent blood dragon bat was an ancient, desolate beast. Its battle strength was equivalent to a rank 7 Gu immortal. The force of its self-detonation was quite extraordinary. Furthermore, Illusion Garden was only maintained by 2 Gu immortals. They could not react to the explosion in time, allowing Song Zixing to forcefully create hope during that desperate situation. The immortals would not give up like this. They chased him with gritted teeth. A battle of pursuit appeared on Tru Yang mountain range. The pursuers had huge numbers, a total of 17 Gu immortals. One Gu immortal from Myriad Dragon Dock was staying behind to take care of Vicious Lightning Fiend. But now at this point, the battle was no longer controlled by the Righteous Path Gu immortals. They had fallen into Song Zixing's tempo. Song Zixing was a demonic cultivator and was most skilled in escaping. I cannot go outside immediately. This Tru Yang mountain range is the best hiding spot. I lost my violent blood dragon bat after I escape. I will definitely settle the score. Song Zixing's expression was twisted. This loss was making him feel loss. He swore inwardly as he used Blood Rainbow Flash to turn and land on a mountain. Inside Tru Yang mountain range, there were countless fierce beasts. In the chase, large numbers of desolate beasts and even ancient desolate beasts were disturbed. They created a lot of problems for the pursuers behind Song Zixing. Song Zixing was well aware. The more chaotic the situation, the easier he could find a chance to slip away to freedom. 3 days later, late at night, the moon was hanging in the sky. A dim blood-red light moved along the ground as it flew out of Tru Yang mountain range. Clank. Suddenly, a metallic sound was heard, as a golden bell phantom covered the blood-red light. An injured Gu immortal appeared. He shouted, "Song Zixing, where do you think you are going?" Just as he said that, Song Zixing, who was inside the golden bell, vanished. In his place was a palm and a small section of his forearm. "Oh no, this is a fake. The true body is there." The Gu immortal's expression changed. He turned around and flew towards another direction. Long afterwards, a figure appeared quietly from afar. It was Fang Yuan. He was wearing a mask. His body was covered in a thin layer of smoke as he walked towards the golden bell phantom silently. Looking at the arm in the bell, he showed an expression of joy. Chapter 850. Blood Demon Body Separation, Breaking the Bell for the Arm Translator. Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Immortal Killer Move, Blood Demon Body Separation. Fang Yuan looked at the severed arm in the golden bell phantom as he muttered. According to the Greater Than, after he betrayed Myriad Dragon Dock and defeated the pursuers, he hid his tracks and cultivated with all his effort, developing rapidly. He had great foresight. He understood his own situation. Thus he devised this killer move. During the current Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, the 10 great sects ambushed and attempted to kill Song Zixing, but he escaped in the end. This was also the first time blood demon body separation was displayed, shocking the entirety of Central Continent. The reason why Song Zixing could escape was attributed to this. This immortal killer move could create a clone in a short period of time. The clone had great speed that could rival Blood Rainbow Flash. Furthermore, it was very realistic and deceptive. Even investigative immortal killer moves could not see a flaw in it. However, this method had a huge price. It needed a body part of the person to create the clone. They also had to expend a huge amount of immortal essence as the energy source to maintain the existence of the clone. The more immortal essence consumed, the longer it could exist. There were many methods for Gu immortals to regrow their limbs, but blood demon body separation's cost was not only superficially losing the limb. In truth, it expended the body's blood path Dao marks. Precisely because of these blood path Dao marks, blood demon body separation could achieve such a wondrous effect. If it did not pay a price in blood path Dao marks, the clone body from blood demon body separation would not be able to pass off as the real person. When ordinary Gu immortals were hurt, for example, if Fang Yuan lost half his body, the strength path Dao marks on him would be taken in by his immortal aperture. When his body recovered, the strength path Dao marks would go back to his body. When a Gu immortal dies, all of the Dao marks on them would go to the immortal aperture, for example, Hu immortal blessed land. If Song Zixing successfully used blood demon body separation, even if he regrew his limb later, the new arm would be blank. All of the blood path Dao marks on it would have been used up. Undeniably, the loss of Dao marks was an incredible cost to Gu immortals. Because Dao marks were hard to obtain, they could often only be accumulated after going through heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. Each heavenly tribulation or earthly calamity would require the Gu immortal to risk their lives. Once their immortal aperture was damaged, all of the resources that they own would be destroyed. Thus, the cost of obtaining Dao marks was very high for Gu immortals. This also showed the value of Eat Strength, immortal Gu. But Fang Yuan could be certain that Song Zixing did not have an immortal Gu like Eat Strength. The blood path Dao marks that he lost would have to be regained from calamities and tribulations. The Dao marks on a Gu immortal could amplify the power of immortal Gu and immortal killer moves. This amplification was quite terrifying. Rank 8s could have an amplification with a multiplier of hundreds or even thousands. That was also why rank 7 Gu immortals could rarely beat rank 8 Gu immortals. The Greater Than had said that Song Zixing escaped and survived. Eventually, he was only left with a head and half a chest. The rest of his body was discarded to use blood demon body separation. After this battle, the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent lost face. Not only did they not reach their goal, they were toyed with by Song Zixing and suffered casualties. Song Zixing also suffered huge losses. He lost an ancient desolate beast violent blood dragon bat, and most of the blood path Dao marks on his body were destroyed. After this battle, he did not publicly appear for 200 years. For a period of time, there was no information on him. People suspected that he was dead. But when he reappeared in the world, not only did his battle strength recover fully, he even nurtured 3 violent blood dragon bats. Fang Yuan had a clear understanding of the ambush of Song Zixing. He looked at the severed arm with a heated gaze. This severed arm came from Song Zixing. It was a part of his body. If Fang Yuan obtained it, he could use his Gu refinement techniques to create Song Zixing's head, and Song Zixing's head was the only requirement to be acknowledged as star form blessed land's owner. Land spirits were straightforward existences. As long as Fang Yuan could hand over Song Zixing's head to it, he would become the owner of star form blessed land. Starform land spirit would not care if Song Zixing was alive. It was just an obsession formed by fusing with the blessed land's heavenly power. Fang Yuan could become its owner in this way. Even if one day Song Zixing were to appear alive and well in front of the land spirit would not betray Fang Yuan, because Fang Yuan had already met the requirements that the land spirit had. But at this time, it was troublesome for Fang Yuan to collect this arm. Breaking the bell was not hard, but once the golden bell phantom was broken, the arm would explode and turn into a mist of blood. Fang Yuan needed to use other methods to deal with the severed arm, otherwise his plan would fail. In fact, Fang Yuan had quite a deep impression of this arm. His current location was at the periphery of True Yang mountain range, near Yuanyang City. Song Zixing's severed arm was contained by an immortal killer move. The Gu immortal, who used the move, was busy chasing Song Zixing and left this severed arm behind. As time passed, this golden bell would disappear after one night, and the severed arm would explode into blood mist. By then, the blood mist would cover up to a few hundred li of area, causing huge issues to the surrounding living beings and creating disasters. Hundreds of years later, Yuanyang City would send out missions to recruit geniuses and explore the blood mist, killing the blood beasts that grew inside, preventing the blood beast from forming into a beast tide and attacking Yuanyang City. In his previous life, Fang Yuan lived in Yuanyang City for a period in time after reaching Central Continent. In order to survive, he accepted the missions to kill blood beasts. From this perspective, Fang Yuan was doing a good deed by taking Song Zixing's severed arm in advance. Fang Yuan observed it for a while before carefully using some mortal killer moves to probe it. The golden bell phantom did not move. It was indeed an immortal killer move. Fang Yuan surrounded the Golden Bell Phantom and continued to circle around it, observing it from all angles. He tried to find an appropriate method. The Golden Bell was not still. It was rotating slowly. The severed arm was floating inside. Blood-colored light could be seen flickering inside. Fang Yuan went around it over a dozen times before having a plan. He was about to strike when his ears twitched. He heard some noises. Explosion. Did you guys hear it? Yes. Saw a mystical light. Treasure. Maybe it is. Random voices could be heard at intervals. They were getting closer to him. Fang Yuan immediately realized that surrounding Gu masters were drawn over by the commotion. This location was at the periphery of True Yang mountain range. Desolate beasts did not normally come here, and because this was near Yuanyang City, many Gu masters were active here. The immortal killer move from the Gu immortal earlier caused golden light to fly into the sky. It earned a lot of attention, and the Gu masters came here to investigate it. A bunch of insects. Fang Yuan sneered. A cruel light flashed in his eyes. At his will, strength path phantoms flew out of his immortal aperture. Soon, there were thousands of strength path phantoms surrounding Fang Yuan. Each time Fang Yuan went out, he would store a large number of strength path phantom in his immortal aperture. That was because using myriad self to create the strength path phantom army required some time. Kill! Fang Yuan instructed as thousands of strength path phantoms attacked, rushing down and blending into the dark night. What are those things? Ah! Gather into a formation. Quickly, gather into a formation. Run! Cries, screams, and furious shouts were heard. A battle of life and death ensued. In just a few breaths' time, the Gu masters were routed. Fang Yuan's phantom army attacked mercilessly. Countless Gu masters died. The bloody smell spread to Fang Yuan's location very quickly. Fang Yuan's arms were behind his back. He looked at the Golden Bell Phantom, his expression calm under his mask. Even though he had a method already, he did not strike yet. Haste makes waste. Even though the strength path phantoms were powerful, they could not use investigative methods. They also could not boost their speed. Some Gu masters might not give up and try to conceal themselves and sneak in. But these people would all die without an intact corpse. Because Fang Yuan was here, he used dozens of investigative killer moves without pause, putting layers and layers of arrangements here. No movements could evade his search. Unlimited primeval essence had an advantage. That was the casual use of mortal killer moves. One could use mortal killer moves almost endlessly. And because of the accumulations of Fang Yuan's previous life, he knew better mortal killer moves that surpassed this era. Fang Yuan waited for a while, as expected. 3 or 4 Gu masters sneaked in. Fang Yuan manipulated the strength path phantoms, and according to his manipulation, charged over to kill these Gu masters who were courting death. Impossible. How did they find me? Spare, please, spare me. Ah! The Gu masters had nowhere to hide. They were all killed. After a while, the surroundings became quiet. The smell of blood became thicker as birds could no longer be heard near the trees. The place was completely silent and dead. Fang Yuan started to make his move myriad self. First, style. Giant hand. A strength path giant hand appeared out of nowhere, grabbing the golden bell. The golden bell phantom restrained was what held inside. It had little defense on the outside. After adding in pulling mountain and pulling water, Fang Yuan's strength path giant hand had grown rapidly in strength. It only needed to grasp hard, and the bell would break. But the thing was, how could he prevent the severed arm from exploding into a mist of blood after the bell was broken? Thankfully, Fang Yuan was not only a strength path grandmaster, but also a blood path grandmaster. Like Song Zixing, he knew many blood path methods. He had planned for this over a long time. He made ample preparations. Immediately, he started his arrangements and focused. Over 100 blood path killer moves were used in sequence, coordinating with each other. An even greater number of goo formations were used on the outside. There were layers upon layers of them. After the arrangements were done, he observed again to make sure there were no flaws in his setup. He found that there were 2 errors and changed them. He then did a 3rd, 4th, and 5th check. This was an important matter. Fang Yuan had a lot of patience. In the end, when he struck, everything was under his control. The golden bell phantom broke, and the arm was going to detonate, but it was restrained and had layers of seals placed on it. Song Zixing was already extremely weak when he used this arm to activate blood demon body separation. He used less than 10 beads of immortal essence on it. That was also the reason why Fang Yuan could obtain this severed arm. Chapter 8. 151. Land Spirits Master. Second Blessed Land. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. After obtaining the severed arm, Fang Yuan carefully kept it in his immortal aperture. Soon after, he cleaned up the area and removed all his traces. Returning to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he did not rest. He started working on the severed arm, spending 4 days and 3 nights to turn it into Song Zixing's head. Next, he used fixed immortal travel and went to Earth Abyss. Star form land spirit, I brought Song Zixing's head. In the eerie and dark underground world, he shouted. A speck of starlight first appeared, before light burst out like water from a fountain. A breath of time later, a huge squarish door made of starlight appeared. The half-transparent door was floating in the air. At the top, there were 4 words written on the plaque. Star form blessed land. Fang Yuan squinted as he looked at it. Ordinary blessed lands and grotto heavens had entrances. Because the entrance represented interaction, and with interaction, they could take in heaven and earth chi to strengthen the small world. Thus, infallible blessed land was very unique, because it did not have entrances. It was a very strange exception. As Fang Yuan waited, a small slit opened in the starlight door. "It's you? You really brought Song Zixing's head?" A voice came from behind the slit. Starform land spirit did not appear. He was quite wary. Fang Yuan chuckled as he tossed the head over. Actions speak louder than words. The slit opened a bit more. A suction force moved the head over to it. "It really is Song Zixing's head." A joyful and surprised voice came from behind the door. Boom! The door opened completely. Starlight opened up a path for Fang Yuan, as Starform land spirit stood at the door, saying to Fang Yuan with cheerful submission, "Starform land spirit greets master." Fang Yuan nodded. His expression was calm. He took huge steps and walked onto the starlight path, entering into Starform blessed land. The moment he stepped in, starlight overwhelmed Fang Yuan's vision, but in the blink of an eye, the starlight faded, and Starform blessed land's unique terrain appeared before him. The whole of Starform blessed land resembled a giant bowl. Like a bowl, the edges were interconnected mountain ranges. They formed a tight circle that resembled city walls. And within the bowl, they were slanted slopes that converged towards the center. Darkness enshrouded this world. Fang Yuan raised his head and looked at the sky. There was nearly complete darkness. Only a few starlight specks were shining weakly in the sky. Like how Hu Immortal Blessed Land only had days without nights, Starform Blessed Land only had nights without days. Normally, Blessed Lands would not have changes between day and night. Only after becoming a grotto heaven, or becoming close to a grotto heaven, would they start having such transformations between night and day. This was not the first time Fang Yuan was here. In fact, he was the one who placed down this blessed land. Last time the stars were shining in the sky. It was very bright and dazzling. The ground was very bright due to all of the starlight. But now it was quite dim. It showed that Starform land spirit was not having an easy time managing the place. This was to be expected. Without a Gu immortal, the blessed land could not produce immortal essence. The land spirit and the blessed land were interlinked. It had to protect itself and manage the blessed land. But how could land spirits have the strength and wisdom of goo immortals? Thus, most land spirits would find a master to help themselves. Survival was the most basic instinct in all living beings. The only difference was the difficulty in getting the land spirit to acknowledge a new master. Fang Yuan's gaze swept across the area before it landed on star-form land spirit. "Bring me around to inspect the blessed land," Fang Yuan ordered. Star-form land spirit looked like a little boy. He was floating in the air. He was wearing pinkish-blue clothes wrapped around his chest and stomach. His small arms and legs were tender white like lotus roots, looking delicate like jade. He appeared very cute. After acknowledging Fang Yuan, star-form land spirit looked towards Fang Yuan with a clear gaze filled with admiration and warmth. Hearing Fang Yuan's words, star-form land spirit nodded. "Master, follow me." This attitude was completely the opposite of previously. A lump of starlight gathered on Fang Yuan as his body flew up rapidly. This speed was extremely fast. Even Song Zixing's blood rainbow flash could not match it. Fang Yuan felt his vision blurring. All he saw was starlight around him. He could only catch occasional fuzzy images from the quickly moving scenery. The starlight stopped moving, and the scene in his vision had already changed. "Master, you are at the southeast side of the blessed land now. This is the Arrow Bamboo Forest, the biggest plantation area in the entire blessed land," Star-form land spirit introduced. Fang Yuan looked over, only to see that this Arrow Bamboo Forest was huge. It extended beyond Fang Yuan's field of vision. The arrow bamboos were straight. They resembled green spear bamboo from Qing Mao Mountain, but they were not jade in color. Instead, the bamboo shoots were black and did not have any leaves growing on them, only branches. At each segment of the arrow bamboo, there would be around 3 branches growing on it. These branches were sharp and long, resembling arrows. Below the arrow bamboo forest were large numbers of star cave rocks, countless dark fragrance mushrooms, and a field of white shadow grass. Fang Yuan nodded his head internally. The arrangement of this habitat could not be done any better. "If I am not wrong, this should be the production area of Star Dart Goo?" Fang Yuan asked. "Master is correct," Star Form Land Spirit answered immediately. Star Dart Goo was a rank 1 mortal goo. It was transformed from ordinary insects. This was different from the production of Starlight Firefly Goo. Starlight Firefly Goo were a part of the Starlight Firefly group, produced after they transformed and mutated. Star Dart Goo could be produced from any type of insect which entered deep sleep inside a star cave rock that was filled with holes on the surface. After a total of 49 days, a portion of the slumbering insects would undergo a change and become Star Dart Goo. The food of Star Dart Goo was the bamboo juice of the arrow bamboo forest. The arrow bamboo forest was hot and humid. The bamboos themselves would produce bamboo juice that dripped out. In the past, the bamboo juices produced would form into a thick blue fog. It was a top-quality place to raise Star Dart Goo. Unfortunately, I have not obtained any good watering liquids. Thus it became like this, Star-form Land Spirit said with a longing tone. "It seems I have to buy moon well water in batches." Fang Yuan muttered. He was very knowledgeable. He knew what water the arrow bamboo forest needed. "Master is knowledgeable," Star-form Land Spirit added, his expression becoming excited. Even though Star-Lord Wan Xiang left behind quite a bit of immortal essence, there were few immortal essence stones. And because Star-form Land Spirit was worrying over his finances, he could not buy goods from Treasure Yellow Heaven casually. Compared to watering the arrow bamboo forest, there were other areas which needed the financial support more urgently. Afterwards, under the guidance of the Land Spirit, Fang Yuan went to the north area of the Blessed Land, inspecting the meteorite pits. This was the place to raise stellar fire goo and produce falling meteor goo. Next, he went to the center of the Blessed Land. This was a lake with ripples and reflecting light. It was huge and was called Broken Star Lake. This was also the place to rear goo worms. It produced Star River Goo. Next, he went to several grassy fields. They were all full of star fragment grass, a vast number of them. They were planted on a black soil. The blades of grass were plump and shiny. They were much higher in quality compared to the ones that were planted in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Arrow Bamboo Forest, Meteorite Pit, Broken Star Lake, Star Fragment Grass Field. Fang Yuan floated in the air, looking at the lake. He showed a satisfied expression. The 4 areas mentioned were Star Lord Wanxiang's 4 main sources of revenue. Star Lord Wanxiang was quite decent in his development. He mainly sold Star Dart Goo, Stellar Fire Goo, Falling Meteor Goo, Star River Goo, and Starlight Firefly Goo. While Fang Yuan was still searching desperately for 4 sources of revenue, he already had them. At the moment, Fang Yuan only had Guts Goo and Regretful Spider trades. The other 2, Eerie Fire Dragon Pythons and Dragonfish, were still not sold in the market yet. Star Lord Wanxiang had rank 6 cultivation level with 1 heavenly tribulation passed. He was also a lone cultivator, but he was higher in cultivation level than Hu Immortal. According to his status and foundation, it would normally be impossible for him to develop his blessed land to this extent. But he had his fortuitous encounter. That was Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. The owner of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, 7-star child, became an immortal zombie in order to prolong his life. While exploring star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm, he fell into deep slumber. Star Lord Wanxiang had by chance discovered that Starry Sky Grotto Heaven connected to a spatial crack in the outside world of Central Continent. Every year at a certain time this crack would open. Thus, Star Lord Wanxiang would go in every year to scavenge for resources to strengthen himself. Even though he had limited time on each occasion, he entered many times. Star Lord Wanxiang thus had decent development. His immortal aperture was smoothly growing in value with each passing day. He surpassed most lone cultivator Gu immortals. Even Shi Lei praised his blessed land inwardly when he saw it. This Star Lord Wanxiang's foundation was already on par with typical rank 6 Gu immortals in the 10 great ancient sects. But it was a pity that Star Lord Wanxiang was heavily injured by Song Zixing, and because his tribulation was impending, he had to take a risk. He invited Immortal Monkey King Shi Lei to explore Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. In the end, at the 8th Star Hall, he fell into star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm. His soul was destroyed, and only his body was left. Fang Yuan took the body and placed the blessed land in Earth Abyss. This led to the development of future events, like Starform Land Spirit's requirement for becoming the new owner. With these 4 sources of revenue, my financial power will double. I will be swimming in profits. I will really be drowning in immortal essence stones. Fang Yuan was overjoyed. Star Lord Wanxiang had operated his blessed land for a long time. He had already slotted himself into the market and had his own share of the economy in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Fang Yuan inherited his blessed land. He had also gotten over the difficult initial stage of entering the market. He took over Star Lord Wanxiang's businesses directly. It saved him lots of trouble. Ordinary resources like Star Dart Goo and Stellar Fire Goo were usually sold in bulk quantities. They were very competitive in the market. It was not easy to carve out a share for oneself in the market. They would be collaborated against, facing price wars, or some Goo immortals might even threaten to kill them. As the saying goes, ruining a person's wealth is akin to killing their parents. The Gu immortal world was very cruel. If you want to do business, you need to show your strength. Without strength, no matter how flourishing your business was, you would get killed and plundered. Thus Fang Yuan was always very careful with the dragonfish and eerie fire dragon pythons that he had. He wanted to make use of Xiao Clan's transaction token to enter Western Desert's market. That could avoid much trouble and allow him to earn more profits. Of course, for monopoly businesses like Guts Goo, you could sell them as you wish. Others could not even compete in this. They could only watch and envy. After inspecting the blessed land, Fang Yuan was very pleased. but there was still something that he was highly anticipating. Land spirit, bring me to see those immortal goo in the blessed land. At the next moment, he instructed the land spirit.